Like a yo, nah, we do. G blocking this bitch. Yeah, you know, like Belly in the building. Cabin. Yeah, man. So we beat and teach. Is it? Yo. So I hope everyone enjoyed the video we played earlier. What? Clark, man. All right, mate. I'm busy, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So big up everyone in the place. Anyone that's gonna pass through. You get me? Yeah, we got more on neuroscience. Um, more on neuroscience and on consciousness and all them sort of things. Then we got more videos coming up as well still. So yeah. Yeah. So that video was one man's theory in it, yeah, of how consciousness develops. So there's a couple of different theories as well. Like I read one out about AST, the AST theory as well. Yeah. They line up a bit, but they're not exactly the same though. You get me? One thing they both say is that, boy, they don't insert God-given man consciousness. Yeah. So through that AST consciousness theory and the one I just played there, they're all saying that consciousness is a byproduct of evolution, the evolution of the brain and the nervous system. So you got me. You got me. So yeah, man. Trust me. Yeah. I say the closer we closer to the understanding of the ins and outs of the biology of the evolution of man and animals or whatever, the further and further the creation stories seem. Yeah, these men are inserting. This is happening over millions of years, isn't it? Like the Christian beefs are talking about like 6, 7 thousand years and that. Yeah, yeah, mad thing. You get me? Mad. Is this? Yeah. So, but I don't even know what you can say to that, bro. Yeah, what you can try and chat about, or what you can try and move to about that still. Mm. Yeah, I got my G coming through still. Yeah. Bad thing, you get me? Yo, atheism is a byproduct of materialism. Man, that it, man. Yeah. Religions are more selfish than atheism, innit, man? Religion point a certain sets of people out as these special mighty people, man. Atheism don't really do that, so yeah, so yeah, but nah. That is, yeah, but nah. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yo, I just got these youths just shouting up the place outside the front, fam. It's a mad thing out here. Yeah, man. So, yeah. Nah, man. You talking shit, Jay the Barber, bro. You talking shit, bro. Car. If you want to say that, that means the Bible is a hypothesis, isn't it? Yeah, because there's no proof in it. And the Bible's just talking shit then. You get me? Like, straight facts, bro. Straight fidax. You get me? So yeah, it's weird, yeah, that these religious dons always talk like this in the chat, yeah. They say dumb stuff like atheism is pointless and all that sort of stuff, yeah. Listen, I'm on the phone, innit? So can you not disturb me? Yeah, so like I was saying, man. Like I'm saying, B, you get me? It's got more like the theory of the evolution of consciousness has more evidence surrounding it than the theory of God creating the world.
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Morning, bro. Going on?
It is afternoon. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
What's new? I couldn't do the premiere, but I was on too late for that, so I don't know what that was all about.
You missed the video, yeah?
Yeah.
It was literally just a biologist talking about his theory of well, there was 4 people, but it was like the last guy on the panel was giving his theory on the evolution of consciousness.
Yeah.
And he was next. One sec here. He's next door. Kids are fighting.
Sounds like you have something happening in the background. Afternoon to everybody watching.
Yeah, my bad.
Is out there.
Yeah, so the guy I read about the AST theory the other day.
Remind me what's that again? AST is
the I'll give you a quick summary. The AST that consciousness is a result of the evolutionary sequence. Yeah, but there's a bit more to it. Yeah, so it's the attention
like
schema
naturally
theory.
Occurring. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But even the next guy that I just played a video from was I don't think he was going down the AST route, but he was still more talking about the evolution of consciousness. He didn't insert a god or anything in there, and again he was still talking about the evolution of the reptilian brain to the mammal brain and all them sort of stuff there.
So they can sort of trace what they think, how consciousness evolved over time. It's the more complex version that we have today due to our bigger brains. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know there's quite a few theories of mind and evolutionary theories and philosophical theories and all that sort of stuff. I've not looked into them. Daniel Dennett and Chambers and, those are the philosophers. But then, like you say, you've got, I guess, evolutionary biologists that will also suggest that, right?
Right. Yeah, man. So,
good old Walter in the chat there. You got to love Walter, right? Who cares if consciousness can be proven? In an atheist world, it has no meaning but dirt. Oh dear. It's like atheism gives man the same value as a bug. Like you do wonder if Walter's ever paid attention to anything that's ever been said, or he's heard it but didn't understand it, heard it, understood it, and just completely misrepresents it, or just doesn't care for any argument. I mean, I don't know that somebody like Walter could actually even understand it or take something charitably and understand the position and critique it from that point of view. To say that's a red hair, to say that's a straw man would be, almost an understatement of what a straw man could possibly be. What can you do, I guess?
Yeah. So another comment, because I was going back and forth with a guy at the chat called Jay, and he said, I'd rather listen to a book that's made for black people and the prophecies that match those same black people. What was that? Oh, I think he's talking about the Bible.
Right.
I don't know if the Bible is a book of prophecies for black people. So I don't agree with that one still.
Okay, I'm not sure what he's getting at there. I'm at a higher level than an atheist. By what standard? How do you decide that? Let you stew on that one.
Even Shakara's firing at me now. Very Vision, G Block. So you finally watched the video. What video did you watch? Yeah. I read that article yesterday. I read that article yesterday about the AST, and I put up a video. Yeah, because like I was saying, on Global Waivers, we usually have all the science videos and all that, So, but I know that most people are going to be tuning into this one, innit? So I thought, all right, let me upload it on this channel, let it play, sorry, and then we'll discuss a little bit about it after, man.
Yeah, no, so I didn't really watch it. Obviously, I think what you and I are committed to, Valley, is that consciousness has a natural origin. If it were to be the case, or it could be shown that was impossible, then you could still be an atheist, but certainly if you're a naturalist, then you're committed to the idea that consciousness has a natural origin. But you could still be an atheist and be like somebody that believes in something else, but not a God, right? So, like you could be, so like it's the favorite thing I'll keep for when pre-suppers come on. You could be what I've termed a dimensional atheist, and it could be the case that consciousness, but again, it will be a naturalistic process, but I could say that the source of that is the 10th dimension that gives rise to consciousness under certain circumstances within the multiverse and within certain particles. But I'm essentially saying the same as a naturalist. I'm just postulating that there's a 10th dimension. Rather than that there's a teleological mind that's specifically tinkered with this and put these particles together in its, metaphysical laboratory, so to speak.
Right.
But I suppose if it could be shown that a creator God, a personal creator God, or indeed anything that you could call a God, was the only source, the only possible source of consciousness, then, I'd have to change my mind. And I couldn't be a naturalist. I could still be an atheist of some sort. Or, well, actually, if it were a God, right, and I agreed that it was a God, then I would have to become some version of a theist, or at least a deist. But again, depends what sort of deist, because normally deists believe that a God doesn't interact, it simply created the world. Now, a deist, I suppose, could argue that a deist God created consciousness and is now just watching everything. But as much as it's a very vague claim, and it's also very difficult for them to argue for, it's also difficult for us to defend against, as much as, say, a personal God, which is much more specific. And so there's a lot more to critique than there is with a deist view. So at the very least, we'd have to become some version of a deist or a theist if it could be shown that some version of an intelligent mind was the necessary or only option for consciousness. Then my view would be falsified. I obviously don't think that's happened. We are all just like fish to Rob. Well, at what point have I ever said that? I mean, the fact that you've heard me speak. I mean, like I say, Walter, I'm torn between whether you understand anything I say or whether you do understand it, and part of your modus operandi, your MO, is just to misrepresent it and straw man it as badly as you possibly can. So I'm not entirely sure at this moment in time whether it's a comprehension problem or a misrepresentation problem. I hope it's comprehension, because that could be solved through better understanding. If it's a dishonest problem, well, that's much harder to fix, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's like
But anyway, whatever the thing is with consciousness, somebody that's not a naturalist or an atheist would have to show that consciousness is impossible. And again, that's got nothing to do with the vague term that we call spirit or soul, right? So pointing to consciousness, unless you're going to say they're synonymous, in which case spirit or soul is superfluous. And if you're going to say it's something more, then pointing to consciousness doesn't help your argument in any way, or it doesn't seem to, at least in my view, as far as I can tell. So somebody would have to make the argument that, hey, I'm talking about consciousness because X, consciousness somehow is part of spirit and blah, 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 and they'd have to go sort of down that route. But again, I haven't heard anything particularly substantive or coherent along that line. So what we rather hear is the idea that...
I just got to deal with one of the boys, man. Hold on a sec.
Walter's definitely a fish to rob. Well, again, Walter, atheism is the denial or the lack of belief, some atheists say, of a God. That entails certain things, but it certainly doesn't entail a blank canvas. So I think you are my poster boy for straw manning an interlocutor's position. So I'll point out Walter is, at this moment in time, the straw man king. That's a dubious honor, Walter. I would hope that over time you will work to move down that ladder, but at the moment you seem to be king of straw men. I would invite you, Walter, to ask questions to represent your interlocutor's position as accurately as you can, and then feel free to critique it. But when you make wild straw men, it just looks like you either don't understand anything's being said, or you do understand it and you're being intentionally dishonest. So I don't know what else we can say there, Walter, but maybe having an honest understanding of somebody else's position, even if you don't agree with it, would be a start. But hey, up to you, buddy.
Yeah, man. So you didn't even watch the video, man. So it's a little bit hard to ask any sort of questions about.
No, but if it's a view that it comes about through an evolutionary or naturalistic means, then obviously I'm open to that. If it's a view that it doesn't do that, then there'd be strong questions as to, is it more likely? Is it showing that some other view is impossible? So if I understand what you're saying, he's postulating AST being sort of a naturalistic evolutionary process of how consciousness evolved. That to me seems entirely plausible, probable. Well, likely probable given my worldview,
Yeah, man.
Why do we exist? Well, the question why, Walter, is question begging, in the sense that it presupposes that there is something else out there that has a purpose for us. You need to demonstrate that. And so when you ask the question, why do we exist? I think the question is a question begging one, in which case you need to argue why there must be a why. At this moment in time, I'm not convinced there is a why in that sense. All I could say is we exist due to the particles that have coalesced in this particular fashion over billions of years on this one particular planet, at least probably others. But that I'm just telling you the process. I'm not giving you a why, because a why would suggest that there was some intention. And if I don't think there's an intention in reality, then certainly a teleological intention, then that question doesn't have any meaning to me. So you would have some work ahead of you before you actually ask that question. Well, if you say it's, I guess what you mean is rambling rather than rabbling, or babbling maybe, to try to at least get your sentences or words correct. It's a combination of the two. Doesn't make much sense.
I thought ramblers were walkers.
I've made it clear, Walter, that for you to ask that question, you need to prop that question up with good reasons first, because I'm going to reject the question a priori, because it doesn't make sense in my view. So when you ask me what I see as a a nonsensical question, then I'm going to ask for clarification or reasons why I should take the question more seriously, and then you would have to put that argument. Well, if you think it's blah blah no answer, then obviously my words are going in one ear and out the other, and whatever's between your ears is just not understanding it. In which case, I'm going to accept it. I don't know whether that's curable. I guess there is if you paid more attention and tried to be honest, but I don't know. If I asked you to summarize in 5 sentences what I've said there, Walter, I would almost bet my house that you could not summarize accurately what I've just said to you. I could almost bet my house on it, which is a damning indictment of your listening comprehension or intellectual honesty. But go on, Walter. I'm challenging you. Write down what you think what my position is with regards to your question about why do we exist. What's my objection to that question? See if you can coherently and concisely put that down in the chat, so that at least I know that you understand it, even if you disagree. That's a starting point, right?
Yeah, man.
Everybody's out enjoying the sun by the look of it.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Later.
Or like, I don't know, man. Are people just waiting for someone else to jump on? I don't know who.
Thanks for that, Walter. You said nothing but nothing, for we are nothing to you. Okay. So your comprehension and the combination of your listening and comprehension skills are just completely non-existent. So I'll kind of ignore you now, Walter, because I think, even a child could have understood what I said. Whether they agree with it is something else. But if that's the best you can muster, then I think we'll just move on.
Yeah, so do you have any highlights in the week that you feel like need to be refreshed or brought over?
I think we've covered a lot of it. Otherwise, it's kind of rehashing old ground. I don't think there's been, like I say, my main objection to the spirit soul business is that it's not clearly defined what this is. It's not argued for why a particular interpretation of this is the one that everybody else should accept. There's no clear criteria as to how we go forward investigating this. And there's no falsification test for, okay, if we found X, that would falsify my view. What I do notice people doing is having ad hoc explanations, or attempted explanations rather, and then appealing to science because the explanations aren't clear enough. They're now looking at science to try and grab something off the scientific table, so to speak, and go, but that science shows what I couldn't really explain to you is the case. Well, at that point, I think we can't go much further than that, other than to point out, what I have, is that you need to be much more clear on your starting point and the criteria before you can appeal to it. Otherwise, you're doing it backwards, it seems to me.
Hello, Veli. Are you there, Veli?
Yo, yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah. So that AST theory you were showing yesterday, and I had questions in it. I had 3 questions. And
what was the 3 questions?
The first one was is there a mathematical equation for that theory? And you were saying that for that theory, it didn't need a mathematical equation.
Yeah. Because
it was like the science of biology or something.
Yeah.
So you're saying that biology or theoretical biology doesn't need mathematics?
Not necessarily. I was saying that for that, what he was doing there, he didn't need to do a mathematical equation for the study of how the brain evolved over time.
Why didn't he need a mathematical equation?
Well, because he was looking at the different layers of the brain and what their actions are. Like when he's talking about the I think it was the cerebral cortex that gives us the senses to look, or to see, like to see something or to feel something's there or whatever. When someone's looking at you and you turn around and the person looks away, sort of thing. Like that sort of senses.
But just to be sure, so I'm sure on this, are you saying mathematical equation? Sorry, theoretical biology doesn't need mathematics.
No, I didn't say that. I just said for that, what he was doing there, he didn't need to show a mathematical equation for the evolution of the brain.
But that's your opinion. That's just your personal
That was my opinion, yeah. That was my opinion. It weren't
right.
factual or nothing like that. I could be wrong, you know what I mean?
All right. I'm glad at least we settled that it's your personal opinion and you could be wrong. Yeah. The other question I was going to ask was the details of the controlled experiments carried out for his theory, because I couldn't see any there.
Details, yeah. I've not got the details of any controlled experiment that said person there has carried out, but I can do a video actually, and I will do a video actually on something neuroscience and consciousness, to show sort of what sort of experiments that they could, or what route they sort of take to get the information that they're getting.
But in his theory, he didn't have any written down from what we saw.
Not that I saw, no.
Okay, that's cool.
He was more talking about he was more leaning towards like the evolution of the different sort of like the reptiles, the birds, and the mammals, and sort of stuff like and vertebrates and invertebrates. And you're saying sort of that at different stages, the consciousness has got more and more complex. So at our stage, our consciousness is much more complex than one of the earlier ancestors' sort of stages.
That's interesting. And the final, okay, so at least we now know for that theory, there's no mathematical equations. You believe that he didn't need to have one, but you could be wrong. You're not a scientist, you don't know. Secondly, you mentioned that in that theory, he didn't provide any controlled experiment details. Cool. To admit to that. The third one was when you began to give what was it? You began to give there was something I pointed out, which was selective signal enhancement. That was mentioned.
You're talking about the neurons firing.
Yeah, because it says that
candidates, yeah? Yeah,
it was saying because I wanted to know what was because I couldn't see there what was responsible for making neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows.
Well, once the video of the how experiments are carried out is shown, yeah, then that should sort of be able to give a bit of an explanation on that.
Can I suggest something?
Because I think, go on then.
So I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, Shakara, you sound a bit low for some reason. Your voice.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, because I think it would be interesting as well to watch like a few varying perspectives, yeah, on the whole consciousness thing. So like there are a number of spiritualists that do, and I'm not even talking about from my own tradition, the spiritualists in general, that speak on consciousness and to view what the perspectives are in the same way that we would just view the perspectives in it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait for you to finish. Sorry.
No, it's like go.
Now, so we've addressed the three questions. There was no mathematical equation. I don't know why. And the question was why I was asking that, because I'm asking that question because within theoretical biology, mathematics is utilized. That's why I was surprised it wasn't there. Because there's something maybe you didn't know called mathematical and theoretical biology. And mathematical equations are utilized in biological things, like the theory of evolution has a mathematical equation. Are you aware of that?
No, but there probably could be one. I'm not aware of it still. But currently,
because even that has like an equation that deals with the theory of evolution and natural selection. So that's why. So when we say science, and I'm looking down that rabbit hole at someone's theorem or someone's theory, naturally I'm just assuming that they're going to bring up a mathematical equation, because there seems to be biological mathematical equations for other things, which is why I was expecting one there.
I'll tell you what though, yeah, the person that submitted that paper has their email at the end of the paper, which I could email them and ask them for the experiments that they carried out to come to the conclusions that they come to. Yeah,
That would be
I don't know if
nice.
they'll email me back, yeah. I don't know if they'll email me back or whatever, but I can at least ask them, innit? And again, like I'm saying, like obviously, like yeah, these people were doing research into things that, like you know what I'm saying, like not a lot of people understand, innit? So obviously, to try and explain it as best as they can, they may leave out things like confusing equations or whatever. Like they just might, like that might have just been a paper to explain it to people in layman's terms, so we could sort of get an understanding on what the experiment was trying to achieve.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the questions I'm asking is just questions that are asked in regards to scientific theories, questions that have been posed, whether to Shakara, sources that he's provided, whether stuff Orthodox More has provided, whether it's stuff that I have provided. These are logical questions. I mean, you and your colleagues have asked us these questions. So these questions, it's not necessarily a tit for tat thing. These are the things I'm asking are required things within the discussion of science. Experiments, controlled experiments, what was done, what are the equations? So even within the world of biology, mathematics is still involved. Because I was even doing research on the AQA, which is one of the governing bodies in this country, the Assessment and Qualifications Alliance, and they deal with examinations and courses for GCSE, AS, and AL level, and other vocational qualifications. And on their page, when you go to science, when you go to biology, it clearly states mathematical requirements and exemplifications. Overall, at least 10% of the marking assessments for biology will require the use of mathematical skills. So that's why to me, no science is without mathematics, whether it be theoretical or not. Mathematics is there, even biology, because what I was hearing from certain people, not just yourself, but certain people
yesterday.
Was that this kind of belief that biology didn't really require mathematics within it. So I thought I had to put that to bed. That's not true. I don't know where that's.
Well, again, without the paper having the exact experiment that the people then carried out to get to the results that they wanted to get to. Obviously, we could just speculate about what experiments they did do. Did they use maths or not? Do you know what I'm saying? That, but until then, but yeah, we even the other video that I just showed you, it wasn't in full agreement with the AST theory. Yeah, but it was still leaning on the evolution of the reptilian brain, or do you know what I mean? Like to the enhancements of the reactions and whatever that we've got today.
No, that's okay. I just needed to make that point clear, because I can see some of these people who were pushing that in the chat, buck dancing and backsliding. Now they're saying, like Rak is now making claims. We know equations are involved in biology. That's not what he was saying yesterday. Today he's like, oh yeah, but to a lesser extent. Backsliding all over the place.
And I think that's the point, innit? Like there's a blatant imbalance in terms of the weight of evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, I've been posting this article. One second, I've been posting this article, for the best part of a month here that hardly anybody decided to read up until a few days ago. But when you check it, at least within the article itself, there's far more in terms of the research and the experimentation that was done and how conclusions will come to in it. Now I'm saying heads are entitled to disagree with it or to challenge it from whatever perspective, but the reality is that it for some reason that seemed to require a higher burden of proof or a higher weight of evidence whereby other things that heads are more comfortable to to embrace don't seem to require that. You know what I'm saying? That same way of evidence or proof. And I think that wherever your perspective, that is a relevant point.
And
What
you know, Belly.
What do you mean though?
Belly,
Wait. Hold on.
You know that I like you, and
wait. Let me just.
I would never
Yeah.
disrespect you. I like you and I respect you. But in regards to those three answers for that theory thing, you didn't actually provide anything. You didn't provide details of experiments. You didn't provide the equation, and you couldn't tell me about how the neurons behave the way they did. Now, if the tables were turned,
Yeah, but I can get that information though.
Yeah, you can, but you didn't have it. And I know if the tables were turned, you and a number of people on your side would have straight away gone out of your way to ridicule what was mentioned. But you didn't have any answers for those three basic questions.
But the answers that I did give you, I felt like were fair answers. Though.
No, they weren't, because they
Easy,
didn't answer anything. You didn't provide an equation, you didn't provide details of the experiment, and you couldn't answer why the neurons behave the way they did.
But I'd say that
So
based
that's your
upon
one there.
the fact that you couldn't give them answers, I think that your answers were fair. You can't give them answers. Yeah, I'd argue that, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm not coming from him, because he admitted to that. But I'm saying,
What's that?
with us, if you say you don't know straight away, that is like,
It's a problem. Everything popped on. Yeah, from that. You know what I'm saying? So that, like, for example, people are asking me to define the properties of something that I'm never claiming to define the properties of, and because I can't, I'm not defining anything. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that there's an imbalance there. There's the burden of evidence or criteria for proof is not balanced. Isn't it? That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah. You know, like that.
One sec here, card. You know, the random are just wilding out still, man. So
Drop for the bed, Philip. Drop for the bed. No alarm, just drop for the bed.
One sec.
Shakira,
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask, what does Kimoyo mean?
Kimoya, they translate it. It's a Kikonga terminology that relates to Moyo is life, yeah, and Ki is of, yeah, or pertaining to, yeah. So in different quote unquote Bantu languages, there are variations of the word Moyo, which relate to life, which relate to spirit, which relate to the heart, as in the literal heart, you know. So yeah, and other concepts that are related to life. So yeah. So in Kikoyo.
Yo.
Yeah, go.
No, go on. Finish up it, man. So,
yeah, so in when it comes to the term Kimoyo, it kind of translates into dynamic forces and vital forces, basically, of life.
What forces you say?
yo.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
So, yeah, but even though, yeah, the two different videos of the evolution of consciousness, yeah, was both that they was both leaning down the same road, yeah, but they weren't taking the exact same routes, yeah. They were still coming from the evolutionary stages of the reason for consciousness. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so none of those two theories, where these people have been doing years of research in their fields or whatever, yeah, none of them didn't say anything about outside force putting the conscious in there.
Yeah. Like,
Who is that? Who is that? Is that to me or to Shakira? Because I never.
yeah, I've never postulated.
No. That's literally just about what the conversation is about, isn't it?
But I've never.
About
That's the point.
where
Who is
the
saying
origins
that?
of consciousness or whatever.
Has anybody said that it comes from somewhere else?
That what?
What you just said.
Well, that's more like what religious people would sort of say, isn't it? Like,
okay,
You're talking
even
to
that.
Shakira and I on the panel. Why are you telling us what religious people
But
say?
even for the religious people, I've never heard them say that. So even for the religious people, I've never heard them say that. I've never heard anybody say that. so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm making a point that the two different routes of the consciousness, yeah, the two different routes that the people are taking for consciousness, yeah, is coming from evolution and not from nothing spooky, not from no magic inputs, no inserts or nothing else. It's just coming from an evolutionary theory. That's the point of what we was talking
So
about.
let me ask you this. Let me ask
the
you this.
consciousness anyway.
Let me ask you this here. So, given that evolutionary, okay. So, for example, yeah, you know, like if we talk about elements here, right? When the universe began, there was only like 3 elements, yeah, and then the other ones came into being. And usually they're able to chart like, okay, this came into being because, you know what I'm saying, the atomic structure of this particular particle shifted, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I mean, yeah, based upon its reaction to this force and produced this, yeah. Are they doing that, or are they just giving a history, kind of an evolutionary process in terms of
the video that the video that I just played, yeah, the guy was basically there. The guy had a rock here that was like over 3 billion years old or something like that. He was saying that obviously, like some of the when the Earth was early or whatever, how some of the life forms were created. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and then he was sort of just giving the just his explanation on the evolution of the Earth and how that entails with the evolution of consciousness due to the nervous system, basically.
Right. So did they use the word emergent or emerges from?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because he was talking about how basically how the life started on Earth, the different stages of sort of the what would have been a nervous system or whatever was developed, and yeah, it was going down that route still.
All right, cool. So yeah, I understand what perspective they're coming from there, because what they're doing is they're giving an evolutionary understanding, but not necessarily a physics kind of explanation, if that makes sense. So if that makes sense. So what I mean is that in
what do you mean, like a physics?
So in the sense
they was talking about the
go on.
The different stages of the nervous system and the different stages of the development of
so it's biological,
of your brains.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? That so
yeah, so it's biological, and I'm not questioning the validity of the biology. I was asking more if they're going into the properties and, you know what I'm saying, the forces, and you know what I'm saying, that construct or bring about consciousness and that kind of thing, which is a different kind of reading. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the difference between saying from a hot dense state, strong and weak force, electromagnetism and gravity develops, to the difference between saying that and then saying that, well, this is what gravity is, and it's made up of, you know what I'm saying, or this is what, you know what I mean, electromagnetism is, and it's made up of these particles and they act in this way and that kind of thing. They're two different conversations, not unrelated, but just different.
So yeah, well, I don't know, man. Like because like I don't know what's the opposing argument to how the consciousness was developed then?
I'm not presenting an opposing argument. I'm just asking whether they're what perspective they're approaching it from. Yeah. So and the idea. So obviously, in terms of how consciousness arises, the evolutionary process gives us an evolutionary perspective, but it doesn't give us the matter or the force of consciousness, if that makes sense. It just tells us how it evolved within biological systems. Yeah. So I'm not trying to add anything in. I'm just saying that that's what it does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so it's not telling us what the particles are, or, you know what I'm saying, or necessarily, or whatever. It's telling us that, well, this is the process within our bodies that from which consciousness arises. Yeah, and that's a completely valid and it's necessary for us. It's good to understand it. I'm not challenging it at all.
Yeah, man. So, has Witness got an opposing argument to the evolution of consciousness?
Nope. I don't have enough knowledge to do that.
That was pretty simple, isn't it?
Did you think what? Did you
Yeah,
think there
well-
was someone who had an opposing? Did you think there was someone who had an opposing view or something? I don't understand.
Yeah, well, just an opposing view of what consciousness was, or how it was developed, or what. Obviously, because I was coming from the side of it's developed out of evolution, and
But I think that's evident, though, bro. I don't know if we like unless you the only people that would challenge that are people that don't believe in evolution, you know, or they're against it. You know what I'm saying, unless you believe, even from a even deists who believe in evolution would accept that it comes from evolution. That it's not. I don't know if that's ever been in question, apart from for people that challenge.
so that means that. Do you agree with evolution then? Shax?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean,
Do you have an issue with evolution?
not at all. Look, I have an issue with the concept of evolution. I was taught evolution quite early in my childhood, in African-centered Saturday schools. You know,
Right.
by African-centered scholars. It's never really been a beat. That was long.
I used to go to Saturday school as well, you know.
Yeah, you get me.
Me and my brother, yeah, man.
Which one?
Go to Saturday school still. In Catford. I remember what it was called.
I can't remember which one.
Catford.
But yeah,
But I don't even address that question on evolution when people ask me, because I don't know anything about it. Well, that's not true. I know about Charles Darwin, and I know he wrote a book called Origins of Species, and I know there's claims of a common ancestor, but I can't co-sign it, because if someone starts asking me deep questions about it, I ain't got a clue.
no, man. I wouldn't say I
But is it-
co-sign it still, you know, but I'm saying I don't have an issue with it. I haven't since like I've gone into it enough, so I know the basic stages of Australopithecus and Neanderthal, and you know what I'm saying, all them kind of things there. But I
You
wouldn't.
see, I don't know any of those things you just
Right.
mentioned.
Yeah, like, but I wouldn't say I've gone. That's why I don't engage in a debate around it. Like Moore does, because like he studied it more than I have, and he's got an issue with some of the stuff that he studied. Whatever I have looked at, I've never found a specific issue with, except for like there's some stuff about the Neanderthal that I've questioned, or I've read a couple of articles on, but I don't have a problem with it, even from a conceptual framework.
All right. One sec here, because we got a new guy on the panel still, or a lady. Yo, The Shield. Want to introduce yourself? The Shield. The Shield, I'm going to call you one more time. If you don't answer, I'm just kicking you off in it. Right. So, The Shield, do you want to introduce yourself? All right. Yeah, man. So,
By the way, onto more pressing matters here now. I didn't be onto more pressing matters, but this is a little sidebar. Did you watch Bounty vs. Beanie yesterday, last night?
did I watch what?
Bounty vs. Beanie.
I heard about it, you know, and but
You're
I
not
just fell
serious.
asleep after the show, man.
You're not serious about this.
Yeah, I heard
dance,
about it. I fell asleep after the show, though,
You're not
man.
serious
You know me?
about
Come on,
that,
man.
You're not serious.
I didn't know. I thought it was. I saw it
No,
live,
no,
you know,
no, it's not.
and I thought,
It is. It
you know
was
what?
live. It was
Yeah, mate.
They showed it.
I see it saying live, yeah.
It was live, bro.
I see. That's what I said. I see it saying live on the thing, yeah, and I was like, you know, when you're like a bit sleepy, like what? Beanieverse Bounty live on someone else, not on one of their channels, or not on VP Records or Irie FM or whatever. It was on like someone's channel, innit?
Yeah, it's versus. It's Timberland and Swiss and that versus Tim.
Okay.
You get
Oh
me?
man, that must have been sick still.
They
Yeah,
showed it, my G. They showed it. Shellers.
That
Well,
must
check
have
that
been sick. Well,
out.
this dude's doing something weird in the back chat still. Is it like something on his finger? I don't know. I don't know if it's both.
That was a sidebar.
Both.
Still. But yeah, check it out. They showed it. It was
Yeah. That looked that. I'm gonna rewatch that still. Yeah.
M.A. Brown,
We
where
always
you
get weird people trying to join, man.
I went to bed, blood.
You went to
I
bed,
went
yeah?
to bed. Oh,
You never watched it, no?
no.
It
And
was
I'm-
shedded.
See, this is what I'm saying, man. It's these late night, like the full day beefing and all that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I've got to go to bed after, cause
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know, say I had to stay up for the Joe Scott and Erica thing. I just couldn't do this one. I know it was only 1 o'clock in it, but
Yeah, well, I mean that's slightly understandable, like because Jill Scott is beautiful. So, yeah.
yeah, man, I watch it back anyway. Still.
When it comes to Jill Scott, we stay up for Jill Scott all night long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I know probably most of my family stayed up for that. My uncle DJ, my dad probably stayed up for that. You get me? My cousin definitely stayed up. If he didn't, I'd be surprised, man.
Yeah, no, it was definitely so. I can't lie.
Hey, you know what though? Yeah, like, I'm trying to find a couple of people in the chat that was sort of against the evolution of consciousness in the way that sort of the man that we've been going through it at the moment to try to jump on.
I'm trying to figure out who has though. I haven't heard anybody like challenge it. So.
No one has actually come to challenge it, but they're so desperate for challenges, they're creating challenges in their head.
I think
obviously we want opposing views, bro. We don't want just everyone on the channel just sitting there just laughing and joking like we're all brethren and shit, man. We want opposing arguments, man.
No one's really challenged. No one's really challenged like the full what do you call it? The full idea in it, the full concept or the full theory. But they challenge it in parts. But there's people that are against it. Definitely, if you're a Muslim, you're gonna challenge that. That's against your doctrine. You get me? So, but I think people have challenged it in parts. But you could get if you just get a bunch of Muslims on the panel, they will have to challenge it. Whether they'll do it scientifically though, I don't know.
I'll challenge it. Did you not see my comments earlier?
Hey, I fucking missed it, man. But I was fucking making some lunch for the youths and all that, brother. It was there.
Obviously, you're a snake, fam. These times these man all got around you, fam, and you forgot your ADL membership, fam.
ADL, yeah, me, come on.
No,
Alright, these man squad up though, you know, fam. Like, trust me, like whenever these man squad up,
Mum, you are the leader of your own gang. Stop it, fam. You're the leader.
Yeah, but don't worry, man. Yeah, you're the president. You're the president. M.A. Brown's the vice president. You get me?
You're the speaker of the house. Here. You're all controlling the neuron elections. You know what I'm trying to say? Like
you're a cheat.
You're a But no, what I wanted to ask you, because obviously I missed the when this article got brought up. So I read it when Reddy posted the link like whatever a minute ago. And I posted a couple things in the chat. I don't know if I'm arguing with myself and creating an argument out of nothing, right? But obviously it seems like it is what's the word? It is almost not dismissing, but it's undervaluing the spirit world and the deification of things, and it did it in quite something. You were asking for something. You were asking for a technical description earlier. I think it quite technically described why, how and why the reptilian brain or the cortex or whatever is can't remember how I just described it. I only read it 5 minutes ago, but how that is linked to sort of the deification of things or to creating spirituality or the observance in sort of a more complex consciousness in ourselves and other people. And there's a couple funny little quotes I posted in the chat, just given the debates we've been having recently. I don't know if anyone saw them.
No, I didn't.
Have you read the article?
What, the one that Reddy read out yesterday?
I don't know.
What are you talking about? We're talking about what Veli gave us. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I thought that's what I asked in the chat witness. I thought this was the one that you posted about the neuron elections or whatever.
I never posted anything about neuron electrons.
Oh no,
elections.
Yeah, that's Veli. That's Veli.
Yeah.
Okay.
I posted it, yeah, and witness was asking me how did the man come to the conclusion that the neurons are like candidates in an election trying to be voted?
No, he was asking you. He was asking does it explain why they behave like that? What is it that's causing that they behave? Like
why?
What do you want to speak about, James? Like, what were you?
No, I listen. So I put my foot in my mouth. I was under the impression that Witness/Shaka or Witness and Shaka agreed with it, posted the article to catch us out, and that when I was reading the article, I was like, this sounds like something we would post because it seems very dismissive of the spirit of souls and shit. So I thought I was gonna ask you, what about
you got foot in mouth disease, Mikey?
Yeah, I do. But to be fair, I did ask in the chat before I jumped on, but then someone requested a challenge.
At the same time, though, it was asked earlier if man disagrees with anything in it, and man don't.
You said no, yeah. So actually, wait, well, then there's kind of a challenge there then, because this guy's hella.
Not really, bro. Can I ask this question? Are you familiar, like within spiritual philosophies, are you familiar with the presence of snakes and reptilian consciousness and all that kind of stuff?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it does exist, isn't it? So, like, for people that have like that kind of idea, the idea of a reptilian brain is not going to be present a challenge to them. It's not.
No, but
have you heard of Kundalini?
Is she worked in the cabinet in America?
That's the chakras.
No, that's
the chakras, mate.
No, Kundalini is not even African spiritualist. It's yogic, yeah. It's a yogic principle, right? But it's
also Indian.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's basically it's supposed to be an energy force that resides at the base of the spine, and meditation and yoga is supposed to allow the Kundalini to rise up, but it rises up in a spiraling motion that is often represented by the serpent, yeah, by a snake. It's personified in that kind of way symbolically. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they like generally they're not going to have a problem with that kind of idea.
Hey Shaka, you have to kill one of these people, yeah? Kim Kardashian or Condoleezza Rice?
Condi.
You're gonna kill her?
If I got a choice between the two, she's in government and she's.
So you're gonna save Kim Kardashian? MashaAllah, man.
Yeah, like she was a Secretary of State for George Bush.
But you're gonna kill the black.
Hey, there's one Becky yet, boy.
The black woman.
Put it this way: the stakes are higher with. Actually, I'm not even sure that's the case. Actually, because culturally the stakes are pretty high with Kim, only because of her association with Kanye.
The savior of black women in the penal system. That one.
Condoleezza Rice saved black women in the penal. Oh, you mean Kim Kardashian?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yo, you know the G Block has got powers, isn't it? Man just said, kill the black woman. So, yeah, I'm thinking that myself, so you didn't say that.
Yeah,
but no, hey, but Shaka, yeah, do you agree with this part? The inevitable side effects is the detection of false positives or ghosts. You agree with that?
The inevitable side effect of what? Sorry.
Of how the consciousness has evolved, or how our HADD.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you look into the whole theories of consciousness, you know, the concept of ghosts, even because they study consciousness in a similar way to that they study computers. Yeah, the concept of ghosts is never far from the thing, because like when you delete stuff off a computer, they say that it never really goes. Yeah, it stays there, and then where exactly does it go? In what form does it stay there, and that kind of thing. So they were always discussing them kind of concepts within the realm of consciousness. I've just not brought it up because, you know what I'm saying, but it's always there. You know
but I'm saying, but then when he says stuff like maybe partly because of language and culture, humans have a hair trigger tendency to attribute consciousness to everything around us. We attribute consciousness to characters in a story, puppets, dolls, storms, rivers, empty space, ghosts, and gods. Justin Barrett called it hyperactive agency detection device, or HADD.
Yeah, so I would suggest that consciousness is a pretty unique force or manifestation in creation. I wouldn't attribute consciousness to everything.
But what I'm saying is, when you couple that with the inevitable side effect is the detection of false positives. Granted, listen, everyone's entitled to their beliefs in anything they want, right? Unless it's harmful to others, I guess. But in that sense, are you happy with it being referred to as a false positive / side effect? Are you comfortable with that?
No, only because, again, as I've said, when you're talking in the language of or spiritual systems, you have to understand what they're meaning in that language. So the term spirit is a catch-all in English for what is probably more complex understandings of consciousness within particular spiritual systems. So I wouldn't call it a false positive, because what they may be referring to may be completely plausible, but maybe the term spirit in English doesn't actually encapsulate what it is. You get me?
Okay.
It'll be flawed to do that.
But Coco, I wanted to add a point about this whole reptilian brain and I guess you say some forms of spirituality or the interpretation of consciousness from our ancestors. But we have to remember, it could have been symbolic, as Shakara was saying. For example, if they're showing depictions of reptiles or snakes in dealing with the mind, maybe that's just showing that the reptilian mind was based on survival, pretty much based on primitive actions or primitive emotions that we had, and the whole goal was maybe to transverse that or go beyond that. That's why you've seen these images of snakes or different forms of serpents from India all the way to Africa. So we can't put that we can't put that into the equation, because we know Indians and those people from that world focused on the mind for over 10,000 years.
Definitely.
So yeah.
Definitely, that's one of the points that I've been making. Like when we're talking about mind and consciousness, these are things that have been like well focused on in other cultures that are not European for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Yeah, so it's like I think it's a bit disrespectful, you know, because you know in the last century, neurology comes about. You know what I'm saying? But there you go.
Hey Shakra, is it true that in Kemet, yeah, that they put the feelings come from the heart and all that sort of stuff, so they didn't keep the brain, but they used to look after the heart.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's true that they didn't keep the brain; they used to look after the heart. It was conceptualized that the heart or emotions is a part of the mind. You know what I'm saying? Or some say the seat of the mind. Yeah.
Why do you hold on, Sakura, let's be fair. They did pick out the brain and left the heart in jars, though. The brain was discarded, though. We can't agree to that, right?
My understanding is that at some stages it was, and at other stages it wasn't. However, either way, that you're remembering that the heart was what was weighed on the scale, innit? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
but why? Can I ask a question? Yeah. You know, like I was thinking about this when I was talking to Witness the other day. I understand when people say, like, for example, if someone was to say, like a chick would say, "You're thinking with your dick," you can understand that. Right?
Yes.
But you can't. I don't know how you. I don't know. People say that you feel it in your chest. How? Like,
well, have you never had an emotion and felt it in your chest?
Like I couldn't breathe.
No, I mean, like literally, you feel whatever that emotion is. That there's a vibration or an energy or a sensation in your chest. You've never experienced that.
No, when I get really angry, my head gets hot. I guess.
But, hey, James, mate, my queen said that's because he ain't had no good walking.
It must be the case. I've never felt nothing. I've never felt. Hold on. Like, no. What are you saying? Exclusive. Hold on. Is that what you're saying? It's exclusive to, yeah?
Say again?
You're saying it's exclusive to satisfaction.
No, I'm not saying that. But I've experienced anger. I've experienced joy. I've experienced extreme. Yeah, definitely.
But ain't that really shows that it comes from your brain, though, from the signals being sent from your brain?
Yeah, no, but
it's more than that. It's more than that. It's chemical releases in your brain.
But hey, can everyone agree rather than just Shaka? Because I feel like I'm a robot now. If everyone's agreeing with this, I feel like I'm like Rob. Sorry.
Like what?
I haven't felt nothing in my chest, but I feel it in my gut. Like I felt feeling.
I know what Sakura was talking about. I felt it this week, but it was more correlated with my mental state. Like I felt the tightness in my chest or whatever when I was in a negative state. But I think it deals with the chemicals released from your brain and then it travels throughout your body.
But hold on.
Definitely. Hey,
MA. I agree with what MA said. Like sometimes something makes me actually physically feel sick. Like something makes me feel bad, or when I'm like super embarrassed or something, I could feel it in my stomach or my gut. Yeah. But the only way I can think of chest is like, you know, people that have panic attacks and they get really emotional and they grab their chest. Obviously, man ain't a panicker, innit? Like that's not how I'm built. To get
A bad man, a panic.
I want to hear that shit. I want to hear that shit.
Panic, you know what I mean?
Bad man, a panic.
But for real though, like, I don't feel nothing in my chest. Them commitments are idiots.
You get me?
Hey, watch him out, man. Watch him out. Watch him out.
I'm saying that. Man, it's dark, Richard. No, but for real though, it's conceptual, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, like, yeah, it's conceptual. Yeah, it's not. We ain't got to overcomplicate the thing in it. Like, it's conceptual.
True. You see, and that's another thing. We have to learn how to speak it like in symbolic language or interpret ancient philosophies through symbolic lenses, or at least take that from the Masons. You know what I'm saying? At least take that part.
But James, do you like? Am I breaking up?
No, you good. We get it.
Yeah. Do you find like where do you find value in speaking metaphorically, James? Like do you learn lessons from that? Do you find you're able to learn things that you can't learn by
to a degree, yeah. Like I think there's definitely a benefit in making some things more like hyperbolic and tangible by the way you describe them. Yeah. To answer your question, yeah. But to be honest, MA, you're the only one that's come out of this whole week like pretty much unscathed because you've been honest with what you actually see like benefit in saying it. You're not really
Shots fired. Shots fired.
It makes the most honest guy. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still listening. Go on. What? Like who's been
you've been real 2 times. Like the other day, when we were talking, hey yo, that shit you said about Rob yesterday was cold, fam. Not you, Rob. Oh, bad man.
I was gonna.
Apparently, you're the only one that's been honest here because you said that basically, as far as you're concerned, what man is dealing with is better for the culture. Whereas I ain't saying that. Basically, that's the point that's being made. I'm trying to.
Yeah, like Shaka's saying this is an objective truth, and you're saying I don't really care what you lot think. I think any truth that you try to bring is an imposition on my culture, and whether my culture is more true or not, it's better for me. And I think that is the most honest position to take in this argument because it's like then you don't have to shoehorn a scientific definition. So you don't have to force this into any kind of scientific understanding. You can say legitimately, you can't disprove what I believe, and what I believe is better for my culture and it preserves my culture. So I don't need to do away with my definitions and my terms just to please you or to please your objectivity. It's more beneficial for my own shit.
Subjectivity, not objectivity.
What did I say?
You said please.
No, but I say Rob's claim is that he's being more objective than you, innit? So my claim as well. But hold on, my claim as well. But obviously I'm not white. But yeah, that's his claim, and you're saying
that argument there, yeah, can be used, but it's not that Shakara or anybody else or like Terry or whatever is even necessarily using that argument. I made that argument in response to Rob's assertions that we need to kind of do what he says, basically.
Yeah.
But that's not an argument that's only in response to him. I wouldn't have made that argument. Usually, you know what I mean? I would argue from a scientific perspective or to probe why you guys are so against exploring these ideas. You know what I mean?
And that's why I keep saying that it's cultural because the people keep saying things like shoehorn and you know what I'm saying add stuff in and rare. And it just like nobody says that when people apply ancient Greek or Roman or whatever concepts to modern day and call things, use the terminology, you know what I'm saying, you know, they borrow terminology or you know what I'm saying, or recycle concepts or develop on concepts from their ancient culture.
I don't think anyone, like, generally speaking, I mean, obviously everything like there is always going to constantly be an overlap in it from different sort of paradigms and different shifts in culture and social mores and whatever. But the reality is there is a more up-to-date unifying theory. Yeah, there's a more up-to-date unifying theory than its predecessor. So let's say yours is the accumulation of all what do you call it, like the African spiritualist cultures, and you like, so you are more informed than someone from Kemet or someone from one of the Bantu speaking regions, their spiritual system, or Ifa or whatever. You know all of them, for example. So you would be the modern incarnation of an African spiritualist compared to African spiritualist. For example, right? You could also say the same about all this Greek stuff and the Greek philosophies. Like,
I agree.
Accuse me in the chat of, you think you're smarter than Plato? You think you're smarter than Aristotle? No, but I know some shit they didn't. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the point, though. James. Here, we live in a society here whereby scientific development, or this incarnation of scientific development has come in line with the progress of European civilization. So there are cultural biases inherent within.
Isn't that a bit incidental though? Like, because what else? They're the one who innovated the most.
I don't know if they innovated the most. They've innovated probably. Their society has produced the most in the last 200-300 years. And even some of that stuff was produced by black people or developed by black people. But
it's their society, though.
That's why I said their society, which is a fact. But man is not disputing that. That's not what's being disputed. What's being explored is the extent to which one can take the philosophies and the concepts of your culture and develop on them in the now. And I'm saying that because of the fact that Europeans are in a prominent position, they have the ability to do that, and they do it. Yeah. But when others do it, it's seen as contrary to the thing culturally.
No, but why don't you? But like, for example, so what someone like
what I'm saying is, though, bro, is that these same African spiritualists that we're talking about also began science, yeah, and technology and all these kinds of things. And I'm saying that there's evidence of heart surgery in ancient Kemet, and the Rhiine Papyrus speaks of a concept called Tep Seheb, yeah, which is the correct method, yeah, which relates to science. You know what I'm saying? So all of these disciplines were developed in societies that had spiritual concepts, but for fundamentally though, those spiritual concepts developed from an empirical observation of nature. And so when we study science today and we learn things about the universe, we don't have to do away with our spiritual conceptualizations because there's no need to, right? There's not a conflict there. Just what I'm saying. Now, it may inform and it may revise and it may develop and it may evolve the spiritual concepts, and you can deal with spiritual concepts just from the basis of philosophy if you want to. Yeah, what's it called? It would always evolve. Yeah, the spiritual.
Can I just give you an example of, like, maybe just saying this will help why what people like me are reluctant to accept this cultural spin, because I'm not prepared to accept any Anglo-Saxon or any Western European who tries to conflate science with God. So any William Lane Craig debate, I'm against him. Even if I don't like the person he's debating, the atheist. More to like, if he was debating Sam Harris, I hate Sam Harris, but I'd probably be with Sam Harris on that argument, yeah? Because he is using what we, even though some people argue that Hebrew Israelites, that Jesus and all that is black and it's an African tradition, I believe it has Western European connotations, and he's conflated his whole cosmology with that. So even though he knows far more about science than me and he's done far more research, and he's presenting it, what he's presenting is somewhat superficially plausible, I'm not going to accept it. Right? Rather, what I would employ people like in your position to do is the cutting edge of quantum research, be done in an African language. And then when people are resistant and reluctant to some new scientific discovery being named with an African name, and somebody say, no, we've actually already dubbed it the whatever boson, then you can say, no, that is a cultural imposition, because I'm the African that discovered it, and I'm the African that labeled it, and I've developed, based on my history, my culture, a continuity from spirituality as the origin to right now innovative cutting edge research into the quantum conditions or whatever. And that is the clearest example of, if no one accepts that information, then that person is being culturally biased. But if someone is conflating their ancient spirituality with modern cosmology or modern particle research, then yeah, that I feel like that person, without being culturally biased, I'd say to you, that's dumb. Stupid.
Why see it as a conflation if there are in fact concepts that actually are aligned? Why is that a conflation? Why like if
rather than say something, did you even understand what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah, Steph, no, I understood it fully. Okay, first of all, let me address the point about language. The language point is completely valid, and I'm saying that there are people that are doing that. Yeah. So when I've read things before whereby there's a concept within Kikongo called Kimwadende, and the brother used it to refer to the Big Bang. Yeah, like that's being done, and there are more people that are trying to convert.
No, but I'm saying the researchers themselves.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Rob, that's how you're trapping. You know that, innit?
Yeah, but who? Why does the African have to use the term Big Bang if what they're saying is actually the same thing?
No, you're right. No, they don't. No, but I'm saying
right.
you would force people like some of the what clearly racist scientific community. You'd force them into a scenario where you're like, I'm the one who discovered it, and it's not going to be called the Higgs boson. Whatever my African name is, and whatever my African name for boson is going to be the original nomenclature. And anything that you say is going to be a translation.
I hate you, James.
Like that is some real cultural shit.
But
like,
I agree with you. I'm not disputing that. The only point I'm making is that one doesn't have to have discovered it in order to use it, in order to use your own language to refer to it. I'm sure if you went to China, that astrophysics and them kind of things are being studied and written about in their own language, using their own terms, and they're going to write about Einstein and what he discovered and so on and so forth, and rare. But they're going to put it in their own language, and they're going to apply terms to it that relate to their own.
Yeah, but but you see what the difference would be. This is what the difference would be, right? Is with African. So, for example, like if there was ever a module in a course for the Nigerian Einstein or whatever, and he's cited, or he's got a book or biography or whatever, and he's cited, or he's describe the origins of science in Africa, and and a complete sort of history with complete continuity until this point, to show that even in the periods where Western European innovation and discovery was at its height, that it was underpinned or founded upon certain principles and practice, like as in if there was an Imhotepic oath as opposed to the Hippocratic oath, shit like that. That
there is
so when people are not prepared to accept this information, or not accept to prepared to accept this terminology, then you can clearly say, well, you're just imposing your culture upon mine. But if you're saying spirit and there's no spirit's a joke thing, and you're imposing your culture on mine, I don't think that's fair. Because I'll do that to William Lane Craig, and he can't call me a racist.
But James, but it's not about being. I don't know if you call anybody racist. The point is understanding the cultural imposition. So first of all, we have to also appreciate fundamentally that this debate and this sharp war, cultural war between between religion, so to speak, quote unquote, and science, that is not universal. It takes place within a particular cultural context, and it's not necessarily objective. There doesn't necessarily, this conflict that exists is not a force of nature. It's not a universal law. All right. So not all cultures have that conflict, and so if they don't, then they just don't. That's the first thing. The second thing is coming from where we are as Africans, one of the things that needs to be done in order to make that viable is that African languages themselves and African cultures need to be considered scientifically viable. And that process begins with just respecting the culture itself, respecting the utility of the language itself, and then you develop a situation whereby people are motivated to translate scientific texts into African languages, to translate mathematics into African languages, to teach science in African languages and maths in African languages, and so on and so forth. This is a long-standing what's it called? I've read from a book called Black Africa, the cultural economic basis for African Federated State, and that's one of the arguments that he makes in that book, that we need to begin to we need to be, and he wrote that in the 60s, Sheikh Anta Diop, that texts need to be written, scientific texts and political texts need to be written in our own languages for the sake of increasing their utility. Ngugi wa Thiong'o in Kenya has said the same thing, and he's talking about literary like novels and them kind of things there. But he's saying that when African writers write in English, we are expanding the usage of the English language.
100%. That's one of the arguments I said why English is a superior language, because it forces people to write. So now it's like hey, you ready for this one, guys? It forces you to give them a part of your soul.
I mean, respect. I mean, I think you just broke the prophet's heart a while ago. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
No. Listen, peace will forever be upon him.
Yeah, indeed.
But no, bro, hey, dumb, bro. You know, look, this is where, hey, Rob, if you're listening, yeah, you gotta get involved in the banter. But Rob don't give a shit about me. I'm black, fam.
That's it.
But no, yeah, that, to be honest with you, that's to like summarize my position on it. It's like I'm surprised I never took this angle earlier. A lot more people than just you conflate their cultural beliefs or what Rob would consider woo, whatever, with generally mainly cosmology, but also just with science in general. And when I listen to those people, I switch off as well. Like
but James, they do it themselves. Jupiter is a Greek god.
I know.
Right. So all cultures conflate their cosmology with their science. It's not like it's normal to do that. It's absolutely normal to do that.
But the only difference is, and while I agree with you, yeah, the only difference with that is they're not like.
So it's a Roman.
Jupiter is the planet, right? But when you ask that William Lane Craig, if you ask that William Lane Craig, is the Big Bang God? He'll say no. God is greater than the Big Bang. Do you know what I mean? So it's like whatever culture they're trying to.
But remember now, is he Christian? Yeah.
Yeah. He's a
so obviously he has a concept of the creator as separate and distinct from the creation, whereas man doesn't. Yeah.
No, but you're missing what I'm saying. It's just it's like if someone says so when you say stuff like Jupiter, 100% they're merging their what's the word, man? They're not philosophy. What's the word, like their ritualistic fucking history with like cosmology, yeah, and astrology, 100%. But I would say that at least whatever we call Jupiter, we can point to Jupiter. Whatever we call Saturn, it's the one with the ring. You know what I mean? Like whatever we call them, they're however many whatever from the sun, they're however many planets away from the sun. All of these, as you describe them, properties or the description, the definition is clear and set in some kind of planetary material or stone.
So if we say the universe is interconnected, yeah.
Let's please.
No. I'm just saying, and we can point to four fundamental forces that give expression to that fact. Are we any less? Are we any less? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the term Jupiter, yeah, is a term from a cultural term. And then you can say, well, this is the planet, but the planet is not Jupiter. The planet is made up of, these elements. It's like these elements and what's it called?
Exactly.
These forces that impacting the planet and so on.
But planet is a classification.
But I'm saying Jupiter in and of itself doesn't define the properties of the planet. Yeah? It's a name. It's a noun. It's a name given to the planet. Yeah, and that noun comes from a conceptual framework that is born out of a culture. And then, but when you go into it, you can say, well, Jupiter now is a planet, and it's made up of this, and it has this on its surface, and it's.
Hold on. I'll show you what I think is. If someone said the planets in the solar system,
yes,
yeah, and then you said, all right, cool. Now you got one classification, which is fucking universe, galaxy, solar system,
yes.
Cluster, planet. Like, so now we're saying this is a planet or star, sun, whatever. Now we're saying it's a planet, and now we're saying there is it 9 or 8 planets in our solar system?
8, man. I'm surprised.
Shit, I told you, yeah.
They relegated Neptune.
No,
Pluto.
All right, cool. I just watched that documentary, The Universe, the other day. I was training, so I wasn't paying attention. All right, cool. So now you got the planet classification, and now it's which the individual planets. Now we know the process they went through naming them when they first discovered these planets, and these are the deities that existed in their time. And you know, one's the most beautiful, one's the most whatever, one looks like a war planet. Cool, we know all of that shit, yeah. But now, when like as a what's the word? A quick an offhand way of quickly describing something, what had previously in a primitive manner been discovered, you may refer to like what do people be calling Australopithecus, whatever, Lucy and shit. Now that is clearly a cultural position. But if you can't pronounce Australopithecus, then you might as well just say, all right, Lucy, you know Lucy, the one they found in East Africa, like. So while I take it, it defies the actual thing you're trying to talk about. But if you say you know that spirit thing and the person doesn't know what you're talking about, and then they don't believe that it's defined, it's different to something like Jupiter. Come on, say what's Jupiter? You point to the sun, that thing. See there? Or you point
but I've said more than once though, bro, that when we're talking about spirit, we're using an English term to define something far more complex within the system that we're referring to, if that makes sense. So they'll have more specific definitions of things within. You know what I'm saying? So if I say aku and obi, yeah, which is expansion and contraction, or expansive force and contractive force, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it relates to all these things, and it relates to other things as well. They have other associated, you know, rest and active, darkness and light. You know what I'm saying? They have all these correlations that relate to these terminologies. But I'm saying those would be more specific terms. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we was to translate that into English, we might, as a catch-all, we just say spirit. Yeah, and I'm saying that based upon there are people that are saying this, that we actually need to stop using the word spirit when defining African spirituality because it's not specific enough. Right? That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that the concept of what is meant, generally speaking, in its most macro sense, is an all-encompassing governing force in creation. That's what they're talking about. And then from that, people glean and micro analyze and say, well, we can relate to that force in this way, or we can relate to that force in that way. And one is entitled to disagree with how they decide to relate to the force, but the fact of what they mean, as far as I'm concerned, is not in question.
Yeah. I don't want to start the debate again, but I'm just saying Jupiter is. I think there's far more evidence to point someone towards Jupiter, like with a telescope or whatever, than
but that's someone. That's the planet. You keep saying that's the planet. You get me?
What do you mean?
The Jupiter is the planet. That's the planet is called Jupiter. The Jupiter is not the planet. You know what I mean?
So I've decided my presentation on that I did on Wednesday, I'm breaking up like into 5 presentations over the next 5 weeks, so we can guide into these things.
What do you mean? As in you're going to do separate presentations, or you're going to make videos out of the presentation?
No, I'm going to do separate presentations.
Is it still up on what? Something was happening that day. I can't remember.
Yeah, you lot was debating hard on the G block.
Okay.
You get me? I think that's when you lot really went into the soul, the spirit thing.
All right, Candace Owens, yeah, or Kim Kardashian?
Oh my gosh!
What?
He's asking me who I would duppy.
If you say Candace Owens, because remember she actually has a following of black people, and she's got
in that regard. Like I said, the gravity of Condi was based upon her role in government. On this one, as much as I detest Candace Owens, we might have to go for the Wazungu still.
Wow. So one of them saves black people from prison. The other one attempts to put black people in. Oh, you speak straight. What's all you lot's take on the Ahmaud? Is it Ahmaud Arbery?
Aubrey,
I said that right.
It's Shegri, fam. There's no there's nothing else to say about it other than it's Shegri, innit? Like, you get me? It's just absolute monumental levels of Shegri at that.
But you see that shit, him going into the yard and all that. Obviously, he doesn't deserve to die. I don't think anyone can say that. But these like as in white people in America, their whole thing is black people have more opportunities than we do. Well, I mean, you know what white people think that, yeah, they're the right wing Trump supporting Americans, yeah. Now, don't you think that this media, don't you think this media reporting has given them ample, or has given them ammunition?
Say that again. I missed it. Sorry.
As in, don't you think this, the way the media have reported it from start to now, has given them sort of ammunition? Because at first it's a man jogging, and then it's a man in cargo pants going into what do you call it, a property that's under construction. Again, no one's implying he deserves to die or be shot or even.
No, but apparently that's quite a regular thing. Like, it's not unusual for people to go check out properties that are under construction. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, in the USA. So whatever.
Yeah, but I can do it from my perspective. If I was jogging, I don't think I would do that.
No, but we don't live in America. I'm saying that apparently in America it's the done thing. It's not an unusual practice. You see a house that's under construction, you go check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I may potentially go check out a house that's under construction now if I was walking. If I was just doing nothing, I may do that. Like, I don't know if I'd go inside. I'm not saying I wouldn't or would, but I don't know. I just feel like the way the media reported has given these people the opportunity to now say, you see whose side the media is on, when we know the media isn't on the side of the black man. But you know what I mean?
To be honest with you, I haven't really stayed in tune with the mass media in relation to this issue. So,
do you know why? Do you know why I'm saying what I'm saying? No, or why this subject came to mind?
No.
I saw Candace Owens do a little piece on it. Yeah,
I saw it. I saw a headline. I saw a headline. The woman is dangerous, fam.
She is a piss taker, bro. Hey, she is an actual G. The kid's dead, and she's taking the fucking piss. Like, she's like, oh, like the sarcasm is on levels. Like, if she wasn't such a self-hater, she'd have a great personality. Yeah, she's
a bot, man. She's a bot.
You sound like you're in love, James.
Gee, how can she drop me? Yeah, she's dead though. To be honest though, I did a little research, and shock horror, she's got a white husband.
Oh, yeah.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
So there's still hope for me. Yeah. No, but no, she was like, basically she played that angle where she was like, he started as a jogger, turned out he was an architect or something, or some shit like that, some cold-blooded shit.
Yeah, man, we don't take Candace Owens seriously.
No, but she like you can't help but think, not that she's right, but that the way the media has reported it has definitely assisted in the perception that the whole case has been overinflated.
What do you mean? The man's dead. How can it be overinflated?
No, because, for example, how many people do you think honestly die as a result of these, legally carrying guns and people assisting or people doing the police's job for them?
There was a study that came out maybe a decade and a half ago, that black people in America are killed like to the tune of every 48 hours by police, mental institution, whatever, security personnel, or some other kind of, you know what I'm saying? And if I can find a study, I'll post it.
Yeah, that's the one thing that said, it said, I can't remember, it showed the percentage of people killed by police, and I can't remember what the percentage of black people was. It's like disproportionate, right? But then the percentage of unarmed people killed by police, black people were like 60% of the annual deaths. So like in a country where they have to be less than 30%, right?
Black people are like 14-15%.
Right, yeah. So in a country where they're like 4 or 5 times the amount of people that get killed without a weapon. So that means just the perception of them being dangerous is resulting in them being killed that many times. So it's like when people genuinely, white people get killed by police too, clearly, but when it comes to fucking being unarmed, they're getting slaughtered. I remember I brought that stat because someone was like, black people are more violent in America. And I was like, but when you look at that, it's like, at what stage does your policing kick in? Like, if there isn't actually a gun, then or a weapon, then you should technically your life isn't in danger at all.
You should watch some Philip Shot Matthews stuff. There was one yesterday. I'll post it in the back chat for you to watch. But it explains the relationship between black people, white people, and violence on every level. In heavy detail. Yeah, and I might even direct you to some Afro-pessimist literature as well, still. But yeah, all these questions have been answered, bruv. Like, they've all been answered. They're not just answered, but like delved into deeply. You might find it interesting.
Yeah, I can't lie. Witness tricked me the other day because I given up all like what's, you know that documentary on Netflix, the one this is it Central Park 5?
When They See Us.
When They See Us, yeah. Someone keeps getting me to watch that, and then I watched that Jay-Z one, you know, with the kid who went to yeah, man. And I was like, you know what? That from that point on, I haven't watched one slavery film, one nothing. I don't watch that shit because that just makes me feel it in my chest.
To be fair, like I don't. It's bad. It might be bad. No, in fact, no, it's not bad. But I really try not to pay too much attention to. And it sounds fuckery, but black people being killed, the stories behind black people being killed, because I've heard it all, bruv.
In it, that's what I'm saying.
I've heard every combination or whatever, and it's like. It's not that I'm not learning anything from it. I can't do anything physically about it. All I can do is the stuff that I'm already planning to do to alleviate it or to, do you know what I mean? Like I can't, like I'm yeah. I mean, there's the pursuit of like trying to counteract it with correct information and all that kind of stuff. But there's people out there doing that. You know what I mean? There's people out there doing that, and all it would be is like for example, my wife, yeah, I tried to get her not to watch and listen to too much shit because she reacts emotionally to it. You get me? And I try to break it down for her in certain ways, but rather than that, I say, don't watch it, read this or watch this, and it will give you the tools to be able to when something does happen, you can break it down in 10 seconds or a minute. Do you know what I mean? And understand what's going on, rather than having this whole Groundhog Day type scenario of, you know what I mean, shock, anger, you know, whatever, man. You get me? All the familiar patterns of emotion and reaction and that. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, I just don't.
But that's a positive, like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm consistent in that. I don't think the best way to stop knife crime is to tell every child that every other person that looks like them most likely has a knife that should be used in a zombie apocalypse, and that they're probably going to kill them, or they're very highly likely to kill them, and that everybody from individual postcodes hates everybody else from other postcodes. I don't think that's the best way to assuage a young child from getting into like whatever gang culture or youth violent culture. In the same way, I don't think for me to understand that there is deep inequity in the world, I think the best way is for me to watch slave documentaries and movies and slavery. That's a slave, you know. Look at it. It's working on me with slavery documentaries or movies or any of these kind of like these things that just make me feel sad and angry, bro.
Do you know the thing? I actually want to make a slavery film, you know, like at some point, yeah. But I want to make the slavery film that's not been made yet. Like.
No more slavery films, please.
What's the spin?
My thing is this, because I feel like, you know what it is? Like, I'm tired of seeing films with black presidents.
Yo, this is weird.
Well, hey, wait, you don't want to see Head of State? You don't like Head of State?
Yeah.
What Chris Rock? Bad man film. Yeah, I can't lie. Bad man film, yeah. What's it called? Yeah. But seriously, but on the level, yeah, like, because has anyone here seen the film Sankofa?
No. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. When I was little, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
One of my favorite films ever. Witness. You seen Sankofa? Yeah. What do you think of Sankofa?
Just to be sure, that's the one where the black model goes somewhere and ends up in slavery times. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
What do you think of it?
It was good. It wasn't brilliant, but it was good. It wasn't the best I've seen of slavery films, but it was good anyway. But yeah, I've seen better, but yeah, it was okay.
But so for me personally, it's my favorite film on enslavement ever. Yeah.
Django.
I get what you mean. Nah, man, I don't like Django at all. I get what you mean. I wrote a whole review of it on it. Maybe I'll post it one day. What's it called?
Post it now.
What's it called? I don't deny that it was a well-made film. But yeah. But when it comes to like, I don't know of another slavery film yet where the character development is that good.
Amistad? What do you think of Amistad?
I've never watched it all the way through, but
I saw that in the cinema when it came out.
Oh, hold on, Shagara. But what is your twist? Remember, you said you're gonna make one different, and then you talked about Sankofa. So get back to that.
I don't know if I have a twist other than the first thing is that there are many stories on our slavery rebellions that are yet to be told and deserve films. Yeah, like the Nat Turner film the other day was all right, but I could write a better Nat Turner film than that. What's it called? I don't like. Yeah, that film was a bit. Right. Then there's and I applaud the effort. Don't get me wrong, but I think that there's certain fundamental things that weren't there. But there's never been a slavery film in terms of Africans on the continent fighting back. There's never been a slavery film that the Haiti Revolution deserves a film. You know what I'm saying? There's never been a film about the. I told you
there's a film for the Haiti Revolution. Remember when we were on Shakara's Scattered Minds, that Hackers channel, and I told you the title. It came out back in the 50s.
Oh yes, with the brother, the Haitian brother that's in Hollywood and that. Yeah,
Lydia. What's his name? William Marshall. That's the name.
I have not seen that. But yeah, but I'm not sure because is the film good?
Well, it stands out because it's one of the few films in the 50s where the black people are heroes and they're actually winning.
Yeah. All right.
Why did you not like Django? Just briefly, like excuse quickly.
I felt like, first of all, it was the white savior, white hero complex. Yeah. Secondly, you're in the midst of slavery, and the white guy kills the slave master, and then the black guy kills the head boy of the slave master. And but you normally in a film, yeah, the top villain dies last, isn't it? Yeah. Right. What they reversed it.
Samuel L. Jackson was the top villain. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. In the thing. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I saw that game in it. As it stands. Right there. So
I didn't even think of that. That's kind of deep still.
So yeah, there's a number of different things where that is concerned. You know what I'm saying?
But one thing I would say though is kind of deep. They are our ultimate enemy from stopping us from actually accomplishing our goals. The people who look just like us.
White man is the end. Anyway,
I get what you're saying, but then again,
I get it. I'm just saying that we're talking about slavery. Yeah. The ultimate, the top boss is the white man. Yeah.
Basically, you know what Shaka's basically saying? Shaka's basically saying that the white man is the Night King. Yeah, and if you stab the Night King with a Valyrian steel blade, all of the people that he's got his spell on, the spell will lift instantly.
Right.
No, but hold on. But even in the street terminology, if you take my cash cow, my money, we got problems. That black person, once you do that to that white man, he's gonna go come after you. Listen.
Yeah, so he could have got killed first, didn't it? But like, come on.
Yo, you gotta deal with them, man. Like they listen. Yo.
Yeah, so deal with him first. Get him out the way. I'm not saying listen, yeah, Steve for dead. Him for dead a long time. Yeah, kill it dead. Yeah, no, I'm saying we're not mourning for my man, innit? I'm just saying that the way they did it, because remember the slave master, he got killed with one shot to the heart straight. That was it. Yeah, Steve was shot in the knees, right? Both knees.
No,
yeah?
but you know one thing I'll say though, the only difference is, even though like you can blame the white man, whatever, there's a thing where like you should know better. Like in a lot of movies, you should know better. Like I'm just thinking of like I don't know, you should know better, in it basically. The black person. I'm not saying it's right. I fully agree with your analysis. I'm just saying that like the reason that Candy guy, he was in less scenes as being a hindrance to them, man. Do you get it? Like he would have let my man go.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
That was the case.
My man had the whole wrestling scene and all that kind of stuff, fam. They built up his character. No. What's it called? Most of the monologues here in that film were done by the German boy and Leonardo DiCaprio. They had most of the dialogue in that film.
Yeah, you proper watched it with a key. I'm just saying that.
Well, hey, put out that review. I'm interested now. Might watch it again though.
I swear there was that scene, yeah. But I swear there was that scene where Samuel L. like man could have left his man could have took his girl and left, and my man was like, nah, like don't let them leave with the girl.
No, yeah. Now here's the next thing now. Yeah, who uncovers the plot and who devises the plan to foil the plot?
I thought Samuel L., wasn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. Now remember, before that point, yeah, right, he was a subservient Negro owing to his master. Suddenly, when he sits down in the back room to uncover the plot for the master, he's sitting right opposite him, man to man. Yeah.
So, as in, you're saying like when so you're saying, I don't know, explain that.
He's now an equal partner in this enterprise.
Right. So, okay, but what I'm saying is the fact that he's promoted himself into that position is cause for him to be seen as by the audience or the viewer as being the main reason why the plan was foiled, and therefore owing or deserving the greatest punishment.
Yes.
Right, but what I'm saying is that
people, man. Thank you, James. That was beautiful. Yeah.
You know what the thing is, yeah? Big up Shifa. Nice to you, man. All right, it's been a while, man.
Shit, Lazarus, huh?
I was gonna say, yeah. The thing is, like, we explore the obviously the movie's content, yeah. But and we're exploring it based on like the first thing that Shakara said, which was that usually the villain of the piece, the primary villain of the piece, not even the primary, the absolute opposite, antithesis of the hero, should we say that instead, dies last. Yeah, that is a convention of cinema that has been there since God knows when. Yeah, and all subsequent attempts to create narrative movies and that have drawn upon those types of conventions and loads of others as well. And it's like we don't have a reference point for anything else. So when we're analyzing a movie, we're always analyzing it from those conventions rather than stepping completely away from them, and trying to make that analysis from a completely different perspective. I'm not saying that that's what Shakara was doing, but I'm saying generally speaking, that's what people do, right? And then they forget to even think about the author of the thing. Right, they don't even have a conversation about the director or the light operative or the set designer or the DOP or anybody, yeah, as if they didn't have any part in the decision-making process, right? So when you can look back at the career of somebody and use that as a framework from which to reanalyze the movie, that's the first thing that you should be doing. Really, is you should look at the author and look at their body of work and look at their political affiliations and their political positions and whatever, and then delve into the piece and see where they've been able to maybe hoodwink the viewer, or where they've just, as nakedly as they usually are, project their own personal positions and biases on these things.
Yeah, you'll be glad to know that I kind of did that still.
What's that?
You'll be,
No,
you'll
no,
be
no, I'm not even trying to. I'm not even trying about you, bro. I'm just saying I'm saying in general. No, it's not aimed at you, bro. I'm saying in general. This is yeah. What tends to happen is we go into the intricacies of the plot and whatever, and to some degree, it can be a waste of time. Not even a waste of time. It can be a fruitless task that whereby we're kind of just inside. We're inside of these conventions, and we're regurgitating these conventions, and we're challenging the conventions, but we're challenging them with other conventions. You know what I mean? And it's not really stepping outside of the imposition. Because we didn't invent cinema, innit? Black people didn't invent cinema. We didn't invent the camera. We didn't invent none of these things. Yeah, we might have played a part in it, but those conventions we're locked into them. So that if I gave any of you lot now £1 million to make a movie, you're probably going to make a movie based on loads of conventions that already exist, and you haven't even thought about what else is possible. Have you deconstructed a camera to see how it works? Would you be able to reconstruct a camera that fits your particular cultural or psychological disposition, based on whatever your beliefs are in it? The lens could be on the other side. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that you need to think about to be able to actually step outside of the convention of cinema, which has locked everybody in, and we all assume that that's the way to do it. You get me?
Nah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. You know, I hear you.
So hold on, what's stopping us from making our own movie? Like, on the real, like, you guys coming together, creating a film.
Production costs is one thing, but sorry to interrupt. All right, but people are making our own movies.
Hey, Soil, lend us a couple $100,000 then, brother.
Oh,
it's funny you man are saying this, yeah. It's funny you man are saying this, yeah. And my brother makes films, yeah. Like, and it don't cost no $100,000, you know, like that. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you heard of a guy called Andy Fred.
There's levels to the thing, though, innit? Like,
his films are decent, though. They're not. Don't get me wrong. They're not Hollywood worthy, but for a budget film, he's not doing too bad. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You can go watch his films on YouTube.
It's about building up the industry, innit?
Yeah.
Even one thing I'd agree though, yeah. I say, you say something.
No, I'm just gonna say this is my area of expertise, really, innit? It's cinema. So.
One thing I'll say though. Were you still speaking?
Nah, go on, and I'll come after it.
I was gonna say, Shaka. Like, I feel this is the fundamental issue, like, because it's like we are forced. You may make this slavery film, and somebody may still see somebody it may fit some kind of trope, even though you're intending on it being, you know, a black liberation story. You may secure the investment, and at some stage, when it comes down to the final edit or whatever, you may, as a result of accepting some kind of investment, you may have to sort of, what's the word, man, augment it slightly, and then it ends up the whole sort of essence or nature of it, yeah, changes, and then it comes out a completely different film. But that's why
I would accept the investment.
But no, but this is a problem, right? Because the general principle, or not principle, the idea that it's founded upon is always the slavery, the plot, yeah. It's like it's so much more open to manipulation, and the end product can be so much further away from what was intended, from a black liberation story to another film portraying black people as less than and inferior. And then it's the same with any of these stories of criminality. It's like, you know, you'll secure investment for a sick plot for a robbery heist movie, and then it ends up, you know, either glorifying another race of people or demonizing a race of people, and that's the only way you can secure funding, or that's the only way you can get onto some kind of main syndicated channel. Yeah, so I would say that the real issue is, for why people like me don't like. I do still like crime films, I can't lie, but I don't really like watching slavery movies, and that is because is for that specific reason. Is because you know what? I'm tired of seeing black people. And we get it, man. Slavery happened, man. We know it. But you know, there's bare black people living all type of auspicious lives, and we seldom are we exposed to that element. And even when it is, it's like some comedian who's 5'2". You know, like, it's like we never get accurate representation.
What's wrong with
huh?
I hear you, bro. I'm just saying. I hear you, bro. I'm just saying in it that when it comes to, because I feel like we don't want to see slavery films because we want to progress in the society, in it. So we want to see black middle class people having sex. You know what I'm saying? In the sun, in Beverly Hills, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of vibration that we're on at the moment, isn't it? That's a lot of what's being made in it. I'm just saying that there are many like Google, yeah, World War II films, or Google films about the Holocaust, in it, yeah. And see how much films there are in it. Like we're nowhere near like exhausting the stories that need to be told about that period. And I'm not suggesting that we should only tell stories about that period, but I'm saying that those stories are still worthy of being told.
Yeah, 100%. Like if we imagine that no slavery films had ever been made, yeah, no one would have a problem with Shaka Rah making a film that is accurate or really intricately or sensitively tells the story of the individual or the individuals in question or whatever. There'd be no problem. Like, there's no problem with having loads of there's no problem with having loads of slave movies. There's a problem with having loads of slave movies that inaccurately tell our stories.
Yeah.
So the idea that to have one more slave movie that is accurate is definitely not a problem. You get me?
No. But fucking Jewish people in the Holocaust still had their fucking clothes on, and their story had a happy ending. You know what I mean? D-Day, the Allies, and then guess what? We're rich and we have Israel. What's black people's story?
Yeah, but this is a question of education.
No, but little Jewish youths are not knifing each other in the street. Little Jewish youths don't hate each other. Yeah, just the fact that they're Jewish. If anything, it's the opposite. They hate everybody else and love each other.
James, don't you think that this is a question of education above everything? Like, rather
than who's influenced on that education? If a kid is outside of school and he feels like me, where he's fucking disgusted about watching slavery movies, guess what the implication of that is? He's disgusted by black people.
Yeah, but why is he disgusted? Yeah, but why is he disgusted?
Because of the vein in which they're showing.
So you don't think it's possible to tell an empowering slavery movie story?
This is what I told you. I said it is far more open to manipulate. Like, for example, just in my opinion, yeah, it's far more open to manipulation. I.e., one scene from that movie on YouTube could have a far more detrimental effect. Does that make sense? Like, it's like,
yeah, but
when you say Holocaust,
I actually disagree. I fundamentally
one real quick thing though, just last thing. When you say Holocaust, you see some Austrian physicist, or you see some fucking brain surgeon in chains in camps who has left behind a whole fucking stash of Cartier fucking watches and whatever, and Monets and Picassos and stuff in his mansion. That's what they do. They show primitive African tribe lives half their life naked, then naked in chains, then not being able to compute what is happening. Why us? Why me? Woe is me? Like, that isn't a good thing to show a kid.
So isn't that the point though? Isn't that the point though? So have you seen the Roots remake that was released the other day, a couple years ago?
Of course not.
All right. So
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Right. I didn't watch it all yet, but that is one thing that they tried to do, which is give a more accurate depiction of the Mandinka people and the society of the Mandinkas in it. So let's just say, for example, that that is the case here, that most of them they show the naked African tribe. And you get, then you get him, what I'm saying? Then that's something to correct. But my only point is that there are so many stories that most of us really, what we know is that we were enslaved, we were beaten, we were raped. Abraham Lincoln, William Wilberforce. Yeah, we don't really know about slavery. Like, we don't really know about its history in it. Yeah. And what these World War II movies do, they're not necessarily concerned with giving a blow by blow of the history. They're telling people's personal stories, yeah, within a certain particular context, right? And so I'm saying that there are a number of personal stories, yeah, coming from that period or that experience of our ancestors that are blatantly worthy of being told. If I tell them the story of, let's say, for example, Queen Nanny of the Maroons, who was not enslaved, who but existed in the context of slavery and led them a free community within that context, is that technically speaking a slavery movie? Like, or you know what I'm saying?
Was she not brought from Africa to the Caribbean?
Yeah, she was. So
she was a slave though at some point.
Well, she
but
was.
There's so many, but there's so like. Remember, I told you about the conventions, yeah. So what you're highlighting at the moment, James, is all the things that exist at the moment, yeah, which are all pulling on existing conventions of narrative storytelling, the restrictions that are put in place by the studios, blah 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 blah, and the expectations, which are also restrictive of the public. As in, if you were to make a film that is completely outside of convention, like maybe nobody would watch it, right? But there's like, okay, look, the fact that we're even labeling this thing a slavery movie, fam, is a point in a case in point. Like, it doesn't even have to be called a slavery movie, and is it even a slavery? Like, if it's a movie about someone's life, yeah, then why should it even be called a slavery? The fact that we've even got that categorization is problematic, really. You get me?
They're out here, they out here. This is what I'm saying about why Jewish people are just different levels above. Yeah, like you made that comparison. Did the Allies look any different to the Jewish guys that they're coming to save? Bar maybe a percentage of the Jewish people looking like having specific features or aquiline noses.
It's a good point, yeah. And this is why I say Sankofa is a brilliant film, yeah, because it's set in slavery, right? But the slave master in the film is almost incidental. Like he barely has a role or a function in that film. He's very much a background character. But the film is about the Africans. Yeah, I've never like the way how he was able to do that. Like is so brilliant. And in fact, if Veli's there, man could actually show an interview with Haile Germa, the director of that film, the writer and director of that film, and where he kind of explains his ethos of filmmaking. And yeah, man, he's a brilliant guy, man. Undersung hero of black independent filmmaking, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Veli, if you're there, yeah, we want to do a share screen.
Can I ask you a question, Shakara?
Yeah.
Somebody on this panel said, yeah, to people from East Africa that I think you were on the panel as well, but I think you declined to comment on it, that people from East Africa shouldn't speak about slavery.
Yeah, I don't think that's
so no, sorry. I don't want to miss it.
East Africa or the Horn of Africa?
Sorry, you're right. You're right. The Horn of Africa shouldn't speak about transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's viable. Like, I think that whole enterprise had an impact upon the entire continent. I don't think anybody, anybody can justifiably claim to have been unaffected by it. You know what I'm saying? And whereas the impact may have been felt greater in certain places, I think that
what does that even mean? What does that even mean though? Shouldn't it doesn't even make sense to me that a group of people in a certain part of the world shouldn't speak about, like, what's the framing of that
I take your point.
Yeah, the framing of that statement like indicates something about the person that's making that statement in the first place, isn't it?
I couldn't agree more.
What are they thinking? But yeah, apart from the obvious, what are they thinking the contributions have been from West Africa in discourse or on the Hangouts or wherever? Like, what is the?
I feel like they think they get first right of refusal at condemnation. I think that's what their thing is. It's if anyone should be condemning it. That was the attitude.
Yeah, it's weird.
I concur. I agree.
Yeah,
yeah,
we're gonna have to have a long conversation about filming, Bridget.
Yeah, no, I know it's your thing, innit? Like, but yeah, we might have some work to do there as well. So
yeah,
Can you guys just like make a happy movie? Do you know what my favorite black movie ever is?
I love James sometimes, you know.
Did you ever watch the films in the 70s, though, Shakara?
Say again?
Did you ever watch the slavery films in the 70s, like Drum, Mandingo, those ones?
I haven't watched them. No, not most of them I haven't watched.
It would be interesting for you to see how slavery was depicted then and see how it's changed through the 80s, the 90s, 21st century.
One day I should engage in analysis of it still. That'd be interesting. You know what I'm saying? But what have you seen Zulu Witness?
What, the TV show?
No, was it TV show? That was a film.
Oh, sorry, yeah, there's Zulu and then there's Zulu Dawn. Yeah, I've seen them both.
Yeah. Now, check the wickedest thing now, yeah, right? That film, yeah, is about the Anglo-Zulu War, in it, yeah. And what happened is they basically lost, yeah, the first kind of occurrence in that war, in it. They lost all the battles and whatever else like that, yeah. But what happened is there was one particular house here that they were able to hold up and defend. Yeah.
Wait, I understand what you're saying is earlier that day, the Battle of Sandalwana took place.
Yes.
Where the British forces lost badly.
I think it's why they murdered them, killed them all. Yes.
And then later on in that day, a group of Zulus found Rorke's Drift, this little place, and they decided to raid it, and they lost, and that was turned into a glorious movie.
Yeah, presenting them as the heroes of the team. Yeah, they lost the war, you know, and they still found a way to glorify their invader murdering ancestors. Right? We must be able to find a way, yeah, to portray some empowering stories of our ancestors, even during slavery.
The Preacher's Wife, the Denzel version. That's a happy black movie. I think there should be more of those without Kevin Hart in them.
Yeah, but yeah, there's other stories I like to tell. To be honest with you, there are many stories just in terms of like the Pan-African movement that are just yet untold in it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know.
I think that right now, I'm not even right now. For a while, I've been wrestling with brethrens first and foremost, but yeah, with so we really need to put out as much material as possible telling our stories, isn't it?
Yeah,
we really do. So whatever conventions that we need to use to do that, we just have to do that to the best of our ability. But I think ultimately, and I think I might have said it to you a little, a while ago, still like in passing. Ultimately, the method that those conventions need to die, and we need to completely I've got a brethren, Paul Morris, who used to be an actor. Yeah, he used to be in the film industry, whatever. And he done away with that whole thing because of those conventions, and he moved to theatre, and he said he'd never go back because. You can't escape those conventions, and with theatre you have a lot more license to embody the thing. You know what I mean? So I've been writing a play out for the last 2 years that I ain't finished. But I do want to do the film thing. I think film there's a unique power in film, as a medium for translating messages, as a visual medium. And I like the different elements that can be drawn into it visually and orally in terms of sound and them kind of things there. It's like, you know what I mean? I just think it's a part of the journey that we got to explore in it. And so, you know what I'm saying? I feel like, look, like it's a travesty that there's no Kwame Nkrumah film, for example. Yeah, like whether one agrees with him or not, like he's a monumental figure in history. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's no film on man. Yeah. There is a Patrice Lumumba film. It's actually relatively good. I've seen that one. It's relatively good film. Moving still, but yeah, man.
Do you know Amama Asante?
Say again?
The actress. What's her name? Ama Asante.
I know the name. I'm not getting a face right. Ama Ashanti. Is she from UK? But she moved to Los Angeles.
I don't know if she moved to Los Angeles. She did a couple of films. She did directed Belle, Mrs. America.
Yeah, she actually was in She actually acted in Desmond's.
Yeah, she used to be.
Yeah.
She's like doing films as a black woman. She's like directing movies, and they end up on the Hollywood screen. And she tries to touch on the black experience in the UK. She did with Belle, I think it was Belle. Yeah, Belle. And she then tried to touch on a history in Germany, the black girl or biracial girl, what she was going through. And then she touched on that history between the king of one of those King Kama, that's it, of Botswana, when he got married to an English woman and he came to the UK.
Yeah. The people were there.
Yeah. So she's doing well as a black woman, because there are not that many black women in Britain who are successful directors of Hollywood movies. So,
You lot are good, man, because I don't rate none of these movie people, man. I think everyone's got agendas, man. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, you know. NAE, man, I'm gone. I gotta take care of myself for a bit.
Yeah, man. Big up, Shakara.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm out as well. Big up you, man. Done now.
Oh, yo, Schiffer, before you go, where you been, man?
You know what? Just been busy, man. Just work and normal stuff, you know, like that. Getting back to normal. Man.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy out here right now, obviously, with this corona, but still got to make the bills, get paid, and keep on with things, you know, like that. I've got a little music project I've been working on as well, so I've been trying to get on with that slightly.
All right, man. Well, big up yourself anyway, and chat soon.
Yeah.
I might have to leave James on his own. Call me Broca at the same time. 1, 2, 3, that's.
All right, that's.
Yeah. Yeah, man. What's that? Okay. Yeah, man. So where's the people then, man? You hear me? You hear me? So where's all the people that's against my evolution of the what is it called? Evolution of consciousness. Where they at, B? Oh shit. You got me. Say that, man. Trust me. Okay. Let's say that, man. Be careful what you say, though, man. It's on the live tick stuff. Yeah, man. So yeah, man's in the building. You get me? Like, oh, go on. What's popping? This week's been peak, innit, man? But where's the smokers at, though, man? You can't give G Block no smoke, man. Just moist feelings, fam. Trust me. Oh shit! Wax on, wax out. Just story. Stay hot. Yeah, Mad. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Ras comes over here, man. Ras comes over here, man. You hear me? Everyone comes over here, man. You know what I'm saying? This is a Heartbreak Hotel, B. This is Candyland, Nick. Yo, I'm changing my name to Candyland. This is Candyland. Yo, you better chill out, cuz that's my new name right there, bro. This is Candyland, Nick. You hear me? The House of Pain. Chelsea, Heartbreak Hotel, Agony Avenue. You know about this, man. Trust me. We've just been causing pain in the heart like a slug in the chest. Yo. You that Middlesex, yeah? Come on. 1 sec. Let me just make sure it's the real Middlesex.
Man.
It's you, yeah?
Yeah.
Come on. What you telling me, Mikey?
What's good, family?
What's going on? 1 sec. Let me turn up the volume.
I just hear a little drummer alert, and it's I got food in my belly, so what's good?
Yeah, you ready, yeah?
Yeah. What was the question? What did you just ask?
1 sec. Yeah. 1 sec. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, we had we was talking about consciousness, yeah? The other day. Consciousness comes whatever, yeah. So I read out a paper yesterday, and I put out a video today that was explaining sort of the evolution of consciousness in it, how it evolved from the sort of the reptilian brain into the mammal brain, and obviously it's our consciousness is a much higher version than the consciousness of certain other animals that are out there. Yeah. So I was just literally just trying to see you wanted to go against that, mate. You get me? Like, did want to go against it, man. You mean obviously the religious point of view is a little bit different still, but
okay. Let me play Angel's Advocate real quick.
Come on.
You know, even though I don't really know much about this subject, you're saying, yeah, that the consciousness evolved
over time, yeah.
So there was brains in that, and then consciousness came after that.
Yeah, well, consciousness came as part of development of the brain evolving to more of a complex brain.
See the thing that's a little,
brain that does more stuff. Yeah.
See, the thing that's a little bit mad about that is, like, if you use Occam's razor, and if you strip away everything, like, what is the one thing that you know, or what do you know?
What do you mean?
Have you ever heard of what do they call it, man? I forget the name of it. Yeah, it's got a name. I think it's I think therefore I am. I forget the name. It's there's a saying. It's called something. I forget which philosopher came up with it.
Yeah, it's like the consciousness confirmation sort of thing. I think therefore I am.
Yeah, that's the only thing you know for sure, right? Is there anything else
I'm agreeing to follow you along the point. Yeah.
Well, can you think of anything before we move along?
No. I just want you to make your point in it, so I can see what I disagree with after in it.
Okay, all right. So I've, in my opinion, after I heard that, I tried to work out anything. I couldn't think of anything else that I know for sure, apart from that I exist within existence. So, and then you're saying that the consciousness is like evolved or like a byproduct of the brain. But the thing is, right, the only thing that I know for sure is that I have a consciousness, that I exist and that I know. And the only way you can like the only way you could see a brain, you know, if you look at a brain right now, like if you can't open a brain and look at it, the only way you can look at that brain or perceive that brain is through your consciousness. In fact, the only way a brain's ever been perceived or seen or studied, or even the reason why you know anything is what you know, or you can even hypothesize of where consciousness came from, is because you have a conscious. So for me, when I start thinking of it, I think, hold on a minute, how can a consciousness, or this is an angle to come with, how can a conscious be a byproduct of the brain when you can't know about a brain or have a or even know the idea of a brain without a consciousness? How could that one be a byproduct of that when you can only have anything or know anything about the brain from that?
Well, obviously, it's a bit circular, isn't it? Like, because you had to evolve to a point for you to be able to ask questions about how you got to that point.
Well, that's being assumed. At this point, we're just trying to say, all right, we're talking, all right, let's just say evolution is true then, yeah? We'll do your way. We'll go on your way, yeah?
No, it would, but all right, then, if it was the other way around, then they'd be like, we'd sort of be able to talk to like animals and shit. Do you know what I'm saying, Matt?
Why?
Well, because if everyone was just conscious and it was just given by an intelligent being that was given everyone the consciousness, why wouldn't it be possible for humans to be able to speak with animals?
Well, because when you see an animal, yeah, they're not the same as a human, are they? They're different. They don't have a. I mean, do they have this pondering like the way that we do, that we can like think of things and stuff like that? I don't think they have a consciousness the same way.
Some animals' consciousness are quite high.
But we're calling it the same thing now, isn't it? We're calling it the same thing, like a kind of like an awareness.
Do you know why? You know why though? Because
because
of the different stages of evolution is like, because obviously we've evolved in a different way, so our consciousness is at a higher level than a dog's sort of thing.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's one way of like. If you're going to do like a ranking system,
even a dog might be in touch with some other senses, that humans might not be in touch with no more, because they've sort of disconnected the things that connects to that to evolve to something else. You know what I mean? That because that part might not have been as dangerous as something else, or it might not have been affecting the environment of a human in the same way it was as a dog.
Yeah, but that's I know what you're saying, but like you're kind of talking about like skills, innit? You know, like like skills of like what's the word? Like cognitive. I don't know if it would even be cognitive skills. I don't know. Look, when you're defining the conscience, innit, it's a bit mad, innit? I just think about the fact that you can exist in like in your mind kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. Like it's, I don't know. And to say that evolved after the brain, when you need that to even know about anything, let alone a brain, to even perceive a brain, you need your consciousness. Like you can't, like this whole world exists within your brain.
Yeah.
Right?
But wait, listen to
not your
this.
brain. When I say your brain, I mean your mind or whatever.
Yeah, but if you damage your brain, you're not the same person, or you can have damages that are obviously permanent, that could make you not lose memories or whatever as well.
Yeah.
So
for that, what I would say is like the brain. So imagine you got a human, yeah.
For me,
you got to imagine
for me, the brain is the consciousness. Yeah.
No, listen. Yeah. Listen. Imagine you got a human, yeah. And he's normal with that, yeah. And he's driving along, and he gets smashed with another car, yeah. Instant death, horrific collision. You know what I'm saying? He gets fucking totaled completely, yeah, head on.
Yeah. So
obviously, you'd say that consciousness is gone. Why is that consciousness gone when his brain got destroyed? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, isn't it? Because why is it connected to like damage of a physical thing? You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't really matter in that. And
That's
I
what's
would say,
giving you the consciousness.
nah, I would say for that is the only way you can perceive your consciousness is whilst your body is intact, like kind of thing, while your lifespan is going on. And once you damage certain parts, you know what I'm saying? It's like this shit. Like say your brain, yeah. Like say your brain, yeah. Like like say if you get choked out, yeah. If someone chokes you out, yeah. You know, you're listening. Let's say you get like,
I'm listening.
like rolling or something like that, yeah, and someone just chokes you out, yeah. They're actually they're not cutting off the circulation of oxygen to your brain. They're cutting off the blood. And once that blood stops going to your brain and shit, like that's it. Like you go to sleep. Your brain is blood and shit.
Oxygen getting cut off or the blood that gets cut off. If any damage happens to the brain,
yeah,
and that's where the issue starts, isn't it?
Well, that's where you can no longer perceive your consciousness.
You can perceive your.
You need your like physical. You need your physical to like actually. It's like imagine you got like I don't know, like a good example of like a train and a track, yeah. Like you need both of them, and like you can't have one without the other kind of thing. Nothing will happen. So like the second you separate them two things, it's like there's no connection anymore. So like it's like somehow your brain is connected to your consciousness, and when that shit's running correctly, you know everything's sweet. But once you disrupt that connection, that's it. But it's not to say that consciousness is disappeared. I don't know, but I'm just saying, innit? Like that would make a lot of sense to me as well. You know what I mean? Like your body is like a kind of like a modem or some sort, or like some sort of a not a modem, but like a receiver.
Hey, bro.
Hey, Renegade Ralph. I don't know what you obviously just displaying your ignorance there, bro. When you get choked out, that's the blood that stops going to your brain. And someone can quantify that to you, man. Go look it up about the triple LOLs and shit.
Listen, yeah. Sometimes you get choked out, yeah, and it's the wax, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
Trust me.
Were you talking about like Lil Roscoe, yeah?
No, I'm talking about now in the garden.
Have you seen that Lil Roscoe thing?
No.
Oh shit.
Oh, well, when he smokes the fucking.
When he smokes the wax. Funny, man. No, but you know what I'm saying though, yeah? Like, what do you think about that point of like, how can the consciousness be a byproduct of the brain when you can only perceive what you think a brain is? Like, for you know, you might be in a simulation right now. You know what I'm saying?
But what the guy showed me, the paper that I watched here and in the video that I played today was basically the people was showing how your consciousness was linked to your senses, to your I think was it your nervous system or something like that. You know what I mean? Like development.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
I think he was saying it was either linked to your senses or your nervous system or something like that.
Who was?
To the development of that, the consciousness of your brain.
Linked to your nervous system or not?
It was in the paper that I read yesterday. I'm going to put the link to it, yeah? I'm going to put the link to the paper, yeah? In the private chat for you. So
where do I see that? Well. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Oh, what, can you see it already? I ain't in there yet.
Actually, no. I know where the private chat is, but yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
This one here, yeah?
Yeah, the private chat store. Yeah. I'm gonna put it in there in a sec stuff.
But like I said, I'm probably doing this argument bad, like I'm not doing it justice, to be honest. But then again, probably neither are you, innit? Like, we don't know. We're not experts in the field of fucking.
Anyone that's an expert in the field is listening. they're like, bro, these two brothers are talking shit. You get me?
Yeah,
So,
for sure. The philosophy guys are looking at me like, shut up, please. And like the neuroscience, like the neurology or whatever guys are looking at you like, like it's a mad thing. But guess what? Yeah,
what?
like, but you know what? Yeah, like these like professors and that, yeah, and these experts in these field, like if you start like more time, anytime I've ever like been interested in like a field, I just wanted to quickly see what the experts say on it, yeah. I've almost never been in a situation where all of them are in like agreement, consensus. Because like if you look at like cancer treatment, yeah, like some people will say this is the best way of treatment, this is the best way of treatment. And like a lot of the medical people will go off script, innit? What they've been like, what their field, not what their field, but what their wherever it's led them in it, like so that they're very big, yeah, since the 80s on like suppressing like immune systems and shit like that. They think, oh, okay, this is the best way to deal with it. Like, but as time's gone on, like people are starting to like even people in the West are going to like more what you would call woo-woo types of medicine to heal themselves. You know, which is contrary to what all the scientists and that, and you look at the numbers and you're like, shit, some people are healing themselves through alternative forms of medicine. That might be a good topic for you to discuss and see what everyone says about that. Because that will bring in like the chakaras and then the medicine mans and all them man, and then that would also bring in like, you know what I'm saying, like the other guys and that, the medical guys. So let them not clash. It's quite befitting for this channel.
I gotta say though that Dr. Sabi got debunked on the panel the other day though. Still, man, jokes him up still.
It's not just Dr. Sabi's like a poster child for like, you know what I'm saying, like that type of wave, but it's not just him in it. Like even they will all, like I said, Far Eastern medicine will like, I mean, ancient medicines and shit like that will like probably be different to like, you know what I'm saying, African, you know what I'm saying, different like tribes in Africa, what they was putting together, you know what I mean? And they would probably have different little things. And that will probably be based on then like the nature or the natural habitat that was around them, like the little herbs and like whatever was in their area. But for us, as like people that are living in the 21st century, and especially like right now, we've got eBay and shit like that, we could just get all this like, you know what I mean, like Himalayan salt coming from here, and you know, goji berries coming from over there, and you're gone.
Obviously, I believe that, like you're saying that prevention is better than cure, but
for sure,
because obviously once you're sick, trying to get healed, it's a different thing, innit? So, 100%. And that obviously, if you can use natural medicine, then probably would be the best for you. But if you have to go to something stronger, then boy, you get me?
Yeah,
you have to go. You have to go to where you're going to get the best treatment, or to use the expert in their field, guys. Trust me, because like you say, man.
Yeah, but it depends, innit? It depends, like Vel, it depends, yeah, because like people have different types of like serious type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Some guy could have like fucking, oh no, like I don't even want to say the C word. You know what I mean? But like everyone's got like different things. Like some person can have like let's do a simple thing. Like someone can have really like his blood might be really toxic and shit. You know what I'm saying? And did you hear about that treatment? So this treatment's quite exclusive, right? Well, everyone's it's probably trickled down because so many celebs have talked about it. You can only get referred as well. You can refer one person into this clinic and shit. It's in Germany. But what they'll do is they'll like take your blood, yeah. They'll take 2 pints or 3 pints of your blood, yeah. So you fly over there and they'll take blood out of you, yeah. And what they'll do is they'll take that blood, they'll spin it, and they'll do all these mad things. Yeah? You know when they put in that, you're gone? Huh? Yo, you saying something? Anyway, yeah, friggin', what was I saying? So they'll take your blood, yeah, and then can the chat hear me? Yeah. What the flip's going on? Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, so basically, friggin', I don't want to be up here talking to myself, man. You man, jump in. You man take the piss, you know that?
Yo,
man.
Yeah, man, I got a phone call still, man. So
say
yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. So God, do you want to repeat the point that you were sort of making? You're talking about natural medicine and all them sort of things there.
I was talking about natural medicine, and then you was like, "Oh, well, you want to go to the experts in the field," and I was saying, I was about to tell you this little sly shit that's going on. It's not even that sly anymore. Like everyone's doing it. That's like got the paper. You know what I'm saying? And what they do is they go to the certain clinic here, in, I think in Germany, but they do it a lot of places. There's a lot of type of shit like this, stem cell stuff like that as well. People are doing of plasmas of babies and shit like that. This shit's well known now. But anyway, what it is now they'll take your blood. So you go there and they'll take like 3 pints of your blood. Yeah, I don't know the exact amount, but just imagine they're taking like 3 pints of your blood, and then you leave. And they'll call you back in a couple of months. And what they'll do is they'll spin that blood, yeah, your blood, do some crazy shit with it, yeah, separate all the mad stuff out of it, yeah, take all the good stuff out of it, yeah. Obviously, I'm simplifying it, yeah. Call you back, and they'll inject that back into your body. After that, you're like a newborn baby. Your blood is like fresh to death, nothing. Because a lot of your diseases and shit come from your blood, innit? Your blood's all fucked up, like over the years. You've made it so toxic. You know what I'm saying? You've not cleaned your blood. A very simple thing that a lot of cultures and tribes and that. Remember you were talking about prevention's better than the cure. Yeah. So a lot of these tribes will be taking blood thinning things and stuff like that and keeping their blood in prime condition. You know what I mean? Taking different herbs and whatnot, which are not accessible to us living in the UK because you know they don't grow here and shit like that. But obviously we have to do the knowledge and then get bits and bobs. I ain't saying you're gonna cure like someone's having a heart attack, give the geezer a thing because that's where you lot go too far. But in prevention, taking all that like watching people around me as well go like green, stop eating meat. I'm sure you know your brother's thing for time. Like there's a lot of people around for someone like me who's got quite a bad diet. And I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I see changes in people, this, that, and the other. So I from our own empirical evidence, I can see it works. You know what I mean?
Right now, give it a British Bulldog, cuz about vegan. Trust me. I said I'll get a cow in a head right now. Yeah. Choke him out like British Bulldog. You know, remember British Bulldog, David Boy Smith?
Yeah.
Remember that running headlock?
With the mullet and everything. Bomb.
Sure.
Yeah.
Two chicken headlock, brother. And box them, bro. Yeah, man. But it's true stories, though. Really and truly, obviously, the healthy eating is better than the unhealthy eating. It can preserve your life a bit longer, innit? And like the healthy living is probably much more better than unhealthy living.
I mean, Yeah, yeah. But obviously,
Man, just show me a picture.
The way you word it is a bit mad. Still.
I don't know if I could be a vegan. I can try and eat a bit more healthy than that still. Just vegetables and fruits all the time. I don't know, man. Try it before you have energy.
It's mad still. Mad.
Trust me.
Yeah. I'm listening. I can't even do two things.
Are you vegan as well, Emma?
Nah, I'm not. I'm not a vegan still. I'm not a vegan still. Like when I look at these brothers, yeah, like one of my brethren, isn't it? He's vegan, isn't it? But he used to eat meat. Like he used to eat pork and shit like that as well. Like he was fucking grimy dude. And he eats he don't even eat that no more, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm always like curious in it, like as to what it is, and I think every person's different when they just find that thing. Like, you know when you said about the headlock, it was funny in that, and I know what you mean, bro. Like I swear to God, innit, I've just been fasting, innit, and I do it to myself every night. I don't want to go through the whole thing, but like I'm
gonna try and eat something healthy and that, and at the end of the fast, you can start boxing. But yeah, it's true. But you know, maybe you should arrange the shit that you're gonna eat before you eat it. So, if you try,
no, I won't even talk about boxing the food. I won't even talk about that. I'm talking about friggin' watching how to cook food.
Okay.
Watching how to cook food all night when I'm fasting. I can't. I'm stupid, bro. I know so much about smash burgers and shit like that. I got all the tools, everything, bro, ready to go. And I'm thinking, boy, I love my meat, innit? You know what I'm saying? Steaks, burgers, and but I know that I'd rather not eat it because I just got a feeling it's not good for you. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather just eat it in moderation, like once a month or something. But these brothers, they go through something in it. They go through like an epiphany where they just do it. I don't know what it is. It could be a health thing. Like maybe they secretly went to the hospital and the doctor said, "Yo, you got this, that, and the other wrong with you," and you know what I mean. It's because you've been having this lifestyle, and they just think, "Fuck it." Or with another person, he watched videos of what was going on with the meat, and he just got sick of it. Like he went off meat after watching that shit. The cages, all this and the other, but that shit don't affect me for some reason.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Too big. My thing still.
So Mazza, what's going on with your chats though? Is everyone's what? I'm hearing it. No one's about.
Yeah, man. You know what happened, man? We was like asking for challenges. But maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe we draped everyone up too much, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm you know what I mean? But
I'm the smokeless flame right now, dude. You know,
double headlock. Yeah.
Oh, bless up.
Two man in a double headlock and making man cough each other's heads. It's like, bro. I think I got arms out from the block guys. Big gold. Everybody. The contribution, Mike. Come on.
Oh yeah. Keep it coming.
But hey, listen. You see, after you do your contributions or whatever, yeah, I don't see no fucking videos about. All right, listen, I contributed £10 billion.
Get out of it.
Nah, you have to put me on every time you get me. Yeah, I don't want to see none of them.
Bro, I want a free t-shirt saying Veli.
Come on.
Yeah, but blessings to everybody, man. I hope you lot got your little 2 weeks of sunshine and all them things there.
Yeah,
on a real thing.
I've got a bit of a suntan and them things. You hear me?
Yeah. But I heard brother is it's not Abdul or Ahmed. I'm gonna try and be too.
Middlesex Omar.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, excuse me.
The Middlesex Omar, yeah.
I'm just trying to guess.
Have you met Omar before? Omar and Gold, have you met each other before?
Nah, but I've seen
No,
him around.
Gold. This is Omar. Omar, this is Gold. Yeah.
Oh, is this not that other brother that goes Speaker's Corner? No.
No, I go Speaker's
Corner. He's been before, but you ain't seen him on camera though.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You go to? I've never seen you there.
Oh no,
you don't go.
Yeah, no. I mean, I used to live in Major Road, funny enough, but yeah, I mean, I don't. I've got too many other things that I've got going on in my life. So the internet's the best I can do really at the moment. But you did mention something about being a receiver, you know, and being a receiver. Oh my God! Yeah.
Real quick.
So I mean, what do you go for? Like Turkish delights, African, or is it your pinkies? Big things. You only deal with the big things. No, I'm really joking. No, honestly, I didn't actually mean that. No, but being a receiver. Pause. Rewind. And basically, yeah. So, like, you don't like me. I study computer engineering. Okay. I wouldn't say that I'm a guru, but I wouldn't say I'm a layman either. But I do know, you know, I think I've only got my honor to do now, and then that's it. But what I do know, that the CD-ROM disk drive, right? That's your eyes. That's so when you break down the human body, but from the perspective of like, from the angle of like coming from a computer sort of definition, like how you would break down like the makings of a computer, yeah, the design, how that's formulated, yeah, how that's put together, is you could build up a possible theory in regards to the human body and how it receives data and what and do you know the rest of it, like what different how they got the ideas from the human body, specifically
to come in and philosophize after on that, because I'm sure that there's
the fan would be you know, in regards to like a mechanism to clean us, you know, the system out. So on the CD disk drive would be,
and if you destroy
the eyes, and the floppy disk would be like the gone.
If you destroy like that part, that's the receiver, then can the thing be, all the other shit stops working, innit? You can't transmit it, right?
Well,
like
what I notice now is, you would need, there's multiple ways of you not being able to receive data from or information. So it's a bit more in depth for like, so say the human body, if your nervous system breaks down, you're not even going to move. You won't be able to move. Even your voluntary muscles can't even move. When your nervous system's apprehended to a degree where you're paralyzed, and it's paralyzing. And you know, your brain can stop, your lungs, all different ways of the computer breaking down. It's the same with a computer, a laptop, you know, so or a computer system. It's near enough the same, basically the same ways as well. When I did think about it, when you said what you said, you know, it's not hard to imagine that there is something that is obviously amassing all of the elements or materials in the world and could possibly be creating organic life form in the, you know, or different types of computers and different bits of objects of matter, and he's given some engines, some not, but he's creating in an organic you know, with organic actual tissue, as opposed to just basic sort of, you know, nothing that has really got much functionality, you know, in terms of being organic. But it's like, who would have created that person or that thing that created the life if there was someone who created us and we are just sort of organic robots? Who would have created that person? You know, it's so, I mean, it's just this whole thing which is just, I can't get around it, and no one's even tried to explain it, but it's this, you know.
So what concisely think about what you're asking now.
So what I was going to get to there was, it's just the whole thing where I can't understand if there was someone who created all of these things that were organic or something, or some sort of entity. How is he getting energy that is at rest to be in potential energy into kinetic energy? How is that happening? And where is where's the foundations for that to be in place? You know what I mean? That's the question we really should be asking before we get to the point where is, oh, how are humans created and how was all the matter in our galaxy or in the universe created? Because that's quite easy to theorize about, but it's the main thing is how did potential energy come into to be moving energy, energy with, you know what I mean, matter. What was it called? Was it like energy at rest, or energy in motion? I think that was what is it. So that's like, how can something just come from literally nothing? Pretty much.
Okay.
How can something that's got functionality and a motor and a reason to be sort of existing from nothing to something? You know, how's that? Like, how is that possible? And what stages have we got to? I mean, like, even when you talk about the Big Bang, okay, that's where life started on the Earth, but where the fuck did that come from out of space, and why was it flying and projecting towards Earth? And I mean, what happened? What came about? What created these planets and the template?
But what does this make you think when you like when you ponder and you think all these things in your head? Like,
well, it all goes back to the origin of man and how life started. So that's what it's all based on, man. I mean, and the consciousness, that's just like a good couple of stages on from that. And I've only had it explained to me to the basics. It's like, I heard something like consciousness, everything was conscious in itself or in of itself, so it could see outwards, but it wasn't aware of itself. And then it changed from consciousness of everything became conscious of itself. So before it was just conscious in itself, and then it became conscious of itself. So it obviously multiplied and saw other things that were, you know, it's like, and it still doesn't explain it. So this goes back to what I read earlier on in the chat. It's so way more explainable with all of this stuff put together. And I believe the atheists know at this stage, with all the technology we've got, that we obviously know things it's not even unknowable. It's unknown because we don't know it and they know it. But we all know that, given all of these little things about, you know, your body losing weight over, you know, in your death, how are they not able to measure that when they can build things like HAARP, CERN, fucking hadron, make hadron colliders split and be able to actually identify what a hadron collider? If they can do that, do you honestly think that they won't be able to have some sort of, be able to identify what actually leaves a body at your time of death. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I hear that stuff.
That's how we know it's definitely a lie. So all these people say woo 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 woo. You're saying woo woo, but really in their gut feeling, what they're doing is their agenda that is lying across their brain. And because they're a bit intellectual, it kind of it adds an extra fucking layer to the brain. But ultimately, judging by what we've done so far, there's nothing that I can actually even rule out. When it comes to what we've already can actually thoroughly explain, but they're just going to lie to us. So we're sitting here arguing about what's this and what's that and what's not. The atheists are literally going backwards. They're not even willing.
Listen, louder, man, louder. Listen. What do you think about? Was that you that was battling the other day on Jedi?
Don't take it personally, man. I mean, I've heard a lot worse.
I'm not atheist. I'm not atheist. I'm Muslim.
Yeah.
Listen, I just think allow the atheist talk, but there's no atheist here now. Anyway, where's everyone fled off? When I come around, everyone's cut. But anyway, you know what's funny? Yeah, that was a crazy battle the other day, bro. Who was you battling against? You and Khan. Oh my gosh. You man had me in stitches, dying of laughter, bro. That was funny.
So wait, hold on a second. Wait, 1 second. Let me just ask a question because it seems like
Ashkenazi Jew time.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
That shit was hilarious.
Would you see atheism as something that was equal to, like, say, theist religions? In a sense of, do you feel getting scrutiny, as some people would like to say, is something that would be taken just as hard for an atheist than it would be for a theist?
Bro, you're taking too long to just say a sentence. Ask me a question in a sentence, otherwise I can't concentrate.
Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry, I'm just trying to get what I'm trying to say out thoroughly. Like,
no, you don't have to say it thoroughly. Before you say it,
you think they're going to be offended by it? Basically, people are going to be offended by me saying what I said.
Some atheists and that probably, yeah. They're a bit touchy at times. But I don't know if they are. Like, everyone's different. Like, some people are a little bit, because if you think about this, right?
See, that's not really the question I want to ask you.
All right.
You trying to hurry me up and being borderline rude was just...
No. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be rude. Because I don't know what you was like. Honestly, I can't follow it. I can't follow it. I just thought I'd rather be straight with you. I can't follow it. You know what I'm saying?
No, right.
Yeah. Now go on. No, say it in your own way. Go on. I'll listen.
I was just saying. I just think.
Do atheists get?
I think Muslims value and Christians or Jews value atheism and the belief way more than.
Hey, listen. Hey, go. Listen. Where's the smoke at, B? Where's the smoke? The smoke at Joe. Where's the smoke? I'm here. You get me?
I mean, I'm starting to think that you're becoming more of a believer of the spirit, because it's like it's what your mind's drawn to a lot more often, and there's what the subjects are coming up. Them topics are coming up more often than not. So we know it.
You're saying by me disproving the spirit, I believe in the spirit.
No. And for someone to say, there's people, scientists looking at us and, just probably thinking, what are you talking about? No, because I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that difficult.
That's why. I said that. Yeah,
it's that much of a hard equation, so to speak. I mean, I reckon it's just basic. I reckon it's very, very basic.
Yeah. So wait, God, was you gonna ask me a question or?
With me, no. I was just finding out emphasis on it, but I don't know why that came about. But I think I was just emphasizing that atheists are not willing. The problem with atheists is that they're not willing to sort of explore something that's unknown and unknowable. to me is just like you're gonna have whole, if you was in that way inclined and you want everybody to be that way inclined, you have no sci-fi movies. Literally.
Do you know what? Hey,
Let me ask. You two going backwards and forwards is going to be like a repeat of all the time, yeah. Let me say something nuanced to like this argument, yeah. I would say to that in gold, yeah. Like I would say you're painting. What they say, you're painting everyone with the same brush. All the atheists.
Why I say that is because,
yeah.
Why look, everything that we've had really sci-fi wise is all really come from. I could see the link between that and a lot of actually African folktales. Many of them, and what we've seen as realities, everything's come from Africa, right?
Sure, Lion King, Black Panther.
What is making a film got to do with believing in God and not?
Huh?
What's making films got to do with believing in God or not?
Yeah, let's just hear his point though. I just want to hear it because I don't know what he was how that's related to the situation anyway. But let's hear it. Go on then, King.
I didn't say anything about making a movie. You talking about?
No, you're saying like a lot of movies are coming from sci-fi movies are like based upon African spirituality. Okay, what's the? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about your.
I would just say quickly, just to interject you. I would just say that basically, right? Casting like painting all atheists with the same brush, yeah, or like painting all Muslims with the same brush, or painting all Christians with the same brush. We've learned now of all these panels and different types of shows and like different experiences that everyone's different. You know what I'm saying? Does atheists breed that type of behavior where they start cutting off all types of whatever they deem that they can't, quantify?
I mean,
maybe they don't nurture because they say that you have to nurture your soul and mind, body, and soul, and if one of them is off synced and stuff like that, so they do. And in Islam, your imam goes up and down. So, like, we know that all these different cultures in the world say that you can actually diminish your soul, or you can make your soul flourish, so to speak. Yeah. So if that's true, and they're the experts on souls, because scientists and that don't even delve into that. So we have to say that if the soul is true, then these guys would be the experts, the guys with ancient knowledge that learned how to cultivate the soul and what kills the soul, shit that we would consider stupidness. Then that could be something to look into. Like, does atheism kill your soul without you realizing? Because if you don't believe you got a soul, then you kill it, then you lock it away.
Well, what's a soul, first of all?
Well, again, like I said in it, without going into like wasting time on that question, why not just go, all right, if I do have a soul, yes, and it's true, but I can't detect this, that, and the other in 2020, because we don't have the apparatus to actually, detect the shit. You know what I'm saying? Stuff for love.
Wait, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let me ask you.
Wait. We're gonna go on tangents.
Are there groups of people in Hyde Park that like walk around like as atheists? Like, is there actually quite like a little sort of atheist corner or something?
There's a lot of atheists, but they kind of move like discreetly, like it's
Okay. All right.
But to be fair, you don't get like atheists that are like what we would deem to be like crazies that I know, but maybe actually, yeah, maybe you do, a couple of them, but generally speaking, yeah.
So yeah, ask your question again, bro, because
yeah, I don't know. I've forgotten what it is now.
I mean, like they're thoroughly on, like completely locked away.
I was having.
I tell you what, yeah, between King Gold and Middlesex Omar, yeah, would you two be able to Gold? You can go first, yeah. Would you just be able to give me a definition of what you feel like a soul is, or what it could be?
What are you saying? Is it that Is it that the guy looks like a yeti? The guy with one brain cell that walks around. No, I mean, there's some guy that walks around. What's his name? And he's like, "We ain't going nowhere." Is that him too? Is that him?
Who? Me?
You know, this guy's we ain't. You know the guy, the troll, man, the troll, bro.
Menace.
Yeah, Menace.
No, that's an idiot, man. That's
All
not.
right,
That's Omar.
Allow it, bro. All right, cool. All right.
So give me your definition. Go
on. What's that?
Go. Give me your definition. Yeah, you go first before Omar.
Listen.
Yeah, Omar, let go first. Yeah, go first. Yeah.
I'm not doing.
Give us your definition of what you think a soul is.
Because I'm not getting drawn out into an argument of go and tell me.
I'm not arguing with you, man. I just want to because maybe listen to the point that you said. Yeah.
Modern when you cut out. Now you don't want to talk about a soul conversation. You lot, like,
really? Why you want to beef thing, Omar? Bro, I know you want to slap someone's head.
On a beef thing? Are you mad?
You got your fist clenched, bro. Just relax, man. Chamomile tea or something.
Okay, go on then.
What? Look, yeah, but the soul, bro. How do you explain the soul if we ain't even tried to explain the spirit? Well, we haven't had a thorough definition because there isn't one. There's still the unknown in it. It's not the unknowable, but it's definitely the unknown. Like the unified field force theory, whatever the hell it is, Einstein's theory, it's still unknown. So, I mean, at this stage, they want to tell us stuff that we know already. Or people can easily find out just by opening their fucking eyeballs. Yeah, but explaining the soul is going to be pretty difficult. Like you said, it's definitely connected to your nervous system 100%, because when your nervous system is jeopardized, you can barely even think, let alone do anything. Very melanated, like little sort of splats of paint inside your brain and the surface of your brain, and the most darkest melanated parts of your brain are the ones that are the most active when it comes to you or functionality of your body. Definitely electricity is something that aids the cells to so it's just like the plug in a wall with a plug going into the back of the computer to power you up. You know, that's where's that currency coming from? That's what we need to know. Where the fuck is the plug connected to? Where's that energy coming from? Because we know when there's no sun there, man can run around and do what the fuck he wants. So it can't necessarily just be the sun. Obviously, everything would die without it, but maybe you just run out of energy, and after a while, everything just dies, isn't it? And organic just dies organically, like as opposed to just powers down. Maybe like you rot, you decompose, and that's the same thing as you just having no energy in it. But the difference is computers don't rot, depending on what the external environment is like. But yeah, so we've had a spiritualist in here. Very, 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 it seems like determined one to find, to actually try and research, has come, explained it to a good degree. But I've listened, I've meditated to someone who can explain it quite thoroughly, and I still about a 0.5% right now. So, I mean, I think like Omar said, if we will invite a lot of people just like Rob, like all these men that know that you can't get an answer for it, so they come and try and tear you apart. But even though they didn't have anything that was close to explaining something, they just shut you down. So I mean, I think it would be interesting actually to get all the spiritual systems concept of origin of man and the way everything came about, and just present it all together in one day, just quick, digestible, and then do a comparative, then come up with a median or something that has got too many things that intertwine or interconnect. Hey, the interconnectiveness of the interconnectivity. Okay. Do you know what I mean? And then we may have something, metaphorically speaking. Yes. Listen, this isn't a good time to go on Pornhub, quickly run to your bed, have a wank, and come back just because you've got loads of sun going on and you're in lockdown and you're fucking bored as hell. I know I'm boring, but stop wanking off. I mean, excuse my language, and come and give me what your perspective on the soul, please.
What? Man, stop bawling, man. There you go. Stop the blood clot crying. You get me? You're ball for. Jeez. You don't want that work from Robin Hood, them man. There.
No, you know what? To be fair, I actually don't, because let me be honest with you. I have to pause what you're saying, rewind it, go onto Google, and then I have to try and figure out what he's doing. Basically, what Omar just tried to accuse me of doing, chatting bare shit, waffling, and I probably was, to be fair. So sorry, mate. But yeah, but he says all these, like, people can use elaborate words to make their argument sound a bit more believable, which a guy, I give him all his due, and anybody that can actually grasp the English language, I actually give respect to. So it's not a shot like that in that respect. But for you to break me down to a level which is not really fair, but because they're in science, they've been able to disprove and rebuttal every type of woo-woo or type theory. So it's quite easy to shoot things down. But it would be very interesting, because don't forget, was it 22 pounds leaves your body at death? And for you to tell me that they can't figure out what exactly that 22 pounds is, just shows me that there's no point us even speculating, because what them little pieces of shit are doing is putting their hands together like Mr. Burns and just sitting there and laughing. And go, just like our ancestors, we fucking gave them no books, and these retards are talking this woo-woo shit. Woo-woo, excuse my language, woo-woo stuff. You see what I'm saying? Them man there, they just took everything. How do you not be able to explain what happened with that 22 fucking pounds, bro? What leaves your body? How can you not explain that?
Yo, come on, people, dude. Kind of, man. What you crying about, man?
What's going on? No, I'm saying, how can you not explain the 22 pounds leaving the body? I just don't know how people can't explain that.
I think that was already that's quite old science, you know.
Yeah, that's been rinsed.
Yeah, I think that's been discarded now. I think you might want to try and look at some of the up-to-date stuff and see if there's you know what I mean, like anything in there you have an issue with that you might be able to ask questions about.
Yeah, so what about an overview, bro? Are you out and about? You
What did you say?
You sound like you're out and about.
Yeah, man. I just walked into the shop still.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna get out of the shop down there. So.
Around, yeah. Where do you want to get out?
Who is crying today? Yellow tears. I see. Atticus. That was that. Oh, that's not. That's mean. What's yellow tears? Changed blood. Nah, I ain't crying, man. I just feel like they're just lying, man. They got all these sort of different different ways of picking up different type of matter through various different ways of manipulating. Huh?
Yeah, man. So what are you saying, man?
So they manipulate like microscopes and stuff, so they can be able to see in different types of infrared and. So how can they not see
different what?
How can they not have anything to be able to see light photons or whatever do you call them coming from a body? If they can pick up particles, sort of these particles.
They can pick up what?
They can pick up matter, all this dark matter, or what is it, hadron collider, some sort of matter like that you can't see with your naked eye in labs, but they can't do it with a dead body.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's suspect, bro. Very suspect.
Yeah. It's not fair. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Crazy. God's a man crazy. Nah, we're insane. Hey. Bruv, everyone was in the building today, man.
Yeah,
but no one didn't have an argument against the points that was made, bro.
Yeah, it's an ongoing battle, man. I mean, I think yesterday they
you know, ongoing battle, man. It's just like recurring Duppies popping up. Duppy reloaded. This is like Duppy show reloaded. Every day, a new Duppy pops up, and then it gets Duppy, then pops back up. It's bad. Duppy's mode. Yo, crazy. Trust me. ADO.
Do you think listen, Benny, do you think if we start creating bodies, human bodies, like literally human bodies, like limb for limb and all of the rest of it, would you go as far as say, actually human was created by some sort of alien entity, which we could almost say was God, maybe? But organic life form and life force can be manifested, no? From human.
Life form can be manifested from what?
So, if you wanted to create organic life form with something that has, you know what I mean, senses and what you would say a nervous system. Yo, Belly, would you go as far as would you go as far as to say that science has? I mean, would you go as far as to say that, like, okay, you might start believing a bit more into the, I suppose.
You must be crazy.
It's because we're like.
Hey, one sec, yeah. One sec, bro, yeah. But carry on talking. I'm still listening.
All right. By the origin of man, if we can create organic beings, right, from elements, not just from other humans, because then that would just be like DNA strands and all the rest of that fucking shit they're doing. But if you was be able to actually do it like you was creating a computer, you know, and it was totally organic. Well, if you look at the latest Star Trek, man, they're depicting all them aliens. They're all black. If you look at their faces, they're all black men. All them alien fucking Star Trek enemies are black men, and they look black.
Who does? Yo, did you say that all the enemies in Star Trek are black?
Hmm.
Oh my gosh.
But they're all.
Yeah. All right, King Gold, you're nuts, man.
No.
I'll go on. Yeah, you're too nuts still.
It's true though. Go on, look at the newest Star Trek. All them black people in there, all them aliens there are black.
Yeah.
So I reckon there's black people, aliens are the protection of the planet, and they're only allowing us to have it because really and truly a black person's actually ruling it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get you.
Yo.
So go on, carry on.
I'd say a black person's really ruling this planet, and there's black people floating around in the galaxy, in our universe, in our Milky Way, undetected or detected, and everybody knows about it. But they only allow this because a black person really runs the planet.
I don't know about that, man.
If you want to, you can float away, bro. I'm telling you, you can charge up like Saiyan, like Super Saiyan, and you can actually fire, yeah, energy pulses in the form of Hadouken, and you can generate force where you don't have to punch a man and fire him, bro. I've seen it.
Yeah. I don't know about that, bro.
It's the cheat.
Sounds a bit mad still.
Yeah, man.
Sounds a bit funky, man. So what Star Wars did you see? Yeah. Can I get throw away that as well, please? How much is that, pound?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave that. Can I just let please? Yeah, throw it. Yeah, the 50p one. Thank you. Yo, sorry, I'm just in the shops, man. Cheers.
Yeah, them man are black.
Yeah.
But they look ugly. They didn't make them nice looking. They just make them real big heads all around everywhere on their head.
but when they done the finding of when they do the cranium thing, Rob, they always say that the Europeans got the larger skull. So
the European has actually got a larger skull.
that's why they're saying why are you saying that the enemies are in Star Wars are black because they got big heads?
Well, no, they made the black people have bigger heads and they just blow them on off. Yeah, but I think a lot of questions will be answered if once we can actually get out into space and do research.
Yeah.
So I know I believe that the Russians and the Chinese have way more when it comes to information, just because of that alone. But
hey, one sec here. I'll carry on talking about. I'll listen to you.
Yeah. But I mean, was there life on Mars? I mean, we don't even know if people got on the moon yet, man. I'm saying, bro. So whilst we're sitting here thinking about other things, I would go to war with these people just to have the ability to go out into space. That's all I forget about fighting for black fucking freedom and human rights as we know it. I'll just fight them to go out into the fucking space. How you told me I can't build a spaceship to go out into space, and you're talking about airspace? Fucking someone needs to pick that motherfucker up, box him in his face, and bump his head on the floor and say, "Look, what shit have you been smoking in Mother Earth? What the fuck have you pulled out this ground to make you think that Africans can't fucking develop?" Crazy. African, you're mad. Without Africans, there'd be basically probably to no fucking concept of fucking earth, water, fire, and wind. I'll be like, what's that fucking hit off my head? Oh, I did that wet thing.
Yeah.
So how you try and fucking tell me that crazy. Yeah, so I do believe that we definitely need to establish some sort of power up that we can actually go out and.
Yeah, but why do you think this? What's made you think that this is true? That they feel like. Yeah, what's made you think that?
Well, look what they're saying. Population control, population. There's too many people here. Well, I don't want to smell your fucking dog fucking smelling backside anyway. So I want to get off this planet. So look, let me go to the airplane. I can go for a big cruise. We can discover things, meet up with other fucking alien life force, slid into a black hole, and then just be like, yeah, we're the first people to do this. Woohoo! To nothing. Kapow. You know, whatever happens. But for the fact that we're not even able to compete with man like China. So there's a little man who's only however many years old, 8,000 years old. All right? And the ambassadors of sacred geometry can't even fucking get something to project out of our gravitational pull and into our Milky Way. I mean, that's just ridiculous. We should be able to do it, even though we can't even get to the moon right now. That's how retarded our current Western fucking civilization
is. There's been trips to the moon and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what they say.
You're saying because the moon's in the Earth's gravitational pull. You're saying that you want to see trips further than the moon.
You throw something forever.
They've sent like missions to take pictures of Mars and all this sort of stuff like that as well, bro.
Oi, Ben, if you're in London, come to London, bring your mama, and I'll show you a magic trick. But anyway, what was that question?
I said they've sent missions to Mars to fucking see what the surface is made of and taking pictures and shit like that. So, what'd you say about that? What'd you say about that, Mr. Gold?
I can go.
Believe in space.
Yes, I could see.
Do you feel
getting out there?
You're a flat earth, wait, hold on. You're a flat earther.
Am I what?
A flat earther.
No. I mean,
but you don't believe that you don't believe that NASA's been as far as they say they've been, or any sort of.
Yeah, I think they've gone out to be able to see it, but I don't think it's flat. But the thing is, I don't think humans have gone up there. I think they projected machines up there. They've launched machines into that, into space. But I don't think that there's human beings that have been able to even withstand.
To space, yeah. You don't think there's been humans? What about this International Space Station?
I think there's people that have just broke, the gravitational.
Japan's been to the moon as well.
Just above our. Huh?
Know that. Japan's got a camera that goes around the moon that you can watch your live feed 24/7.
Yeah, but as I said, objects can go up there. But as far as it goes from there, there's too many problems that you face. Rapid degeneration physically, even though you're doing an hour a day, anaerobic and aerobic exercise at zero gravity. Still, what's the disabled in about 5 years? A heart problem.
What do you think the issues are? Why a man couldn't go to the moon?
You're more likely to fucking winning some sort of huge odds on a bet. Like not a lottery sort of odds, but I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong. So I don't think there's that much resources. But to be fair, like you've got to get so much right for it to be successful. And especially,
what haven't they got right?
It's down to the human body.
To the moon.
Well, I think they're lying about how far and how long and how you know what I mean. how difficult it is. That's what I believe. I reckon they're lying about it. They're going on like this every year. People just casually go off to the moon. No.
Why would they lie about it?
Because they're lying. They don't want no one else. So it's like once something's already done, no one else really wants to kind of do it after that, unless they want to set a record. But
They lied about it because they don't want no one else to.
nah, that's of course, man. Bro, I feel
What
honestly,
about
every time I wake up, I feel like
So
there's like a
saying
little
America lied about going to the moon
there's a little
because they don't want Russia to go to the moon. America and Russia have been to the moon. So they're both lying as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
both lying.
I would say 100% Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong is all just lies. Maybe now, possibly. Due to the rapid and quick progression of technology. But back then, like what we know now as common knowledge, which builds up everybody's concept of reality and truth, everybody's saying now that they didn't go. So it's more, to me, more people than none. They're not saying that it is a lie. So now, according to truth, that's the truth. Or yeah.
You got a lot of crazy beliefs, you know, Gold.
I'm not saying it's a fact, but it's what we know is the truth. Huh?
What you know. What do you mean what you know?
It's what we told is the truth, but it's not a fact. Man,
How would you verify
everything on the fucking,
how can we verify what's facts? and what's
possibly on the
fiction?
face of this earth? So, huh?
You say that the moon landing was possibly a place on this earth?
No, I said they've lied about everything possibly on the face of this earth nearly. So why are they gonna tell the truth about?
Yeah, but that's what I asked you. I was like, right, so how are we going to determine what the truth is and what the lie is between what we're told?
So what a lot of people are saying now is that half of the DF, the Department for Education, is just lies anyway. So you can be talking about historical happenings, names, dates, even down to fucking dinosaurs. All of these things, land, space, and exploration and the achievements, all lies, just lies. So personally, I want to.
The reanimator was to ask you a question.
Go on.
He's asking you, have you watched Horizon or The Sky at Night? Is that on BBC or one of them?
I don't know. I think somewhere something. But I'm not no.
So have you done, what research have you done into space travel possibilities? What needs to be achieved for them to go to space and them sort of things? What research have you done?
I'm not as thorough as say someone like Scientific Method, because that guy is quite impressive actually. What sort of facts and data he comes out with. But I have listened and had regurgitated stuff in regards to Russians dying from heart attacks because they've gone too far out and the pressure's gone too far. It's like going too far down in the ocean. You know, in a piece of water, even though it's more sort of, I'd say more of a harsh environment than space, possibly due to gravity. But they're saying that Russian doctors die from heart attacks. So,
but from what though? What did they die from?
Because the pressure in it, the heart attacks, so the pressure on
when they went to the moon.
Yeah. So the further you go out from Earth and you go to sort of more hostile environments, your pressure is going to change, isn't it? Depending on how much gas, what the gas is doing to the air. But and a lot of these guys, they're saying near enough a very big high percentage that are dying from heart attacks. So space exploration, from the black person's point of view, there was black people saying basically that, well, I won't say, but they're saying that like basically they kind of need black people in it, even further exploration, because black people's bodies are just built a lot stronger, so they'll decline physically, health less, not as quick. They would be able to take more pressure on their heart. All these things are taken into consideration, and but maybe that's a self-glorification thing. That's neither here nor there, not even relevant. But yeah, when it comes to space exploration and what is needed, I know that if you should throw a stone and it would keep on going, first of all, it has to break out of our gravitational pull. And then it have to break out of our, I think it's our actual galaxy, or no, sorry, it has to break out of the gravitational, the pull of the sun. Fucking hell, let me see that again. I swear I stutter more than fucking someone with Tourette's sometimes. You throw a stone, goes out of the gravitational pull, then it has to go out of the pull of the sun, and then it has to go out of the gravitational or the forces that wield, I think, a galaxy or together, or a Milky Way, which is good. They say is impossible. It's, even with the speed of light, it's impossible to break.
What's impossible?
To break through
What's impossible?
To break through our galaxy, a Milky Way. To break through that. They're saying that will be, yeah, they're saying it's without the speed of light, you won't be able to break it. I don't know how they formulated that into an equation, but that was something that is sort of like pretty much known.
So you believe them when they say stuff's impossible, but you don't believe them when they say stuff is possible. It's a weird approach to take, man.
No, I didn't say that, but due to, so say if something was moving 60,000 miles per hour, due to you just knowing about, just your intellect, bro, just having a basic understanding of dynamics and physics, you would know that that's not doable if you should jump in through that particular air through that air pressure. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. You'd disintegrate. So it's just like things like that I can understand, but it's like, so wormholes moving around, it's like a tornado, right? And then it's like what do you call it? The size of a bead or something tiny. The hole's like tiny, but they've established that the matter that floats around it is actually matter and is made of different things, like actual matter that we've identified. So I mean, what happens as a result of going through one is neither here nor there, because it never happened. I don't believe in our lifetime, or it's definitely the unknown. It's not the unknowable, because something has. If there's a hole, you can go through it. But but what I'm trying to say is, like, that's really spooky. Trying to say what would happen after going through a wormhole. We know what it's made of, so you can. It is quite proven what it is, what it consists of. But the results of you doing certain things to it and how you manipulate is you won't be able to do it because it's too powerful. It sucks things in towards it. That even comes. So if you go next to it, you're fucked. And there's one that is apparently one of the biggest ones they've ever seen, and it's in our Milky Way. It's in our immediate Milky Way. I don't know what they call it, but I know it would suck a star 2 million times the size of our sun in within about 1 million years. But considering the sheer size of it, 1 million years isn't a long time. 2 million times the size of our sun. So these things, you think our sun can't get pulled, or the Earth can't get pulled into a wormhole, you've got another thing coming. But yeah, there's so many different things that you could find out about this wormhole. There's so many different things. And Yeah, you can't. I mean, all it is just intellectual masturbation. It's not irrelevant to me, to be honest with you, to even go in that deep. To be honest with you,
and it's not relevant to you because you don't understand it.
no,
That's a bad way to look at things. If you don't understand it, then it's not relevant.
If I had a predisposition that was like a person who likes to be known as a know-it-all, or someone who get patted on the back, or just someone who just wants to be intellectually up to date, then yeah. But personally, when you've got a computer, you've got something called your memory, yeah, your hard drive. There's only a certain amount you can stick in your hard drive until you have to empty it out and then refill it again. Now, refilling my stuff with data that is not going to ever really be used to me in my immediate lifetime, it just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because actually, the more intelligent you are, the more of a target you are anyway, which I learned about when I was in school. Because the nerds got bullied, though. Yeah. So you can float around, start an all this intellectual beatdown. But them man are going to go for your pockets sooner or later. I say, yeah, you want to play the fucking smart bollocks. I'm going to kick you in your balls and take all your stuff. No, but honestly, I'm not saying that's a reason to be stupid. Honestly, I'm being stupid. But yeah, it'd be interesting for you to get someone on, bruv. That's actually maybe a scientist, an actual scientist. Because people coming on with what are they called? PhDs. I mean, yeah, in what though? Why? Because you can comprehend.
I go. Should I tell you a joke?
Information.
My girl said I've got a pretty PhD.
Have you got a PhD? In what though?
A pretty.
Oh, is that what she said to me?
Yeah. She said, Benny, you got a pretty huge.
Oh my. Yeah, so it'd be nice to get some of these scientists, man. I'd like to see one of these scientists on.
But what are you going to ask them a question about? You don't understand what they're talking about. That's the craziest thing about it. It's like, bro, you're listening to scientists. You got to understand science, first of all, to debunk it. When you debunk something, yeah, first of all, you have to understand it and then see the flaws in it and to be able to point out, oh, that's wrong, and that's wrong.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, so you give someone like young Pharaoh, he uses metaphors and examples and he breaks it down so a layman can understand it and an expert can take things from it. So all you guys laughing in the chat, things can be broken down to a level where people can understand it. I mean, jargon that is 12 letters long, which can be broken down and explained to a layman's terms, is more what I'm looking for. Not someone who's just going to go on and you have to pause it and then go on Google and then got to break it down. This is modern day learning. It's all condensed. It's all broken down. So the people who think they're really smart using these long words are actually getting burned out by the so-called retards on here, or the wise that are, the unsmart people. But they're getting schooled most of the time, to be honest with you. By the religious, narrow-minded people. Well, I'm just thinking. Honestly, so let me explain.
I think you need to watch back the shows. What's been happening, man?
Let me explain what I meant. So you have
boycotting this spot around there, B.
No offense. There's some real hardcore G's in here. I'm telling you, there's
Agony Avenue.
Yeah. There's been fighters on here, man.
Main Street.
But just layman that shit for me, man. Not everybody's this fucking super scholar and guru in science.
Ain't that the first point I made to you though? If you don't understand it, how can you debunk it? Get an understanding of it.
Oh yeah,
but you can find out the flaws in it.
You could you could break it down into a more simpler terms. Do you know what I'm saying? You can break it down to like.
Yeah, but why do they have to break it down into simpler terms?
Like a caterpillar.
Why did it come?
Like a
Explain why did they have to break it down into simpler terms.
What breaking things down to simpler terms is what they need to do to science.
Why?
For people to digest it more, because being really intelligent people with really explanatory words is great. But if most people can't actually understand these words and really want to even try and take the time to understand these words, which will leave you having less people to admire your work, to me is counterproductive. So when you've got someone like Pharaoh, who's probably one of the most biggest lecturers now on YouTube, the way he breaks his shit down, my little sister when she was 6 could understand that. So, but it's still in depth. It's still really in-depth knowledge. But it's just, all these brothers using all these fucking fancy words on that presentation you showed me. It was all well and good. I could break it down to a degree, but it's like we need something a bit more to the point, easier, just, what's the word? Simplified. And just a bit more explanation about things that we wouldn't necessarily know, or they're being up to people. If you can't refer to anything else, you should be able to explain it. But yeah, it's a good presentation. I mean, maybe you should be able to pick points from one of these presentations you're showing, and then we can sort of try and dissect the topic. Because yeah, I mean, I think I just want to know really what's a threat to me as opposed to these other things that aren't really relevant or not threats. The man wants to survival, innit? I want to know about my threats. So anything that's threatening my existence on this planet, I studied. So that would be food, my health, the enemy, wars, not this unrelevant. And Google it. Fuck all that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about all these other little side things. How much granite is inside this particular creation and what time did it come from? Were they mixing fucking copper with it? I give a fuck about compounds that ancient people used to use, and I don't care. What is more relevant to what's affecting us today? And anything that is jeopardizing your survival, jeopardizing our survival. Humans, black people, however you want to look at it. That's more important to me. So you ask me about anything about them subjects, I can tell you probably quite thoroughly. But about shit that is just not really going to affect you. And the unknown, yeah, you can speculate about it all you want. But to come up with a very explainable thing about the unknown, to me, is any counterproductive anyway. But it's not even really relevant anyway, because it's still going to be unknown, and you won't be able to explain it to everybody else because you'll either be in another lifetime or another paradigm or another different way of thinking. But yeah, man, nothing. I mean, just things need to be fucking explained more, bro, and broken down. There's too many ways of hiding things from black people. That's what it boils down to. Uneducated, man. They twist things around, lie about things. So yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like science and everything that encompasses it, but man can still talk about scientific things that actually are really affecting us today. So if people would like to definitely speak on this, on food, which is why I like Khan in particular, foods that affect us, I don't know, sort of Wi-Fi, 5G, any type of thing that's a chemtrail. Yeah, you could talk about it, but
Good old rant there, have you, Gold? You're letting it all out there, my man.
all this theory and all this fucking stuff, you know, it's just pondering about what.
So what is it that you have a problem with?
It's not a problem. It's just that black people ain't got the time to ponder about things that aren't relevant to our existence on this, whereas other races can, and that's just comfort.
Well, some people do, right?
It's not really a good reality.
James Jones and others obviously take the time to understand things. So what do you mean people don't have the time?
Well, I mean, I can understand things, but if it's not relevant to my survival and it has a direct effect on me and my life, it's not really that important. I don't think it should be. I think you should be filling up your hard drive with things that are actually more important.
Well, I mean, you can choose what you want to focus your time and energy on. But if you come in here asking questions for which there are some answers and you just don't know about them, and then you sort of monologue on about it, I'm not sure that paints a very good picture. If I came into an area that I didn't know much about and just monologue that I don't know anything and I haven't got time for it, then that would look pretty poorly towards me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, it's kind of like basically me indirectly saying scientists can't even 100% like validate or give validation to a lot of things they're saying.
Why do they need to give 100%?
As mainstream facts. They're going to.
Why do they need to give 100%?
Because that's what you lot are asking for when in relation to spirit. From what I'm taking from it, it's like you want a fucking equation on a piece of paper with every different little nook and cranny. Well, you pretty much an oxymoron. You contradict your hypocrite on your own self, because a lot of
what
science.
Have I said?
I'll say you, but I'll say atheists or the scientific community.
Well, I mean, other people do what other people do. You could critique each individual person. We're not all a monolith.
Yeah.
What have I said about?
Unfortunately,
have I at any point asked for
it's fact, actually.
Mathematical equation.
Not what the white man says is fact, actually.
It's not with whether it's a white man, black man, or yellow man, or anybody else. There is a set of facts to be known, and there's ways to go about best trying to find out what those facts are. It's irrelevant of your skin color. It's a methodology you employ to find out about the world around you. But the point being that I at no point have asked for a mathematical equation for a spirit or a soul.
Okay,
what have I asked for? Have you been paying attention over the last few days?
I've heard
what my view is on it.
You kind of take a shot. So I'm not like a devout spiritualist, so I'm not going to be like, "Oh, watch your mouth." I'm sure you've heard from a lot of, theists, but which is expected. But you can't really shoot. You're saying, bring me enough facts about or enough points to be able to make your facts stand up as something which is even remotely believable, which is, the words you're saying. I know you like to take the piss and have a little joke. But I mean, if someone's presenting...
I normally take the piss and have a joke. So when I'm speaking, it's normally a fairly serious endeavor. So it's rare that I'll take the piss or have a joke.
Well, you said it. You were being serious about kind of being condescending. But anyway, moving on from that, I would say...
Yeah, but you don't even know what my position is with regards to soul, or what my critique is against it. So you've misrepresented it, or you've suggested what other people think is what I think about it.
No, well, I've been listening, and to be honest with you, mate.
Okay. What is my position then, if you've been listening?
I just feel that you want someone to provide more evidence on something that's unknown, which is unknown. Would you agree with me? Would you say it's unknowable, which is even not neither here nor there either? Anyway, but okay, it's unknown. So I mean, a lot of these theories that we've seen now, wormhole, time travel, this, that, opening other dimensions, and all the rest of that stuff from CERN and the rest of it.
Okay, Gold. Obviously, you haven't heard what my critique is, or if you have, you've badly misrepresented it. So I'll do you the credit of suggesting that you haven't paid attention to what my critique is, so I'll repeat it for you.
No, but
you see if it's anything like what you suggest.
You completely throw, man, that the spirit theory away completely. Like
So my position,
anti it, but from what I can hear, but anyway.
My position is that nobody can define a spirit or a soul adequately, and as other people have acknowledged, there's thousands of different definitions for it. So firstly, somebody has to say what it is, why I should accept their definition, then how it is that we can go about detecting or finding out whether this thing exists, and what would it take to falsify their claims. Have you heard anybody substantially answer that in this entire week that we've had this?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay, can you name the no, you don't have to name the person. Name the argument and what you think the substantial response was to any one of those questions of mine.
Well, the interconnectivity of everything in the universe.
So everything's interconnected. Is a spirit or a soul.
The number of things that actually connect things together. I think there's at least, there's a lot of things. So like earth, wind, water, fire, wind, and then you'll have hydrogen, carbon. There's a part of that in every single thing that we know. So,
okay, so those are
material element-wise. That's the interconnectedness just there.
Yeah, so again, that's kind of a vacuous claim of interconnectedness. All you're really saying, or all other people are saying by interconnectedness, which is why I'm claiming it's vacuous, is because what they're really saying is, hey, there's all the subatomic particles that appear to be similar throughout the universe. But what we're really saying is, hey, that matter is made up of the same basic subatomic particles. So if matter is made up of the same subatomic particles, how does that get you to a soul?
So the interconnectivity, that's just one example of the interconnectivity.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is I'm rejecting the claim of interconnectivity, because in fact the accurate definition, rather than some vacuous feel-good definition, is that we are all made of the same subatomic particles. So that's the accurate representation of reality, not that we're all interconnected. Because what does interconnected mean? Everybody has a subjective.
See, what you're doing is you're trying to bring interconnected literature argument towards a theory, a scientific-based theory. Come on, man. You're trying to play word. I don't know what you're trying to do here, bruv. I don't know. I mean, personally, I know how you try and break things down, but
is it a rational thing that I'm doing to try and break this down, or shall I just accept
you're making it more
vacuous subjective claims?
No, you are making it more difficult. You are making, because I'm saying interconnectivity.
Yeah, I know, for people who want to have vacuous claims without being clear, right? I do make it difficult. You're right, and that's intentional.
If I was like, yeah, look, it's cold, you're not going to be like, I mean, it's cold, bro. You're not going to be like, oh, is it really freezing? I mean, it's warm. So, I mean, like, what I mean by the interconnectivity.
Yeah, that's a terrible analogy, but
no,
okay.
No, that's exactly what it is. If I mean interconnectivity, you may go by the meaning that is put down on Wikipedia. But interconnectivity to me just means exactly what you said. But you're trying to shoot down what I said like I was wrong. But what you said that I was wrong about it just means exactly what I said anyway. Like what I said already just confirmed what I like interconnectivity. But you're saying just because there's a part of carbon and hydrogen and everything, that means I mean like I don't know. See, that's why I big ratings to Shaka and all these guys because
why?
Because
you're making vacuous claims in the face
I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do, bro. I know it's because the English language is not so descriptive. We've got to use words that are generalizing something which probably in another language had an easy word to describe it and give you a better understanding of what it is. So I'm not saying, oh, this like this invisible force. The force.
What are you saying?
What I'm trying to say, maybe the force that created this interconnectivity, is something that no one's ever really going to be able to explain unless you go to
Why
that
would you think that it exists
and you
then?
come back somehow and you've got actual memory. What's it called? Long-term memory, and you can remember and you know then be able to speak on your experiences after you've left this earth or you've gone to Creator. And he identified himself or herself as a creator. But until then,
you
you
have any good reason to believe a creator, right? So you can speculate about all you want if it makes you happy, or it's an emotive argument. But I'm looking for a rational argument. So if somebody wants to make an emotional argument, they're welcome to. Then obviously they're playing a different game.
Can I ask you a question, though, Rob? If you I mean, so I'm sure you're aware of a lot of African theories and you know, the ways of the world came around and the origin. Do you subscribe to the general evolution, Big Bang theory, and sort of there couldn't have been a creator, and it just by, what do they call it, just by sort of accident that things have come together? I don't know.
Accident would imply that there's a way it should have been and wasn't. So that's begging the question.
Okay, so
potentially random, or maybe that it's a brute fact. Yes, either of those are most likely.
Just by chance. Okay, so just by chance, from the chaos has brought around these beings, which is these things, entities.
Well, you don't seem to be very well aware of the fundamental forces or the work into cosmology. And while I'm not an expert, that response tells me that you have no clue about these topics. People have discussed this. They've put forward arguments, etc. And so, you know, I appreciate it's not your area of expertise.
I'm not coming as a lecturer. I'm coming actually as a wide-eyed student, because apart from, you know, what you, I don't know what your mind's on right now, but I'm not actually trying to shoot down any of your intellect or your capability or say that I'm able to comprehend these things. But I do understand that the origin of man and what people's belief systems are. I've studied people's belief systems.
Do you accept evolution as the explanation for the diversification of species on this planet?
Adversification. Okay, so quite possibly, yeah. I think it's definitely possibly, but not to the scale that Westerners have put it, where other animals are losing strands of DNA and some are obtaining some, and then you've got something turning into a complete other different animal. I think micro changes is something that's possible. I think due to the snake venom test or whatever they did. But going back to evolution, so I mean, the basic explanation of evolution in my mind is not fresh. So I couldn't tell you, everything on this planet that is living started off in a one particular form in an ocean as amoeba 1 cell. I personally know that is something that they're using in mainstream, curriculum. But
are you somebody who accepts gold? Okay, I understand. Are you somebody that accepts mainstream well-attested scientific theories, or are you a skeptic of mainstream scientific theories that have been well demonstrated?
Well, I think people coming out of the water and amoeba 1 cells splitting, the changing of personally, I could see how that all fits together. So that is, yeah, it's explained. You're definitely right. It's explained, but let me be honest with you. It's no way greater explained than what the Kemetans did.
Of course it is. Way better explained.
It's not really.
And the fact that yourself and some of your colleagues want to appeal to people 2,000 years ago is like take off the rosy glasses and smell the reality of today. We understand more today than any human being has ever understood in the history of humanity. And you guys have this rosy-eyed view that people thousands of years ago knew more than we did. They have speculations like other human beings that couldn't demonstrate. They didn't understand the world around them, and we have a better understanding than ever before. So if you're going to deny what we understand today, you better have good reason. And appealing to thousands of years old people makes it kind of look rather ridiculous.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. All I said is that they had they definitely had similar story, which is near enough exactly the same, but they just didn't categorize all these animals and take note all within an encyclopedia or wherever you put it inside, a book.
Do you know why Darwin is lauded over the Cometans or anybody else? Do you know why?
Do I know why? The difference, what was it? Evolution is the difference between animals and the way they survive. I don't know the main reason why he was lauded, because I don't think he should have been lauded. Like I said, it's the mainstream that just choose what to value in terms of philosophy and theory and achievement.
Okay.
But why was he lauded?
Okay. So you don't know why he's lauded, but you think he shouldn't be lauded, even though you don't know why he was.
And I'm saying I don't personally think it's coming from a biased, unbiased heart. It's not sincere.
Why not?
Because I tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because someone by the name of Dr. Oyibo just finished the unification, the force field theory or something. Okay, it's like Einstein's theory. This thing would allow us to create force fields, unpenetrable, cloak ourselves, whatever. It's like the theory of everything. The guy's come up with it. He didn't even get any recognition. He'd been shot down. He should have won a Nobel Prize, but he didn't. So
and that's your expert opinion, is it?
Well, me being a person, even if I was someone hit me over the head, and I'd taken how many hits of heroin, I was lying on my back dribbling, I would still be aware that Dr. Oyibo or someone that had tried to achieve an amazing feat such as that isn't even recognized in the science industry. Why
do you think that is?
So
why do you think that is, Cole?
That is skewed. Is all about.
Why do you think he's not been lauded?
Why was he lauded over the Cometian? It's because you're asking me about something that's just so basic. It's because of racism. It's because of the white is right thing.
Okay, because he's of a different skin color, he's been excluded from the scientific community. But he's got this amazing discovery that nobody wants to listen to because he's a different skin color. Is that your view?
Where you at, bro? Yo, Veli.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there. I think you're delusional and maybe some reflection. I'm not sure if you're capable of that, but reflect things, get over the racial bias, that's the chip on your shoulder, and suggest that if somebody comes up with good ideas, they would be lauded if they can demonstrate it regardless of their skin color. Get over this. It's just going to hold you back, my man, and you're going to look like a victim. It's unhelpful to you. Let it go, my man, but thanks very much.
Rob, leave him, man.
Nah, he knows what he's doing, bro.
Yo, King Gold, what you done? Run off Rob. Shit.
Where you fucking bro? I was just
Why do you open doors what you can't close?
No, bro, what do you mean open doors, bro? He just ran. Devil man run. Veli, I called Veli to come back on because I just personally didn't want to stay in here because he knows what he's doing, bro. He knows what he's fucking doing, bro. He's being racist, bro. He's just trying to be fucking racist.
Yo. Rob is a man who try to intellectually deal with you, bro. He ain't trying to come off with that, bro. Don't allow your emotions to do that, fam. Yeah? You have to deal with Rob intellectually. The chance to deal with Rob, deal with him intellectually, bro. You can't be coming, ranting and raving with him. You don't work with Rob. Rob ain't James.
He's one little smile on his face. And he's like, that nigga.
Rob, come back.
No, we say that nigga is troll. He's triggered.
Yeah, man, you can't do that.
No, I really do. How are you, though, Patrick?
I'm good, though. You right?
Yeah, not bad, bro.
Yeah, man. So what? Who's gonna come up on the panel, man?
Yeah, man. Well, you done your exercises this morning. So do your exercises, planks, sit-ups, hip thrusts, all them things there, man. Yeah.
Well, you've been exercising, yeah, or you've been lying down, bro? What you been doing?
You know what happens? You know what happens if dormant cells? They turn cancerous. So on a micro level, dormant cells turn cancerous. First thing happens, cancerous.
What do you mean by that? Say it again. You lost me, bro. Say it again, bro.
Look, dormant cells mean cells that aren't moving, not alive, or not alive. There's no energy particles, particle energy is dead. There's no use for them. So dormant cells, when they're not active, they die.
What are you talking about? Dormant cells.
Dormant, just not active. Like active. In a sense.
Dormant cells. Yeah.
Dormant.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they can be, yeah.
So if you sit down for too long now, why they say blood clot? Why do blood clots happen? Because them dormant cells have turned cancerous, and you can be lying on your fucking down for too long, you'll get a blood clot blood. So when you think about, oh yeah, I'm lying down, doctors always talk.
So what? You got blood clots then?
No, bro. I don't lie down too long because I know blood clot is something that is very common for people who lie down. So anything that is directly life, you need to learn about family. Don't get fucking mixed up with all. Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to ignore you. I don't get mixed up with all these things that are not relevant. You got to figure out what's relevant to our cause, bro. That's what it is. They're trying to throw us off of all these other fucking possible theories, hypothesis, this, that, this, even down to spirituality. Now, I think is just about a good time to come into the psyche, as long as it doesn't just detract from the main goal, which is
are you reading from the chat?
Foot on our neck.
Are you reading from the chat, King Gold? My brother, are you reading from the chat?
No, I'm just reading I'm talking to the chat.
Oh, you're talking to the chat. Okay, cool. Very. I need some money in my PayPal, fam. Yeah. Thank you, fam. Pick up yourself. Go on, continue, fam.
Yeah. So
talk to the people then.
Captain, I liked your little roasting thing though, man. The little roasting session was funny, man.
Yeah, that's good, man. We'll talk about that another time when we're on the other man's panel.
Hopefully he's coming back next week with one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, we've been speaking about.
Tell me what's been going on. What's the topic?
I don't know. I mean,
what's the topic today?
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to do?
Oh, you tell me, bro. I'm done up here. Everybody's right off.
Do you know what we sound like? You know them birds in Jungle Book? You know the vultures? What do you want to do today then? I don't know. What do you want to do today?
Who?
I don't know.
No, don't describe me as that.
What do you want to do?
I was up on here and I heard that you and Rob's at it. I thought I'd jump on. Get me. Rob's jumped off.
I'm only joking. Rob won't be a racist. He won't be a racist. He was just being a bit dismissive of what someone holds as an idea. How factual it is or not is, I think, another thing is irrelevant. But I can see when someone's trying to troll people. I believe he's trying to do it, but he's still trying to. Because he feels he's convinced that he's right. It's like some people, they just try. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't want to talk about anybody in particular now. I'm saying some people come on and think they're right. They're trying like troll you, not caring that you can actually bring something to try and enlighten them. But
King Gold, but King Gold, King Gold, you got your views, you know. Remember this, you got your views, and you come up on this panel to express your views, yeah. And your views, not everybody else's views. You could only talk for yourself.
Yeah, but that goes without saying. But at least you got to allow someone to express themselves without trying to.
But you could. What I'm saying, you could express yourself as yourself, bro. Not express yourself as we in it. It's like I come up on here and I'm lost already because I don't even know where to start. Like Rob's come off when I was in the chat. Rob's on the panel debating with you. When I come on, man's gone off. So I don't know what's been going on, bro.
To be fair, I don't think you and he would be a very good debate, to be honest with you, because I mean you're very genuine, just open, clean.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave you at this point then, yeah? I'll come back on later or something.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, big up yourself.
I mean, I didn't tell him to leave. I didn't tell you to leave, Rob, man. But to be honest with you, but like you know what you're doing, bro. Without, I know what you're doing, bro. I know why a lot of people even say woo-woo now, bro, because of you. You know what I mean? It's cool, but I don't care. I'm not that emotionally invested in it, all the rest of it. But, I know I've been watching this thing for years, bro. I heard Rob, he was one of the first people on this G Block. So I'm aware of what people's thoughts are. I don't really mind. You have your title to your own opinion, but I know where someone's genuinely actually wanting to try and build and enlighten themselves, or someone who's just trying to indirectly troll you. And the indirect trolling is just something I'm not here to be a dickhead, bro, for nobody. I'd rather punch in your face just for trying to make me look like a fucking idiot for no reason when I'm just trying to build with you. You know what I mean? I don't deal with people like that, bro. Stop all this condescending shit, bro. Like people are just dumb because they can't literally write down something or have an explanation that's good enough for you. I think it's just condescending. I think it's just rude, mate. But
no, you just eating. Yeah. So what are you telling me, man?
Yo, bro, Rob came on, man. I don't know if I what started. I was just reporting that, I think it was
some spaceman wax.
Right, no, I'm sorry. I waffled. Yo, come on, man. We're coming, man. I don't mind coming on and waffling just to be able to try and build something.
Come on. Yeah, I was enjoying the conversation between you and Rob still. Rob makes me laugh here, and you was cracking me up, bro. I swear to God.
No, Rob, he's too smart for me.
You said, but the African doctor should have got a Nobel Peace Prize. I was cracking
No, Nobel Prize. Not a Nobel Peace Prize.
A Nobel Peace Prize.
No, you can get a Nobel Prize for anything. You can get Nobel Prize. You can get a Nobel Prize for science. You can get I would say maths because science we now know this is maths anyway. You get Nobel Peace Prize for anything. You got me saying it now. Nobel Prize for anything. But he should have got a Nobel Prize. Because anybody that even attempt to have done that, they're getting Nobel Prizes. But because it was an Igbo man, they want to give him it.
Well, you think he never got it only because he's Igbo, yeah?
Well, because he's generally African, I'd say. But they don't respect it in that, to the same degree.
Is he African like Kofi Annan?
If they could have killed him off and took the blueprint, they would have. They'd have chopped him up and fed him to lions. Yeah, and then try to do it like a. Huh?
Say that again.
They did. Well, Bill Gates took all of his information from Africa. Another idea, another Igbo man. So, yeah. Anyway, fact of the matter is,
I beg you, hold out here. My mate just got a phone call you, so I just need to make a minute.
Our electricity. Okay, look, this is it, yeah. Our consciousness, our vision, our ability to identify something and understand what that is, okay, is called our reality. And now, when our reality is no longer in this vessel, does it die out? Does it go to nothingness, which is a fundamental core belief of the afterlife in relation to atheism? I think someone come and tell me if I'm wrong. So you go into nothingness, yeah? So electricity runs through your body to power up your body. Or is it to power up your body? So that consciousness goes back in the form of light back to its source. And then say for argument's sake, lightning strike hits the earth, and then that light source comes back into the earth, and then into the earth fields, and in the form of data, light, whatever you want to bloody call it, electricity. And then when it links via other bodies, creating friction and causing some sort of bust, which is a bust, isn't it? So I reckon that electricity goes through. When a man meets a woman and he has sex with her, your consciousness, the consciousness goes into that particular vessel. That could be an explanation. That could be an explanation. So if I was to say that, you couldn't 100% rule that out, because all these things are happening in the body, and all these things arguably are actually happening. That's what science is. I'd say about 50% of science is still just theory. The one thing I know, I've got arthritis in my knee, and I can tell you something. Only men get arthritis in their knee. That's the sort of fucking noise it makes me.
Yo, Gold, yeah, man, you're killing me, man. Trust me. I swear that me and my brother are cracking up.
Oi, my leg, bruv. I've got cramp and I can't even move my leg, brother. Literally just nearly fucking.
Oh, man.
So where's all the internet?
Hopefully you get over that cramp, boy.
I came on because, it kind of got a little bit quiet. But
Come on, man, you know what happened right there, dude?
I thought a couple of
people. You know what I'm saying?
No, that was an interesting morning, though.
Wherever you look around.
That was an interesting morning. That was a very interesting morning.
He's in the air. Yeah. What happened this morning? We said, what did you like that? The evolution of
I would like to rewind it now, actually, because
did you like the evolution of consciousness?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, the evolution of consciousness. So like the consciousness being in of itself and aware of itself. I don't know, consciousness and the evolution of consciousness. That's a good topic.
Yeah, we do. We didn't have no challenges against it though. Still, it's like it's just challenging the method rather than the actual outcome. So,
okay,
yeah, arguing from the same side, really, but
yeah. So, I mean, I might actually try and rewind.
Go. Did you know that chakra thinks it's okay to agree with evolution. So now that you know that someone that's pro-black, as black as Shaka right here, says that evolution is not really a bad thing, you can't really argue against it. You just need to understand the points of it. Then you can argue against it. Are you going to take a bit of a...
Well, before I knew Shaka, before I knew Shaka, I believed in evolution. And I still believe in evolution. And I know that every single African spiritual system has incorporated evolution pretty much into their education system. Was you aware of that?
But don't you feel like a lot of the sort of black people of the West or whatever sort of don't sort of go with it or whatever?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That was a sleight of hand, because this is what the West does, sleight of hand. So they go on like Africans didn't come up with the concept of evolution. But what they don't realize is that they didn't come up with concept with the ape theory, which is part of evolution, or an added part of evolution. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Like they try to add on something else to evolution, but the original concepts of evolution had nothing to do with ape theory. That's just another sort of late coming pseudoscience. That's why when this guy told me something about fucking Darwin.
The ape theory. Wait, pause. What's the ape theory and what's the evolution? Because what's the evolution you're talking about if you're not talking about the great ape?
Who? Oh no, because the evolution theory is us coming out of the waters, as amoeba 1 cells, and different animals having to adapt due to different dry patches and the breakup. That's right at the start. Evolution.
Yeah, that's right at the start.
Yeah.
But
So
humans weren't about it.
yeah. So don't forget, it was a reptile to mammal and that. But this small little chimpanzee or ape turning into.
Oh, wait, who's that?
Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah.
Hello. Yo, random calls.
Yo, can you hear random calls?
Yo, you got one more call and then you're out. Dude. We'll play this game where I just wait for man to. Yeah, random calls.
On your shit. You always got people coming in on your stuff. Do you know why? Do you know why? You know why you lot don't know what it is? Because you ain't studied however many years of computing. Now, if you was to know, this is why, bruv, we're so in such light code lockdown. Because that guy, I'd say the percentage in due to his manner, it could be that he came in and just didn't know how to work his mic, or there could be a problem with the server or the network. But what I'm just the nature of the people that come on here is assuming he's got some sort of IP puller, and he's just pulling IP.
How many times have people come on the panel and showed their body on?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another way.
So you need to take precaution.
Yeah, of course. But by my understanding of a lot of these, what I would know, just for the fact that I understand about black hatting and white hat hackers and all the rest of it, majority of the people who try and get onto your server or onto your sort of program or your network are generally coming in for malicious intent. Huh? Yo.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I
say the majority of people that do jump on the panel actually contribute to the show still, but every now and then
the ones that just come out of nowhere and you're like, why did he come on? You know what I mean? Like the ones that you're not like aware of, like it was just baffling. They're usually just taking your information. Yeah, but that's neither here nor there anyway. Who cares about some idiot? I probably got the balls to act on it. But yeah, some interesting content. Do you know what I'd do? Honestly, I think it would take about 1 week to be able to come to be able to just be smart enough to be able to debate or butt heads with anybody, online, I believe, or anybody that has any type of intelligence in or know-how in their scientific realm. All these philosophers and theologians? Bro, you can learn for 1 week, man. The amount of stuff you can take in a day. But you got to have a method behind learning it. You can't just learn that shit and you're going to store that and you'll be able to relay that back. Like, yeah, so, I mean, knowing all these words that explain things that are not really going to affect me directly is not really for me. So, ultimately, that's why I like to
So you're
listen
saying
in.
you need a week of studying,
Yeah.
and then you'll be able to debate what you'll be able to debate after a week of studying.
So, I mean, what Rob came on and said was, I think his name's Rob, was right. Because personally, if you've not got I'm able to comprehend it to its entirety. There's not much really point talking on it. I don't think anybody really does. There's just different levels. If you're completely retarded and dumb, then yeah, I would say leave it out. But I think I'm going to try and take a little bit more time to study different, like, full stories instead of snippets of here and there. Because if you've got snippets, there's a puzzle to be built. You're not going to have little bits of snippets of puzzle and have any sort of picture. I want to see a picture now. I want to be able to understand it instead of understanding little bits of this and that. Doesn't make sense. So yeah. But I mean, personally, do you feel like you're going to invest more of your time now into the niches of science?
Into pieces of science. Well,
the niches are like the yeah.
I would say, what it is that should people are asking questions, and you need to have answers, and it needs to be a bit more, needs to be a bit more research. Know what you're talking about.
I think you should. Now, there's something called How the Universe Works. I'm part of it. Subscribe. It's a good channel,
Subscribe. I thought you saying you was part of the people that are making it.
No. But I would strongly suggest that you subscribe. It's 24-hour stream. How the Universe Works. It's good to me personally. I think learning about how far is the Earth from here, how far is the Earth from there, different weights. That's all irrelevant. Density. To me personally, you're filling your hard drive up with absolute gobbledygook. You don't need to know these things. It's not relevant. It's not going to affect you directly. Anything that will do
about density or science or whatever.
I mean, it's all cool to understand.
You're using science right now, man, on the internet.
I know. Oh yeah, of course. But don't forget, this is in our galaxy, mate. This is in our. Many people learning about stuff.
How was something like this created?
Like if you're so the only way we can really be affected by our immediate planet and things in our galaxy is energy fields. So if the energy field of this planet is being there's ways energy fields can come onto this planet, and that's where astrology comes into things. Then that's why I 100% wanted to know about fields, energy fields, and astrology, because these things actually there is something tangible in that, because there are energy fields in the form of vibration and all the rest of it, and waves and stuff like that. So I definitely wouldn't cut that out, but because that's directly affecting you, even your mood, your thought process, and your physical your actual body. So I reckon personally, honestly, Biggs, bigger.
I'm still here, man.
I'm going to say one thing, honestly, I genuinely should be very good. what you just presented this morning was I'd say, okay, cool. So it's an in-depth. If you're still listening, it's an in-depth. I don't know. It's like dissertation is a lecture or seminar presentation. About the mechanics of space. I think it was or energy or something or consciousness. But if you need to break down the planets in our solar system and what they're made of. Gas, like Saturn is just a big ball of gas. Explain what they are in layman terms, not this sophisticated shit where everybody's going to sleep, people are locking off, have to go on Google and pause that shit. Just in layman terms, bruv. What these planets are and what sort of energy that they how their energy affects the Earth and what effects they have on the Earth via the Earth chakras or something. So the axis of the Earth is. However the energy comes in via, that's what we need to know, because they're saying these planets have an effect on your mood on the planet here, on the weather on the planet here. That's what I think is very important, extremely important, and the difference between the way people interact with each other as well, different star signs, extremely important. A child born into a certain environment may be reacting different to someone who's born in another environment due to the external forces, and maybe the sort of cycle that we're in terms, in regard to the weather and what sort of energy would be inside that person. How we talk about energy, law of attraction and stuff, and different star signs go with what. I believe that. I reckon that's way more believable now and relevant to me than knowing the composition of a meteoroid. To be honest with you, that doesn't get me a hard on. I've got more of a hard on to knowing that
you're gonna get fucking. You may win the lottery on Thursday because you're a fucking Sagittarius. Is more important to you than what knowing what
the composition of the composition of a meteoroid. Yeah.
You're talking about your
non-relevant shit. If the meteoroid head towards Earth, then yeah, I'd probably want to find out a little bit more about it. But it's just non-relevant shit. Personally, I think anything that affects this planet or has a direct effect on you, study. Don't get sidetracked by all these sort of guys that know what's affecting us. Go on, brother, go on.
King Gold, you want to get the lottery numbers from Mystic Meg, innit?
At least that's a Kabbalah fucking type of magic, That was shit that they took from Al-Aqsa. Guaranteed. Al-Aqsa. Do you know Al-Aqsa was just literally, they went to the Middle East to get how you run a city, how you create banking systems, how you create benefit systems. And they call it the sacred fucking knowledge. You see that?
Hey, Gold, why don't you study that sort of thing there? Yeah? What's it called?
Al-Aqsa.
Things, yeah. You could be a tarot card reader.
Oh, what's they call that now anyway? It's astrology, isn't it? But what they call them? Which, I don't know, man. What they call them? People there? Nah, man. Them guys there.
They call you a tarot card reader.
Tarot card reader, yeah. But, no, they do. It's called something else. But them guys there, they're in touch with the spirit world and all of them things there.
A fortune teller. King Gold could be a fortune teller. Just all you have to do, is read fucking Mystic Meg in the Sun. Read the horoscopes in there and just tell them the same shit that they told them.
Well, they're saying that these David Blame and that they're all aware they are. They know they could take a piece of strand of your hair and get fucking loads of information from you. These guys, they use voodoo, man.
It's voodoo, yeah.
Bob, have you heard of like I can tell you a voodoo practice, yeah? Listen to look how intelligent these guys were, yeah. They'd make cards with a picture on the card. They'd put a picture of a person a picture of a person on the card, okay? And they'd put it outside a spider's nest. And they'd wait for the spider to come out to inspect the card. And depending on how the spider came and his behavior and his attitude towards the card and how he disturbed the soil around it, that would determine what would be happening in this person's life. So it's all the nature of how the spider disrupted the setting up of you putting down that particular card outside his nest gives you.
I go. Say this in your best Jamaican accent. Say the cards don't lie.
Listen, the card don't lie, boy. The card don't lie.
You sound like Dave Chappelle when he was doing Miss Cleo.
Why did you say? Why did you tell me?
You sound like Dave Chappelle when he was doing Miss Cleo.
I watched that movie, mate. Nah, but I mean, all these like really intelligent ones, I prefer the clowns, man. The ones that literally jumped up and down and started doing weird shit with their body, man. Like that's why I like Eddie Murphy so much. But these intellectual comedians, I like a bit of stupidity. I like them to make themselves look stupid.
Yo, but still, you're a funny guy, man.
Yeah, man. So chat, man. Come up with some questions, bro. Come up with some questions. It's Sunday, man. What is everybody dead? Everybody sleeping?
I'm on Sankar. People want to hear arguments, man. They don't want to hear. That's what I said. That's what I was saying earlier. Man, they don't want to hear all the man them getting on and being friends and shit. They just want to hear two opposing views of the arguments, man. And then we go at it.
Well,
really, they would have
personally, I like to meditate to fucking Rob's voice. So get Rob on here, innit? Honestly, I sit there and I meditate to that guy's voice. I don't really listen to what exactly. Yeah, tell myself so about as soon as they've found it. The rationalization of mind, rationally. Yeah, what about that? And I'm like, yeah, bro, this is sick. I tell you what, bro, if you close your eyes and smoke weed to that, you start seeing monsters. I'm telling you, bro. Bro, you start seeing all sorts of shit, bro, when he starts speaking. Nah, you think I'm a proper weirdo. And honestly, I don't meditate to his shit, but he's got one of them. He's got one of the fancy voices, man.
Just looking at that bush weed, fam. It's got you seeing monsters and shit. Yo, Gold, be careful, man. Make sure you know that the brother that's shot in your weed ain't fucking lacing it with no bush, bro.
Hey, what? You reckon that they can actually do that though?
No. I don't think people do that. It's a waste of money. All right, one sec.
We do Renegade Raf. We do the same thing with you, Kingo. At least Rob is intellectually honest and not saying nonsense. You're a suck up, you little fucking sucking up to some racist dude. But you're weird anyway, Renegade Raf. Why are you chatting to me?
So what you think? You don't like Rob?
I don't mind Rob. I don't mind Rob, but I know he's I mean, look at it like this: the guy was fucking a police officer in apartheid or a traffic officer, whatever you want to bloody call it. And
listen, even on this panel, yeah, every time you say Rob, yeah, you gotta say peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him. Oh yeah, I made him run. The devil man run.
You made him run, yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen. When when I brought that little bit of information above, I'm telling you, I had a little gulp. I had a little gulp in the back of his throat. So he knows that just because I can't come up with a long lecture of how life started from this particular point of view, he's trying to label me as being a layman, which I am. But if you can't do the same thing, then don't try and point the finger. Just because you're reasonably intelligent in other areas. Yeah?
Oh yeah, they're asking you, what do you think about Pablo?
Which one's Pablo? So what? Intellectually honest. What is it? What is it to be intellectually dishonest? Intellectually honest. What does that mean?
Stuff like confirming things without knowledge. Because you believe in something.
But all mine is what if speculation. What's he talking about? Intellectually honest. How can I be honestly 100% definite about this when it's all speculation and on concepts? I know the. I know.
Wait. Hold on.
Go on.
What religion are you? What religion are you?
What religion am I? I'm kind of open to be honest with you, mate. You know this guy. Just one sec. You're talking about intellect. Yeah, I just explained.
Yeah, what religion?
Go on, brother. Go on. Sorry, I'll let you speak.
No, I'm just asking what religion you follow.
I don't follow any religion, but personally, I like what scientists are just personally actually like.
You don't follow religion. I just want to ask you a couple of questions, bro. Yeah. If you don't follow religion, like, why do you believe like in a god or anything like that? Like, what's making you believe in a god, a creator, or anything like that?
Well, personally, look, this is it, lads. Yeah. After all the fuckeries that the devil and that the piece of shit entity that harness the power in this world have done, I put all my praises into Chikubiyama and Chi and Ogun and all the rest of these gods that I can think of and manifest.
Oh, multiple gods.
That there is
multiple gods, yeah?
That there is actually an afterlife, and these guys are getting fucking hot irons put up their bottom. Go on.
Listen to this here. If you said that you believed in multiple gods in a place where they only believe in one god, what do you think would happen to you?
Say that again.
If you said you believed in multiple gods in a place where you're only supposed to believe in one god, what do you think would happen to you?
Well, if it was, look at it like this, yeah. If you're at war, anybody with a different belief system about a different god is going to get you killed anyway. But if anybody's got any type of human-like qualities when in regards to their intellect, they're going to understand that you can actually talk about things with someone else without someone getting hanged or their head chopped off. So wherever that's coming from, that would be probably from these conquest-like groups of people, which probably won't ever change. It will always be a punishment if you speak about this god. But I can imagine in other times there wasn't that problem where you had these fucking retards trying to take everybody's wealth out of the ground, have their religion as part of the war path, just to sort of validate everything. You know, that's something that's really synonymous with the powers that be. Apart from that, you can actually talk about someone's religion without getting your head chopped off. Or, yeah. So
when was this?
Well, would you go as far as to say that it's always been like that? If someone else has believed in another god, then and you're only meant to believe in one god or a particular god, you get murdered? I mean, show me proof of that ever happening. I know it's a lot of wars are based on, so it's easy to kill someone that's got a different god. But why do you telling me the wars have been completely down to just the fact that a man is trying to pray to other different gods. I don't think war's ever been down to that, because that's too much reward, risk reward. There's no one's going to want to lose their life just merely because you believe in something else. But they'll risk their life to take your goods, but they'll have their religion there as well to back up their spiritual fortification in their mind to be able to get the job done, and to validate, to make themselves feel better at night when they sleep, innit? I've got a God that can actually forgive me for all the sins I've done. You know what I mean? But apart from that, I think this is something quite new, because the amount of different religions there were that have actually been just tried to been covered and hidden and stolen and all the rest of it. Would you say there was more religions now than there was before the time of the theists came to power? So that was 1,000 years ago. Muhammad came with his message. I do believe that there's way more belief systems that were able to actually manifest and become something in the form of a culture. Oh, you fucking...
Yeah, I was too busy choking, but
why?
Into this,
Why?
Yeah. But listen, sorry. Yeah. So you said Dr. Ayimbo has the grand unified theory, and that his theory can be used to make force fields. Did you say that someone could make force fields, Gold?
Yeah. And also, you can, if they go to an end of a rainbow and you get there quick enough to actually see the end of the rainbow, you can actually see a pot of gold. No, but really, honestly, what do you reckon? What I was saying there is just beyond belief. What's so wrong about what I just said?
What about having force fields?
Yeah, unified force field theory. It's all in the name.
What spaceship sort of force?
No, so if you put strong, weak forces, electromagnetism, gravity all together, you can have some sort of electromagnetic force that you can harness. Yeah.
Well, it sounded a bit nuts, didn't it?
And depending on how dense
So
you
what
want
is
that light
it
to become, it all depends on how strong you want it to be. So if you want it to be a dense light, it will become super strong. If you want it to be airy, it will just stay super airy, innit? And thin, and I suppose not that strong, I guess. Not that strong of a current. But yes, it's more theory, man. It's more fucking theory, which is not relevant. But unified field force theory is believable to me. Do you believe that shit?
Well, it's the first time I heard it. It sounds even less likely than wormholes.
No, but wormholes are real. It's just a result of going through one, which no one has actually been able to manage to do. But wormholes, obviously, believe they are 100% factually there. Whether they're called wormholes, yeah, they are there.
They're saying that wormholes are a possibility. With black holes have been discovered.
They haven't been able to explain why they might just be an illusion. Like what? I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, that don't make sense. What you just said. So what, are they an illusion or something? What? I mean, it's still a tornado-like force, which is destroying things, which can destroy planets. And I think they've witnessed it as well. But the unified field force theory.
Well, like force field.
Force field. So they say you can get a cloak, like an invisibility cloak, from being able to.
An invisibility cloak. Did you say invisibility cloak?
That's what they're saying.
I nearly missed that.
That's what they're saying.
Who's got invisibility cloak?
I think someone explained it actually quite good as well, quite well. But when it's something that new, fresh to everybody's mind, you have to come up with quite an extensive explanation because you'll get shut down and shot down, like we've seen in the last couple of days. And then people say you're not being intellectually honest and all the rest of it, when I'm just talking about theories that are quite fresh and quite loose as well. But some people expect me to be more intellectually honest by coming up with more in-depth and having a bit more in research, with more intelligence in the matter, a bit more know-how. When I've just, there's nothing I've that you can't get out of what I'm saying. Like Rob spoke to me about the origins of man, where what I told him what people believed in the beginning. People come out of the primordial water, the waters of Nun, and other. I've explained everything, what everybody else has explained. I could tell you about potential energy, interkinetic energy, the gods of chaos, pre-existing order, primordial essences, the essence of pre-existing arrangement and order. I could tell you all the fucking little fucking details of these origin stories, but what does it mean to you if you don't know nothing about it? Because what I'm going to have to do is then explain about what pre-existing order is, and then what the gods of chaos is, and what is an essence, and then it'll just go deeper down a rabbit hole. And then by the time you've been able to rationalize it to that degree, people have lost. And then they'll say, well, you've just been waffling. But what you haven't done is you ain't been waffling. You've just been given an explanation that they can't understand. Or if it's too vague, they'll tell you you're waffling. So it's like you can't win with atheists. But all I hope is that we can actually have some sort of platform where we'll be able to show and prove stuff via equations. Because that's what scientists do, innit? So I want to see a scientist come out, or an atheist come out with some sort of equation. You're talking about spooky this and that. You come out of an equation which discredits God, or shows that there's more likely to reason to believe that there isn't a God because of this. And then you come and bring me the evolution and that there is an adverse ability of evil, something like that. I'm not saying it's bullshit, but you're posing a question about something which is what is more believable. I mean, it's neither here nor there. And the fact that it was funny, he kind of asked me about the evolution, which is the primordial, the waters of Nun. So and then he talked about
give me a sec,
his own evolution story, pretty much parallel paradigm and explanation towards their Kemetic beliefs. It's near enough parallel towards what we currently hold as what we know, as evolution today. It's just that they categorize and put down onto paper the different animals, and obviously they maybe done a bit more tests around the Darwin Island, which was a bit, which is a way where they saw the subtle changes because they had a big range of wildlife, maybe. But if you go into any other place, fucking West Europeans have eaten all their animals anyway, killed them all off. Anyway, we're jumping from topic to, I don't want to jump to another topic.
Did you say the Europeans have killed all their animals off?
Of course. Where on the planet, apart from Africa, are there actual? I know there's a big, the biggest, diverse, the biggest population of animals is in the biggest diversity of. How can I say that properly? The biggest variety of animals, the largest variety of animals, is found.
Do you mean like?
It's found in
Are
Scandinavia.
you excluding stuff like pigeons and foxes from that, and dogs?
Yeah, but
like
you can have. I'm saying the different types of animals and animals.
But you said something a bit funny still, yeah, and I was laughing.
Killed all they're eating all their animals. They're eating them.
All the animals.
Yeah,
they're eating all the
animals.
Oh, man.
What? No, not obviously. They don't just walk around eating animals without cooking them and shit. I'm just saying that every single place, pretty much apart from Africa, have eaten the animals. So when people say that Africans don't know how to look after their own places, and yeah, right. The only place that's got actual fucking ecosystem, but the rest we're having to use this to do that, to do this, to do that, to fill it. They kill off all the animals.
Who's been saying that Africa doesn't have any animals? I've only heard you jump on and say there's no animals in Europe.
Because I'm wise, bruv. I'm wise. I've got Nigerian IQ. I've got Igbo man IQ.
There's no animals in Europe.
When the English came to Nigeria, they said we want the Igbos. The Igbos. They said we want the Igbos. They said, why do you want the Igbos? Because we all had 200 IQ. Now, because I've got, I think it's epigenetic. I don't know what it is. I've got genetics that are passed down through my structure, my genes. Sorry,
does that mean you only get 100% of the 100 of the 200 IQ?
Listen, I got passed down genes that was super genes. So I've got 25% makeup or 50% makeup of super genes. So let that sink in.
The super genes?
Yeah. So
what's
I mean,
super genes?
Igbo genes though, only Igbos. Any order? No, only Igbos. So the Igbos,
only Igbos.
Yeah, the other ones are just riffraff. So you went to Igbo.
Oh, shit. Riffraff. Oh shit. Oh shit. You better mind witness don't jump on there, he's good. Yeah. Igbo, something piece of shit. Be careful, man. How you talking about those tribes?
No. Disclaimer, man. I'm only joking, family. I'm only joking.
Man said the rest of the riffraff, you know. So that means you've got 20% of Igbo DNA in you.
Fuck off, 20%. 25, bruv. Don't take the piss.
25%.
Yeah.
25%.
Yeah.
So what's the rest of the 75 then?
Well, I'm mixed race.
Okay. So what? So what's the rest of the 75 then? I'm just asking.
I've got Cameroonian in me.
Cameroonian.
Or Cameroonian. Or Igbo.
Right. Yeah, so that's 50.
Yeah, and then just mix white other. Don't think we should go into them. Thank you.
Mix white other.
Yeah.
Sort of like not European white.
No, I've got a slight hint of Japanese in me. That's obviously
Japanese.
How intelligent I am. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you laughing for? No, 25% is right. I'm 25% Japanese. I'm 25% Japanese as well.
I was laughing at your joke, man. You know what I mean? Man? You told me you're intelligent.
Well, yeah, ha. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so what you got? Japanese and then European, or 50% white other. So 25% Japanese, 25%. What's the other 25%?
25% Cameroonian. So I've got 25% mixed, all the different literally all the European mixes: Jewish, English, Anglo-Saxon, Viking, Scottish, whatever blood you want to call it, and a little bit of Arabic, but I don't know. Arabic's neither here nor there. I say West Asian.
I'm gonna know you got Arabic, yeah.
But phenotypically and gene-wise, I reckon they're Asian, Dravidian sort of.
Hey, we got Arabic, yeah.
Yeah, I think I've got a little bit.
Hey, listen, you might be Modine's cousin, man.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's your boy.
You might be Modine's cousin.
Who's Modine? Oh my god. Did you say Modine or Modine?
Modine.
Oh yeah. No. Allow it. No. He's Persian, man. He's Persian, bro.
No, he's from Iraq, man. He's from Iraq, bro. That's the actual Arab city.
Swear down, is he? I thought he was Persian.
That's the home of the Arab. What do you mean? He's from Iraq. What do you mean?
Oh.
Talking about, man. Yeah, man. Jeez.
What do you mean?
Got,
Wait. So look, can you? Let me ask you a question. Can you explain to me what evolution is? The word. I don't know if you can use an example, but I'd just like for you to explain to me what evolution is, please.
Do you want me to give you the actual proper definition? Because that's probably going to be
just an example.
Yeah, let's give you the actual proper definition because that makes more sense to me. All right. Hold on a sec. What is evolution? I don't know if you can hear it, but evolution, the process by which different kinds of living organisms are believed to have developed from early forms during the history of the Earth. The gradual development of something.
Yeah, so the gradual development of something.
Mm-hmm.
So how did this guy with his lip is
this one, yeah. This might fit better to what you're saying. Yeah, wait, listen to this. Listen. This might fit better to what you're looking for. In biology, evolution is the change in the characteristics of a species over several generations and relies on the process of natural selection. The theory of evolution is based on ideas that all species are related and gradually change over time.
Yeah, so I don't think I've said anything different to that this morning. So the way Ralph is trying to paint me inside the chat there right now is just not, it's insincere, because everything I've said relating to evolution has been actually more detailed than that with my layman expressions, the way I express things and put across data. I've actually made that more than go on.
You mind, yeah, if I start to call you King Goldine now, because you're like from a little bit from Iraq.
King Golding.
No. King Goldine. Dean. You know, like King Goldine. Like like Modine, because he's from Iraq. Isn't it?
Oh, Dean. Okay.
Dean, yeah. King Goldine.
I'm not the type of Arab.
And then sometimes you can have it like, instead of King Goldine, you can have like King Golden. King Golden. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden.
You better mind yourself, because I tell you what, you're from Caribbean, you want to take a little DNA test, and the next minute you'll be finding out your granddad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have. I'll tell you what I'll probably have in my DNA test is I'll have obviously mostly African, and then some European and some native Caribbean people or something like that. So, and maybe some other places in Europe, innit? So, yeah, Mark.
Yo.
So did you hear what I said?
No, kind of. That didn't make sense though.
I said, yeah, in my DNA test, yeah, I will have more likely majority African, but some European, probably some Native American or Native Caribbean or whatever, and I don't know, a mixture of some other bits or pieces. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if you found out that you went back, you had a big percentage of your DNA goes back to a particular, like say the Ghanaian people, yeah, the Wagadu Empire, yeah. You go back to that. Now, are you gonna? Would you be more? Do you feel like
You know what? Yeah, my granddad.
Yeah.
Like the same. You see when IC3 was on the other day, yeah, and he said his granddad told him they're from the Benteke tribe. Yeah, it's the same thing. What a lot of, even though their people might have been enslaved here, there was people that passed them down what tribe they was from as well. It was the same thing with my granddad, because they was always saying, "Oh, you're from Ivory Coast, you're from Ivory Coast, you're from Ivory Coast, you're from Ivory Coast all the time." Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Well, I'll tell you what. Looking at your face, I can see a lot of Wagadu blood in you. So when you trace it back, it first started off with Wagadu. Changed over the years. I forgot what else they called it. The Sosa people took it over, whatever it is. I don't even know what it. Then you got the Ghanaian Empire, right? Mali Empire, all them things there. And then you got Ghana, and then Ghanaian people went to Ivory Coast, so it's the same people. You know, the Ashanti people, same people.
Yeah, it was there was
So
obviously the Gold Coast region, and then the Cromanti area, and it was like an Ashanti account sort of area. So there was loads of different sort of tribes there, and then there's
there is.
So,
there's loads of tribes, really, and religions. You know, like religions. People like bear. A lot.
Yeah, man. What's popping, bro?
What's up, brother?
I don't know.
Yeah, what's going on? I think I'm gonna have to come in on my laptop. I can barely hear you, lot.
Yeah, he's a general.
You sound rough, bro.
Yeah, you sound.
Audio.
You sound like you got a cold.
Yeah. All right, cool. Listen, I'm gonna come back in on my laptop.
All
right. Sounds like he was outside, man.
Yeah, he sounds fucked.
Sounded like he was outside, but it sounded like he had a cold, man.
That's why, but I'm not mixing. I'm not mixing around with nobody, bruv. I don't get no cold, because if I got to go in that hospital, I'm gonna be putting my pants. Yeah, I'm gonna be worried about going in there, mate. So that's how you explain evolution, though. Going back to what we were talking about. So I don't know how Raf has taken what I said and somehow got his brain to get mixed up.
But you see, the primordial water sort of thing, yeah? You know that's before any sort of monkeys or apes or dinosaurs or anything like that, yeah?
Yeah, so so there's an essence of the primordial essences, right? That comes before the essence of pre-existent order and arrangement, which is energy at rest. So the primordial waters comes first, and then atum comes after nun, which is the waters, the primordial waters, which is the universal template. So on a cosmic level, that would be hydrogen. Yeah, so it's so kind of easy to explain, man. When you study just a little bit of the belief systems, man, you could see why they came to these conclusions.
You can make up. You're like, bro, don't you think that's the issue, man? Making up stuff which is not real. It's been causing issues in the world for too long.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? Yeah, this is why there'll always be a problem with the English language and way things are said. and what people actually mean by so interconnectiveness. There's so many different ways of saying that word.
Yo, big
So
up,
that-
big up.
Yeah.
You man, Amy.
Yeah, big up, bro. Yeah, okay.
Big up, bro.
Big up, King. Big up. Really.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, Buddha, have you got a cold? You sound like you got a cold, cuz.
Nah, it's just the way my phone
No,
is,
no.
isn't it? I'm coming back on my iPhone.
But you're good though, yeah, you're okay.
Ticking over, mate. Ticking over.
All right. Yeah, obviously in these times here, yeah, like, well, anytime anyone sounds a little bit ill, like, we're gonna just ask the question and like, right, yeah, are you okay? And them sort of things that you get this out.
Yeah, definitely, bro. I've done that the virus already, so I should be immune for a little while. Apparently, they're saying 6 months. So, yeah.
Okay.
See now, the thing about this virus, yeah. The thing about this virus is, if you got you're strong and you can like get rid of mucus out of your chest, which is what you imagine what you'd have to do, having pneumonia or having a symptom, which is what they come from COVID. But it's not that. I think it's the oxygen level in your blood starts to dissipate, or just like you start to have less and less.
Yeah, but you know how that occurs, Kingo.
Yeah, how does that occur?
Right. So the lungs provide the oxygen into the blood. So if your lungs are congested, they're not functioning at optimal level. So therefore, your oxygen levels drop in your blood.
Yeah, but okay. So your breath and you breathing out of your lungs not necessarily mean you're going to get maximum, optimum air intake, because you may think you are expanding your lungs fully, but you're not. Or
no. So
I thought there'd be more explanation, because I'd have thought I'd expect. Sorry, before you carry on, I'd expect in myself if I caught it, then maybe I'd just sort of like I'd open my nostrils wide. I've got big nose anyway, so it'd be easy for me, and I'd be able to breathe, just like sort of breathe more intensely and control my breathing. I thought that, so I started to study a little bit with Wim Hof.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So imagine you're breathing as hard as you can, but your lungs are not capable of taking that breath and converting the oxygen into the blood. Do you understand? So it's like this. I don't know if you know. Okay, so if you go into an environment that's got low oxygen, you're gonna pass out. So imagine you're sleeping in a tent that's airtight. After a while, you'll breathe up all the oxygen inside that tent, and then you'll only be surrounded by carbon dioxide. Now, for all intents and purposes, your lungs will still work. Unfortunately, you won't be breathing in fresh air. You'll be breathing in recycled carbon dioxide, and then after a while, you'll end up passing out. So it's not so much your breathing. Maybe this is what they call this asphyxia. I think it's called. No, hypoxia. It's called hypoxia.
Yeah, but if it's a breath, if it's oxygen that's less the breath, if it's oxygen that's less oxygenated, there's not it's low in oxygen, or whatever the air particles are low in oxygen. Wouldn't that be a reflection more to do with the oxygen levels as opposed to your lungs? So this is where I'm still kind of lost.
I don't get that. Explain that again.
Because you're saying, like, personally, I can't understand how you haven't been able to have that reflex of breath and not be able to take in an adequate amount of oxygen.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, all right. Do you know what the alveoli in the lungs are?
No.
They're like little small bunches of grapes, very tiny things. They're what responsible for converting oxygen and transferring it to the blood. Yeah, oxygenating the blood. Now, if there's a problem with that, you would be breathing in normally. Okay, so the respiratory tract system doesn't just comprise of just the mouth and lungs. Yeah, there's everything in between that. Now, if one of those things are compromised, you're not going to be able to, the oxygen, for whatever reason, won't be created, because there's a compromise within that system. So even though you may feel like you're breathing in normally or you're breathing in deeply, just because you're breathing in doesn't mean you're sucking out the oxygen.
I
from the
see.
lung. You see what I'm saying? So if you I forget the name of it. If they're infected, then or damaged or compromised in any way, there's not just one or two of them. There's like thousands of these things in your lungs. So clearly, if say 20% of them, like from smokers, if they smoke cigarettes or whatever, and they damage that part of the lung, then clearly you only got 30% of that oxygen. So you're breathing in normally, but if you go for a walk, you require more oxygen because your body's using up that oxygen, and you can't create it quick enough because half of your lungs have been destroyed. That's why you need oxygen masks and oxygen tanks to breathe. You with me? That's
Yeah, yes. That's quite sad because you know it's funny for in order for you to be able to get the most nutrients out of your belly,
yes,
there needs to be something like a hair follicle, and if that's jeopardized, you ingest less nutrients and vitamins. So I think that's so similar to that, isn't it?
Very very similar.
Yeah.
So for example, it's a good point you raised. Like, look at this now. If you grow, say, carrots in the same field for 5 years, and you don't treat the soil you don't add food to the soil, like nutrients to the soil, the carrots over time will be less in nutrients. You with me? So in the beginning of the year, that carrot may be full of nutritional value. After about 5 years, the carrots that I produce may look the same, may taste the same, but the nutritional value is not there. You with me? So you could eat like 3 or 4 carrots and you wouldn't get the same sort of nutritional value you'd get out of the 1 carrot from the first year. You with me? That's a prime example. It may taste and look the same, but unfortunately the nutrients ain't there. Same sort of thing. You may breathe and whatever, but your lungs just ain't capable of converting that oxygen.
Yeah. And that's the sad thing, because for someone who's 35, who's paying just a little bit of attention to mainstream media and little snippets of information here and there, still have pretty much just been able to make out kind of what goes on, so they put it down to so many different things as to why people die, but maybe they should just make it crystal clear, you know what I mean? What exactly it is,
So imagine you've got an individual that's got COPD. What does that stand for? Congestive. I can't remember what that stands for now. But anyway, COPD is like the new version of like a breathing problem. Yeah. Congestive, obstructive. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, if someone's got that and then they catch the COVID-19, can you understand how devastating that will be? Because it adds to the problem they've already got. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
There's so many different things, complications with this thing. But did I tell you about the vitamin D? Yeah.
I think someone's mentioned about it's I think it's the defense mechanism. So
one of the reasons they're saying that black and ethnic minorities are dying in disproportionate numbers to white people is because of the vitamin D deficiency. So if you're black or darker skinned, you need like 3 times the amount of sun that a white person would need. Do you understand? And so when you look at people in Africa, you don't see them dying at the same rates that they're dying in the UK. This is because in Africa, you've got sunshine more or less every day. You get what I'm saying? Whereas in the UK, you don't. And if you look at the infection rates or the death rates in the UK during the summertime, I don't know if this is maybe a coincidence, but if you look at the amount of people that have died per day during the sunlight we've had in the past few weeks, it's lower. Now they're going to say it's lower because of social distancing and all the rest of it, and that's possibly true, but it kind of coincides with what they're saying about the
shit. I did 3 times as much.
Yeah, so So hold on, what they got? They call it international units. So you got yeah. So you the recommended dosage for a person is 2,000, but they're saying that for a black person it should be 5,000.
Oh my! Look at that! Look at that! You see that there? And the thing is you know it's like I've got this toy and someone I know got it from Japan from me, and when it's a solar toy where when the sun comes out its hand starts moving. It's one of the little Hello Kitties and its hand starts waving.
Okay.
But as soon as the sun comes out and doesn't even hit it, it picks up, it registers the sun in the smallest rays, you know, the rebounding off like probably the white walls in here or anything light in here, and it's generating some sort of, you know, energy through it.
Yeah.
So how unemphasized energy is in the sun to human beings is, I'd say, criminal. So how unemphasized it is in the West, because that's the difference between you dying of a completely preventable disease, and all diseases at that. Because when you're doing
So let me make it clear.
Yeah.
They're not saying that vitamin D is the cure for coronavirus, but vitamin D is essential in the immune system. Now, if you're vitamin D deficient, clearly your immune system is going to be kind of like defective to a certain degree. You'll still have an immune system, but it won't be as strong as it would if you weren't vitamin D deficient.
Agreed. You might even actually catch certain things, may break your defense, your initial defense, but you'll probably be able to shrug it off. You know what I mean? And all them antibodies, the white blood cells, will be able to be enough to get you through. So it goes back to, again, like this epidemic, everybody's going to catch this thing. So actually, it's the wave that could be coming could be still just devastating. But I know we're kind of changing the subject now. But these skewed numbers in the hospital now, they're saying that a high percentage. Listen to this, family. The high percentage is dying, not from COVID, but with COVID. You know, when they report the death, of how they died, they've got to put down when you die. But what they're saying now is they're not saying that people are dying, not telling people that they're dying with it, but not from it, right? And then they'd be saying like 30,000, but they're saying how many people die from that, but they're not telling you all the 30,000 and how they've, how many, like, say, how many per day or how many per month or how many that is. Because then if they was to break it down, they'd be like, all right, well, that's only, that's not even any more different to what people be usually dying from the flu anyway. That's why they such a big round number. So the way they marketed it is criminal.
Okay, so let me get this right. So you're saying with it. So being with it, would that mean there's a contributing factor from the COVID?
So what that spells is that when they came in initially, they didn't actually they didn't actually die from it so they didn't have it, so they wouldn't have died had they not come to the hospital. Basically, a lot of them. Sorry, I didn't.
So let's put this into context. Yeah. So if someone gets shot and they go to the hospital, the primary injury or the primary cause of death would be the gunshot. If they secondary contract COVID-19, what killed them, the COVID or the gunshot?
Yeah, I don't think, because it's down to DPA, they wouldn't have let the information and done a comparison, but they just said they can't tell you, but they're saying that they're dying with it. Just means that they've come in. There's people that really could have come with a cold. Sorry if I'm not answering your question properly, but you can reiterate it. But so basically, don't go to hospital at all. if you break your leg, don't go in because you will die with it. Most likely, you know, you might acquire it because they're saying a lot of people are dying, and they say it says with it. So, but from the source, they won't tell you. They told you it might have died. You might have would have said got shot and you would have pulled through, but with the COVID that you caught, you've died as well. But this was kind of information that it should be getting mentioned, and that's what the medical experts are saying, that the media should really be mentioning, because there's these independent groups that check about what the media are putting out there. So I didn't really quite know what you was asking me, bud. But I was just I think that's when I heard that, it's quite shocking to me. So yeah, I don't even want to go in there, bruv. I don't even want to go in there, to be honest with you. I mean, I've got an appointment soon as well. Blood check. I'm getting checked for hepatitis B. So not that I've got any signs of it, but to be honest with you, mate, I'm really thinking about not going in. Fucking buying a gas mask or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the hospital that you got to go to, does it have an A&E?
Yeah. Have you got it? Have you got it already? You're saying you said you've got it already. You caught COVID already, but now you've just got a cold, right?
No, I haven't got anything.
Oh, okay.
It's just that I'm on my phone and it does sound muffled from time to time.
All right. Yeah. I've got to go to this A&E. Imagine this now, but yeah, I've got one of the worst chronic diseases, autoimmune disease as well. So if I catch it, my immune system will fill up quicker.
Right.
Because mine's overactive. So whereas some people will die in 24 hours, I could die in 10. Be one of the people that fall over or whatever. But I've got to go into a hospital now, which is just a normal hospital that everybody goes to, like St. Mary's. And I've got to go in for a number of tests. So this is my dilemma. What would you do? Would you go in or wait a couple of months with a chronic illness which is degenerative?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would try and opt for a hospital that doesn't have an A&E, because there'd be less influx of people coming in with coronavirus because there's no A&E. You with me?
I see. But I'm going to. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody that's under NHS. I mean, I probably could go private for the tests, but I've got to go for so many that my bill would rack up, my friend. I've got a couple of MRIs. The MRIs are £1,000 each. I can't even go for the normal scan, which is $250. I've got to go for so that's by the end of it, anybody has by the NHS, you're looking at 10 grand if you've got a chronic illness or autoimmune disease, just to be and it's about £600 for just an injection of anti-TNF treatment, which is an immune suppressant. So I'd have to, it would kill my pocket basically. So at this stage, that
don't make sense though. You've got a low immune system, but you're taking that.
No, I've got an overactive immune system. It's attacking my spine. Right. Yeah, it's attacking my skeleton. My skeleton.
Yeah.
Just how intelligent the body is, but it's not as well. But I mean, you can override it. I mean, if it's like a computer, isn't it? Like if something's overreactive, you just So they get the treatment, and then it makes your immune suppressant go down. But what would you like? For me personally, it's just like a gamble, bro. It's like I'm walking into a hospital to gamble my life in order to not fall into inevitable.
But does it necessarily have to take place in a hospital, like the blood test? That surely can be done at a GP surgery or clinic or something.
No, it's a TB test. It's scans. It's pretty much the whole shebang, mate. It's a whole shebang. So I've got quite.
Did you say TB or hepatitis?
That's what I'm saying. Gold. This is why I say like you should be welcoming to science and them sort of things there, man. Because now there might be a day in science where the people that are working on stuff for cures might be able to solve the disease that you have as well. Do you know what I'm saying? That
now the problem there is
championing.
I would say that from a religious point of view, they're doing God's work. From a scientific point of view, they're like alchemists. From any type of view you look at it, it's all positive. Yeah, it's all well and good being able to manipulate elements to be able to make our lives a lot easier. I'm not disputing that. I've never disputed that fact or tried to challenge that position. But if you're taking something which has adverse effect in our body due to our body only being able to take organic things and register it because of the light code or the molecular structure, and anything that is GMO or not part of the massive database of what's recognized by our structure, by our body. I mean, I personally am not going to go and take something that's synthetic. Basically, it's unnatural. So what Dr. Sebi said, you say he's been debunked or whatever, but if you're adding something that is GMO, nasty, putting this and that, and it's like I believe that we get a lot of our cancer for our food and all of that, but personally, I would never ever look down on science and chemicals. You know, the natural approach is definitely something that I'd say is way more better for animals. Everything that encompasses the natural way is better for me. In what we say as morally, everything what we hold as morally, and so that's the only reason why I would prefer to bring up that way of life and sort of try to discourage people from going the other way, which is all this artificial shit, food and that's just I mean, I haven't done extensive research on it, but mate, if you're going to be I tell you what, I took tablets and in order to stop my inflammation, which is stiffness. These tablets burnt out my belly because I took them for 4 years. I ended up getting hemorrhoids, piles. My inside stopped working. I couldn't eat no more. I thought I was on my way out. I thought I had tumors, cancer, whatever. I had to turn to Sebi, bruv. And somehow my inside starts working again. Can't get hungry again. Less blood and all this shit and piles and whatever. Oh, I swear I felt I was dying. So at the end of the day, I would never shoot down anything to do with science, bruv. But we all know how the body's built. You know what I mean? So that's very important, man, just to acknowledge it.
Yeah, no, I partially agree with some of Dr. Sebi's stuff.
That's hard to agree with, isn't it?
Nutrition and stuff like that. Absolutely.
It's hard to agree with because the only reason why is because our bodies were pre-made just to eat everything that was natural. So any of the hybrids are even ruled out. They say, okay, because it's a hybrid, your body's not going to be able to take it. So we've got a predisposed sort of like filter and book of items that we can eat. It's like a catalog, invisible catalog, what we can eat and what our body registers as natural, and all the other things that aren't natural, it just won't take. So it's like a car trying to take petrol, and it's a diesel, and it only be made for diesel. It's like that's how we're built, you know what I mean? And all these chemicals, man, 100%, we're still test dummies, bro. They wouldn't test their own kids on that shit, you know. But if they can somehow find something to fix me, you know, that's all well and good. But to me personally, I think that there's a cure that is just natural and it's grown somewhere, and they don't want to tell us about it, but they'll harness it and make their monies out of it.
What makes you think that? I'm not saying that they ain't hiding it or they are hiding it, but what makes you think that they're like not that they are hiding the cure? Like what sort of makes you lean towards that?
Now, I wish I could come on here and tell you and give you figures, but no, they clearly want their market to sell their drugs and capitalize on it. I didn't know it'd be such a huge, massive industry, but apparently it's one of the biggest industries, NHS, isn't it? The health industry. So, I couldn't give you any of the numbers at all by any means, but I do know that if you can go and grow these things in your garden, your competition, man. And the way you talk about how monetary system, that's why little bits, even IC3 coming with his little bits monetary system, when one thing goes down somewhere, it comes up somewhere else. When one thing gets more expensive, it gets less value somewhere. So no man, imagine now someone like this guy that owns Shell, what's his name? Fucking weird looking motherfucker. Now if you go and get something that you can just grow in your garden and it directly opposes his financial situation, yeah, that's problems, man. That's why they want to hide that shit, because someone could be have invested in that and making a market out of it. One of these Bill Gates is doing that, bruv. That's what he's doing. Because if you look, Nigeria, and Cameroon, these oil companies have come in there and they clean these guys out. And if you look at these rainforests, some of these rainforests, like there's only certain elements found in these rainforests which completely fundamental elements behind creating a lot of things in the West. So they're just cleaning them out. It happened to the rainforest in Congo and the Cameroon. They just clean them out. Yo, where did it go? Sorry if I'm waffling, family. I didn't know if maybe I'm waffling. But I know I've made a couple of claims regarding
yeah, man. So you're saying that because they sort of the pharmaceuticals, companies, because the pharmaceutical companies are, you're saying because they got a monopoly on what they say is a cure, that they're hiding natural cures. But wouldn't it be like, wouldn't they make like, say there was a natural cure or something like that, and someone could just grow sort of stinging nettles, boil it, drink it, and then they could be cured of whatever it was.
That's what I'm saying.
Why would they hide?
So that's what I'm saying. So what they're
wait. If that has happened, why isn't there just like people that just, do you know what I'm saying? Like why do people get illnesses and die at 8 before what you'd say is their time to die?
Because look, they're not only hiding it, they're hiding what it actually does for you. So the best way to hide something is put it right in front of the man's face. They're hiding things. They're taking the quinine off the shelf, like we just heard. Like, I'm not no advocate or fucking ambassador for quinine and fucking where it goes and who sells it and property of it, but they hid that. So they'll have something out which is clearly like free, but they won't tell you how serious and how and actually really it's life and death with the sun. You know, like they're high. You know, they won't really emphasize it. It's like I'm talking about emphasis, bruv. See, now this is another sort of spiritual way to look at things. See everything and say nothing. This is a motto that I've heard once, but I heard it in it basically. Yeah, from fucking where someone thought they were whispering, bruv. You know what I mean? Let's just say it like that. But it's from one of these little scoundrel, fucking rotten little Masonic pieces of shit. But it was a bad one. Yeah, and yeah, them man, I see everything and say nothing. So like you said, man, they have all these like things that are great for you and they're right in front of you, but if you don't know about it, then how would you ever know? It's like, so you know, the ancestors were onto something, and the next minute it's now called people are taking a piss, calling it juju and wuju and woo-woo. See that there? It's all the same thing, but they just changed that shit around. But yeah, that's it. And they're high right. So there's more time now. They're laughing at us because we got man. You more time you have a garden, and you'll be complaining about you ain't got good enough food to eat, and you got a fucking garden. That's how dumb we've come. That's how. Yeah. So people can go and and talk about things. Yeah, it's all well and great to tell me how the most dense thing known in this Milky Way is actually Sirius B, and I think like I don't know, a thimble worth would be about 9,000 tons. Wow, great. You know, great. I don't care. See what? You can tell me.
Yo.
No offense. I'm telling you, I'm not. Because then you could say that I'm being a hypocrite by saying try not to expand your mind to its fullest. Right? Because then I could say it in the spiritual sense. All right, why don't you want to expand your mind to the fullest then? And but you know, knowing the physical makeup of something, what we know as fact, if it's not going to help you, then I'd rather know about woo-woo things that would probably be more beneficial to my mindset. If you know what I mean, they give me a bit more of a abstract and figurative way of looking at things. You know, and then, no offense, Anglo-Saxons may just be fucking hating me and be silent listeners and just be waiting to pounce me, but because they're actually dumber than me, they're never going to come on. But I do believe the English language is very restricted. When you look at it, the expression-wise and how many letters we've got, I think apparently it's meant to be really a sort of confining language. It's not that expressive. It's restricted. It's what's the word? It's not that big. It's very basic language. So I think to learn about more things, to get a more of a broader understanding is great. Quantumly, you know, relatively. Cosmically and quantumly. You know what I mean? But it'd be very interesting.
Yeah, man, I'm there, man.
No. Listen. Before you go on.
In the background and all that, man. So every time I come off mute to talk, one of the kids starts shouting or starts slapping another one or something. You get me?
Bro, tell me what you want to do. Yeah, if you want to just whatever, man. Just tell me. But I was just,
Yeah, man,
it'd be good to bring someone.
Bro. I'm giving it
Yo.
on, bro. Yeah,
Okay.
Gold.
Yeah,
If you
tell
want
me
to have
this,
a little
wanna
rant,
do
a little
whatever.
chat or whatever.
No.
Yeah, man. If you're chatting here and you want
Right,
to have a little chat about what you're chatting about, it's all good, bro.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I was just gonna say, if someone could come on and possibly speak about processes in science, different type of theories I've got in my mind in relation to.
Rob was going to chat to you about that, though, bro. Rob was going to chat to you about that. Man said,
I know
"Dull
he
Asian
was,
friend."
man. He was. Yeah,
Oh, bro,
but
it's
you know
intended.
what, bro? I was just gonna say, bro. I was just gonna go away. 'Cause I didn't want to argue with the fella, man.
Hey, Gold,
So I
how comes man saying you're Asian, man?
Huh?
How comes man saying you're Asian?
No, I've got a little bit of Oriental in me.
Because you got the Arab in that, yeah?
Or maybe, and I've got
Oriental.
tiny percent of Arab.
So is Arabia in Asia?
So I could go as
Is
far.
Asian?
Yeah. Asia. What did you say? Is Asia what?
Is Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and them places on the Arabian continent?
I think.
I mean, on the Asian continent.
Middle East, so they're more. I find they're closer to Africa. But yeah, right, Western Asia. Whoa. Yeah, both. They're both neighbors. Egypt. Then you got up. Geography. Are you good at geography? I'm not bad. Yeah. I wouldn't say Asia's what did you ask? The Middle East is Asia. What did you ask? I don't know.
I asked, is
border.
any of the Middle Eastern countries on the continent of Asia? So they're on the Asian continent.
I don't know.
Saudi Arabia, Iraq.
I don't think so. I know there's Western Asian people in these places, but I don't think it's not the same place. No, I think there's a good couple of 1,000 kilometers between them. But yeah, but someone would like to come on and talk about any type of, due to the fact that this is atheist corner. Not a godless block. So it means obviously you apply some sort of scientific method to be able to discredit God. So therefore, you go over a number of.
Do you know what? Yeah, it's not obviously though.
Talk about what's a supernova then? Come on, scientific method. Come on, Rob. What's a supernova?
Listen,
no, Google.
There's going to be.
Go on.
Listen, man. There's going to be people that don't believe in God, that also don't believe in the scientific method either. So it doesn't, just because you're atheist, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to follow the scientific method or think that that's the best way to get results. I've not heard another way that's better than the scientific method to get results from anyone so far. So if you need to just think about something for a little while, maybe you need to think about that.
Personally, I wouldn't disagree with you, and I don't think I could ever, because when they say science is spirituality, it's just seeing science is seeing spirituality. Anyway,
you say science is spirituality?
Science is seeing spirituality.
It's seeing spiritualities.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's like what your spirituality can muster up
observation of nature.
Yeah.
That's what I was taught science was, the observation of nature.
Yes, it's definitely the most up to date. way of expressing that. Yeah, but there's loads of ways of expressing that. So
How do you that, baby?
Yo.
So the ancient ancestors used to use science anyway. So I don't think I've heard any spiritualists say that science has never been used anyway. But that's why I had that.
You know what? Yeah, it's like, what other things do we need to get sort of a bit of understanding about? Because like we're talking about stuff like wormholes, evolution, and all them sort of stuff. And we're going into specific parts now, like the evolution of the brain, consciousness, and all that. Yeah. So what else would you sort of need to get an understanding of to make you realize that nature doesn't have a grand design?
Yeah, so that's that. I mean, that's a good question, because personally, I was thinking exactly just before you asked me that. Why have you got such a stance, or what makes you a person who is so vehemently and advocates so strongly against there being a God? And
no, it's not that I advocate against there being a God.
So what
my thing is, yeah, as an atheist, or even on this thing here, is that the people that believe in God are putting claims forward about how old the world is, who created the world, and all the things that go around it here, with minimal to basically no evidence that goes with that. So there's not enough evidence, so I don't believe the claims.
Yeah, so it's definitely. I mean, at this stage, right? Me and my friend, we sit in a room. He says, "Look, nothing happens after we die, and I don't believe there's a God, and I don't believe you get punished, and all the rest of these things that go along with it." He just says that you born, you die, and that's it. There's nothing else after, right? And now it's all well and good sitting down there and saying that, but I mean, he's not professing to be anybody who could even come up with a rational explanation, scientifically, a proper explanation. You know, I'm giving an example of one of my friends. Like, sorry, yeah, I said that one of my friends I was sitting with in my house. We were having a conversation. But, personally, I think it's more important really to. Because it's like the unknown, it's unknowable as well, man. Almost, it's like the unknowable. So you can't.
This is a good question.
We can't be coming like,
This is a good
it's
question,
definite. Like, that means you're a bit mental. Yeah,
Let me ask this question.
That's why I'm not religious, bro. Because they come with it.
But listen. Listen to the question what I was going to ask you, yeah, because it might help you along with what you were trying to say, yeah, because it might relate to this, innit? So. Yeah, big at the Asian ramblings. Man said, can starting with a conclusion, working backwards to confirm it, be superior to following the evidence to wherever it leads you. What do you think is the superior way to find
learning? No, I think learning and experiencing it. Is that answer the question? Am I taking that answer that question properly? I think going through the steps from beginning to end. I think, or do you say unraveling it from the? Say that again. Oh,
having a confirmation and trying to find the evidence for the confirmation or going with whatever evidence is there and then following it to what it leads you? Which one's the best way, or would you say it's a superior way for trying to find the truth?
I see. That's a good question. Why am I not watching the chat, man? This is why they like a lot of people are leaving as well. Can starting with an conclusion and working backwards to confirm it.
Mm-hmm. It's anonymous question, so that's what I'm asking you.
And working
starting
backwards
off,
to confirm it.
Yeah, so you're starting off with a confirmation. Yeah, like you just said, you believe in the Most High. So, so believing in the Most High, now you're just trying to find evidence to confirm, or really, if you're honest, yeah, you should really be trying to find evidence to confirm or disqualify whether there's a Most High. Yeah.
Bro, look, what's,
or
I'm getting a headache, bro.
Yeah, but wait. Let me give you the two styles, man. Or the second way is either having no bias, or it's hard to have no bias at all. So having no belief in there, no creator, and then looking for the evidence for whether there is a creator or how it was created or whatever. That sort of looking for what evidence is there, and then working with what evidence you find, or having a confirmed evidence and then trying to find the evidence to fit or disprove.
Oh no, good question. I think so. This is what I say. Yeah, learn things are hard to shake, especially for older people. Right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So going with an empty hard drive is always good. Empty. Like just going there without learning anything and just getting evidence and going with it is better, because you're not corrupted by preconceptions and bias and things to shroud you or what's the word? Clouded judgment, because all that stuff is clouding your judgment because it's on the front of your mind, which is I think your CPU. Well, no, your RAM. So
you're saying that.
So you don't want to muddle up what your thinking powers. You would be your CPU, and the amount of information.
This is what's crazy about these things.
Go on.
When you ask the question, so even if I have a bias or whatever, that I don't want to let go of or something like that, but if you ask me a question, that is skewed and it's nothing to do with my bias, I'll answer it in such a technical way that will make it look like, do you know what, you really thought about what the answer is. But then if you ask it on my bias, I will do a million backflips, somersaults and vocal dances and all sorts of things,
let me be honest
to try and make it confirm it.
Let me be honest with you, bro. I've got this is why I respect, honestly, a lot of atheists and scientists, because they're not coming from an angle where it's that I was born into this and it's good to give dawah and all these other things that are wrapped up with religion. You're literally coming with the most genuine, open, like I can't even really explain it to someone who's religious, because they're going to see it like I'm you know what I mean? But because if they want to challenge their thoughts, it's hard for people, bro. It's like they've already got this thing in the setup in it, like system. But when you come from a scientific point of view, that's why I've got to respect it. But yeah, I mean, I think definitely I'm going to be honest, bro. I'm an atheist. I'm a proper science buff. I can't really subscribe to some sort of a male god out there. A creator, for me, I'm only believing in the creator, because I feel like if you manifest it in your mind, that's when it comes. So I actually, in my heart of hearts, don't actually believe there is. But if you can manifest by group thought, then yeah, I'm going to carry on saying he was a god, because I feel like it'd be good for your consciousness, if that's all it is, to be able to build that dream that you go into. And if you're not building a dream, then maybe you're just not building your consciousness. So that's why the only reason why I would believe in some sort of creator. But even that's hard for me to believe. So I just like raw evidence right in front of my fucking face. I need to see that shit. I need some proof. I need to see it. But once I've understood that, we will never see that, because unfortunately just this wrong skin color, and not even the skin color now, it's just from the wrong part of the percentage. You'll never know what most of these questions that we're speaking about on here is about. We'll never get the answer. But yeah, man, I think it's we just need to get that. We just need to get that information, bro. Like I can fuck with a lot of scientists, because that's just the way my mind is, man. So this is why when I listen to a lot of the atheists here on this channel, bro, I'm mesmerized, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I just go into some, a couple of different channels bring me different things, like. But with this just brings my whole science fiction mind alive. That dreamy type of brain, that where you're proper in deep thought. So I think if that alone is what you get out from being an atheist, I think it's quite good. I could say, I know that's a bit.
Let me do a shout out. One sec. Let me do a shout out, man. I've done your shout out when you done your PayPal as well. Yes, pick up man like Atticus now for supporting the PayPal. Big up yourself, cuz. You get me? Yeah, big up for the message as well, man. Said he's addicted to the show, and it's mad. Yeah, it's mad, bro. Like same thing, man. That's why I was started doing the live chats myself, cuz I was spending hours just listening to other chats, disagreeing, in the chats or whatever. So I'm like, boom, let me just start up a fucking chat.
Hey, listen, big up Scientific Method. Big up James Jones. Big up Rob. But I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless of what all the other side things that are going on, like gifted brothers, man. I've got to say it, bruv. And it's always a pleasure to listen in, as well as M.A. Brown at time. There's that Briggs guy as well. Brad, Evil Coming actually gives some actually quite in-depth stuff, even though it's pertaining to the spiritual side.
Brothers.
Yeah, but definitely, man.
But obviously everyone gets angry, but he takes a lot of insults and doesn't doesn't let it get to him. So big up for that still.
Yeah, no, I mean, me personally, man. I just fucking be honest. I'm not really probably taking it serious. I'm not the same person online.
What must be annoying? Yeah. Think about this then. Imagine or you're well educated, or you speak well, or whatever, and people keep trying to say, you want to be white because you speak well. That's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Yes, I know. I've heard it a couple of times myself, and why quite ironic that it comes from someone who
can't trying to associate high society with being white, so you're saying that like a black person could never achieve greatness or anything like that. That's what it sort of seems like, man. So I'm like, well, I don't care if you speak like road of the road, or you speak posh of the posh, man. If you actually know what you're talking about, then I want to hear what you're talking about.
Well, Kambata said, someone called Kambata, yeah, he's that guy that runs with them. I think it's Sarnetta and Red Pill, all them. He's an advocate for being able to use better language, like being able to express
an
yourself
understanding
more
of
and have
no,
a
why it is,
yeah, of course, man. It just goes without saying.
obviously if you're from, say you're from, or your parents are from a country that speaks another language, it's definitely good to have an understanding of that language as well, isn't it? But if you're in a place where, like, we're in England right now, so having a full understanding of English is only going to help you in England, isn't it? Like, so actually, man, don't want to be just at the bottom reactionary. There's things that are written into contracts and stuff, which if you don't read the small print, you just sign your shit away. You don't even know what you're signing, bro.
Yeah, so I go as far to say there's people who really value education, people who've got cultural reasons why they, you know, they may not see a person speaking like that and think, oh, he's just, you know, whatever. He's trying to speak like a white man. And they're only like that because it's cultural, you know what I mean? For them to have a, you know, for example, Jamaicans. Or there's just sheeple who just
everybody's trying to say, like,
trying
there's people, there's
put on
Jamaicans
this
in Jamaica.
Jamaican accent, and they're not even from Jamaica. They're just
But
trying
there's Jamaicans in Jamaica that don't speak full, like 100% like a Yardie. They speak Patois. Yeah. Or do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not every single Jamaican person speaks like the stereotypical air quotes Yardie or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's not even just that as well. Like, a lot of Jamaicans I know are hardworking. You get me? And have done well for themselves in the UK and are doing well with bits in either America or in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, definitely. So
I tell you a good example, yeah. Someone that gets spoke about on here a lot, yeah. No one pays attention to when the guy's talking about him, yeah. But I've paid attention. My man's talking about him, yeah. But Ultra's dad, yeah. Ultra's told a story about, Ultra's dad.
Yeah.
He's told a story about his dad a lot of times, how he came over on a boat from Jamaica to the UK. He couldn't get nowhere to stay, and they could only rent off the Irish people. Ended up buying his own property. You know, he's like a mechanical engineer. So he installed his own heating in his house. He fixes cars. So it's the trades are linked up here, but they're not the exact same, innit? So you could be a plumber and not know about mechanics, and you could be a mechanic and not know about plumbing, innit? So
yeah, I mean, heating and ventilation is completely different. Huh?
You gotta give man ratings for mastering.
Yeah, of course. No, that takes effort. I mean,
and then being able to help his kids as well. Ultra's always said, I'm gonna go to my dad for help. I'm gonna go to my pops for help. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So I mean, I think
if his pops was listening to what he was saying about his pops, yeah, imagine how proud he would feel. Right, my son can rely on me for whatever he wants, even though he's independent and he's doing his own stuff. He's got his own kids, his own family, and so on and so on. But he knows that if he gets on any hard times, he can call in his dad to help him out.
Yeah, I mean don't forget that's the level of that's the level of quality of people they brought in. They bring the best and the brightest. So no, they're gonna be up to scratch, but at the same time, you know, that's where when it comes to IQ tests, it's flawed because it's the cultural inheritance of their linguistics, the language, and the pronunciation is not going to be nowhere near as acquired in the generations that they've been here, especially holding on to the culture is quite strong within the Caribbean anyway. So that is a clear, just complete handicap when it comes to something so stupid like the Mensa. Is it the Mensa? The Mensa test? Oh my god. Yeah. So that rules that one out. But
listen, I know a lot of Jamaicans in the UK
that are doing well, man. Not everyone's broke, bro. Like I'm saying, like it just depends on the route you chose, man.
Well,
You get me?
Jamaicans, I'd say they're probably out of Jamaicans and Africans. I'd say Jamaicans had more kids from the 60s and onwards. Because a lot of Jamaicans I spoke to, they've got like some of the 8 kids, 5 kids, 6 kids. They're not playing, bruv. Them brothers there. So, there was, don't forget, when Labrador Grove started up, who was there? It was a Yardies. It went the same thing in Brixton. It was Africans, but it was just a little bit more Yardies. There's a bit more Jamaicans. Do you know what I mean? There's more Caribbeans, like more.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like depending on what sort of Jamaica you're talking to, yeah. They might not appreciate being called a Yardie. You get me?
You reckon? Oh
Yeah.
I should say Rasta. Like a Yardie a bit more because it's from Yard, isn't it? You're saying you're freshie, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
No, they don't mind being called a Jamaican, but they don't want to be called a Yardie. So.
No, I just call them guys. I just call Rasta maybe, depending if they got the locks. So, because I only really would call a man Rasta if he's got the locks.
Yeah.
They say you need a lock, so you need Rasta. Yeah.
Even like I'm saying, there's even some African families. I know some young guys that are doing well, that have got nice houses in Essex, and so are fixing their boilers and shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like them and their wife and their utes got 4 utes and shit. Got a nice house, like 5-bedroom house and all that. You know what I mean? Like doing all well, doing their thing. I don't know what they're doing. You get me? Like I don't really get into man's business like that. What do you do for work and everything like?
Well, personally, it's sad because don't forget that they introduced this, all these sort of quick what they call apprenticeships. There was like the massive apprenticeship push, I think, in the last 10, 15 years, man. And if you missed out, that was when there wasn't that many plumbers. You know what I mean? Not many English plumbers at that stage. But still, you could make, even if it's double the amount of people doing it now, you could still become rich from it. So still, reasonable, sizable, you know what I mean? Good, still lucrative. It's not inundating. It's not.
More times, yeah, if you did the shit that you're supposed to be doing at the time you're supposed to be doing it, your personal life may be okay. Like the situation in a whole may be looking like, right, people are being trodden on or whatever. And your personal life might be okay. But then if you think about it like this, yeah, if you've got a high percentage of the people, like the black people, whatever, that live in the UK are highly educated and in a high tax bracket or whatever, you've got more influence in communities and then nationally and then internationally. Shit that's happening in either your place, this place here. You know what I'm saying? And then other places as well.
So what's your view on having a house here and having a house where you can, if you've got dual citizenship, or is dual citizenship?
That's good, man. Well, you don't have to have. You can have, depending on the sort of money you're getting. You can have dual citizenship.
So, all right. So, say like you got a neutral country, Turkey. So, if Carl wants to go Turkey, 30K for 1 bedroom, nice, decent 1 bedroom, bigger than you'll get, or 2 bedroom, 30K. Yeah.
It depends on how old it is. Once the kids are old enough. So, say, let me just use myself as an example. Then, once my kids are old enough to be adults and they were able to take care of themselves or whatever, they're living their own lives, they've got their own family or whatever, using retirement mode and whatever we've saved up and we're stacked up, mortgage is nigh on clear, and we've got a property abroad or something, then it might pay us more to spend more time. You could spend 5-6 months in Jamaica at your, because I know people that do that already.
Yeah, because if there's unrest,
I've got family members that are doing that already. Yeah, well, like that are older, like in my mum's generation, where they spend the school term in Jamaica and the holiday term, or in the summer they come to England. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, come to England, see their family, take care of their business.
Yeah. Let me tell you something now, Benny. If I had the opportunity to go to a place, bro, if I had family in another place, and I wasn't, the position I'm in, and there wasn't, so the times were right. It didn't seem like there was too much civil unrest or whatever. At this stage of life, not and like I'm saying at my age, I'm saying at this stage, it'd be probably a good time to maybe think about purchasing somewhere else. If you can. So when you think about how much you're spending a month, you save up for, let's say, 2 years. Now you'll be able to.
Yeah, you just save up for a nice fucking.
Yeah, you might be able to buy a house.
I'm saying
half a house.
Flipping 80 to 100 grand. Yeah, you could buy a nice spot.
So yeah,
a nice fully furnished house in Jamaica that you could Airbnb for all the time that you're not there, and live in it at the time you're there.
Yeah. So yeah, but I'm talking. Well, how many bedrooms? How many bedrooms?
How many bedrooms?
Yeah, is that?
I would say at least 3-4 bedroom, and like either a communal pool sort of area.
So let's be realistic, Belly. If you want to save that money in 2 years, say 2 years is pushing it. 3 years is like long stretch. I'm saying like quite in the immediate future, maybe 2 years. You
80 grand?
Yeah.
Save 80 grand in 2 years?
Yeah, you can't. Not the way. It's not possible.
Well,
if you
it may be possible depending on how much you earn. Innit?
Yeah.
But that's a lot of money to save in just 2 years, isn't it?
I mean, that's like 100 hours.
Maybe like 5 to 6 years or something like that.
Yeah,
we're in a high interest savings account where, especially at a time like this year, where it's going through recession and the fucking stock market's just crashing.
Well, okay, but maybe if
you're investing now, if you're investing now, yeah, and you're just doing your constant investing every time you get a monthly wage, you're putting a certain amount in to your high interest savings account, yeah. By the time this crashes over, sort of thing, and the recovery starts to get on the way, and everything's all back to normal, and things are starting to go upwards, you know what I'm saying? Like, and people out shopping and bits and pieces are going up and so on. So the interest you would have earned on your savings you may have more than that. Do you know what I'm saying? That.
Yeah.
So, and it depends on how much you're saving, innit, man? Because some people might be able to save something like £100 a month. Some people might be able to save like £700 a month. Do you know what I'm saying? That so it just literally depends on the amount that you're earning, man. Like on the amount that you can save. And actually, really, what depends, the biggest thing here is the earlier in your life that you can start saving on a high interest account and even start to understand on how money works in the stock market and all them sort of things there, because you might be able to make a couple moves from when you was like 18 to 30, where, boy, you might be retiring by the time you're 40. You get me? Or like at least, if not retiring, doing something else, being able to put your money into places where your money's working for you, and your time is spent doing other things, more innovation. Do you know what I'm saying? Like more innovating. So
I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, Mo, I'm telling you what, I would, I mean, if I was you, I'd do it. I don't think 80K is a lot. 40K 2-bedroom, I would do that. But would you want to go there and be the only one there, though? So that's what I'm saying. It goes back to you wanting family.
I'm going there with my missus, isn't it, man? And then same thing, family in Jamaica. That I know.
Look,
and then you'll have new people that you in your community that you'll start to get on with and whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It really depends on how much you can afford to save and how early you can start saving. If you're starting to save later in your life, then you're going to need to save more money in it. But if you're saving earlier on, you might be able to save stuff like £150, £200 a month. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in your 20s, man, just open up that interest account with £500. Save up your £500 to open it up and start slapping in your £200. Like, if you're in your 30s, you might want to start think about slapping a bit more in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, trust me.
Yeah, but how much interest
are
you going to make, though? Really? I mean, how much interest? How much do you make on interest?
The interest goes up. The interest goes up here. It's like compound interest, yeah. So every time you put money in, yeah. So even when you put your first money in, yeah, it starts earning interest on the money that you put in it, yeah. So obviously you can lose interest as well. See, like now, yeah. So anyone that had money in before the crash or whatever might have lost interest on their savings or whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and when it went back up, it goes back up. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So,
No, I don't know. No, I kind of know how it works, but
yeah. So basically, yeah. If you're say it was just normal times, yeah. Where
have you got any interest?
Things where there's no such thing as like social distancing and everyone's at work or whatever and everything's all normal. Yeah, and you're putting your money in a savings account. Every time you put your money in, you start earning interest from the day you put it in. So the first time you put in the £500, you might be earning interest on it from then. So the next time you put in your £100 or whatever else you're putting in on top of it, you're earning interest on top of that money in it. So it builds up in it. So you're the £500 is always going to be more than £500 by the time you put the next money in. So then the £100, by the time you put your next £100 in, that £100 would be either more or it could be less as well. So, but most of the time, yeah, when there's a correction, like they call it now in the stock market, when the prices drop, they call it correction in it. Yeah? So everything drops and it starts going down and everyone's selling, there's panic going on and whatever. Then once times start to steady out, everything sort of goes back to normal and the stock prices start to go back up because people are like confident again.
So you're talking about the currency now, yeah? Or stock price and how it's affected to how then that would have a knock-on effect to how much you're actually saving in your interest account. Have you got an interest?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to know how much you've got in it, but I can imagine you've got one. No.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. And it's a good one. I mean, look, I did want to ask you a question, Veli, because this is now it's quite interesting because generally, I don't think I've met many black atheists, and I don't, and you know what? It's not because there's I don't think there's a lot around. I just haven't really had that many conversations, in regards to it. So that doesn't reflect that you're like But anyway, what if because you haven't prayed? Imagine now it comes to the end now and they say, okay, mate, you know, you called out for me because you are and you will. Yeah. I'm not trying to done your dance or anything. I do. This ain't me having trying to shoot down, you know, the prophet of atheism himself. But look, no, honestly, if you said he called out to me, but all you had to do was believe. Now, I would strongly suggest that you think about the question that I asked you now. Do you would say that you are to the degree now where you can actually call yourself an atheist? Okay, he's speechless now because now I put that in your head so perfectly, boy. What are you gonna do?
No, I've got my kids now in the background, innit, man? So that's
okay. Cool. No, really, honestly, that I mean, everybody asks a question all the time. Imagine if all you had to do was pray, or you should have just started doing what you meant to do and start believing, and you know, because you didn't, you know, you're gonna go hell. But I think to have that stance where you're trying to disprove God, is kind of playing with fire, especially when punishment and stuff is, or not being good enough or not adhering to certain rules is quite a strong thing in religion. So if you have obviously just followed, then obviously everything would be better for you when you go there. So I think some people say, oh, you got to have a sincere heart if you would like to follow religion, and if you don't have a sincere heart, then there's probably not much point of you doing it, which I think is quite harsh. So, you know, it's clearly not really a drafts game. It's like a chess game you've got to play at the moment at this stage. But all that being said, just like, yeah, so I just thought, you know, be having that type of view. You know, when will you start to believe in God? Will it take a moment in your life where is it ever a time you can be convinced of God without actually being proven by a person, another person? I mean, it's quite a strong stance to have, considering if you're pro-science, that's fine. It doesn't mean you have to be an atheist. I mean, atheist is quite a niche thing. I don't know, like, to all the atheists out there, that is, I don't know anybody's stance. Some people might be just on that atheist. I don't know what your stance is. But yeah, it does not really too important, Veli, you know what I mean? But I know you got your utes. It just be quite interesting. It's a question I always believe that, or think, is people want to actually be an atheist, active atheist. Like someone said,
one sec.
There's no
man like Anonymous. Still holding XRP, yeah? Oh my days. Yo, Anonymous, you're a G. Say nothing. I'm still holding XRP as well, yeah? Hold on for dear life. Oh my god.
Wait, what's XRP? Is
One
that
day
currency?
XRP.
Is that currency?
Ripple.
Oh,
yeah,
Ripple.
crypto.
I was told about Ripple. Wait, what about it? What about it?
What about it? Nah, he said he's still holding XRP in it. Like, and boy, crypto was high priced one day, boy. Now it's sort of it's rising. It's not where it was though. But I don't know. Do you know what? Yeah, you see the crypto thing. Yeah, if you understand trading, yeah, you might be able to do your scalping and earning a little bit of money per day on that easier than the stock market or whatever. Yeah, day trading and whatever. So might be something that you might want to look into still. But it's not for everyone, isn't it?
you know what baffles me a little bit? I know that I'm onto it. I mean, what I'm onto really, Veli, is the investing in cryptocurrency and maybe possibly shares in different things, maybe Forex as well, because I've been listening to someone who's been speaking about that as well at the moment, on and off. But it's not really when it takes my, when I get in a good enough position to actually want to. I'm just, you can just save your money at the moment and just not kind of put it in a position where you can't immediately get it. That's more important than kind of just invest. You know what I mean? Just like that's why sometimes it's better just to stack your money as opposed to just investing in something that you're gonna have to. Yeah, but is there any? I mean, could it get all wiped out though? That's the thing. Can it be affected to the point where it can just crash and people lose big money on it? But day trading, I think there's a way of making money. Little formulas to it, but nothing too interesting. Sunday's always like, I don't know, like this is the thing I always ask. So what do people do on Sundays, man? Like this is a day when everybody really should be on, but it's always the deadest day. It's always the most quiet day. Oh shit, man, my leg, bruv. Literally, my groin is fused, all my cartilage around my groin area. So now my sciatic nerve is compressed between exoshell and all of the cartilage and sinew in between muscles, all being choked on some imaginary fucking autoimmune exoshell. And it's pinching on to my groin or fucking area perfectly. So if anybody's ever got groin strain, but trust me, I'm dying. It's literally the most devastating fucking physically.
Yeah, but one day, you know what I mean? But one day, boy, XRP will be worth £10 a coin or something like that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Just hold on, man. Just hold on.
Do you know what I was thinking?
Yeah, man. But big up yourself.
Said it, though. Sorry, bro. What did you say? I was going to say gold is
no, you know what? Yeah, let's differently. Let me do the promotion though. Wait. Hold on. If we're talking about gold, crypto, and stocks, yeah, 90 for 99 has something called Gold Bar. Yeah. If you look on the description on any of 90 for 99's videos, yeah, she has a cryptocurrency, whatever that people can invest in, and it gives you stocks in gold as well at the same sort of time. But she'll be able to explain it better. Yeah. Or the link that she has will be able to. Yeah, man. Yeah. So it will explain it and all that still. So yeah, man. Anyone can. Yeah, yeah, man. You can all be rich. Remember, 9 done an opening of her phone. Remember, she got a phone, and that's from her thing, innit? Like the phone's supposed to be. It will never get no bugs or anything. You get me?
Oh yeah.
It will never get no bugs or nothing. Yeah, hey, shut up, Kushite Smoke, man. You get me?
Do you know
I almost invested in XRP with a sweaty laugh.
If you can get gold and you can actually create jewelry from that gold, you'll up the value of that gold, man, significantly.
It's called carat bars, man. So, like you're saying, you can invest in it and get bits of gold or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, man.
So
like,
for making jewelry, definitely
investing extra hard when you've got bits and pieces in place, man. So really and truly, yeah, invest as much as you can without fucking. Make sure you got your bills and whatever paid and all that first, and then invest most of your extras
and whatever, any sort of bonuses you get or whatever, try to invest it in all that, and then them sort of, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, if you use, I was a poker player for a long time. You know what I mean? Kid, love, and yeah. So just it'd be the same thing in it, bro. Like just investing in, you know, currency. Same thing.
Yeah, no, currency is different. Currency is if you're doing currency trading like the pairs or whatever, like dollar versus pound or yen versus dollar and all them sort of shit. So that's different, isn't it? Because that market moves swift as well, isn't it? Because it's rapid, isn't it? Because the valuations fluctuate up and down quite quick. We was talking about currency with IC3 the other day, and he was saying it's something that you can't see. You know what I mean? That it's like the interest rate. You can't see interest rate. It just goes up and down.
Yeah, interesting, bro.
Interest rate, yeah, is all with scarcity, valuation, and you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I said it's interesting. I said it's interesting, all that shit, bro. Proper. Like,
yeah. But
yeah,
how much the crowd values what the stock is. Do you know
and
what I'm saying?
who did that get administered by? Like the IMF, someone to in that type of, you know what I mean?
Who started the stock market? I don't know, you know, but what's it called? The price of gold. The price of gold used to be set in the City of London in the Rothschild office for a long time. I don't know where it's set now, but it was set there. It may have moved to somewhere else now still, but it was set there, man. That City of London has got power, bro. The offshore banking and the power that's got there, it's different still.
Someone told me that there's only enough really pure gold. There's only swimming pool amount worth in the world, or Olympic swimming pool size. And I was like, wait, how's that possible?
I don't know. I don't know about that still.
Yeah, that can't be right, because I mean, personally, if you want to Google it without me making stupid statements like that, like I actually came up with the idea, but for me to even bring up that, because I can't see how that's possible. So is there different types of like standards of gold or something? There must be different types. There must be different types of purity and standards of gold, isn't it? But I mean, if you get like pure, like, I don't know, is there different types of standards?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the level of IQ of people that I was around at that time, but I don't know. I might have to Google it.
Yeah, man.
Wait, what? Nearly all the gold on Earth came from meteorites that bombarded the planet over 200 million years after it formed. So look, take this away, everybody. You learned something today. Nearly all the gold on Earth came from the meteorites that bombarded the planet over 200 million years after it formed. How they came to that conclusion is quite difficult. Now, what I'm assuming is that the way they've come to that, how could they come to such a conclusion like that? Right, result. Meteorite, maybe the type of stuff that they've found, there's a pattern, and the carbon dating, all the rest of the things. Okay, 200 million planet over 200 million after it formed. That's interesting.
Yeah, trust me. Forex trading is serious, bro. You know what you're doing, boy.
So what have you?
Can be a big boy again.
everybody's talking about that now. Why is that so?
It's not everybody. It's people always talk about it. Yeah, it's just that someone new finds out about it all the time because obviously it involves big money in it. Do you know what I mean? And everyone wants to earn more money for less hours. So forex trading is definitely going to be something that, if that's what you're trying to do, you may look into at one stage in your life, innit?
Yeah.
But again, that's serious stuff, innit, man? You got to sort of understand what it is about trading and the different signals you're looking for and the different patterns and the different setups and just having that understanding on how things work is the most important thing. It's the simple. Imagine this.
And the thing is,
people tell you, the simplest things, is gonna make your life, much easier. Yeah? But some of the simplest things, are some of the hardest things to do. Like, have an understanding of how things work here. It's not easy, although it's just a simple couple of words.
And
you know what I'm saying, man?
You're totally right because there's people that have something called X syndrome or something fragile X syndrome, where it's hard for them to register and learn to the same way of normal people would. You know, it's like but to comprehend something like the forex is actually pretty difficult when I looking back at it as a kid. But now, I think that's important, and there are definitely things like that you could learn in 5 seconds. But because when you look at it yourself without having any type of tutor or type of way to, you know what I mean? I mean, like but the forex, the stock market is all about people put price and manipulate the price, and they value what they value, and then it fluctuates due to many different things. How much is available, and what's happened geopolitically, and that's it. I mean, that's what affects that shit. How much people want the thing, and how much is on offer. You know, at the end of the day, and it's all put and then the subtle suggestive thoughts are put there by the powers that be, all backed up by adverts, mainstream media. But you know what, man, just having an understanding of this forex thing, bro. It's like these commodities need to, it's like this fluctuation thing. You can take advantage of it by betting on when it goes up and down, and that's it. I mean, that's if someone could explain that to me when I was a kid, just the way I did it there, and I could have taken it home and made something of it, I could have probably explained that just a bit better. But that's all it is. The things that come out of this earth all get gathered together, put priced on, they fluctuate, you bet on it, and it goes up and down, and you've got to bet when it goes up and look for a pattern. That's fucking it. That's basically it. And things is more reliable than
listen, you make it sound simple, but actually performing these acts under pressure when you've got hundreds, thousands, some people have got millions of pounds at stake here. That's a different
I didn't say it was easy in the sense of you're going to get 100% results, but the concept to understand and the way it works is easy to understand. But if someone explained it to me the way they did, I mean,
do you know what? Generate the hardest thing to do.
Yeah.
What I've heard the hardest thing to do is to cut your losses.
What do you mean cut your losses? I say go in, that's it, and get out. Don't just sit there.
To cut your losses, to try to pull the stop trigger at a time when you feel like you've lost some money because you might think it might bounce back. So without any sort of training or whatever, if you try to jump in it yourself with no sort of training along, no thing, you might not even install a stop loss. Yeah. So if it goes below this, it just cancels the trade.
Yeah. Well,
so then if you feel like you've seen a setup where you buy and then it's a loss position and you're losing, you think, it's going to come back it's going to come back in a minute. It's going to come back in a minute. You might be ending up losing your whole bank. You get me? Or even in debt. Because remember, sometimes these things are done on, what do they call it? Like an interest sort of thing, innit? Like an interest account where you may be able to lose £6,000, but you only had £600 in your account. You know what I'm saying? Like, right, if your loss is like that, mad thing.
Yeah, so the manipulation.
600, you might lose £600,000 and you only had 60 grand in your account.
Yeah.
Did you get me?
Yeah.
So
yeah. Cool. I mean, you got. I mean, that's hard.
You might make what though? Because you can make money in it.
But look at it. Look at it like this. How many people have that sort of resilience? It's like that dopamine and the gambling feeling, man. So from that's why I feel like if you go in big as opposed to sitting there, because ultimately if you day trade, you got to look at patterns, which are very difficult. You know what I mean? Or you can do.
That's what I'm trying to say. You see that? Read Anonymous' comment there, because that's to you. Read it. Read Anonymous' comment. He's talking to you. It's not that simple at all. And you're meant to treat it as a business. It's not betting. It's betting if you don't know what you're doing and have no strict system or strategy. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what I'm trying to say. Go on, listen.
It's no, no, I'm not saying that you was arguing with that. I was just saying, obviously, remember when you were saying that, right? It's only this, that, and the other. I was saying, obviously, that's the basic skeleton of it, innit? There's more of it that you have to bring up to make it like a body, a brain, a nervous system, and all them sort of shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
that whole there's a strategy behind it, but because I know someone who's trading, like a friend of mine, so he's you can do the day trade and then warrant all them guys, and then investments, these long-term investment ones, so in stocks. But now it's a case of like it gets manipulated. So if I'd say a lot of, especially black people or minorities, whatever, or the powers that don't be, invest in one particular part of a commodity or something, they devalue it, or they just come and tax you more on it. That's why we can't really ever try and dominate the market like that. But
hey, King Ben, how come Ben Grant keeps calling you a friend?
Hold on, I know. You know what he is? He's one of these guys that fits me in a Fed uniform because he's gay. But anyway, apart from that, I don't swing that way, mate. I'm sorry. So there's gold. You can wait. Hold on. I just said to Akers, this is what Akers has been sitting there. He hasn't really been trolling, but he come up with a couple of statements that are a little bit. What? Well, this one is a bit. I just said gold.
He has been calling you Asian.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He's been saying a couple things that are questionable. All right, cool. Yeah, he called me an Asian. Oh, it's all right. Go for it, brother. But listen, Atticus. He told me he just made a statement that he buried himself. But apparently, he didn't bury himself. I'm not going to be harsh on you, but I just said get gold, make jewelry. His response was gold's gonna be the same way and the same regardless if it's crafted. Hey, listen to that stupidity, man. Come on, bro. Like, you can't point out something that's obvious. They're gonna like. So do you find what gold weighs? How much gold is in its weight of whatever 100 grams, whatever you're weighing it by. So it'd be 100 grams in the case of jewelry, yeah, or ounces, yeah. So if you craft that together, it's definitely going to be more expensive than if you leave it in a fucking come on, bro. That's not even. I know he's trolling.
Oh, Jason, more yellow tears. It smells like ghee in here. He's taking a piss.
Hey, what 71 billion?
Oh shit! Even Banksy's onto you. At King Piss Week, you can't roast for shit.
About 35 billion tons of gold in the Earth's crust at sea level. I know. So the funny thing is the guy whose name was Ben that I was talking to as well. That's the funny thing. That's the ironic thing. The guy's name is Ben. I won't say his second name, but he was the one who said that it was a swimming pool, only a swimming pool worth actual pure gold or something. And I was like, no, there's got to be more than that. And I was so against what he was saying, but I shouldn't even presented that as someone's thingy. But I knew it wasn't that. I knew it was more than that. But some people just have these theories. Now,
King of the goldfish.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you're wrong with that one, Actus. Ben, I don't know who that is. This guy's been following me for 3 years, saying I'm a don't even know him from Adam.
3 years.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
3 years.
Been undercover for, man.
He's been the same fucking Ben, same dude, at least a year, and I'm sure it goes back further. Anyway.
Deep cover.
Oh yeah, who's King H now? Who's King H?
King H. I don't know.
Wait, if I got a road, bro, I swear I'm gonna have like fucking just loads of zombies, bro. I don't know what these zombies, bro. Fucking flocking at me from all angles. I'm gonna have to start getting buy a dog or something. You know what I mean? Just get a pit bull and just say, sick him. Fucking zombie. Nah, I'm only joking. Not all of you, just Banksy.
Right, 1 sec.
Yeah, so I don't beg it with anybody, mate. I'm a 6 foot strapping young man with loads of money coming out of my ears, and just what can you do about it? Shut your mouth. Laugh out, stop begging it. Yo, Banksy, you're pedo. I think someone called you one. Is that true? Show me the evidence that you're not. I can show you evidence that you probably are. So shut your mouth. Don't ever try and address me in a bad man from the chat ever, and tell me I can't roast. You look like Ben Stiller, pedophile uncle who had too much to eat and someone smashed him on the top of his head, so he's a lot shorter and his legs look fucking short, but he's still fat and short. So shush. And that's just the truth. That's not even just a run thing. You look like Ben Stiller's pedophile overweight uncle. You like what? You know, like a catfish, bruv. He's like a catfish. You know, like one of them guys. You go on a catfish, get a girl to come out and just beat her over the head and fucking take her in her house. You know what I mean? You waking up and there's Banksy Fucking yeah, you want them catfish motherfuckers. And you're trying to come online and talk to me, even address me, even look me in the eye. Come on, man. When I speak to a girl, it's my face on the photo. Yeah, you just sit there. I don't know. You put someone else's photo up. Weirdo. Yeah, but big up everybody inside anyway. Anybody wants to come on here, debate me, come through. We can talk about anything. We can talk about religion.
Who wants it with gold?
About your country. Listen,
Who wants it with gold?
I'll tell you more about your country than you know. I'll tell you more about science. Who wants to debate me? Rob, come on. I'll destroy you. Scientific method, come on. I may not be elaborate with all my interconnected sentences, okay, but I will be able to match you to a degree, I'm sure, in all other areas, especially dick side. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that.
Hey, go. He called you king bitch. Your face is a sign that God hates us.
I look at the chat, bro. It's like I'm just trying, and it's just pure King Kong. I'm not even looking. I'm just lying down, meditating on my bed, speaking to Benny, and these guys are destroying my whole reputation, bro. So when the playback plays now, everybody's gonna be saying King Gold's mum is an orangutan. It's like, come on, bro. It's like, come on, bro. You know what I mean? I've got family, I've got friends. Leave me, man.
Leave my mom's alone, Pete.
Leave me alone. Or I'll catch you out, man.
Leave my mom's alone, big.
Yeah, no avatars.
Aromo Shirley, he said, "Oh, Kingo Gold, you are a waffler."
Yeah, sorry, honestly, no, sorry if I'm waffling. But I like to kind of talk in the metaphysical realm. I like to talk with a spiritual and open mind, and it can be
gold or metaphysical gold.
It can be to the point. It can be not even that well, rehearsed. It can be anything. It can be everything. You can be on the board with psychotic. But
this is you could run the sickest game. Yeah. When you take your missus out for something, yeah, you could bring her around to her house, yeah, and say, "Hold my hand." We turn off the lights and say, "We're now metaphysically gonna go on a date."
You're taking a piss. You're taking a piss. You say metaphysical, yeah? I can't walk. Yeah.
Metaphysical date. Yeah.
You can. Wait, I'm a waffler. Thanks, Renegade. Nice. You're definitely like you're
it's true though. King Gold is up and said who wants smoke with King Gold, innit, man? Cause he said who wants to debate him. Like he didn't say who wants to try and diss him or nothing, yeah. He just said who wants to debate him.
Yeah. So why you not like that? I'm just saying, Renegade's top lip looks, my God, look like someone's. Like Eddie Murphy, when he used to take a shot of the thing where he's changing from Eddie Murphy to Nutty Professor and he holds his lip up. That's Renegade. Don't do that nonsense in the chat. Stop it. I give you touch your lip, man. I you know what I mean? I give you a King Khan, bro. No. Open-minded. No, spiritual.
Yeah, when people say they are spiritual and open-minded, that's the definition of tomorrow.
No, look.
It's like you can't be spiritual and open-minded yet. Oh, shoot.
No. Shoot. I wouldn't say spiritual people are completely confined within spirituality to the degree where, if something was brought on the table in relation to the origins of man or something that diametrically oppose their viewpoint, I think I don't think they, I think they take. I mean, they take it on.
Hey, listen, let me say pause before I even ring this one. Pause.
Like spiritual people are open-minded, bro. How do you say that, bro? How do you say that? It's all based on science.
Bro. Hey, man called you King Deep Throat.
Hey, come on,
You
time
took
out,
him
bro.
into
I swear down, bro. I swear I'll bang all your fucking viewers out, you know. I swear.
Oh shit. Oh shit, yeah, man.
Yeah. That's cool, man. It's just hate. This is where they hate on the anti-Muslims. Yeah, I've got loads of Muslim ladies that I speak. Yeah,
Hey,
and
Raf said you're a low budget man. Nah. He said
type XXX. Do you know when you type full stop to you? And they're saying hello, pretty gorgeous. That's what I'm saying. So, that's what I'm saying. Anti-Muslim, anti-good-looking, anti-smart. That's what it is.
Oh shit! Oh mate. Yo.
To be fair, you know what? This is something that I always say, yeah. Is that
Nah, hey, listen, big up Gold, yeah, because like you're saying, the man them in the chat don't play with Gold, you know. They can come at you all the time still, and you stay on the panel and keep chatting there. So big up yourself for that, anyway, man.
Yeah.
We're going back and forth with the people.
I mean, personally, look, honestly, even if I was talking so much craziness to the point where you couldn't even understand what I was saying altogether, like you couldn't even understand what sentences, you couldn't even put a sentence together, then I'd say, look, tell me to go and seek help with a doctor. But you know, as long as it's just sort of like vague stuff that's I haven't taken the time investment to go and thoroughly go and, you know what I mean, try and look at so I can actually explain it properly. Then.
Guess what? Listen to this news. Yeah. While we was on the live stream, yeah, there was a Muslim on my house.
Oh, is it?
You know that?
Oh,
one of my Muslim brothers is in my house today.
Okay. Yeah. What? So what? I didn't say anything wrong to Muslims. Oh yeah. So I had some nice Muslim ladies.
No, I'm just saying, man. You know what I mean?
They're hating on me, man. What it's about, bro? I don't think they are, man. I mean, look. At the end of the day, I can just imagine that it's that whole witch hunt thing, man. You know, everybody wants that. I think, like Jedi said, everybody wants that person.
Hey, listen, he said, now Raf has said that you're Maku's son. Why, man? Now Maku's son.
Yeah, you know, he's trying to say that I don't know what Raf is. For me, he seems like a Hebrew Israelite. I think he's a Hebrew Israelite, but I could be wrong.
He's not.
He is. Look at his hair.
He's a renegade.
Hey, renegade. Hey, renegade.
Renegade.
You do like a Hebrew Israelite, though.
So what's wrong with it? What's wrong with Hebrew Israelite? Mine got the Jacob and then man knows.
No, because them man wear their locks, isn't it? That's it, brother. Don't get me. Yeah, don't get me. No.
Bob Hill and that, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Come on, man. You know, there's in Africa that's got locks. That ain't nothing to do with Rasta as well. That's just got locks.
Yeah, he's a Caribbean. I can tell by his demeanor and his name. Anyway, apart from that, he said Maku's son. Yeah, I need to address that because because what I've noticed now is that what Maku studied is Dr. Ben, probably, you know, maybe Dick Gregory, but even then, Dr. Sebi, I can imagine. And just a couple of things, I can't even think that. I'm probably going to jump off soon. I'm actually forgetting names now. Like, I've gone blank. Dr. York. Yeah, that's it. Dr. York. Professor Francis Cress Wilson, I think. Yeah, but I mean, there was someone who focused primarily on African culture, you know, in Egypt. I think that was Dr. Ben. I don't know, it could be. But yeah, I mean, them guys, I've studied that, so I know that Maku's like I was saying, Maku was, from what I've heard, when he came on and started speaking on his show, and we just got similar knowledge in regards to origin, what we believe is the origin of man and migration. He studied a lot of migration. He knows about hidden history, stolen legacy. So anything that has come from black to white, and what's being plagiarized. I'm saying anything that's being plagiarized in the form of intellectual theft. Just like maybe leaders, you know, I'm not really too knowledgeable about too many sort of inspirational leaders, you know. But I mean, but we got similar because we know, man, because Nigerian, isn't it? He's Nigerian. He knows, bruv. Like that's just literally like they say. They say no dinosaurs. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's.
You said only Igbo in Nigeria is the tribe that matter. The rest of the tribe, air quotes. What was the air quote?
What was it? They're riffraff.
Riffraff. Air quotes. Riffraff.
They're rakataka. Rakataka,
yeah.
You know Rakataka. Do you know when they go to I'm only playing, man. Yeah, Rakataka. You know Rakataka. You know in Indian, Rakataka means you know when in India when they go into the market and they buy something that's fake, they call it Rakataka. Yeah, they call it Rakataka.
Yeah.
So
Where did you learn that?
Just things like little fucking. I like just little interesting facts, man. That's what I like. What?
The Indians on the market use it for the fake clothes. I'm like, what the hell did you learn that?
No, that's what they say. They say anything that's fake, they call it Rakataka, isn't it? Like it's
you say that the man never got a fake polo and fake Gucci, they call it Rakataka, yeah?
Yeah, they just like I think it's just garbage, isn't it? Garbage stuff like that, especially fake stuff.
Man. Bloody hell, man. I swear down. King Gold, yeah, you're actually a comedian without knowing.
Oh yeah, he's funny as fuck, bro. I wanted to big him up for that. King Gold is funny as fuck, bro.
Hey, big up, brother. Big up yourself, Chief.
How you doing, Belly? How you doing, man? How you doing, King?
You saying, man? You good,
Yeah,
man?
what's up, bro?
I can't complain.
Mm.
Man.
Mm.
So what's the topic today? I'm sorry, I just clicked the link. I didn't click the link.
It was just a review of the week, man. You know what I'm saying? We was going. I played a video earlier that was trying to explain the evolution of consciousness.
Mm.
It was like a hour-long video from 2018, and yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion about that. Didn't have any challenges. You know how you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the L's are. I'm trying to still figure out that L this week. Somebody explain that to me. You know, we need to find the evolution on that, bro.
Yeah, it's an Asian intel. Yo, all right, listen. Atticus now is on your neck, you know, go.
Well, listen, the funny thing about it as well is he looks like a swaggered out, like sort of mid.
I snuck into a kid's birthday party,
middle age,
and got like a burger out of it. Best thing I've ever eaten.
Yeah. yes.
I told him I was a teacher from his
yeah?
school.
Right. You still eat out in restaurants?
And the mom was like, because the mother had like one of those nannies drop him off all the time, so she's never met any of his teachers, so no one could identify me.
Yo, you can't.
Oh,
Can't hear me, man.
The kid. I see the kid. He's like, "This is one of your teachers from your school," and he was like, "You look like Mr. Wilson." I'm like, "Yeah, I've lost a lot of weight because of the COVID. How are you doing, young man?"
Yo, Brad can't hear me, man. Tell him to leave and come back.
Oh man.
All right, cool, Gold. You can't
I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear. Let me go back. Because I can't hear him either.
Gold, can you hear Brothers, or Brothers can you hear Gold? You two can't hear each other.
I can hear him.
Oh, you can't. Can you hear Gold, Brothers? Brothers? The screen frozen. Oh shit, the screen's frozen.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone dead now.
See you
Yeah.
now.
When someone can you hear me? Brad.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kingo?
Yeah,
How you
yeah.
doing?
Pick up, man. Yeah. You can hear me.
Hey, yo, you did good, bro. You did good in that little match. I'm not gonna lie to you though. You got to You did good, bro. I'm not gonna lie though. One joke that got me though was when Khan said you have to run in the shower to get wet. That was funny, bro.
I know. I couldn't. I'd been busting up for that. I'm not gonna. I don't know why I find that so funny. You know.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. So the truth, yeah, Khan was all right in his roasting.
He was.
Well, he's good, man. Actually,
he's going to be able to roast him.
Wait, listen. I can assure you, it is. I can swear to you, it was like for me, at one stage, like the choke. I couldn't breathe for like say 3 seconds. I couldn't breathe, and I was like, "Rah, this is actually a lot worse than I thought." You know, it's like more difficult. You know what I mean? Like,
Born Rich though. Born Rich, I ain't gonna fake, bro. That chick, she must have. I don't know if Born Rich hurt her in the past, but she's going way personal, bro.
That's what you have to do in the verse.
That's why Boom Wish is G Block, man. Boom Wish is evil, isn't it, man? Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna fake, bro. There was a period she was like talking about he ain't got no dick, and I was like, what?
He's like, well, straight off the back, yo, I can see that you're pushy.
Oh, I can't even repeat it. I don't want to repeat on your stream, buddy. But when he said that, I was like, rah. I that just set the whole thing up.
Me and him was dissing each other in the shop yesterday still. So I feel like people are trying to set up a roasting match between me and Born still. Can't know, but you see how it goes. You see how that goes, mate.
Well, it's just, he did well. He made sure he highlighted season, so I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more.
Yo, I heard earlier today when King Gold told, I think he told like what's his name in the chat, Ben Grant, that to bring his mother to England, he's gonna teach her a magic trick. Yo, I almost crashed my car here. That shit. That was funny. Because it's funny, like you hear this like well eloquent guy that can like low key hit you where it hurts. Oh man. Telling you, man, you can't laugh at yourself, bro. There's no point in existing, bro.
Yeah. True. Nah, it's true, man. I was saying that about you earlier still, like, but sometimes obviously man take shots at you. You got to be able to laugh it off in it. But obviously,
I feel like I'm good at it too, but at the same time, when it gets like, when someone keeps on telling a joke, you're just like, we get it, fam. Why do you keep saying it? Like,
yeah.
Come on, man. We get it.
There's a dude that comes on sometimes. There's a dude that comes on sometimes. His name is Supra. He's on Gotti's panel, and he like when he makes jokes about me, that man, because his jokes are tasteful and they change up each time. Like they're never the same thing. Like he'll never like one time he said that Brad beats the cheeks to Brad beats when Brad has sex, he listens to Mozart. My favorite one was when he said that Brad has a flowery blouse he wears whenever he pops off in the hood, You know what I mean? Like, like you can't laugh at yourself, bro.
Like a pretty blouse.
Yeah.
You getting one of them ruffled blouse, yeah?
Yeah, like the Sabio ones.
Mm. When the man used to slap man with a glove, challenge man for a fight.
Oh man.
Telling
But
you
nah,
to a duel.
yeah, like I ain't gonna lie, Scientific Method.
Right there. I
He's
challenge
also
you
very
to a duel.
But yeah, Scientific Method's also funny. You know, like I had,
Yeah.
like sometimes we have jokes for each other. Like I remember the one time
Yeah, he
it was
just said-
me, Walter, and I think it was me, Walter, and Dadon on the panel. And I thought he gave me a compliment. He was like, "It's something when Brad's the smallest person on the panel." I died. I was like, "Oh, this little. Oh my god."
Motherfucker.
Yeah, that's my man right there, though. It's my favorite atheist, for real. Now Ultra has to be my favorite. Wait, Ultra's
Yeah.
agnostic, yeah. I forgot.
Scientific method, yeah. Definitely ain't a few people's favorite atheists around here, though, boy. Wow.
Because I know he's instant to like if he does, he's like James. He's like the Asian version of James Jones. It's like he like you know how like M.A. Brown is like the black version. He like instantly call you a dumbass or an idiot like 10 seconds into the conversation. It's like, oh man, I don't agree with you. You're a fucking idiot. Like it's like, bro, give him time. Give him time. We just started talking. How you gonna be mad when we just started talking, bro?
Yeah.
He cracks me up still though.
What do you reckon the scientific method that he's applying behind doing such a brash and abrupt response? Do you reckon it's a scientific method, or it's all based off emotional impulses?
I think it's emotional impulse. I think, for example, in a sense, because he doesn't do it to everybody. So I think, like, if he already goes into the conversation like, okay, this person's a dumbass, he has more patience. But if he sees someone that's genuinely, I think, like, if there's an attempt to see someone that's rationally intelligent, like has like a very logical mindset, can be very analytical, has some degree of like a very rational mindset, he'll be like, I think that's what sets him off. It's like, all right, here's this very rational, here's this very like sensible adult who's acting dumb. You
Do you know
know,
what
and I think that sets him
Brad?
off. What?
Sorry for cutting you. I'll just
You
say
good,
it would be good actually when all the debaters come on, because it's kind of like a set group. Actually, if you found out what people have obtained in like qualification wise, because it'd be interesting just to see, not obviously just to show dick size, but it doesn't really mean much. Well, especially
yeah, but Scientific Method went to. I know he went to. I think he went to. I forgot. He went to Google University, or was it?
I said, yo, fuck.
I go to A-Star. It's Hinduism.
The thing about Veli though is Veli could win Veli wins every conversation because of his laugh. Like his laugh is like a big fuck you. So it's just like that's it's like Veli don't even have to go to university. He can go to Oxford right now and be like, B, I don't even know this shit, but but I guarantee Veli be like the type to show up in a room full of intellects, be like, I guarantee y'all talking shit now, but when your boiler's broken, yeah, boy.
Right, I'm gonna do a test. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna come back, and surely everybody's gonna come back because I dissed everybody, and they may have a reserve fee. I'm looking off discounts here, so I'm gonna go for
Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run.
The devil man's gonna run and see.
Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run.
20 minutes to see how I guarantee you everybody's gonna be here and be like, oh yeah, big up yourself.
Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run.
Believe in God. Believe in God.
Run, Spirit Man, run.
Look at him run.
Run, Spirit Man, run. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run. Firebomb, firebomb, firebomb.
Yo, y'all see that video Rospect posted up in like the full Muslim attire, bro? Man, Sunni now, bro. Like, bro.
Was This is funeral.
Yeah. Big respect for what he did, though. Much respect that. You know what I mean? Much respect for that.
Yeah.
You know.
Mashallah.
Mashallah. Hey, yo, did you hear that? Hey, yo, Aroma, yo, guess what, bro?
What?
The only Ethan had somebody try to assassinate him, bro.
Oh wow.
Yeah, bro. They trying to hit up on the man's compound, bro. That's what I'm telling you, bro. If I move to Nigeria, bro, I'm getting an army. I'm getting like.
Yeah,
like
Nigeria's.
you said it's a zoo. It's a zoo.
Nigeria's a zoo.
It's a zoo.
It wasn't me that said it. You know? Do you know who said it?
Who?
I don't know if you heard about the Biafra guy who was trying to get Nigeria to secede or whatever. His name is Nnamdi Kanu. You go.
Is it the dude that he goes to Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually seen him in DC twice.
Are you serious?
Really?
Yeah. Him and what's his name that keeps getting arrested? That supports the Oduduwa Republic.
What's his name? Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he works for a radio station. He's the creator of the radio station, isn't it?
It's funny how like him, Bobby's what's his name? Bobby Swine.
Where is that pussy king of gold that came for him?
He ran.
Oh, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Might come back on.
Did that bitch run already?
He might come back on.
Yeah, he's definitely back on now. He's back on now. Yo, what's up, Banksy? I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. You been all right?
I've been around.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you.
How's it going, guys? You've been surviving the corona. Hey, this is the Muslims' Eid. So to the Muslims, that it's their Eid, whatever.
What does that mean?
What's that, like Christmas?
Yeah,
it's the end of Ramadan. It's the end of Ramadan. Ding dong.
Eid Mubarak to the Muslims, yeah, man. Eid Mubarak to the
yeah. We come together, Ramadan, ding dong. We're all forever.
Oh my god!
Sham.
Yo, wait! We should be laughing because they're gonna make a fake page and call us all Islamophobes again.
Yeah.
Yes, we should be laughing. No, we should.
That's what we're gonna do a show.
Benny Robinson again, innit?
Stop binge-eating at 7 o'clock every night.
Yeah.
7, 8 o'clock.
They're gonna call us the IDL. They're gonna call us the IDL now. The Islamophobe Defense League. So you know.
Oh my days.
Oh my god.
Hey yo.
Man, boy.
Yo, y'all see the last I like how I was featured in the last Reanimator video. I was like the feature. I was like the center of attention there. And there was a whole scene where they froze on me. It's just like the white cat, bro. That was so great.
And your eyes look so sad. Looking at the camera.
Yeah. I like how Orthodox Moore it was a hamster too.
The hamster talking about my man being a gerbil, innit? That's funny stuff.
he got hit in the back of the head with a gerbil.
I was cracking up, bro.
Oh man.
Oh man. No one's safe, innit, man? No one's safe. I think only the ladies are safe.
Yeah.
Apart from Lady D.
Yeah.
Apart from Lady D. Alright. Man. 1 sec, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
So wait, listen, actually, yeah, we was talking about consciousness, yeah? The origins of consciousness, the evolution of consciousness, yeah? So I've read out a few things, yeah. I'll tell you what, yeah, I'm gonna post a link to it in the chat, yeah.
Yeah. I'll take a read at it because what allows me to survive on the G block is when I don't know what I'm talking about, I literally shut the fuck up until it's explained to me. So I'm going to I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna read it about this and then like boom, that's how you become really intelligent.
I think what you could do, yeah.
Yeah.
What you could do, yeah, if you really want to be a G, yeah, is you could read the whole article to the chat. Yeah.
Okay. I'm on my phone, so let me see. Yeah.
Well, it's in the private chat.
All right.
I can screenshot. Let me see.
Hey, I like Veli. I like the video you put up on consciousness. That was good actually. That was actually a useful bit of information that came out of this channel.
This guy. Man. Funny.
Yeah, thanks, Mason.
Like,
the contract.
and guess what? Guess what? Look at this. Your other, here's a lineup of all the videos on this channel. You've got 11 hours, 55 minutes, 11 hours, 54 minutes of just gassing, just gas. All the videos that have got 11 hours in them, they got 1,900 views, 2,300 views. The one video that is 52 minutes, that's got the most amount of important information, 146 views. No one gives a shit about the good stuff.
Yeah. People don't care about education, man. I've been saying that for time, man.
You got like 100 hours of fucking gas talk and one good video.
I don't care about facts, man. That's it, man. That's like on my other channel.
Yeah.
All the videos that are about shit, they've got like not even 500 views. All the videos that's like with the live streams of people just dissing each other and shit.
Yeah.
They got like millions.
You got another one. You got another one further down. Doctor talks about COVID-19. 288 views. It's only 6 minutes long. No one fucking cares to watch that shit. It's just they just want to look at the nebula fucking videos. Just gas, nothing but gas.
Yeah, people just come right there to get their hearts broken.
I'm telling you, people don't give a shit. People don't give a shit about anything that's valuable. They just want to hear just gossip talk and people just gassing all day long. That's why conspiracy videos fucking do well. Conspiracy videos do 100 times better than proper informative
videos. Yeah. And that's why most of those scientist videos are Creative Commons, because they actually want people to share them so the information gets out there. But
the only time informative video gets pushed through is if they have animations inside of it. That's it. So that the people who are not so understanding can watch the videos and just look at the little pretty pictures. Oh wow!
Yeah. Like I learned that there's like when I was in school, I remember my agricultural knowledge. I literally you could type in like Harvard professor explains agriculture to you and literally be a full class on it. But it's like it'll be like 6 views on the video. I'd be like, bro, this is premier primo college, and you like peer, like I mean, dude's giving like peer reviewed papers and everything in it, and it's like 6 reviews. But if you type in Nicki Minaj is a lizardman, boom, 6,000, 10,000 views, 50,000 comments. Oh man.
It's true, man. It's true. Nobody gives a shit about the good stuff. This is the same with like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson had no attention from anyone in the world, and he had produced literally decade worth of lectures. He's produced so many different full-length lectures.
Yeah.
No one gave a shit about it until he stood up in front of his university and protested transgender pronouns. Once he started saying, "Look, I don't want people telling me how to say, how to have compelled speech," and he went effectively against the transgender lobby.
Is he big over in the UK?
Is he what?
He's not really big, but if you
in conversation, let's say like you're in the street and you hear like 2 fairly intellectual people having a conversation. Is his name brought up as an example?
If you're talking about in terms of philosophical political philosophies, he's quite big.
Okay. Yeah, I think most people, even average Joes that I've spoken to, they know about Jordan Peterson.
And kind of how like everyone's like the EDL's favorite black guy would be like possibly like James Jones or Reggie, that kind of thing.
Oh no, Reggie and James Jones are nothing there.
Reggie and James Jones.
I said Reggie and James.
What the fuck talks about Reggie and James Jones?
I thought James, because he's always working out. I'm thinking like he's like one of those big name people over there. I didn't know.
No.
No, James Jones. Are you talking about the James Jones that comes on this show?
Yeah, I thought he was like an athlete. I thought he was like, popular. Like everyone knew him.
No.
Yeah, shit. No one gives
That's
a
why
fuck
trying to
about
find out who
James
he
Jones.
is.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that like, I'm thinking like, I thought that James Jones was kind of like, how like you guys ever seen Lemony Snicket, like, series of unfortunate events? I thought James Jones was kind of like that, but I thought everyone kind of knew him, who he was,
Nope.
Wow.
No.
So,
I mean,
so he's
if you're
just
talking about the dude that jumps on these hangouts.
yeah. Isn't that popular?
No, I don't think so. I don't
Oh.
know that guy. Nobody knows that guy. He's
just a random. So he's just a random black guy that just works out in his house for no reason, and that's it.
Well, I mean, if you talk, if you talk about the atheist guy that jumps on these panels, he's just some fucking idiot that
comes
just
online and just
hangs
Oh,
around.
whoa! He's not an idiot. He's actually really intelligent. A dickhead.
Well,
not beta.
I think that's debatable, but okay.
No, he's no. I'll say this. He has kind of like the intelligence of like, I guess, someone who's battling a little bit of autism, but he's able to overcome it with like laughter. So I think he's very intelligent. Like if you wanted to rate like the smartest horse in the world, you got James Jones.
Well, I mean, if I was parsing between pigs in a fucking pen, then maybe.
Wow! Why you call him a pig? Damn, that's big, bro. That's deep.
I mean, that's the one that's not eating his own shit, so he must be the more intelligent one in the room.
Oh yeah, like from Planet of the Apes, like James Jones would be more like Caesar from Planet of the Apes. Like he has the most potential to lead other dumbasses. I like
it all really depends on the scale.
I think what makes him good,
on
though,
the comparisons.
But I think what makes him like a real GMI book is the fact that like he will take the time to actually go learn something, even though he already had like a preconceived argument in his head. He just wants to get it out. So like. But damn, I thought he was big on these. Like I kind of thought he was like Rospect,
Yeah, but you kind of have to like give him a little incentive to read it. So you have to kind of like go, look, read that for me. Oh, good. Give him like you give him like a peanut or something like that. You get me?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I like how he doesn't like looking dumb, and I love how he doesn't like to look dumb. So he'll just say, "I don't know," go read it, and come back and dominate. Dominate.
There you go. Well, I mean,
like that.
I think that's his atheist side that sort of gives him that.
Very inquisitive.
Enough of an IQ level to be able to at least admit that he's an idiot, and he'll go off and study. He's got enough self-awareness to know that he's an idiot. So that's a good thing to be self-aware enough to know that you're a moron. That's
I wouldn't say he's a moron. I would say that if he has enough awareness to know when he doesn't know a particular subject. Because a moron is someone who's all around just a complete utter waste of space and like an intellectual like uselessness on the highest of levels, like just dumb as absolute fuck. He's not like dumb as absolute fuck. He's more
he's
like
just like I would say he's maybe like two IQ points above retarded. I mean,
no, we actually have the same IQ. I think I think he was a 231. I'm 231.
How do you measure your
sorry,
IQ?
131. I'm sorry, 131.
231.
No, 131.
Above Newton.
131. Sorry, 131. My apologies. No, I said.
Newton is like 160. These people who talk about they're above 200, they're mostly full of shit, right? None of them are above 200.
The thing is, the IQ
None of
test,
them are even close.
How'd you do an IQ test? I want to do one.
Okay, there's like a whole
there is a whole bunch. I will say, be careful. The only one that's of any real value is the Mensa IQ test. There is a whole bunch of bullshit ones, which you can do and end up with numbers in the upper 200s or the upper hundreds and sort of touching 200, 210, which are bullshit. They're not really good ones. If you want to do a good one, a friend of mine gave me one that was really good. There are differences in IQ tests. Some of them can make you look like a genius. Others make you look like an idiot. The Mensa one, unfortunately, is the only one you have to pay for, though. It's one of the not the only one, but one of the ones you have to pay for. You can't. It's not for free. The free ones, they're vastly different.
Right.
Yeah, they're mostly they're unreliable. The problem is they're unreliable. You get one that will give you an IQ point of like 160, 170, and then another one give you like 110.
To be honest, I've been told that my IQ is high anyway, but I don't know. I just wanted to know for myself, innit? I think I did like a dyslexia test, and part of the dyslexia test they did an IQ test or something like that. Yeah, so they did tell me I was high there, but you know.
Yeah, I did that years and years ago. I did a good one, but an internet one as well years ago. Mine falls right in the middle. I'm like 125, a person who has a degree, not a master's degree, that sort of level. That was the one that I trusted. The rest, I mean, I've done these other crappy ones and they came out like 190. I'm like, I know that's bullshit.
You know, honestly, I feel like that's the worst investment in my education I've ever put into. It's just like getting a master's. Cause I feel like, what is it for? Like, I got a master's in something I liked, rather than something I needed. You know, like I feel like you have to. I feel like to really say you have a good master's, you have to put in something that you have, that you should be able to reuse it. Because I know people who got a master's literally in studio management, and it's literally like a music studio, and they only know how to manage a music studio, and it's like, well, the odds of you getting a job in that, you know,
it's zero, isn't it?
And then on top of that, most of the schools that provide this shit is not even accredited. It's like they have what's known as alternative accreditation, where it's like, hey, it's like you get an accreditation in just like hobbies, you know.
Well, I mean, music studio, studio sort of things. The problem with those is a lot of because computer equipments have become so much better over the years. It's become less and less necessary to produce a good quality piece of music without with having to go into a studio. You don't have to. You can a lot of the equipment you can buy and do yourself. But of course, that top tier professional level stuff you will. But if by the time your music, you're popular enough, or your band or whatever, you're famous enough to do that, then you'll have the money for it. But most homegrown people back in the day, I remember friends of mine who are hip hop producers. Back in the day, they could produce something on their Apple Mac or their Atari through Cubase, and it was okay. But then if they wanted to really, polish it up, they would then go to a university or a college where they had proper studios. But nowadays, a lot of that stuff, you can produce really clean, final product without having to go to a studio. So it's changed. The music industry and the equipments have changed over the years. So having a degree in music, in a music studio sort of thing, I'm not sure how useful it is, because the technology around it has moved on.
And like the fact you can do it on your phone now too. Yeah, you can do it on your phone now. Like there's like beat apps that you can like create a whole beat on your phone.
Yeah,
it's
my
ridiculous.
friends always sending me beats all the time still.
Yeah, I mean, and also the music apps have moved on so much. I mean, back in the day, I'm talking in the 90s, Cubase was terrible, was really bad. It was so hard to use, so just awkward. And the only things that ran it were like Apple Macs or Atari STs. I don't know if you guys even know what that is. That's probably before you were born. But those sort of things, we're way beyond those now. I don't know if there's other equipments. The problem with technology, any kind of study into technology, is you have to continuously be changing and continuously be learning the new stuff. That's what I do every 6 months to a year. I'm taking up a new course of study because there's a new thing that's come out, new routers, new systems, new Wi-Fi systems, new servers, new configurations, new operating
my father
systems.
told me that. My father does IT, and he tells me the one thing he hates about his industry is that like you spend like a good 2 years mastering something just for the very day that you're done mastering it, the next exact day there's a whole nother application you got to apply now.
Yeah,
yeah.
Everything you've done, about 80% of it suddenly becomes redundant because nobody uses that thing anymore.
Or
and
just like an
everybody's moving on.
advancement and it becomes obsolete. Like just like a small advancement that makes about 85% of what you just learned obsolete. So it's like, oh, here's an easier way to just press this button.
Yeah, exactly. They simply, like, I mean, if you take a router from the year 2005 compared to a router now, they're like 1,000 times easier to use. They're 100 times easier to configure, and most people, can do it themselves. Even you don't even need to call up a professional because they just simplified it so much. But back in 2004, 2005, they were a nightmare to try and configure. So
Like
yeah.
honestly, and this is one thing I say that technology will do. I think because of like the YouTube age, I think technology is going to make teachers obsolete.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
YouTube,
that's
I think
another.
YouTube's going to make teachers obsolete because you can literally learn full math applications as well as the fact. Did you know this? And this is what pisses me off. There is a full app called MathAway. You put the problem in the fucking app. It's on your phone. You put the problem in the app, and it will literally work it out step by step, and it's only $10 a month. And I'm just sitting there like, bro, where the fuck were you when I was taking pre-cal? Like, oh my goodness. And there's this thing called Google document search. So I didn't know that tests were pre-made, like in school and stuff like that. I didn't know that like there's like an app that teachers have to like pre-make your test. So I saw this video where this guy was like, he took a picture of his test, Google searched the documents, and then looked up the PDF and found the whole teacher's log. Like the whole test was already answered. And he did it for like 3 to 4 tests and passed the class with like an absolute perfect A. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I mean, the nature of school,
Yeah.
certainly with the computers, you know, as more and more, if you like, systems become more readily available, and I mean they are now, but I'm talking to everyone, to every poor person as well as the rich person. It's not just for the wealthy. It's literally across the whole of society. They all have access to this technology. Then it's not so much teachers. Teachers will still be useful because there will still be people. Somebody has to, people still want to be taught by another human being, even in a virtual environment. But eventually, schools, I think, it's going to be tough to justify spending so much money on schools when children can simply learn from any environment. They don't have to go to a particular school, a particular place. So that building that you have to go to every day, can you justify the cost when a student can simply work from home? They can work from all sorts of different environments. I mean, children have been going to school remotely from the 90s in Australia. If you go to some of the outbacks in Australia, children were being schooled from CB radios. So this remote schooling thing has been around a long time. It's not something new because of computers. It's just that now you think about the amount of money the government spends on education. But most of it goes into schools, goes into the building, into the classrooms, into this. Can they cut all of that and just have students like just like now with the COVID thing and all the Zoom meetings and all the things that is available? I think the way we educate children is going to definitely change. The way they go to school is going to change.
What do you think about the? Because I saw something that was like a chip that you can have inserted into your head. And get I think it's like a terabyte worth of information a person can be able to get in their lifetime.
Well,
and it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I saw a documentary this was in the 90s. This wasn't even in the 2000s, where a guy had actually had a small chip inserted, and it had a set of telephone numbers. And he could access those telephone numbers at any time. He'd never forget them. So that was doable back then. I don't even want to begin to imagine what they can do now. So yeah, there's been a lot of there's a lot of embedded, like you can embed technology. There was a guy who had something embedded into his arm. I'm not sure whether it was something to do with a cell phone, or he could operate a computer or something, but it was embedded into his forearm. And
sorry guys, just quickly, what does GIQ mean?
GIQ.
I think it's general
IQ.
Yeah. What does IQ? What does IQ mean itself?
Well, it's intelligent question. IQ is intelligent question. It's general intelligent questions.
Oh, intelligent quotient. I'm seeing intelligent quotient here. Is it intelligent quotient? I'm trying to read through what the test said or whatever. Yeah, sorry. Go back here. Go back.
GIQ stuff.
But yeah, no, I've seen this thing because one thing I'm more because I've worked at I've worked at veteran hospitals and have volunteered for VFWs, and when you see the veterans who've like lost limbs and things like that, when you see these like artificial limbs and things that they're making now that are going to be connected to nervous systems and it'll be like a natural hand. I want that to be like, I think that should be science's major focus right now. It's like, because man, that's going to change the world right there.
Yeah, but
instantly.
What's going to change the world? What type of science are you talking about?
Like artificial limbs and things like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like that. I really want that to be.
Cyborg.
Yeah, like that's what I mean, because I think human beings would have to, like, I'm down for like the evolution of humans in our lifetime. Like if we could transport a person's consciousness to a computer and that person can just live forever, I'm down for that. I ain't against that,
Yeah, tell that to certain people. Tell that to
Yeah, the thing is,
stuff for Allah, want to be with Allah.
Yeah, for artificial limbs, I mean, I don't see any reason if you've lost your hand or your foot or your leg for that. I mean, I think legs, they've made some really great advancements in legs because you can have people walk around as if they don't have artificial limbs at all almost, but with hands, because of its dexterity, that's tricky at the moment. I've seen a few really cool things that this girl, for example, has got this, like, she was born without an arm. She wasn't like amputated or anything. She was born without one, and she's got this really cool looking, like Terminator looking arm.
Wait, is she like a model? Because I think I've seen her on Instagram before.
I don't know. I don't know if she's a model.
Okay.
I saw like a program on YouTube, actually. It was about artificial limbs, and she has like some of the attachments she has. They've got little LED lights inside them, and they look freaking awesome.
See, that would be good in a place like Saudi Arabia.
How do you mean?
What?
Under the Sharia, if they get their hands chopped off,
Oh shit!
I get a free hand. You get me?
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that woman, that android Sophie. It's crazy how like a robot has more rights as a female than actual living females.
But do you know what? Do you know what's mad though? Because I know someone who's an international student that went to school in Saudi Arabia. She said that not once was she ever told to wear the hijab in Saudi Arabia.
She walked around the whole time without any hijab?
Well, that's the thing. Like, when I asked
Wait,
her,
is she from Saudi Arabia though?
She went to school there from age of 5 to.
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. I think it's more like the people, because I've noticed that there's this thing known as like they have these like prison camps for females. So if a female tries to like leave an abusive household or something like that, because like they was talking about this young girl who went to Indonesia to try to seek asylum from her family, and like her family like literally like pulled her out, like her uncles and her dad like pulled her out, and she's like never gone anywhere. She's never seen again. But there's like this whole prison there where they like lock women up who just want to simply be human. That's the birthplace of like,
But that's the thing that when I asked the girl why is that, she told me that basically the area where she was staying was like almost, like a massive a village or whatnot and everything, like almost like for international people.
Okay. Yeah.
So she was saying that they had a Nando's there and whatnot and everything.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just like a
there's a good chance she wasn't in like, because there are bases that you can walk around in Saudi Arabia, like American bases and stuff. It's just like Europe, like America.
Yeah.
It's totally free, but it's only in those areas that you can be like that. As far as I know, I myself, I've only ever spent 8 hours at Saudi Riyadh airport. Because I was stuck there, between flights to go to Dubai, and that's the only experience of Saudi Arabia I've ever had. So I don't know. I actually said to my friend as we were coming down the plane, I was like, "Look, if my feet suddenly, hit the soil of Saudi Arabia, and then I burst into flames because of all the shit that I've said about Muhammad, then just run away. Because I've said a lot of shit about Muhammad and Allah, and I think he's gonna kill me if I step on Saudi soil.
Oh man. Yo, one thing I must admit though, bro, I've been like, I've been studying like Islamic history. How come Muslims don't take their history? Like, how come they like kind of flower it up? Like, how come no one wants to admit that like Abu Bakr was like a G, bro? Like he was like, he didn't care. He was killing anything, bro. Like, why don't they just accept that? Like, why do they always want to shy away from that bit? Like,
No, because wait, hold on a minute. Are you saying he's a G in the sense that he was doing good things or what?
No. When I say he's a G, I mean like he came through. Like he had a general, right? He had a general that like leveled the whole city, and the people tried to go to him and say, "Yo, your general did this to us," and he just like wrote back to them like, "I literally sent him to do it. Pay your jizya and get out of my fucking face." Like, I mean, like,
oh shit.
yeah, like he wasn't at all like. I can believe when the Shias talk about like Abu Bakr like betraying the Prophet. Abu Bakr wasn't maintaining the tenets of Islam, bro. Like he was like, all right, fine, we're taking Syria, got it. We gonna do this thing. I mean, he wasn't playing, bro. Like, I mean, he was a beautiful. I mean, like when I say like battle wise, outstanding general. Like you can't take that from him. But Jesus.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, this is what Isa was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. As a Persian, I can't big up Abu Bakr much. It's almost as if you want to ask me to big up the Spartans. No, fuck those 6 ab-looking bitches.
He said, well, technically, you won that battle, though.
Those pointy ear, spear carrying, flowery helmeted little fucks with their togas. Kiss my ass. 300 little bitches. Yeah, I'm not bitter though. I'm not bitter at all. Actually, the funny thing is, although the Spartans are all bigged up and all that in movies, they weren't the threats to Persia.
Not at all.
It was actually fucking Alexander, that little homo cocksucking cunt. Fuck him.
Yeah.
He was the one who actually.
My man's holding ancient beef. My man's holding the ancient beef.
Yeah, man, that's like a 4,000-year-old beef we still have.
That's like if I went back to Nigeria and I told people like, oh yeah, I'm Yoruba, and it's like Benin's like, oh, you remember that time y'all trying to conquer us, assholes? Yeah.
He's still carrying the fucking beef. Well,
but low key though, that's really how Africans be sometimes, bro. I've heard like some real beef stories that be like, so 300 years ago they did this to y'all, and today in 2010 you guys still hold on to this beef. Wow, that's dedication. But then it's like, if there's a beef that I'm trying to figure out, why don't we hold a beef against white people? That's the real question. Like, why don't we ever hold that beef? Like, why is that the one we're all trying to move forward on?
Which what do you mean? The black people don't hold beef against whites? They still do.
Not like we do against each other. Like when I tell you, bro, I've met Bloods from California that still hold a beef against Crips, and it's like the Bloods and the Crips. Like Raph, you ever heard of the Black Axe in Nigeria?
No, I haven't. What are they?
All right, so they were a freedom fighting group that was formed from They were a freedom fighting group that was formed from Black South Africans that were seeking shelter. And,
okay, in Nigeria.
Yeah, in Nigeria, yeah. Because Nigeria, low key, Nigeria may be a zoo, but I ain't gonna fake Nigeria. They haven't been like a hindrance to anybody. It's funny how African countries won't simply just everybody grab a gun and fight that guy over there. It's more like, all right, we're gonna help each other, but we'll do it quietly. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, of course you guys can stay here, but don't make it big though. Don't make it seem like because everybody had their own little fight. You know what I mean? But like you see like the border, like you see a lot of that from like Zimbabwe to South Africa, from Ghana to Nigeria, Nigeria to Ghana. I mean, like you see this this kind of like everyone working together during each other's own. Like you could, like for example, Uganda and Rwanda. Neither country can say neither country can take the credit for their like, I don't want to say liberation, but like, what's the proper word for it? I don't want to say establishment, but like moving forward, if that makes sense, without the other country, because they all were very instrumental in helping each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the thing that's always been the age-old problem. Like it's been the little Willie Lynch divide and rule. It's always been existing. So
I learned that Willie Lynch never actually existed. It was like a guy. It was like a group of slave owners that just talked about him.
Yeah, 100%. It's more to do with what it says really, and that's what it's always been. What does the Willie Lynch letter say? Not whether or not Willie Lynch existed. Even if he didn't, I've heard the same thing that he didn't exist and it was just some made up stuff. But even
it was supposed to be like so it was supposed to be like a guy that it was supposed to be like a very cruel. Because so I didn't know this, bro, but the Caribbean was meant to be like hell, like on earth for a slave. It was meant to be like a place where like you break a slave and you're supposed to like make them more submissive and disciplined. And some of the stuff the British did, man, holy fuck, like holy fuck, bro. It's like fucked up. You know what I mean? Like just to break a person. But yeah, it was like meant to be like that. And you see like this, you see like a lot of those slave owners, especially like the ones that were in Haiti and stuff like that.
Can you give one example so that people understand at least what was going? Because a lot of people don't hear about this stuff, innit?
Okay, so apparently to break a man, so they'll take like a huge man, like let's see, I think Veli's like 6'4", 6'5".
Veli's not 6'4", 6'5".
How tall is he?
Veli's 5'11", he said.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're talking someone
I'm the
like
same height as Veli. Come on now.
Yeah, so you're talking about someone like maybe Jedi's a bit taller. Jedi's about 6'1".
Jedi. Okay, Jedi's a perfect.
Or Kalam 6'3".
Jedi's perfect because he's like massive. Yeah. But no, Jedi's perfect. So they used to take a guy like Jedi in front of everyone, right? Beat him to the inch of his life and have other black men do it. All right. Beat him from an inch of his life and then barrel a whole ass snake into his anal cavity. Like a snake. Like, do you understand that?
Just stick a snake up his ass.
Yes, a snake.
What kind of snake?
Why does that matter?
Well, because there are different snakes. There's like a little weeny green snake, and then there's a fucking python.
Bro, I guarantee you they're not using like, oh my god, bro. They're not using like a garden snake here, bro. They were trying to break someone.
Yeah, so they'll use a medium-sized python.
I would say so, bro. And
but then doesn't the snake die?
Bro, it doesn't, bro. The fact that a snake is being borrowed into the hole of a grown man, bro. Come on, bro.
I mean,
and then on top of that, see, this is where I don't like playing. I don't like playing Struggle Olympics. I've noticed that with continental Africans, Africans of the diasporans, and Africans from the Caribbean, we kind of play like Struggle Olympics, where it's like, well, we had slavery, I just had colonization, and then you learn what the hell they were doing to people in South Africa, what they were doing to people in Nigeria, like to cross the marshes. You had people who would use like full-grown kids. Oh crap! I missed it.
Yep.
We use like full-grown kids as hunting bait. So you used to cut the Achilles of a kid to use them as hunting bait. Like, bruh.
Yeah, man. They used to treat African, black slaves like fucking animals. I mean, the whole thing. Even though I take the piss out of Raspberry, but he talks about buck breaking. The whole buck breaking
That was
process.
the example of it. Buck breaking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking hell, man. That's some inhumane shit. I saw a documentary one time. I think it was actually on maybe Raspberry's channel or somewhere about the British and how they treated the people of Tasmania. They were trying to practically drive a whole human, race of humans to extinction. They were hunting them like fucking dogs.
They did. And then they eat. And in DC, in America, they made a cartoon character out of them.
Well, the Tasmanians.
The Tasmanian
the Tasmanian devil. Yeah. No, that's just a little animal.
The way they spoke was supposed to be no.
That's
the character
point.
from Looney
That's the
Tunes.
point. Yeah.
The way they spoke, the way he spoke was supposed to be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
It's like Pocahontas in the movie. They describe the people as.
What you're talking about is the Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah.
No, the Tasmanian devil is an actual little creature, a little.
Yeah, but it was
critter.
called the Tasmanian tiger because of the stripes on his back.
Oh yeah, they totally killed them off to extinction. They totally
but
drove them into extinction.
The people, they legit used to. Man, it's fucked.
But yeah, they were slaughtering the people of Tasmania.
Yeah.
Like
Banksy,
it was.
Did you understand Brad's point in it? That historically, that the people, they labeled them a certain way, and they brought this idea of them. That's why they called them. That's why you got this character called the Tasmanian Devil, because it's based off those people.
Because apparently the way you hear you notice how everyone on the show speaks like perfect English, but he's the only one that speaks like blah 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 blah. It was supposed to mimic their indigenous language.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Well, let's be honest though. Those cartoons of Looney Tunes and Disney cartoons, they were all racist as fuck. I mean, they all have proper racist fucking origins.
You have no idea, bro. You have no idea how it felt to look at this shit when you have like because like growing up in the 90s, you had I had all the like Disney DVD cassette tapes and posters and stuff, and then to grow up and see something known as the Happy Slave.
The Happy Slave.
Holy fuck. You're just like, this is the same Disney Orlando, Disney. Oh my god, to go to the different like Disney parks, and to know that like. Not only was this dude, I mean, because I didn't really care about him being an anti-Semite. Everyone in America has a hatred for Jews because they're the only ones that seem to like if you racially profile against everybody else, you're okay. But if you racially profile against like a Jewish person, your whole career's done, bro. I'm talking like your career is done. So like everyone has like a resentment for Jews in America. I ain't gonna fake, But damn, bro, like the man hated like oh god.
Yeah, Disney. This is the thing. I was at my brother's the other day, and he loves Disneyland. He loves Disneyland, Florida. Is it Disneyland, Florida, or Disney World?
Disney Orlando. There's
Orlando,
there's
Florida.
Disneyland. Yeah, there's Disney all over. There's like one in DC, one in Florida, one in California, and I think there's one internationally. I don't know where though.
Yeah, Disney. That's the Disneyland Paris. That's the one.
Yeah, there we go.
Paris. But the one in Florida, he loves that. He goes there. He's been there like 3-4 times now, and he takes his kid, and the kid is all got fucking Disney paraphernalia. He wears a Disney T-shirt. He's got the Mickey this and the Disney that, and all the Marvel characters, all of that shit. And I'm like, I was there yesterday, going, dude. You do know that this T-shirt that your lovely little boy, my gorgeous nephew, is wearing. He's wearing a T-shirt of an evil corporation. It's a fucking monster. You might as well be wearing a Freddy Krueger T-shirt, as far as I'm concerned.
And they were talking like I was looking at a conversation of like Raven Simone talking about her experience, and she was like she literally had to get a legal team just for her show. She had a show called That's So Raven. And it was like, I think one of the first like shows that had like a black family where like the mom and the dad were together. She had to fight to keep the show on because they wanted to have a scene when the mom and dad divorced, thus making her mother a single mother. And it was like, I was like, here I am watching the show like, oh shit, where's the dad at? Oh, he must have left the country,
Yeah, but you know, Raven, the girl Raven, you know where she came out of? Which show she came out of? She used to be in
The Cosbys.
Yes, she used to be in the Cosby Show. That's why she probably wanted to keep the family together, because she wanted to represent a wholesome family, just like the Cosby Show.
So the thing about the Cosby Show, no one realizes that there's a show called It's a Different World. It's a Different World. When I tell you that show was popular, when It's a Different World was popular, Black Americans were going to college. 84% of young people were graduating high school and going to college because It's a Different World. And then you had The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you had Living Single, Martin, you had Keeping Up with the Coopers. These were shows that positively affected the community in such a way that, because they subliminally used to put like black colleges and like, okay, Will Smith and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air would wear like 7 different HBCUs a season. So you would see him wearing Howard one year. You would see him wearing like Morehouse. You would see like subliminally like black colleges being put into the shows. Then they had a show called College Hill. Okay. College Hill had nothing to do about people going to college. It had people to, it was just like a reality TV show like Big Brother or what's that other show that they always show? Like It's a Big World or some, oh shit.
But like the Kardashians or?
Yeah, it's like it's a reality TV show where everybody's stuck in the house.
Oh,
and
the
it was
black, the rich people of Atlanta or whatever they call it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Real Housewives of Atlanta is.
Oh, yeah.
God. They had one for DC, but it only went like 2 episodes.
Oh, I thought that was what you were talking about, but.
Oh no, that's the Real Housewives of Potomac. The Real Housewives of Potomac is merely just like light-skinned women are us. That's really all it is. It's just like light-skinned women who live in Montgomery County, and that's mainly it. It's like the 12 black people that live in the whitest part of Maryland. That's really that reality show, and that's it. It's either like light-skinned mulatto, or oh yeah, I forgot. Eddie Jordan lives out there.
You say Potomac?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
P-O-P.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Potomac.
P-O. Sorry, my bad. P-O-T-O-M-A-C.
Potomac.
Yeah, the Real Housewives of Potomac.
Okay. That's interesting.
It's a very dumbass show.
So are you saying that they changed the shows from wholesome family-based shows of like
to
black
shitty
families going to college, doing well, to like shows that they were just, I don't know, they weren't doing well?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
But I guess with that under the guise of, well, this is supposed to be representing reality, then they would because the Cosby Show or Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, these were not reality shows. These were just TV shows that were just showing.
But the impact they had on them, though, like, okay, so like to see the thing is, I would say like with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, when they removed Real Harriet, on Harriet from, Auntie Viv from the light skinned one, when they removed the first one to the second one, the first one was a Afro studies professor who volunteered at Will's school. Like you saw a lot more like those controversy episodes when like they got arrested for no reason for driving their dad's car, and they're sitting in some like prison in some small town, in some jail in some small town. And here you got a judge showing up, a black man who's getting his son out. He's a judge, and he's telling the police sheriff that if you don't let my son out, he's going to line up this place with so much litigation. His grandkids are going to need lawyers. You know what I mean? And then you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Or like when you see Will's mom show up, and like she's like repping up the RBG or Black Power, and they're all putting up their fists in the air, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like you just see like some very. And then, like, even with Living Single, you've heard of a show called Friends?
Yeah, Friends, yeah.
Yeah, Living Single was before Friends. Living Single was before Friends, and it was literally the black version. It was like Friends is literally the white version of Living Single, where it's like you have all these black professionals living in Harlem, living in Brooklyn, and they're living in brownstones. They're not living in the hood. Yeah, it's like you
set that up.
What?
Don't know. I was trying to find you know that he talks about the burrowing snakes or whatever.
Yeah.
Because people in the chat asking, how is that even possible, Brad? You're lying or whatever, etc. So I wanted to find the article, so at least
I thought it was under the confines of butt breaking. Like it was one of the methods used by butt breaking. Like I would say look up butt breaking Jamaica. I'm sorry, butt breaking West Indies. Excuse me. Because I heard it was a Jamaican scholar that said it happened in Jamaica, and that I think the way I saw it, if it would happen in one island, it would happen in another. So, I would look up butt breaking West Indies.
From butt breaking,
it is more to do with raping.
Yeah, well, I always thought it had something to do with the emasculation of a black man.
Yeah.
So like that, that kind of stuff. It would all be all encompassing to me. But yeah, But if I'm wrong, I gladly don't mind admitting, because it was just I saw it on. I don't know if you guys see the show. It's in the UK. I had to watch it when I was younger. Called Question Time. It's like and it was like not Question Time. It was like a debate show. But the UK, I just love to talk. But it's like a debate show, and there was one of the scholars up there. He had dreads, he had locks, and he was talking about it. He said that just to know what the British did.
I think you're talking about David Olusegun.
Yeah. Yes. He once said that let the Queen. Yeah.
Has he got glasses?
No, he has a really goofy like smile though. That's
You're talking. Then you're talking Akala then.
Okay. Yeah.
The thing is, for me, when it comes to certainly someone like Respect, with this whole because he has a whole thing about the buck breaking, the chattel slavery was never bad, and then he goes and becomes a fucking Muslim and starts.
He said that when he said that chattel slavery was never that bad.
Well, yeah,
no, he never said that. He said
no, it wasn't as bad as
Arab slave trade wasn't as bad.
Yeah, he says the Arab slavery was more serfdom than chattel slavery was worse.
That's beyond a lie. They used to literally cut They used to
fucking castrate the men.
Grown men, like they used to let a grown man grow up and castrate him.
Yes.
Oh man, what is he talking about? That's beyond crazy.
They don't have any desire.
And the Arab slave trade the Islamic slave trade was like 1,000 years. What is he talking about?
That as well. Yeah, the length of time. But it's just that, like, when I think about it now,
guys, let me like, well, obviously, I'm not trying to defend it, but let's say the period of time, it was long, but what was actually happening during that time, or what was happening to the slaves during that time, that makes it worse? That's what I would, if I was posing a question, like, honestly, to ask, like, what was, they were castrating, but you've just described butt breaking, and you've described how also they used to cut babies out of their stomach, and step on their heads in it. So how is that worse than castration? How is that not worse than
that's just examples of like the different things. But you think they didn't do similar sort of things to the African slaves? The Arabs didn't.
And on top of that, Raph, you have to understand that like the Arabs literally taught whites how to the plantation method. They literally educated them.
Well,
Islam taught this.
Do we have any evidence of Arabs teaching white people? Because I have heard it before.
Yeah,
I'm just. Like,
you have the
it was the Arabs that actually fought against the British and the Americans, who were trying to stop the slave trade. After the British decided to stop the slave trade and ban it, the people that they had to fight against was mostly the Arabs and other African, so West African nations, because that was their way of life, their income, their living. So they had to actually go out and send navy fleets in order to war against them, against these North African countries, to stop slavery. To this very day, the countries that are still doing slavery are the Arab nations.
Yeah, I think like Mauritania just like got rid of slavery, like what 2014.
I mean,
2014, 2000. I think it was between 2014 and 2007. That's the range I've heard. I've heard different numbers though.
The thing is, I don't even want to do like a comparison. This is not like a who's the worst slave master kind of competition.
That's the point, because that's where the question stemmed from. It was like a lot of people don't know about these type of things. Like if the only thing we hear about when we talk about Arab slavery is castration. When you hear about the British slavery, though, it's very well detailed. Like they'll tell you the butt breaking happened. I've heard the ones where they used to shit in the slave's mouth and leave them there for days to with the shit in their mouth.
The thing is, it's not like they did any better in the Middle East. In the Middle East, they had torture punishment systems, like feeding a person rancid. Tying them down, feeding them rancid milk and rubbing them down with honey, and then have them defecate and then let ants eat them alive in the sun.
This was in Saudi. This is not Saudi. Sorry, this is during black slaves in Arab slave trade. That's what you're talking about right now.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about generally. This is the sort of punishments that they used to dish out to everyone. It wasn't just any particular like blacks or not. These are the sort of traits. But the thing is, the Arabs didn't just take blacks as slaves. They went across Africa.
I know they didn't, but we're focused on the black. We're focusing on the black still. But this is what I want to say. This is what I'm going to say. If you have the information to prove that, yeah, because you've said that statement now, and then you just said actually it wasn't just. This was known throughout slavery, so it's also including the British, the so-called Atlantic slave trade. But we're talking specifically about the Arab slave trade and what we can actually know in it. So,
but the Arabs didn't just take black slaves.
I know that because I know that. But I'm asking specifically about the black ones because the black people is the ones that we're focused on in it. We were focusing on
treatment of their, as in what you can do is you can look at treatment of slaves under the Arab Caliphate, and just simply and then you can ascertain whatever they did to anyone else, they did it to the blacks too. They didn't like take it easy on the blacks, but they did it more to the I don't know the Greeks or the Persians or the Indians, however they behaved across other nationalities. I guarantee you they did it to the blacks.
But remember, it's the same Arabs today that have these laws or this view that what we know as Arab today is someone who's pale skinned. So it's not that, like, for me, the way I look at it is like if they had thought that white people or whatnot were just to be slaves like them, like we wouldn't be seeing, this idea of pale skinned Arabs being superior to the dark-skinned Arabs today, innit? So where does that come from if they didn't actually think that? But even then, that's a separate issue. I was talking about what happened during the Arab slave trade and the things that they used to do. And all I've heard so far is that they used to castrate them. So what else did they used to do?
Well, I mean, again, as I say, if you look at generally how they behaved and how they behave to this very day, I mean, did you see the Nigerian children that they took out of those that school with all the shackles on their legs just recently? It was just I think it was last year where they found in a mosque or in some Muslim place where they were keeping African boys as slaves.
Where was this? What country?
This was in I think it was in Nigeria where they managed to rescue all these boys.
So all you're talking about is black people enslaving black people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, these were in a mosque. These were Muslims who were enslaving the black kids. These were not Nigerian Christians.
Well, you can find that amongst Nigerian Christians. I promise you that because
I'm saying this particular incident, we found it amongst the Muslims.
But that wasn't my point, though. We're talking about the Arab slave trade, brother.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that I mean, I can try to. I'm gonna try to find you specifics, things like this sort of the tactics of buck breaking in the Arab world, which I can assure you that they would have existed. But I didn't even want to have this conversation about the differences between the slave sort of the way the different slaves, the different slaving eras treated their slaves. What I was pointing out is when a black person becomes a Muslim, this goes to Muhammad Ali. Even when Muhammad Ali was going, oh, your name isn't James Brown. That's your slave master's name. Your name is Abu Musaf. No, that is you just traded one slave master's name for another slave master's name. Muhammad Ali went from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. He didn't stop trading slave names.
Banksy, we didn't, like, for people like me, I understand what you're saying and whatnot, and even me, I'm aware that that when we talk about a comparison between what is known as the Atlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade, that the Arab slave trade was by far worse. But what I want to go into is what makes it worse. And I've heard the reason why it was worse was because there was a much higher death toll because of the fact that there was worse sanitation, with the black people in the Arab during the Arab slave trade. But I don't want to just know that. I want to also know what exactly were they doing that was making them worse than the so-called transatlantic slave trade. If all we're gonna do is just say, castration, like, cool.
Look, castration is one of the most popular things known, but we,
So
obviously,
if it's one, so name another one.
well, that's what I mean. I have to now go into and start to actually look into, like, historians, what they are saying about the Arab slave trades and how they treated their slaves. So I will bring you more examples, but to simply assume that they were somehow better and more benevolent than the transatlantic.
I never said they were better or benevolent.
Well, that's what I mean. But what I will say is that the stuff that the transatlantic slave traders did, a lot of people say that it was they learned that stuff from the Arab slave trade. They took some of those tactics and applied them in the Caribbean because they've picked them up in Africa and in the from the Arab slave traders. So I mean, I'll find you. I'm just searching now, and I'll find you some of the kind of things that they did to their slaves. But nevertheless, I'm not here to trade off which is the worst slave master. My initial statement was when someone like Rasbek moves from becoming a secular person or whatever to a Muslim.
Well, you can understand that though, because the same way when you hear Reggie himself, because let's be real honest, yeah. You come from a Muslim background, so you're a harsher critic of Islam. People like Reggie and people who are non-Christian, so people who are non-Muslim background will have a harsher critic of Christianity. The same way, when we're talking about the slave trade now, Rasbek, who's a Muslim, is going to say, the Arab slave trade wasn't bad and that the transatlantic was worse. The same way Reggie's going to come here and tell you, no, the Arab slave trade was worse.
Well, no, I mean, I'd say I'm not really in the game of trading off who's the worst slave master. I mean, let's be honest, it's all horrific.
Yeah,
it's
of
just,
course.
my thoughts were around when certain Muslims, like Muhammad Ali, for example, says, I shed my slave master's name.
But we know that because if you go into history, and I've told people this several times before, the people who talk about the starters of the so-called black, how do they say it? When you talk about Garvey and what he was on, there were people before Garvey who were on, or even different stuff, what Garvey was talking about, even taught Garvey his stuff. And Garvey went away and, some people describe it like he deviated. I would say deviated, but other people say, no, he went on and he's the true, founder of the whole movement of this whole black thing or whatever they're talking about. Do you understand? So when we're talking about Muhammad Ali and all these groups of people, they're just a different version of this whole pro-black struggle. So when he's talking about his thing where, white people are the devils, that's why I changed my name. That's just his ignorance of the fact that he doesn't know Islamic history. But,
well, that's what I mean. That's the only thing I was saying. Is that when I hear people trade off, like they talk about, I'm getting rid of my white slave master name, and then they go and take up a Arab name. I'm like, that is not a trade-off.
But let's look at, would you still as well burn out the people who traded their Arab name for a British name or European name? Would you still burn the people in the same way, saying that that the British people were enslavers and
well, no, I mean, if
the Arab people were enslavers and they moved to so why are you going to burn that out too?
Yeah, if a Moroccan drops the name Muhammad and takes up the name, I don't know, Jean Paul, then he's dropped one colonizer's name for another colonizer's name. He hasn't changed. Find out what Moroccans call themselves. I know Persian names. I have a Persian name. I don't have an Arab name because I know Persians and I know what Persians and how we have specific names which we used in Persia. They're nothing to do with the tribes of Muhammad. So yeah, for me, I know my people. I know my names. I know who they are. I don't trade off an Arab name for an English name or a French name or a German name. I trade. I know exactly where my people go, how far they go back, and everything. So for me, it's quite easy. It's quite clear, my path. And I think for a Moroccan, for an Algerian, for a Nigerian or a Sudanese, they know. I'm sure they must have their own history mapped out, and they know that their names are not Muhammad's and Ali's and Abu Bakr's and Uthman's. I know that their names are not. Those are not their names. They must know that those are their colonizers' names, their slave masters' names. So why are they still calling their kids Muhammad? Why are they still calling their kids Abu Bakr or Ali or whatever?
But you would also just to be clear, for clarity, you would also use this. You give the same energy to the same black people who call their children Raphael, Paul, or Gerard, or
I mean, don't get me wrong. If they are Christian, and there are some Christian names, and Christianity was in Africa way before Islam, and if they're using the English pronunciation of the Christian name, or they're calling
what version of Christianity though? You have to be careful, Carl. Just saying
well,
Christianity.
this is what I
was
mean.
Africa,
Are they
you
using
know
the
what version of-
Orthodox? Yeah, is it the Orthodox Christianity,
Yeah.
or is it the
No.
King James version of Christianity?
Okay,
Because
but-
Christianity was in Africa, then it was overtaken by Islam, and then it returned to Africa.
Sorry, I took it off your point. What you were saying that that when my point. Let me just say it one more time. Yeah. So when it comes to the black people now, who have got names like Raphael, like Luke, like Thomas, do you bun them out? Do you tell them that for them taking? Or do you ask the same question? Why are they using colonizer names the same way you would ask a Muslim? Why are they using colonizer names like Muhammad and Abdul?
Well, let's put it this way: if a Nigerian or if a person from Ghana calls their kid Paul Jackson, then yeah, that is effectively. I would see that. I mean, if their surname is Jackson, which I doubt I don't know any actual Nigerian who has that surname. But anyway,
I know Nigerians that have surname. I know Nigerians with British surnames. So
when you finish up with the retub,
yeah, but if they have that, then I'd say fair enough. You should look into your history and find. I mean, Paul is a character from the Bible. So if you're biblical, then fair enough. You pick the character from the Bible, or Aaron, or any of the biblical names.
But
if your surname is Jackson, then I honestly would prefer.
Wait, hang on a minute. A guy names their first child because in Nigeria we have people who have. My surname is Akiyomi. Yeah? I have people in my family who are called Abdullahi Akiyomi. Are you going to tell me that you're going to ask that brother, why is he picking a name like Abdullahi when that was the Arabs invading and giving you that surname? But for someone like me, whose first name is Raphael, you're going to say, oh, it's fair enough, it's in the Bible. Is that what you're going to tell me?
No. What I'm saying is that if you've adopted a religion, if that Abdullahi has adopted Islam and wants to call his kids Islamic names, and it's names in the Quran, that I would give them the same pass as I would a Christian who wants to name their kids after the names in the Quran, in the Bible. But if you say that you're exchanging, you're dropping your slave master's name so that you can adopt an original name of your people and then call yourself Muhammad, that's not accurate. That is not, you haven't dropped a slave master's name.
I use that. Pause this for a sec, yeah. Let me just read this out, yeah, about the Arab slave trade, yeah. So it's from the newafricanmagazine.com.
Okay.
It's an article about the Arab slave trade, yeah. It says David Livingstone, the British missionary, traveller, explorer, was so upset by the way the Arabs treated their African slaves that he wrote back home in 1870. And less than I take to talk about it, these unfortunate creatures, 84 of them, wended wended their way into a village where we were. Some of them, the eldest, the women from 20 to 22 years of age.
Very,
And
someone
there
wants to
were
add
youths.
the backstage story. Sorry about that.
One sec.
Let me get the article. I can
I
read
would
read some
love
of it as well. Oh my
Alright,
gosh,
1 sec,
it was
yeah.
it was him.
It's my Reggie.
Oh, wow.
It's Reggie. Cupboard.
Yo.
What up, G?
Love it.
Your mic is terrible,
when it
Reggie.
comes to
Hold on a
this
sec,
now.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
Your
I'm on
mic is
transport.
terrible, bro.
Yeah,
It's
Belly, go
making
for
a crackly noise when you're talking. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the link in the private chat, yeah. Alright, the link for it's in the private chat, and then I'm gonna read it again, yeah. So
Remember, I
okay,
know
so
this.
David Livingstone.
Yeah, sorry.
David Livingstone, the British missionary, traveler, explorer, was so upset by the way the Arabs treated their African slaves, that he wrote back home in 1870. In less than I take to talk about it, these unfortunate creatures, 84 of them, wended their way into the village where we were. Some of them, the eldest, were women from 20 to 22 years of age, and there were youths from 18 to 19, but the large majority were made up of boys and girls from 7 to the years of 14 or 15 years of age. A more terrible scene that these men, women, and children, I do not think ever came across. To say that they were emancipated did not give you an idea of what human beings can undergo under certain circumstances. Each of them had his neck a large forked stick weighing around 30 to 40 pounds and 5 or 6 feet long, cut with a fork at the end of it, where the branches of the tree spread out. The women were tethered with bark thongs, and which are, of all things, the most cruel to be tied with. Of course, they are soft and supple when first stripped off trees, but a few hours in the sun make them about as hard as iron around the packing case. The little children were fastened by thongs to their mothers. As we passed along the path which these slaves had travelled, I was shown a spot in the bushes where a poor woman, the day before, unable to keep the march and likely to hinder it, was cut down by the axe of one of the slave drivers. We went on further, where we were shown a place where a child lay. It had been recently born, and its mother was unable to carry it from debility and exhaustion. So the slave traders had taken the little infant by its feet, and dashed its brains out against one of the trees and thrown it there. Such brutality was meted out to the Africans by the Arabs.
Shall I continue
like
reading?
the Atlantic. Huh?
Do you want me to continue reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Atlantic trade, the Arabian trade's Middle Passage was equally as horrible and terrifying. The Middle Passage describes the harrowing journey lasting several months for Africa's west coast to America, which during millions of Africans packed like sardines in a slave ship died of thirst, hunger, rough seas, and sometimes from the sheer brutality inflicted by the European slavers. In the Arabian trade, the trudge across the Sahara in leg and neck chains, and as Livingstone describes, above the neck in large fork sticks and hands tied with bark thongs, was particularly harsh on the African slaves. This is by David Duncan.
Yo. Can
Sorry,
y'all hear
David
me now?
Duncan Clark, sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. Wait, I'm still reading. Verdi, do you want me to continue reading? Yo.
I just wanted to comment on the the whataboutism with the names thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
continue
carry
reading.
on reading, and then he's not going to go back and forth on the name thing after.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, this is a statement by Duncan Clark. The hardship of these long marches across the desert were considerable. And much later travelers reported the routes were lined with the parched skeletons of those who succumbed to exhaustion and thirst along the way. The Arab slavers did not only march their African captives to Arabia, they also sometimes sold them to European slavers. In modern times, the popular image of African slavery springs from the vision of tormented male suffering under the lash of unceasing labor on some new world sugar plantation. Yet the real face of servitude finds its focus in the forced migration of millions of girls and young men across the Sahara and the Horn of Africa into the institutions of Islamic concubinage. Why they've referred women. Verdi, do you want me to continue reading on? Because it's going into why they've.
I can take this. I can take this bit if you want.
Keep reading, man.
Why they preferred women. While in Europe, New World, quote unquote, the measures of a man's stature was mapped out and calibrated on the physical dimensions of empire built upon the sinews of forced masculine labor. In the Islamic Orient, wealth was a reflection of prestige. Young girls, the vessel of male hubris, the mats of male pleasure grounds, the malleable material
to be shaped
to the master's will. Thus, women slaves in the Arab world were often turned into concubines living in harems, and rarely as wives, their children becoming free. A large number of male slaves and young boys were castrated and turned into eunuchs who kept watch over the harems. Castration was a particularly brutal operation with a survival rate of only 10%. Fuck me. The combined effect of all these factors, say Duncan Clark, was a steady demand for slaves throughout the Islamic world, which had cover story to be met from wars, raids or purchases along the borders with non-Islamic regions. Although some of these slaves come from Russia, the Balkans, and Central Asia, the continuing expansion of the Islamic regimes in sub-Saharan Africa made Black Africans the major source. That's just these two paragraphs. I don't know. You guys want to keep going? There's a lot here, though.
Yeah, there's a lot still.
Like 40 minutes worth of reading.
Yeah. Maybe I'll continue. I'll take over then.
Go.
Slavery unquestionably checked population growth in Africa, and consequently placed tremendous pressure upon gender and marital relationships during the 3 critical centuries of the European expansion to global domination. In the sense, the feminine-oriented Arab slave trade, though neither motivated nor executed with economic benefits as a prime objective, caused far greater demographic damage and consequently greater economic decline, with its excessive poaching of reproductive potential of the harvested areas. The impact on Africa. No people are blank slated upon which can be inscribed untold misery and expect no account thereof. The Arab slave trade began long before the Islamic conquest of Africa remained at relatively low level compared to the Atlantic slave trade and did not become illegal or abolished, and was maintained till well after colonialization of Africa. The Arabian trade was outlawed in Ethiopia only in 1935 in order to gain international support against the Italian invasion. In the Atlantic trade, the slaves came predominantly from Africa's west coast, with males and female ratio 2-1. In the Arabian slave trade, the slaves were exclusively from the savannah and the horns of Africa and favored females over males at a ratio of 3-1. Whoa. When slavery in the Black Sea area, the traditional sources of the best grade, when slavery in the Black Sea area, which in brackets the traditional source of best grade female slaves for Arabian market, dried up, it triggered an even greater demand for Ethiopian red slaves, in particular the Gala and the Oromo, on account of their unquestioned beauty and willing sexual temperament. Wow. And whilst the Europeans paid a higher price for male slaves than female slaves, the reverse was the case with the Arabs. Moreover, whilst the European, then / New World slaves profited mainly from male labor, the Arabs saw profit in sexual satisfaction, reproductive potential, offsprings of the union between Islamic master and female slaves was born free out of respect of the child's Islamic paternity, and offspring of the Atlantic trade were born into slavery. Whoa. The laws of Islam, as the historian Hugh Thomas attests, were in some ways more benign in respect of slavery than those of Rome. Slaves were not to be treated as if they were animals. Slaves were free men, were equal from the point of view of God. The masters did not, however, not have the power of life and death over this slave property. But to the Africans shipped across the Red Sea, the benign Islamic laws provided little comfort. They were still slaves of the Islamic master who had unfettered sexual access to them if they were female, or castrated and turned them into eunuchs if they were men. The upshot of the gender profile of the respective slave classes in the Atlantic/New World and Arabian/Oriental world explains the large and visible population of African origin in the New World, where sexual relations between the whites and blacks was the exception, whilst the Arabs where miscegenation was practiced. The slave trade was left few visible traces. So where are the descendants of African slaves sent to Arabia/the Orient? There are no large concentrations of them anywhere in the Middle East or Asia. 5 years ago, the British TV documentary showed how poorly the descendants of African slaves in Pakistan are treated by authorities. The racial discrimination was so bad that the African descendants recounted on camera how, even in sports, they were not picked to represent Pakistan at the national and international levels, no matter how good they are. Belly, do you want me to still continue reading? Or can anyone even hear me?
Yeah, man, I'm with you. That was some
Yeah,
good
we can
stuff.
hear you, man.
Yeah.
Whereabouts was you? I was trying to find where you was in that.
I'm all the way down at population decline, just before
just before yes, and you finished. You finished. No matter how good they are, this was the bit.
Yeah.
Population decline.
Right? That's just racism from the Pakistanis towards people of African descent. And then popular. Yeah, I mean that's it seems actually from this that the Arabs favored just Arabs are horny fuckers, aren't they? They just wanted the women. It's like the ratio of 3-1 when it comes to female to male slaves, and the it seems the white man just wanted, strong men to work in the fields. They were looking for just, men to work the fields mostly, and the Arabs are fucking horny. They just wanted to fuck.
And obviously that castration thing is serious because it's saying it's got a 10% survival rate, so 90% of the people that got castrated just died.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's fucked up as well. I mean, obviously they weren't going to exactly use, anesthesia. They weren't going to give them general anesthetic before they chopped it off, or use. They had no concept of. Well, I don't know. I mean, they didn't have concept of germ theory, but they did have some concept of medical treatment. So I'm not sure if they knew, if alcohol and disinfectant. Obviously, they probably got infected.
Well, they would have probably had that because in I don't know. I was looking up things like what's it called? Not miscarriage, cesareans. So they said that in East Africa they practice cesarean. And they had kids that survived cesarean. So and the mother would survive it as well. So the idea that this is not. No,
as far as medical technology, for the time, the Arab world, the Babylonians, the Persians, they were ahead of Europeans for a long time. But unfortunately, that all went to decline. But they had, as I said, they had some understanding of medical technology. It's just medicine, but they didn't have a germ theory. So I'm presuming they probably didn't, use alcohol to disinfect the wound and keep the eunuchs from getting infection. Most of them probably died of infection afterwards, or bled out pretty much. So yeah, that's probably where it all came from.
Yeah, that I was like my line of question isn't the fact that it wasn't that I didn't know that it was worse. It was just the fact that when we hear examples, we're just hearing castration. But when you hear the British one, they will name you certain ones. They will name you alligator baby. They will name you butt breaking. They will name you all kinds of ones in it. You don't even have to go into what the names are. You can just describe them in it. So when you're hearing about the Arab slave trade, they mentioned one about a discarded a dead mother. They just discarded a baby by dashing the head against a rock, or they go into more graphic understandings of what they were doing to the women there. But at the same time, it's like, what were the punishments that they used to inflict on them? That's what I kind of even though some people might say that it's not you can't judge it off the punishments that they were doing. That's where for me I make it go, this was a bit more worse.
The thing is, I think the punishments, I mean, if you look at the ratio of men to women that the Arabs took, they clearly favored more women than men. So the punishments were probably equally, were divvied out according to the sexes. And so since they had more women than men, they didn't have to adopt, things like buck breaking as much because, most of the slaves were women. And so women were much more easier to control. Whilst the transatlantic slave trade, they needed the strong men to work the field. And if those men got out of hand, I mean, this is just purely my guess. They had to adopt much harsher punishments in order to scare the other men into obeying. Otherwise, they would have had a massive disadvantage because you got to realize they had far more men than they had women. The transatlantic slavers, so they had a far larger number of. Effectively, if these men all rose up together, they could easily have overpowered the slave the slave masters. So I presume they had to use much harsher tactics to make sure that these guys will never rise up against them, because they simply had, they had a ratio of 2 to 1 as far as men were concerned. So 2 men for every woman. Maybe that's the reason why these tactics were adopted differently, because of the different types of, or the different attitude towards slavery. The Arabs seem to just want to fuck them, and the Europeans wanted to work them. Fucking Arabs are horny as fuck, though. I can't get over the fact that these bastards just can't stop shagging. Their entire fucking life is revolved around vagina. It's unbelievable how horny the Middle Eastern man is.
Yeah, Veli, you see the article that you put in the back, you kind of have to download it, not even download it, but you have to like kind of buy it or something like that, or sign up for it or whatnot to be able to see the whole thing in it. But let me see if I can. Yeah, let me see if I can log in through my uni to get it.
The thing is, I found another one, Crime and Punishment in Early Islamic Egypt, but this is in Egypt, so I don't know whether this would apply across the board. It's hard to say. That's why I'm looking for more specific articles. This is another one, but I'm not really sure. It's not very. I got to go through it.
I don't know why I can't be able to open this up, man. This is what. Yeah. Postgraduate. I'm undergraduate. Yeah. So I mean, Reggie jumped on. Reggie, what do you think? You come here to? Oh, Reggie's not there anymore. But yeah. Yeah. Basically. It's interesting still. Yeah. Massa. I want to be revenging people, man. I don't think we should be revenging people, you know. You know what I mean? You can't pay people the same type of violence with violence. It's never always the answer, you get me? Yeah, you gotta, well, if you're gonna be looking for revenge, you gotta be a lot smarter anyway. You can't just pick up weapons and start chopping people down. It ain't gonna work, man. Gotta have a whole strategy. Oh, Belly. Reggie wants you to put him back in.
Atticus has written, he says, at least the Europeans aren't doing it today. These Arabs have no shame. Well, the thing is, technically, according even to this, slavery, even in Ethiopia, didn't get banned until 1935, and that was only to gain international support against the Italian invasion. So they only banned slavery in Ethiopia.
Wait, hold on. Is that actually Reggie?
To save their ass.
Yo. Really, you gotta be careful. Is that actually you, Reggie?
Yo, what's up, man?
Okay. I thought you changed your account, fam. You changed your account, yeah?
No, just a picture.
Yeah, but the name's different still.
Yeah, you came in with a different picture, different name last time. I guess Reggie flying under the radar. Reggie trying to trying to sneak up on the man.
Well, Raph, man.
Yeah.
The name to you. The thing with the name to you.
You can't hear you properly.
Yeah, get close to the mic, Reggie.
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Yeah, I was just saying the thing with the name here is a lot of African people, not just through slavery, but through the fact that a lot of Africans were were fighting for the British Army due to colonization.
Slavery, fam.
Huh?
That was through slavery and colonization, brother.
Yeah. So obviously we adopt a lot of names that are like Western, and Yeah,
so did the same way that were when it was Arabs as well. So
that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
But
so,
now you seldom hear a person change their name to an English name.
okay.
You seldom get that kind of thing among Africans that are non-Muslim. You know what I'm saying.
What? So, say that again.
I said you will seldom or rarely hear non-Muslims change their names after they change their name from birth. Yeah, later on in life, because they want to take on another identity. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you
It doesn't.
hear that with black people as well. I've got black people that even people in my family want to change their name now to a British name because of the fact that they'll probably not be able to get jobs. So what's your point?
That's quite uncommon. And
that's very common. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know, maybe it's a common view, but I rarely had that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it happens, brother. I'll tell you that now. I know Yoruba, especially in your area where you're from, Yorubas with British surnames.
They got British surnames.
Yes.
So they changed it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's news to me. I haven't seen that kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe you can give us like an illustration of someone we all know here that's actually changed their name.
With their surname, you've never met people with the surname Georges or not from Nigeria, or the surname Jacobs or Mary, or you haven't met anyone with that.
If you could give us an example within, the speaker's corner.
You see the speaker's corner thing. This guy, man.
No, because obviously we could all say, oh, we have an example somewhere, but that no one knows of. But you know what I'm saying?
I've got examples within my family. That's what I'm telling you about. I'm telling you, you've got family friends who've changed their names.
I don't doubt you, but what I'm saying is, like, one is more common than the other, and two.
You're saying it's more common than the other because you're hearing about conversions and them saying that they want to feel closer to Allah, so they take an Arabic name. That's what you're talking about.
I'm saying that it's more what I experience here is more common within certain groups than others. You know what I'm saying? It's not that it doesn't happen within other groups. Of course it does. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Wait,
I suppose
Clips, how's that stupid? Wait, I don't get. Don't worry, man. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, like I understand what you're saying. You're saying, oh, because in Speaker's Corner you hear people change their name from, Zachariah to Zach to Zachary to Zach or whatever. You understand?
You got Zachariah. You got Zachariah. What we call him?
Sorry.
You were saying Zachariah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Zachariah. You got Esau. You got Esau.
Before Zachariah was a Muslim as well before he was a Christian.
Yeah, that's a different point. But
so he changed his name from Zachariah again to Zachary. So people do change their name. Is that the example you're looking for?
Are you saying that he changed his name to Zachariah? That his name was something else before?
Yeah, most likely. Obviously, if he was a Muslim before, then he changed. Sorry, if he was a Muslim,
most likely, like you know something, what you don't.
Sorry.
You're saying most likely like you actually know something, but you actually don't.
I would say I won't know that for definite, but this is the idea in it. If you're changing from an Arabic name to a British name now, Zachary is no different from Zachariah, and I'm saying that before he was talking anything about what's it called Christianity, he was a Muslim before that.
Who, Zachariah?
Yeah.
Zachariah. He was Muslim before. He's saying that he was a Muslim before.
Do you know how many times he's converted?
Yeah, but I don't think he was born Muslim. So.
He wasn't born Muslim. He was a Christian first, converted to Islam, then converted to Christianity. That's when he started coming to Speaker's Corner and talking Seventh-day Adventist stuff. Then he converted to Islam again.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think we're getting caught up in the Zachariah thing.
But that's my point. The name changing that you wanted to give was that, and you said from a Speaker's Corner example, or most likely or whatnot. Okay, cool. If I concede your point that what's it called? It mostly happens amongst Arabs now or people who convert to Islam, are you? What's your point now? Like, doesn't like?
No, because you were saying what about? You were saying what about?
I said it happens in both. So what's your point?
Of course it does. Like everything happens and everything. It's like saying, oh, let's not talk about slavery because it happens to black people, enslave white people, so it happens to everyone. So therefore, let's not talk about African slavery.
Okay.
Discussion. You know what I'm saying? Look how silly that sounds. I'm just debunking your thing. Like it's just
You
trying
haven't,
to make
you haven't debunked anything, Reggie.
you're
You've
trying
just
to make it
agreed.
sound like it's equivalent.
You've agreed that there are people who are Muslim that will convert to take English surnames so that they can feel more British, or feel more European, or feel more like the religion that they're taking up. So you've just agreed to that. So you haven't debunked anything. You've just said, yeah, it happens, but you said it happens more with Muslims. That's all you've said.
Okay, fair enough. All right, as long as you can agree with that, then it's more prevalent. You know what I mean? From what we see, anyway. From what we both can see.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problem. Yeah, but I was going to say Banksy. Because Banksy was saying that, what's it called? But I know Banksy comes from a Muslim background, so obviously his issues. Wait, I think you're playing something in the background.
Oh, I mean, it's because I'm on the bus at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
I'll mute up anyway.
No, I was talking more to Banksy because Banksy was saying that with the same vigor, obviously he has an issue with Islam coming from a Muslim background, isn't it? The same way at one point Zara Garvey had an issue with Christianity and used to talk to Christians all the time. You get me? And then the Muslims started coming around to talk to him, and then that's where his thing comes from. But obviously with the same vigor that you have for Islam, Banksy, would you say the same thing to a Christian who does the same thing in turn? And Banksy said he would as well, but obviously it was a bit of a loose, but yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on like I think what Banks is trying to bring up is that obviously the reason for them deciding to change their name is not something that he thinks is plausible. You know what I'm saying? Like changing your name because you don't want to be associated with a colonizing culture, and then changing it to another. Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to bring.
Okay, but that's the same thing with the I would say, I gave the example obviously the other way around, but so as long as we agree that either way is wrong, you understand, that's fine. Isn't either way wrong, Reggie?
Yeah, guys, this thing about like who was the most benevolent slave master. I will say this argument is kind of regressive. It's like saying who is the more gentler rapist. I find this very uncomfortable that people actually try to kind of have that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I was just for the sake of the argument that a lot of people are gonna say, oh, but all we hear is that the Arabs castrate people. But like we want more than just castrating people. We want to know, like, man was dashing babies' brains out and chopping up people who were not able to move and whatnot. Yeah, you get me? Like, that's the type of stuff we're trying to talk about in it. But yeah, but I didn't hear Reggie say that he has a issue with Muslims who convert to Christianity taking up British names, saying that in the same vein that they say that Muslims were colonizers. You understand? Like, I want to hear Reggie say that still, but I don't think I'll get Reggie saying that anyway. It's clearly biased. Yeah. Belly's dropped a few things here and there. You get me? So what's everyone saying, fam? I don't know why everyone's quiet now. Like, everyone doesn't want to talk. Was it just about a lost connection or what?
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry, I was just busy doing something else. It's just, I'll be honest. I see this argument as somewhat derivative because, again, to try to parse between who is the more benevolent slave master. I don't see a fruitful end to this sort of conversation, because again, for me, it's like who's the more gentler rapist, who was the kinder murderer.
No.
It's like,
but you did understand my point in the beginning, though. It wasn't that, but you did understand my point in the beginning, though.
yeah, I mean, I understand. I get what you're saying. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think when I don't put it closer. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I changed my my headset, so I just thought maybe microphone would have cut out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see a good ending to this sort of a conversation, or at least anything that comes out of it. You're justifying slavery, or you're trying to somehow reduce one type of slavery over another, and ultimately, for me, none of these bear anything. I mean, unless it's a W for your particular side, which I think that's what some
I'm
people.
not trying to do no W's. I wasn't even like my question was very sincere, innit? I felt like it was anyway. But the two questions I asked you, just to remind you, was same way you hear Muslims converting to, Christians converting to Muslims, saying that they're getting rid of their oppressor or colonizer's name. Would you have the same vigor and, when it's the other way around, where a Muslim turns around and says that I'm abandoning the Arab colonizer and I'm going to take up a Christian
name?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, Christianity was in Africa before Islam ever came there.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. We've just spoke about Ethiopia.
Yeah, I know.
Ethiopia had slavery, and this is the Christianity you're talking about, though.
Well, what I mean is Christianity as a religion. It was in Africa long before Islam
Where
ever
was
came.
it? What region was this?
Well, I mean, it was definitely in Ethiopia. It was in parts of Egypt. Well, it was definitely in Egypt. Of course, it was in Egypt. It actually dominated Egypt.
So did they practice any form of slavery there?
Yeah, sure. Everybody practiced slavery. I'm not saying, but what I'm trying to say is that if you're saying that if a Christian, if an Arab or a Muslim black person drops Islam and says I'm going back to Christianity, it's hard to say, is he going back to, is it because of Christianity? You see, the difference between Islam and Christianity is that Christianity.
You've not heard people say that. What's it called? People. You haven't heard people who have left Islam and said that Arab practice slavery. They practice all this stuff and whatnot, and they've converted to Christianity. You've never heard that before.
I've never personally come across anyone who's who said that they've left Islam and they've gone to Christianity because they want to drop because the Muslims forced them into taking up their slave master's name and ideology.
Not that in particular, obviously, because obviously you won't hear that they've taken up, but you'll hear definitely that the Arabs are very oppressive, and you'll hear that they practice slavery and whatnot and everything. You will hear that though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Arabs still do practice slavery.
Yeah, of course, but that's my point, isn't it? You'll hear that.
The thing. But what I mean is, a lot of the people who I hear go from Islam to Christianity. Oh, sorry. Go on, Reggie.
I was going to say as well, but what do you think about the fact that they're taking on names of people like Muhammad, who was a slave trader, people like Bilal, who was a slave, people like what's the other one? Abdul. I think Abdul is another name of a slave or something. There's another one as well. I don't know what it has. But it's basically all these names and what they associate with, what they're meaning. Does that not trouble you as well?
Yeah, but I mean, if someone is called Henry and there's a guy who was a slave trader called Henry,
Belly, what do you want me to? Do you want me to read that article, Belly?
Yeah.
But there you go, St. Paul. St. Paul was a slave trader. He was taking slaves. In fact, on the road to Damascus, he was taking slaves to Damascus, where he had the vision.
Well, it depends. It depends on you.
So the Christians, Reggie, Christians made a slave trader into a saint. and one of the pillars of Christianity.
It depends on the person. If the person's making the
Okay.
argument, like,
Yeah, guys, I've got another article to read as well. Is that all
All
right?
right.
All right, yeah. So this one
One
is
sec, one sec, Raf, yeah?
Yeah.
You gotta go from where it says the trans-Saharan slave trade commenced. So if you read that down to the bottom, yeah, it gives a bit of an explanation. But there's also, yeah, something called, I don't know if it's called Makubama or Makoma, a manuscript, yeah, and it's got like a picture or a manuscript of how the slaves were treated in, or of the slaves, or what the Arabs thought of the slaves. But I don't know what it's called.
Say that last bit one more time. What you say?
There was something called I don't know if it's the Makoma or Makuba manuscript that showed how the Arabs were treating their African slaves in the 600s, so like just after Prophet Muhammad's death, like just at the start of the 7th century, when they was in moving into North Africa and all that.
Yeah, but you know that at that point, yeah, that was under certain people's reigns, innit? And they were a bit more vicious with their tinker. What's his name? Brad came on earlier, said I've been reading up history of Islam, and Abu Bakr was some type of dictator, fam. He was on his ting, fam.
Yeah, serious still.
Yeah. But anyway, let me I've got to the part, yeah. It says okay, can people hear me? So the trans-Saharan slave trade commenced late in the 7th century when Abdullah Ben Said, the king of Islamized Egypt, conquered via jihad the Sudan, the land of the infidels, and in 652 imposed on the Sudanese king Khalid Durat a treaty known as the Pact. One of the clauses of the treaty was the compulsory annual supply by the Sudanese king of hundreds of African slaves to the Muslim king of Egypt. The European transatlantic slave trade took off in 10th century 10 centuries later in the 1600s, specifically 1693. Some of the seminar participants affirmed that whilst the transatlantic slave trade lasted for 4 centuries, which is between 1693 to 1884, the trans-sub-Saharan slave trade continued from the 17th centuries, continued for 17 centuries, sorry. So it went from 652 AD to 1960. There were similarities between the slave trades. Some Arab scholars, such as Ibn Khaldun, justified the trans-Saharan slave trade by interpreting some sections of the Quran that authorized the enslavement of Africans, infidels, specifically by the Arab slave merchants, the chosen race. So it goes on to say that, and some European scholars supported the transatlantic slave trade by making copious references to the book of Genesis in the Bible. Consequently, slavery was not a product of racism. However, racism was a consequence of slavery. The participants agreed that both slave routes were responsible for the migration of millions of Africans to other parts of the world. The statistics of deported Africans remain highly controversial among scholars. One participant referred to the book of Le Genocide Viola, written by the Senegalese historian and anthropologist Tidjani Ndaye, who, using various sources, estimated the transatlantic slave trade deported over some 20 million people, whilst the trans-Saharan slave trade displaced around 10 million Africans. Silences. Two issues were given prominence by the participants: women, slaves, and male castration. Okay, so I said women slaves and male castration. That's what I meant. The perpetuation of African slaves were fundamentally assured by women slaves who were indiscriminately coupled to men without their consent. Castration of numbers of male slaves by Arab merchants was a prominent feature of the trans-Saharan slave trade. Castrated male slaves were purchased by rich Arab kings and princes and employed as security agents to protect the harem when their wives and concubines were caged. The castration process described in Tunde Nde's book is inhumane. Slavery creates permanent violent conflicts between the slave and the master. Salah Trebelsi, a historian at the University of Lyon in France, gave a graphic depiction of revolts by African slaves in Iraq between the 7th and 9th centuries. A common feature across the papers was perpetuation and preservation of the modified African cultures, religions, medicine, and music by the descendants of African slaves in Arab and Muslim countries. An illustration of this cultural resistance by descendants of African slaves was in Iran, was captured in the paper by Benaz Mirza of Brock University in Canada. Africans in Baluchistan accumulation, acculturation, and healing rituals. A major resolution adopted by conference participants was the need to create a network of researchers on the slave trade and slavery in the Arab and Islamic worlds. A similar network has already been created by UNESCO around the transatlantic slave trade. So, what do you guys think about this?
Yeah, mate. Did you see? I sent you a link to that documentary on
which one?
On BitChute before.
Yeah.
The one about
the 4 videos, isn't it? Or the 5 videos?
Yeah. So that. Yeah, so that's that little clip it there was sort of explaining, like in the first video when it was talking about after the Roman Empire had left Thingmob and 600, after the 600s when Arabs conquered Egypt.
Yeah.
About the treaty they had with the Thingmob, but that was just literally saying what king it was, and then in that article there also was saying that Ibn Khaldun was saying that African is a slavery race, is the race for slaves or something like that. So
yeah, of course, but I mean, it's crazy, man.
If there's any way some historical records,
say that again.
You might be able to get historical records, from. So there's the king's name in that thing. I'll just say his name.
King.
His name is King Abdullah Ben Said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when in the 7th century, Abdullah Ben Said was the king of Egypt. Yeah. So if you can get accounts from any of his historians on how people was living, how they treated their slaves, or what they thought of the people they was taking as slaves, you might get more of a understanding of the way slaves were treated at that time. Like we're saying, when the British historian wrote about what he saw with the ladies being chained up, the babies being chained to the ladies, like with these wooden thongs, as they was calling them.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so
It's crazy, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
might be able to just a little bit more information, man. Because, like I said, it's because the transatlantic slave trade, because the European documented their history ins and outs, wrote diaries and so on. So probably like that, you can actually understand what the slaves went through and that side in it. But I think maybe because everyone's trying to look for the slavery diaries, you're not going to find it. So if you look for the people that was running things at that time, their accounts or their historians' view of what was happening at that time, then you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I've listened. For me, like I told you in the past, I listen to people like Dr. Ben and Dr. What's his name? Dr. Clark. I don't know his surname. I can't remember his name still, but I've watched interviews where he's explicitly said that the Arab slave trade was by far worse than the British slave
Dr.
trade.
John Henry Clark.
John Henry Clark, that's it. So he said by far the so-called Arab slave trade was worse than the transatlantic slave trade. So obviously I'm aware of this. It's just the fact that I was given an example, like because I don't want people to have an emotional argument. If you can bring I
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You will not understand what conditions, obviously, like they're saying about the castrations and regarding the haram, but what was the day-to-day treatments that was sort of making the Arab slave trade worse. But I feel like with the description of the trip that it was taken there to cross the Sahara, and people was dying, they was licking out baby's head if the you know what I'm saying, if the mum died, and all them sort of stuff there. So it's got to be brutal, isn't it?
Of course. But
Definitely going to be brutal. You get me? So
I mean, none of them. I mean, it's the fact that obviously as well. Another factor plays in is the fact that with Banksy, he comes from a background where he was a Muslim, innit? So he takes more harsh criticism towards Islam, and he was asking why is it people like Raspberry are justifying it, but obviously Raspberry's a Muslim, so of course he's going to justify it the same way Reggie's a Christian. He's going to justify the Christian version of it. Whereas I say none of them were great, but I was just trying to get the like you said in it, like the actual understanding of what was going on there, because it's not very well documented, and that's the reason why it's not well documented, because they weren't doing it for profit. They were doing it for just the sexual pleasures or desires.
Yeah, man. So I wanted to read this bit here, for my brother Shia Isa, because he likes to go at the Sunnis about slavery quite a lot, But
is it 12 a Shia? 12 a Shia, because you know what with Isa, I read up his thing, because he's very consistent, So I was checking up his thing to make sure he is actually consistent, and this is just a quick Wikipedia check anyway. And he basically that where he was talking about the whole.
I could only find the Ismailis involved in an North African slave trade. But just listen to this anyway. So an illustration in the Central Resistance by descendants of African slaves in Iran was captured in a paper by Benaz Mizrahi. Was it Mirza?
of Brock University in Canada. So if we try to look for that paper, Africans in Balochistan, is it Baluchistan?
Balochistan, yeah.
Baluchistan.
Yeah, so if we try to look for that paper by my man here, then sort of he might be able to gain a little bit more details in what it was like on the Iran side of it as well.
But you have to also remember that people that was, I think Iran went through that. Iraq went through also. Is it Iran or is it Iraq?
Yeah.
Which place
Iran.
was it? Iran. Yeah.
The thing is,
Iran went through many changes. So they were, first of all, I think they were Sunni, changed to Shia. Later on, Shia came up about 1970s after Tsar stepped down or whatnot. I mean,
Sorry,
Shah.
the Shah. No, that's Iran. But the thing is, historically, if you're going back far enough, Iran and Iraq effectively is the area. Persia, Assyria is intermixed. So it's a bit of a mixed up history there. It's like intermixed a lot. The borders of what you know as Iran and Iraq are the borders that were developed. Well, they call them colonial borders. It was the British. I think it was after the First World War or wherever, where they actually split these countries into these, and then the names changed into Iran and Iraq. Iran was still up until the Second World War, I think, was still referred to as Persia, and Iraq was still referred to as Babylon. So all of these terms are colonial sort of period that have come about. But as far as the Persians are concerned, the ancient Persians, they didn't practice slavery, but they did allow the countries that they dominated, if they had slavery, they would let them practice it. But they themselves, it's recorded, it's got clay tablets where they actually paid workers for their work, for whatever the work that they did, masonry work or whatever work they did. They actually had a payment system and they had bookkeeping. So the Persians, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think they still had slaves personally, because I don't think slavery is something that any nation can honestly say they didn't have. I think they probably did, but possibly to a lesser extent than other nations. But they certainly allowed other countries that they conquered to have their slaves. They didn't stop slavery in an absolute way. I looked into this because I thought Cyrus was one of the first kings that actually tried to ban slavery, and they as I said, they didn't encourage it, but they didn't fully ban it either. They could have done. They could have put a total ban on it and sort of throughout the empire, but nobody did, because, as I said, slavery was common practice amongst everyone. So I it is what it is. But I think during the Arab period, I'm not sure. I never looked into when the Iranians were invaded by the Arabs and became Muslim, how their practice of slavery changed or how they adopted it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, from what I understand, that region of what we know Persia today, they've always had conflict with the Arabs, because the Persians were first known as I think they were known as the Byzantine.
Well, the Persians initially, Persians. The Byzantines are a different part. They're more in the area of Assyria, or today's Syria. Sorry, that was a different empire, different era. The Persians, it was the Persians. Then it became the Sassanid dynasty. To the Latinos. This is after Alexander's conquest and all of that. The Mongols conquered them, because Persia as an empire was conquered many times. Mongols, the Greeks, or the Mesopotamian Alexander, Macedonian. Sorry, Alexander.
They should make up their own Genesis story.
Yeah, so they've been invaded. They've been conquered a few times over those centuries. So the final one, the last one, when Abu Bakr came, the letter that he sent to the king of Persia was to the Sassanid dynasty, and it was Yazgard III, which I have the letter. There is a letter that was sent to the. See, this is what puts a nail into the coffin of Muslims who claim that Islam was spread peacefully, because we actually have letters of that time of certainly Abu Bakr, not
Yeah,
necessarily
but
Muhammad.
hold on. You come on, man, because you come from Iran, so you know the arguments is that people like Abu Bakr are cursed. People like Umar are cursed. People like Uthman are cursed. So you can't really.
Well, that's a Shiite narrative. I'm not talking about Shiites and Sunnis. I'm talking about Persians and Arabs, and the concept of these Arabs going around spreading the religion of Islam all with kisses and hugs is absolute nonsense, because we actually have literally contemporary letters. Abu Bakr sent a letter to the Yazgard III, the king of Persia, and the king of Persia replied to that letter. And these letters actually exist in the British Museum today. It's just they're not on display because they're a bit controversial, because of the things Yazgard III says to Abu Bakr. It's not flattery. Let's put it that way. It's not a flattering statements. He actually tears him a new one in the letter. But I mean, I've got the letter somewhere. I've got to go find it.
This is Yazgard to Abu Bakr, yeah.
Yeah, this is Yazgard's letter reply. Well, I mean, it's both of them. The letter that Yazgard sends to Abu Bakr sends to Yazgard, and then the reply. There you go. It's in my Google search. Here it is. I'll post it for you on the side chat. I can read it out for you guys, but I don't know if people
post it. Like it would be interesting to have.
Just read it in your own time. But it's very, very telling. It's very telling of.
Sorry, would you read it and post it? Would you read it and post it so we can?
Yeah, I mean, Abu Bakr.
But anyone that doesn't read it can still have an understanding of what you're talking about.
Abu Bakr's letter is very simple. It's actually quite short. It's Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is translated, of course. I do not foresee a good future for you and your nation, save acceptance of my terms and your submission to me. There was a time when your country ruled half the world, but now see how your sun has set. Or on all fronts, your enemies, your armies have been defeated, and your nation is condemned to extinction. I point out to you the path whereby you might escape this fate, namely that you begin worshipping the one God, the unique deity, the only God who created all that is. I bring to you this message. Order your nation to cease the false worship of fire and join us, that they may join the truth. Worship Allah, the creator of the world. Worship Allah and accept Islam as the path of salvation. End now your polytheist ways and become Muslim, that you may accept Allahu Akbar as your savior. This is the only way of securing your own survival and of peace, the peace of your Persians. You will do this if you know what is good for you and your Persians. Submission is your only option. And this is, by the way, there's no compulsion in Islam, guys. Remember that. There's no compulsion in Islam. And I will read this line again. You will do this if you know what is good for you and your Persians. Submission is your only option. There's no compulsion, by the way. Abu Bakr, Caliphate al-Muslimin. And that was from Abu Bakr's letter. And then this is the reply from Yazgard III. In the name of Ahura Mazda, the creator of life and wisdom, in your letter you summon us Persians to your God, whom you call Allahu Akbar. And because of your barbarity and ignorance, without knowing who we are and whom we worship, you demand that we seek out your God and become worshippers of Allahu Akbar. How strange that you occupy the seat of the Arab Caliph, but you are as ignorant as the desert roaming Arab. You admonish me to become monotheist in faith. Ignorant man, the thousands of years we Persians have in this land of culture and art been monotheists, and 5 times a day have we offered prayers to God's throne of Onassis, while we laid our foundations of philosophy and righteousness and kindness in this world, and held high the ensign of God's thought of good thoughts. This is like a Persian saying. Good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. You and your ancestors were desert wanderers and who ate snakes and lizards and buried your innocent daughters alive. You Arabs who have no regard for God's creatures, who mercilessly put people to the sword, who mistreat your women, who attack caravans and highway robbers, who are highway robbers, who commit murder, who kidnap women and spouses, how dare you presume to teach us who are above these evils how to worship God? You tell me to cease the worship of fire and worship God instead. To us Persians, the light of fire is remnants of the light of God. The radiance and the sun-like warmth of the fire exuberates our hearts. And the pleasant warmth of it brings our hearts and spirits closer together, that we may be philanthropic, kind, and considerate, that gentleness and forgiveness may become our way of life, and that thereby the light of God may keep shining in our hearts. Our God is the God Ahura Mazda. Strange is that you too have now decided to give God a name, and you call God by the name of Allahu Akbar. But we are nothing like you. We, in the name of Ahura Mazda, practice compassion and love and goodness and righteousness and forgiveness and care for the dispossessed and the unfortunate. But you, in the name of Allahu Akbar, commit murder, create misery, and subject others to suffering. Tell me truly, who is to blame for your madness? For your misdeeds. Your God orders genocide, plunder, and destruction, or who these things, or you who do these things in God's name, or both. You who have spent all your days in brutality and barbarity have now come out of your desolate desert, resolved to teach by the blade and by conquer the worship of God to a people who have for thousands of years have been civilized and have relied on culture and knowledge and art in mighty edifices. Anyway, what have you in the name of your Allahu Akbar? Though these armies of Islam, besides destruction and pillage and murder, that you now presume to summon others to your God. Today, my people's fortunes have changed. Their armies, who were subject to Ahura Mazda, have been defeated by Arab armies of Allahu Akbar, and they are being forced at the point of the sword to convert to God by the name of Allahu Akbar, and are forced to offer God prayers 5 times a day, but now in Arabic, since apparently your Allahu Akbar only understands Arabic.
Oh shit.
I advise you to return to your lizard-infested deserts. Do not loose upon our cities your cruel barbarian or Arabs who are like rabid animals. Refrain from the murder of my people. Refrain from pillaging my people. Refrain from kidnapping our daughters in the name of Allahu Akbar, in the name of your Allahu Akbar. Refrain from these crimes and evils. We Persians are forgiving people and kind and well-mannered, meaning people. Wherever we go, we sow the seeds of goodness, amity, and righteousness, and in this way, we have the capacity to overlook the crimes and the misdeeds of your Arabs. Stay in your desert with your Allahu Akbar and do not approach our cities, for horrid is your belief and brutish is your conduct. Signed, Yazgard III. Yeah, so that's some smackdown.
Shit, right?
By the way, this was a contemporary. This was the same time as Abu Bakr. This was a letter to Abu Bakr. So no Arab, no fucking Muslim on this planet can ever convince me that Islam came peacefully to the world, that came peacefully to my nation anyway. There is no fucking Arab on this planet that can convince me of that, because I know where you fuckers came from.
So we got one challenge saying that how do we know that that letter's not is it how have you falsified that letter? Have you know the original letter?
That letter and the page posted, the actual copies of it are actually, as in photographs of the original letters, both of them, Abu Bakr and the Gods, is actually in that website. Plus, the letters exist in the British Museum today.
Okay, all right, yeah, man. So, boom, that cements that one then, yeah.
But do you know what? Do you know what it is as well? I was going to ask as well, Carl. If we're taking the idea that Muhammad existed, are we saying that Abu Bakr and all these people by name existed? Because Abu Bakr that they're describing could be a different name to what's actually, but because of the time period, they're probably putting towards Abu Bakr, the one doing this.
Well, this is the note, because Abu Bakr's letter was signed Abu Bakr. It's in Arabic. If you actually look at the letter, if you look at the picture that is above the parchment.
Abu Bakr, Aisha's dad, Abu Bakr.
Yeah, not I think he's not Aisha's dad. He's
Okay, actually no, sorry, it's not Abu Bakr. I apologize. It is Omar bin Al-Khattab. This is not Abu Bakr. This is Omar bin Khattab.
And who's that was the one of the caliphates.
Yeah,
Caliph Umar was like the second or third. No, he was the third. Sorry.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, this wasn't Abu Bakr. This was Omar.
So even in that time, yeah, that would have been before the Sunni Shia thing, yeah.
No,
was that during this just in the development?
This is during the Sunni Shia thing going on. So
yeah, because Omar was already, Abu Bakr was already first caliph, so the Sunni Shia divide would have emerged already, because the Sunni Shia divide wasn't amongst the Persians. The Persians became the largest, or the Iranians became the largest Shia sect, but the Sunni Shia divide happened in Karbala, which is southern Iraq. So it happened amongst sort of, if you like,
the war of Ali and Muawiyah.
Yeah, so
was Muawiyah Abu Bakr's general or something like that?
No, Muawiyah was supposedly cousins with Uthman, and Ali, Ali's adopted son. Ali's adopted son, who was Abu Bakr's son, actually, killed Muawiyah. No, killed Uthman. Ali took over, so Muawiyah came through and killed Ali, and so that's where you have Ali's son, which is I think it's Zayn and Hussein and Zayn, and there's other people as well who were warring against Muawiyah.
Yeah. Sorry, I just read the Atticus now. He says ancient diss tracks.
That's a joke.
It's like a 1,500-year-old diss track.
So that's where the whole Muawiyah and Ali conflict comes in, because Muawiyah was revenging his cousin that was killed by Ali.
And that's Abu Bakr, yeah?
Well, the divide actually happened as Muhammad died as well, by the way. This wasn't something that happened after Muhammad died. As he died, they started to actually argue, whilst Muhammad, they didn't even bury Muhammad's body, and they were already arguing over the succession.
Taken over, yeah.
So if like there's letters from, so Uthman, would he been alive when Muhammad was alive?
Yes, he was the companion. He was a companion of Muhammad.
Yeah, same as Umar bin Khattab, Abu Bakr, Ali.
Yeah, they were all
gone to the
companions.
So that means there's more chance of Muhammad actually being a real person than not sort of being a real person.
Well, that's the thing. Like from we're saying this is Umar, but we can't even prove that if that was the Umar of that time. That could have been any Umar. You understand? So when they're talking about this history thing, it's not exactly very clear. And
Yeah, history isn't an exact science, unfortunately. So
yeah,
it's not 100%. I mean, there are very few characters in history you can 100% say.
Because
did Muhammad ever send any letters to anyone?
Well, yeah, that's what they're saying. They've have letters where it has the, like you do the trilateral. When you're doing linguistics, you have trilateral rule. So it has this thing where it has MHD or MHTD or whatever or whatnot, and people say that certain certain names like Mehmet is actually Muhammad in Arabic and whatnot and everything. So they said that that was Muhammad's letter to this person, but the letter was written way after Muhammad supposedly died, and it was coming from someone else's. So someone was writing. Basically, it was like a secondary account of some of the first of the so-called source or letter. So, yeah, they're not highly accurate. I mean, if you've heard anyone from the so-called conscious community, like what's his name? Muhammad. What's his name? Ali Muhammad. Ali Muhammad. He's a black one that you see on Sarnet. So if you type in Ali Muhammad or whatever, you see him. He says himself that yes, Muhammad that they speak about in the Quran didn't actually exist, and that the actual idea of Muhammad was actually comes from one of the kings in Arabia at that time who that's his proposal anyway. He proposed that it came from a king during at that time who had conflict with his with the Arabs or the Arab leadership going on around that time, and deviated to create his own version of Islam or whatnot. So
because there was a debate on this channel before about the existence of Muhammad. Stops and Zirab. Yeah. And Zirab had MHT. A guy talking about a guy from Arabia, but it was like a little bit after Muhammad's death.
Yeah.
So is there no sort of
that's the thing, like you know what another thing that
kingdoms, like local, so like say we're talking about when we're talking about any of the kingdoms in Kemet or whatever, then there's other local kingdoms that might be writing about how much
Muhammad,
this man, do you know what I'm saying, or how much they rated this man, or he was a good ally, or do you know what I'm saying? That
what the Ethiopia, even because this is why they say this is why the story is a bit weird, because even what when Muhammad fled to Ethiopia, well, at least he could have named the king around then that he fled to go and seek refuge in. But this is why they said that the story in the beginning of Islam is
Nagashi.
Exactly. So this is it's almost like the Pharaoh story, Moses and Pharaoh.
So what, Nagashi just means king in one of the Ethiopian languages.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
This is why
this is like I was saying. Sorry to cut you there, bro.
Yeah, no, sorry.
One of the things I was saying earlier was that I used myself as an example, but I did I was just using myself as an example again. So if it's something that has got no effect on whether it's right, wrong, or whatever, it's just easier to give a logical answer. You will give a logical answer to stuff, but then when it's something that it's got your belief on it, or it's attachment to you somehow, sort of thing, then it's like you'll do bare dances and so, hooping through bare loops and all this other shit to try and make the shit fit. It's like, why is it so hard to accept the truth, even when it's some fuckeries?
That's the problem, bro. It's the human mindset, man. Yeah. Human beings cannot.
In that paper, that AST paper, that was saying that's one of the bad things about the evolution of the consciousness, isn't it? Seeing stuff like ghosts and having beliefs in stuff what you can't prove.
Yeah.
Being dogmatic about certain things is one of the bad things of evolution. Because it's not obviously it's like it's got pros and cons.
Yeah, it's to deal with fear. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, bro, it's a big thing, bro. You get me? Like, that was one of the things, like I told you, I came here, bro. I wanted to see more, people like Kalam's out here teaching stuff, innit? I think I said it to you the other day. The conversation about the whole system and whatnot. I was like, if we had someone like a Danjuma, even Shakara's dad, Russian national racialism, a few people like that, have that discussion, and we're just taking notes and sitting back and listening and whatnot and everything. That would be a good, discussion to
good listening.
Yeah. Well, obviously,
yeah, man.
Really...
Yeah, man, don't really got that sort of repertoire yet where man can start calling on big man to do big things on the channel like that. You get me? It's like really, yeah, man's got to sort of build up a bit of steam or whatever behind it. People are like, when you're trying to ask someone to come through, they might have at least heard about some of the stuff that goes on, or have an idea about what it might be, or what I'm saying? That because I don't know, man. Maybe when you first hear about it, it's like, right, it goes on for the whole day, so it sounds a bit nuts, yeah. But if you jump into a conversation, you can see how you can just get wrapped into like a whole day's worth of conversation, because it's just Chinese whispers into subject, and different people jump in, give their points on. Someone might jump in and they wanted to jump in 3 hours ago. You get me? And on a point that was made 3 hours ago, there's a whole different panel of people on, and then they'll just drop something like, yeah, oh, so and so said this 3 hours ago, blah 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 blah, and then the whole panel will get onto it. Oh yeah, but I think this about it. I think that about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah, 100%. I hear that still.
You get me? A man's able to have the long streams on here, and then I can break them down and put them on global waivers through the week and whatnot as well. So
yeah,
you can try and draw people in different avenues as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, man.
Big up to you guys. I'm out of here. Have a good one. Later. Ciao.
I was going to ask, what other sort of scientific understanding videos need to be uploaded or sort of brought into the understanding of the community? Because we don't have a full understanding of wormholes, but at least we know if someone talks about wormholes, we sort of might have a brief understanding of what they're talking about, like the consciousness thing and evolution. We've got something to refer to in it, like, so we're trying to build up that sort of knowledge around the place now, innit? Like, a lot of them science videos about testing and so on. So a lot of them they'll let you re-upload them, innit? So if people do talks and experiments and so on, but I can, if people tell me or give me ideas about what sort of other, do you know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that
someone sent me a NLP, sent me a link to something I watched earlier. I didn't watch all of it. I was watching most of it. Yeah,
something about reincarnation, and a little boy, who
Saying that he
was reincarnated, was an Air Force pilot or something like that. And
yeah,
I don't know.
years ago.
Yeah. The university was saying that reincarnation is 100% possible now because of his memories of exactly how he died. He knows his first and last name, and he knew stuff about his sister and this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. And I was like, right, obviously.
How accurate is that?
Yeah, it's, how are you able to put that to the test, or what conditions could you put that under so you could say, right, that's definitely real than what he's saying. Kind of kid, he was saying that the boy used to have nightmares, and then when he went and visited the place, everything has sort of got understanding on that he was in a new body now, and this, that, and the other, that he sort of started to be more at peace.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I won't lie to you, Veli. I had a family member. He used to, when he was very young. Yeah, he used to say to me, "Oh, I used to be a taxi driver my whole life," and he would say it with so much vigor and whatnot that his older brother would just look at him and just go, "Shut up," and he would be laughing at me, laughing and telling me, "Yeah, don't listen to me." Like, and he was really young and he was saying this, innit? So, you know, it's not uncommon for kids to make up stories and say, yeah, this is what happened. Or what. I don't know if he made it up personally, but obviously coming from a Nigerian household, they're just gonna look at that as some type of voodoo or witchcraft, so they ain't gonna be listening to none of that. But yeah, like honestly, he could have been he watched a story on TV, heard some similar stories and put it together and said that's what happened. And even that cannot. I mean, how far did they confirm that everything he said about his sister was true?
Well, the woman was still alive, innit? That was his sister of that Air Force woman person that died or whatever. Well, it seemed a bit spooky to me. I ain't gonna lie. It was one of them old school sort of history channel sort of looking documentaries.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's like things
I
that
don't know, man.
all type of documentaries.
Yeah, like what was that? Unsolved Mysteries used to come on Sky One or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're
You know
talking
what I'm saying? Like, and it just leaves just open-ended answers, not confirmed. Right, so we put this in this condition to test this to see if blah 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 blah, and we got this result every time we done it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
No, 100%. I hear you still.
I don't know, man. The man are saying that man are being strict on anything that you sort of harsh on in the belief sort of world, yeah. But it's like, because to me, it seems like more and more stuff that people believe in, they want to use the scientific method to confirm that it's more than a belief.
Yeah. No, 100%, fam. 100%.
Then, yeah, no. Do you know what? Yeah, and if it was just that, yeah, I sort of wouldn't have an issue. Yeah, I wouldn't have an issue. But while using the scientific method to try to confirm what you believe in, you want to diss anyone else that says the scientific method is a superior way to test things that can be tested underneath the scientific method way of testing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I hear you still. That's 100% true. That's what people do. As soon as they say that I don't think the scientific method is the best way to get everything. So what is another way then? What other way can you provide? And then that's where they just want to go. My system is also a better way of getting the truth. You understand? They don't want to say their system, but they will just say, oh, they'll put down another system in order to say that their system is the best to determine truth. So it's just a silly argument. But yeah.
Well,
especially if you're saying that your son. Yeah.
We know what way we're trying to head right there. Yeah. And even like we're saying, even though it's like
it's even, yeah, I mean, even though it's like even though it's they're saying it's G block hard. You man talk about religion all the time and so. We're like, bruh, there's bare different topics we talk about around it. We're on fucking every day for 12 hours.
Yeah.
So we've had weeks here where there's been no religion yet, and the religious people are begging, oh, well, when are you gonna go back to debunking religion again, man? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, Ross. Why are you talking about black stuff? I've heard. Why are you talking about white people? Or why are you talking about so and so, this one, that one? So it's like, man, just make the fucking question of the day to be answered in it, man. And then just try to think of hard questions that if I just think, wow, I don't know what the answer is to that, man. So let me put it out there and then try to give my own little answer first of all. And more times I jump on first of all and will answer the question before anyone else jumps on it. So man can't say, oh, you try to wait for everyone to give their point of view and then you want to give a point of view that's so and so. You know what I'm saying? Like, whether I change my mind later on, whether I so and so. With the information I've got at the time, I'll try to give a fair, honest answer in it. And then try to go from there, man.
No, I hear you come with a good heart with the thing, fam. Yeah, it's like it's just other people, fam. They just don't want to chat shit, fam.
Oh God.
Yeah, man. Well, go on, man. Splash season, you get me?
Trust me.
Yeah, now
What you
try
saying,
watching.
man?
I try watching that documentary, but that's deep in the thing. You get me? That's like, bro. This guy is talking about polymizing. Like, yo, he was on a mad thing. You see that Asian guy?
Say, gone.
The Asian guy tried
styling.
fucking at the end of my mouth talking about basically just trying to get proof of God.
Yeah, you're trying to style him, and he's like, nah.
You know, like he tried to get my man to say there had to be a God in order that, like, that's what I'm saying. Certain man are fuck G. Certain man are listening to that whole thing, just waiting to say, all right, but you can't disprove God, or like.
It's like, well, if you're saying if even if you want to hold on to God, then the God that you believe it was, it's not that God. You can say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
but they'll say it is though. They'll somehow like he's
but
black Telek will say it is.
Yeah, but how?
Because you
Is it
see
say,
where
I am God from Adam?
you see like where he was got like the Yellowstone. You know where he was talking about the Yellowstone, like similar to the like I guess I don't know what you call it, like substrate of Mars. Like, you know, under the, you know, saying there was yellows, the tire track marks from the Mars rover. He was saying it's like Yellowstone, yeah. Obviously, people would just say, "That's claim it." That's claim it.
Shit.
I have to watch it again though, bro, because like I was trying to train while I was watching it. I couldn't focus at all, bro. This nigga, literally every second word was a word I did not know.
Because man knows that brother knows what he's fucking talking about. You get me?
Yeah, no, but even he's a beast. Like, even he's a beast. His plan, bro, his plan was like.
Wait, what are you talking
like,
about?
he said one deep thing. I need to get the phrase perfectly. He said some deep shit like the documentary Valley Park. Valley, you're a G, by the way. Like, you start like recently, you've been starting to pop some cold shit. Like, your channel needs a little young spark, and then needs a little spark, and then people will start fucking. If man just start stuck on your channel for a bit. Sorry, go on.
So yeah, I just wanted to know, was it the evolutionary documentary?
No, it's about the origins of consciousness.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, go come true. Go on. You gotta cut you off when you're saying something.
Man's slightly talking about abiogenesis as well. Like, he's talking about like the first RNA, how chemicals become life. Yeah, but so many fucking terms, like,
And you know what? He's a beast. He's just flowing. Like he's not even really. It don't look like he's reading off a script. He's just flowing. Like he knows what he's talking about. And mind you, he's a computer scientist.
Yeah, that's his thing, innit? That's my man's thing, bro.
Nah, but that's not even his thing, G. He's a computer scientist, G.
Yeah, but I mean, like
That's not his
learning and being well studied like that. You get me? 'Cause, like,
Yeah.
remember you saying how he built the computer when he was a youth. When he was a youth, man.
In his mind, G. He said I built it in my mind. He said he had to wait till he went to. He had to wait till he went to high school or college.
And see what the real thing looked like.
Yeah,
It's in my mind. You know, I'm like, right, my man had, you know, like, there was a youth in my school, yeah, that man used to say, my man's got brains in his hair, fam. My man's too clever. You get me? It's like your hair is big, yeah, but it's like if you cut off your head, then the brains must drop out.
Do you know what's interesting though? Yeah, listening to Ralph talking the other day, because more time I hate listening to Ralph, but I tuned in for like 2 minutes, then I tuned out, then I tuned in about an hour later, and he was talking about being conscientious, which is funny because I didn't actually know what that word meant, like the way he was using it. I thought it just was to do with consciousness, like being conscious of things, but apparently it means like dutiful and whatever. So listening to him speak about how some people are clever and some people are conscientious, and basically the conscientiousness is what provides the better results, as opposed to this sort of innate intelligence. And then I've had arguments and conversations with Hetero on Reels and like the Hangout ones, where like it's interesting because when you look at people like that, you think, how is it my man a trillionaire? Do you know what I mean? Like, how is it like this? This is a man that's literally a computer scientist that said, do you know what? I want to find out the origins of life. Let me collaborate with someone and unlock the secrets of the universe. Yeah.
And yet, you got to remember, bro, these things like he wants to find out. He's trying to find out the actual truth, because he might not be fully money motivated, although he's probably getting paid a decent wage and all this, that, and the other. His team might not just be like, bro, I want to just get caught.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, but then it asks the question about true intelligence, or how people are quantifying intelligence. An example of which Hetero's got a theory. One of the things that drives him to disprove all the nonsense that these race realists and these people pushing this, this superior IQ and eugenicists and that. His proof is that there's some con artists that he would consider to be more intelligent than some theoretical mathematician, particle physicists. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's saying that if you can't pick up on social cues, then in his opinion, you are less intelligent, or you're more susceptible to ultimately what's the ultimate aim or goal in existence is surviving, isn't it? And he's saying that some people are better equipped to survive just with I don't know how you, like, basically social skills, or they're more adept, or they require less education to pick up social cues and learn social skills, and therefore they're more intelligent. And it's funny because when I was listening to this guy, I was like, I don't think I'll ever have that kind of encyclopedia of knowledge, bro, ever. He was just.
So who's this guy you're not talking about?
Dr. Bruce Dharma.
Sorry, what?
Dr. Bruce Dharma.
Bruce Dharma, yeah?
Yeah, why did you say it like you know him?
Nah, it's because that's the name of that serial killer, isn't it? Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a good shot.
Yeah, alright, so I don't know what this is. What is it? Did you post a video already?
No, remember on Belly Vision?
Yeah, the video I played earlier.
Oh, the video you played earlier. I saw a few minutes of that, or I heard it, but I wasn't really watching.
No,
wasn't it that discussion one where there was a few scientists discussing and being asked questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Was it that?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. And he was asked a few specific questions, and he gave some really good answers.
Yeah, he's deep, and he probably is wealthy though. He said he had a barn, so he probably is somewhat wealthy.
Oh yeah, but you know, James, I wanted to say something to what you just said about the intelligence thing. Yeah, I'm sure you can understand this because I hear this discussion and associated discussions all the time, and for a long time now, I haven't seen anyone challenge my view on it. Me personally, I've not got into the discussion, but the way that I feel with it, I've not really changed my mind for a bit. So what I'm saying to you is that this is we all agree, yeah, that there's different types of intelligence, meaning that using different metrics, different people could score higher on different types of tests. Yes, do we all agree about that?
Yeah, to a degree, I guess.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, yeah. It's hard to quantify and to fully
yeah, I know.
define intelligence, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
but
accept
if we were to flesh it out a little bit, say for example, I say to you, there's something like cognitive speed intelligence, meaning how quickly you could calculate a few sums. That's one valid definition of a particular type of intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd agree.
We're not saying that everything comes down to that or that's the most important. We're just saying that's one. Yeah. So another one would be what Hetero talks about is picking up on social cues, body language, eye contact. Human behavior, human psychology, generally what human beings are like, and having a good awareness of how to deal with human beings. A lot of people might call this emotional intelligence. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. EQ.
Yeah. So then you could even say that there's further aspect. Like me, I personally add another dimension to it, which I call intellectual honesty. So for me, I would consider intellectual honesty to be extremely important. In the sense of I'm a person who's obsessed with finding out what's true, and I always have been my whole life. So for me, I've worked out that intellectual honesty is basically something you have to do before you can get any step of the way towards finding out what's true. Meaning that if people are not intellectually honest, they'll never find out what's true because they'll never deal with the situation, never accept reality, and they never start from an honest point. So for me, I add that extra dimension. Now, the way that I see it is this: is that if you was to what's it called? Test a bunch of human beings. So the analogy I would use is like physical prowess. Yeah. So if you was to say to them, let's see who's the fastest runner, that would be similar to the cognitive speed type of intelligence. Yeah. And you could have tests for that. So, but then if you was to say, let's see who's the best fighter, like that's different now. I mean, the person who's the fastest runner not necessarily going to be the best fighter. If you was to say, let's who's the best climber, that again is a different type of physical ability. So ultimately, I personally think there is not really any one universally accepted or one true definition of intelligence.
Yeah, or a universal test even.
Yeah, exactly. But that's because the reason why there's not a universal test for it is because it itself is way too complex to be categorized formally into these 3-4 different categories. There's so much overlaps and interlinking between these types of things that, you know what I mean, Jack? You can't fight if you can't run. If you haven't got lung capacity, your fighting ability is going to be limited. So, do you know what I mean? All of them kind of bounce off each other in different ways. But like I said, for me, I hold the intellectual honesty one very high because I'm obsessed with finding out what's actually true, and that's the one that counts when it comes to that.
It's interesting, yeah, because when it comes to like the theists or whatever, it's like when you call them out. And remember that time I was having a discussion about believing in believing in being a believer as opposed to believing in a specific God. And it's like it's clear, you can almost evidence. You're open, brother. How you can almost bro. Oh, thank you. My bad. I'm saying to
But you're saying between the believer and the idea of believing in being a believer.
Bear with me 1 second.
All right.
I just need to use my.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, while we've got the mood, I wanted to ask, even James is in the chat for Raf's on the panel, you're on the panel. Is there any sort of science test or experiments or any knowledge about certain things in science or whatnot that you want to see videos uploaded?
Yeah, I'll be very happy to see certain videos. Raf is a good person for this because he's actually quite a he looks for stuff to just go and watch in his spare time, and because he's studying in the scientific field, it's always helpful for him. So he's asked me about where good resources for that sort of stuff. I can think of a couple where they produce like 5 to 10 minute max, like even 3-4 minute videos that just either sum up sum up a little topic, or they ask a question from the point of view, say, of a child in the world, that might.
Can you hear me? Yeah, no, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying. So like it's funny. It's funny you see how different people react. And like a quick example would be when I was saying to people about belief in being a believer, or even when we're talking about people who like when we infer from someone's behavior that the greatest value you see in Islam is being accepted by Arabs, or when we say to black people, you're the biggest, we can see that psychologically we can see the biggest value you seek is from being accepted by whatever the right wingers, the white nationalists, what have you. And then people say no, that's you being ignorant. But it's like no, I can clearly demonstrate to you that the reason you're frustrated at this point, or the reason that I could predict that you would take this line of reasoning is because you seek acceptance from this group. It's the same with the intellectual honesty. And it's the same with the arguments from positions of intellectual honesty. In my opinion, that people like me, I would like to believe it, right? It's a bit narcissistic of me, but people like me, that's what I subscribe to. Like, if I like, the reason I'll accept that I'm wrong about something, or the reason that I strive to be right about something, is because I'm striving toward the truth. And that, in my opinion, when people what people infer from that is a form of intelligence. Like when people see that you're not inhibited by some kind of what's the word, like when people you see you're trying to be intentionally unbiased, that is a form of intelligence, or people believe that makes somebody intelligent. I feel like, from my perspective, and when I see someone that's truly attempting to be honest about something, I feel like that is a dimension of intelligence. So I was just agreeing with you, basically, is my point. But I see it in so many different interactions, and it's like some people will say like, "Oh, this guy's really smart, but he's just a bit biased." And I'm like, no, that literally takes him out of the fold of that intelligence or of being smart. The fact that he's so clearly biased, the fact that he's doing all these mental gymnastics and contorting himself like this is evidence that he's probably not as smart as you think he is.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed it, but that's the thing. Like, I know what you're saying, James. God, it's gonna be hurting a few characters, but yeah, definitely. Just because.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just surprised how fucking far ahead you youngsters are, man. I mean, I know James says he's not a youngster, but I'm pretty sure Raf is a youngster in his early 20s and that. But I'm just surprised like how much you lot get the real deal, and what and this is something that most human beings never ever get in their whole life, even a lot of academics.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like this.
What you're saying is factual, man. Like, you hear a lot of people.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
Albert. Thank you. Have a good night, yeah?
It's scary how people who are supposed to be, in specific fields not understand certain things they're talking about.
100%. No, but I think like with the intellectual honesty thing, yeah, which is interesting because it's become a proper thing. Like even in these past little discussions with the witness and the Moor, and I see how scared and upset people are. Like, you could say I'm insincere to a whole group of people and I wouldn't give a shit, because I do believe I'm being sincere. I genuinely believe I'm being sincere. I genuinely believe if I infer something from what you said, I have a right to answer and you have a right of reply. And I feel like, but other people, I feel like I'm starting to notice that the reason these words make people upset is because you're actually appealing to this whole group of, or this audience. I've witnessed reference it about 6 or 7 times. 65 people watching, now they know you're a liar. And it's like, bruv, so what's important to you now? What's important to you is how you appear to these people. But that isn't going to decide the truth or not. That isn't going to decide whether you're right or wrong. Discussing with me being the most important person in this discussion, and I think because the contention is between you and I, and I think I said that one time with Ras as well, when me and Ras fell out, and I was like, bruv, what the fuck are you talking to all these people for? I'm saying I think you're an idiot. You should care. Like, if you tell me there's a reason you think I'm an idiot, I'm going to say why. And if it makes sense, I'm going to apologize for it, or I'm going to try, because ultimately, if it made sense, that would be the truth of the matter. But outside of that, if you're just lying, it doesn't matter what you say. I could just joke and laugh about it. But if what other people think because obviously everyone care. Obviously I care what people think as well. I'm not trying to act like I'm a monk or something. But if the truth should take precedence over whatever other people think, because they could all be idiots. They could be liars.
Yeah,
They themselves could be liars.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Witness done that.
Short
Witness
hair,
done
do
that to
care.
me as well, actually.
What did you say?
Short hair, do care. Short hair, do care.
No, there's a famous song that you might have missed because you're not about like that scientific. But you know, hey, but can I just say as well? I do that shit in life though. That's why maybe I was lucky. I don't know. Someone taught, just like the consciousness guy said, the ultimate why I may not know. The ultimate why Raf is who he is, why you are who you are, scientific why Veli is who he is. We may not know why, but I know that at some point that has always mattered to me. Like if someone's they're the most important person. It's not what everybody says about our argument. Like that person, if you can prove me wrong, and because I'm gonna accept it. If I get proved wrong, if I embarrass myself, I'm gonna accept it. So you matter to me. I hate when people do that thing where they start just focusing on the crowd and everybody else.
The rallying round and getting people to back you up. I mean, we all know that's typical. Real guys do their thing and they rely upon themselves. And you know, and like you say, you focus on the issue, innit? Whatever else is going on, it's not really that important. What should be important to you is what's actually being said, what the argument is, and which out of the two arguments is better, or which point out of the two opposing sides is better. And that's irrelevant of who else is watching and who else is agreeing on either side. So I mean, the kind of people that change it to, oh well, these other people were there and they said the same thing, or oh, people in the chat agreed with me. Like if you rely on, oh well, people in the chat agreed with me, then I mean that's just a populum fallacy, isn't it? That something being popular.
And that showed an example of this. What you're talking about, scientific is in the debate between what's his name, Hijab and Cosmic Skeptic. It shows how Hijab
say go on.
corner rather than being in a what you would call a debates type of setting, because that guy cannot the only way he can
Hey, do you know
ever
what? Can I
yeah, so go on.
Sorry, can I just quickly jump in? Yeah, RIP the brother Isa, because I was just around YouTube today, and I saw the video of his funeral. But as a result of that, Ali Dawa on his channel had a new video about reacting to the reaction of the Cosmic Scepter video. So I watched a little bit of it. Right, I had it on fast because I like him, but he waffles a lot. Yeah, so I let him waffle through most of the bits that. The real bones of contention I'm not really interested in, about the editing of the video, I don't care. The silencing of the comments or whatever, I don't care. He went into this thing about where Cosmic Skeptic said he was misquoted, and he didn't bring anything revolutionary other than inferring from the sort of the entirety of the videos Cosmic Skeptic showed. He inferred from that in actuality his position is, even though there's a tweet confirming the opposite, his position is that the universe popped out of nothingness, right? And that was the sort of pièce de résistance of this whole reaction video. You know what he didn't address, which is what I think is the most damning evidence, and it's not the chapter or what chapter it was about utilitarianism or whatever. It's when my man asked Muhammad Hijab to get an understanding of his understanding of logic and philosophy. He said, I'm gonna fuck it up, but it's like if P entails Q and P is a necessary existence, or P is necessary, is Q then necessary? And Muhammad Hijab was like, no. He was like, no.
He always gets that shit wrong.
Yeah, and the man was like, wait, what? Yeah, and you know what? That it's exactly like Rob, and I don't think he's not a combat atheist anyway, like scientific and them, yeah, because Muhammad Hijab, listen, forget that, and changed the whole fucking thing, and didn't bask and wallow in his L, bruv, yeah, because literally, like, basic principle And this guy's meant to study logic and philosophy, Muhammad Hijab. I've actually heard him specifically say that to Sarah and shit. Yeah, that's literally like that's like, because I had to Google it when I saw the reaction video. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that, and I Googled it, and Intel's is like logically follows, and so something logically follows something, yeah, and something is necessary, especially by the fact that Muhammad Hijab defined necessary. If P entails Q and P is necessary, is Q then necessary? Obviously, because it logically follows from P.
Yeah, you don't have to explain that. That's meant to be the point of it.
But you know, Ali Dawah like tried to basically say that Muhammad Hijab smashed my man all over the floor, and the actual two clear bones of contention or points of contention got absolutely battered. Embarrassed himself. Like didn't need any help from Cosmic Skeptic, just embarrassed himself.
Yeah. No, but you know what it is though? I've seen this shit from the Muslims quite a lot from many years ago. When I was doing the A-level in philosophy, my philosophy teacher was only about 3-4 years older than me, but he'd done a master's degree. I was doing A-levels. But he was one of these types that was just like Hamza Sources. And to be honest, he was quite impressive because he was very similar, like funny, articulate, and very smart with his philosophy. But them times I was only an A-level student, so I couldn't really challenge him in it. I told him, listen, man, I don't believe in this kind of shit. And we had a few debates and that. But, you know, obviously he's a fucking lecturer in philosophy, innit? I mean, he's my teacher. So I stayed friends with him quite a few years still. But I learned then, like, this is literally over 20 years ago, I learned then that, this is what they do, because he invited me to a few debates he'd done at universities in East London and one in West London as well. So, so I went and watched them as well. But then years later, when I saw Hamza Sources come out with this shit and Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab, I realized this is the exact same bollocks, the exact same arguments, and the exact same tactics that guy was doing 20 years ago. So it's just one of these things that I think that the Muslim community do quite a lot. They set up these debates. They make sure hundreds of their Muslims turn up to cheer their own person. They minimize the number of people that the other person's allowed. They edit the video. They control the comments. They showboat a lot and bully people off. And I think to myself, this is bollocks. But I'm really glad that when I've debated them, this is why from the beginning when I went to Speaker's Corner, I didn't take none of that shit from them, because they're all there nicey, politely, all that bollocks. I knew what it's all about. These people will try and make a fool out of you, humiliate you publicly, embarrass you, and they'll go on and on and on and I wasn't having it from the beginning. But I'm really glad, that sometimes I felt guilty about bullying Muhammad Hijab when I debated him. But the fact of the matter is, he deserves to be treated like that, and he knows that, because he's such a big showboater. He's such a big showboater and bully to everyone he can possibly get away with doing it to. He deserves that. And even though I didn't do it to him that badly, I'm glad I didn't show him like too much respect, because he's a nice guy in a lot of ways. But when it comes to this shit, he's a cunt.
Yeah, it's definitely true, man. But this is what we were saying in the beginning. A lot of people they come. They're, as soon as it's something to do with their views, there's this mental block. The mental block kicks in.
Shall you something is a good example that Muhammad Hijab will never ever be able to live down. In my debate with him, he was chatting so much bollocks and I was slapping him around so badly, that at one point he said to me, if there's an infinite number of things in the universe and you take one away, how many is there now? And I said to him, there's still an infinite. And then he goes to me, what? No, it'll be infinity minus one, innit? Like, he was basically treating this is so basic, bro. This is taught in GCSE maths. I know this because my children know it already. But infinity is not a number. It's just a concept for a process that will continue to go on forever. So whether you add to it or take away from it will never change its infinite nature. Even if you add for billions, just whatever you do to it, times, minus, divide, it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to it to change it from being an infinity. And I already knew that, but Muhammad Hijab goes, no, if you took one away from infinity, it'd be infinity minus one. And I was like, bro, that's still infinity, you dickhead. It's always be infinity. Like, do you know what I mean? How many could you have? I said, I'm thinking like, what's the limit of things you can take away from that? There's no limit of numbers you could take away from that infinity, is there? So it would always still be infinity, you dickhead. But it
I
was so
remember.
embarrassing that he said that. And I said to him, bro, you're going to be embarrassed by this. Yeah. It's a basic fact that infinity is not a number. And you don't know that. It was just ridiculous.
Bro, you know what? You know what's embarrassing about all of those traps they think they're laying? You can't prove nothing, and you can't prove there isn't an infinity. So what the fuck do you know anyway? They hide behind, and it's always going to be reduced to an appeal to authority. Some guy said something, some philosopher said this, some guy said that. But if you're being honest and just looking at it, like if there's an infinite amount of stars in the universe, like there's constantly replicating stars, then one dying wouldn't change anything. But because in your mind you're going to try to reduce it down to some quote some philosopher said, or some physicist, some fucking dawn of the 19th century, 20th century physicist said, then you're always going to assume like it's always going to be reduced down to an appeal to authority. But I remember that clearly. I remember someone agreed with you in the crowd, and Muhammad Izza was like, "Bro, shut up." They're still talking.
Oh yeah, that was the guy, Imran. His name is Beyond Atheism. He's on the Hangouts and that as well. He comes on panels sometimes in some channels. Yeah, exactly. His name's Beyond Atheism. Imran, yeah, he's funny. He goes, yeah. He goes, Ali Dawah tried that as well, and Answer told him the same thing. I was funny. And Muhammad Izza goes, "Right, you shut up."
It's funny, you know, because I remember when I first ever spoke to you, and you were like, I'm trying to change my approach. And then me and Rob was talking about it the other day. And I was like, you know what, bro? Like, I'll be honest with you. I think, like, obviously, I'm not a professional debater. I'm not going to be debating for the rest of my fucking life. Debates come and go, innit, yeah? But I prefer this sort of combat style, man, because it's like, bro, we ain't got infinite lives, G. We're gonna die at some
Yeah,
point.
it's about, exactly, bro. It's about the time wasted in entertaining bollocks. Like the fact is, yeah, I've done a lot of hard intellectual work in my life, and that all goes to waste if I keep entertaining idiots with their absolute stupid bollocks. Like there's only really any point in engaging people to some extent when you're gonna get some progress. So for me, like when I straight away I realized this person is starting off from a totally bogus and bollocks and dishonest and stupid, uneducated position. It's just more natural for me to just immediately start making fun of them and calling them names.
Rob, I ain't gonna lie, man. Rob needs to, like, I said the other day, like, when he was talking to Orthodox Mar, I was like, no, we'll reconvene on your panel. And I was like, hey, Rob, do me a favor, bro. I beg you, let's stop chat to him instead, man. All now you lot are talking for 3 hours, and he hasn't even defined one term he's using. What is the point of the discussion? It's just pointless.
Yeah.
It's like Rob spending time with his child and shit, bro.
Yeah, I hear that. But you know what? Yeah, it's like some people. It's just some people's styles are different, innit? Car. I see my style similar to Rob's, innit, where I try not to cuss and whatnot and anything. But I mean, yeah, I do get it. Like, if someone's wasting your time, there's no point talking to them. You just, you know what I mean? You're being intellectually dishonest. Let's go, walk away. You understand? It was like a King of Gold earlier came on talking about how, basically, everyone that came on the G block, like Rob and all of them, I schooled him and Red Hat and all of that. Rob was asking him.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said he schooled Rob. You know, he got him. Red Hat. He said that. Oh, I told him evolution was this, and he was just coming with a European Western understanding of Europe or evolution, and evolution was wrong, and it doesn't make sense if we evolved. I mean, this guy was saying that the other day that evolution was wrong, and that he agrees with the theory of black albinos, and then Veli, yeah, King of Gold. So Veli comes on now, and Veli's obviously reading my comments because I remember he was having the argument with Rob, and he was saying all this stuff, yeah, and he reads my comments saying that he disagreed with evolution, and that he was also talking about a scientist called Dr. Oyibo, who talks about what's that called? Force field cloaks. So I said to him, hang on a minute, you're gonna say wormholes are ridiculous to Rob, but start talking about force field cloaks and talking about a physicist who promotes that. So what's the difference? And then he obviously started ranting and whatnot and everything. So then he read in the definition of evolution, and he goes, "Yeah, I agree with that. We've been saying that before. I don't disagree with that definition." Right? I was just like, "This guy's all over the place. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, King of Gold's a bit of a comedian. I don't like. I wouldn't take too much. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect him because I really like him, but yeah, I don't think he's that serious. Like, he's taking it that. I don't think he takes it that seriously when it comes to debating.
I hear you.
Yeah, yeah, he seems quite mature in that, so he, this shit don't really bother him that much.
I think more like the only person at Evolution that really makes me laugh. I mean, M.A. Brown said he agrees with more, so he needs to get grilled at some stage. But
But Bernie, if you ever hear Bernie talking about evolution, all he keeps saying is, "Have you grown wings yet?" And I'm like, that's his way of telling me that I believe in bullshit. He goes to me, "Have you grown wings yet? Show me when you get wings." Yeah, and I'm like, "Bro, you're such a dickhead. This is embarrassing."
Just to piggyback off M.A. Brown's thing, yeah. M.A. Brown said to me yesterday, and I think I brought this up to you in the panel yesterday, yeah, and then Rob was here, yeah. I said, Rob, M.A. Brown said to me, if you are going to be debating a theist on the existence of a creator, an atheist or non-theist has to understand evolution and Big Bang at the least to be able to debate them. So I said to him, hang on a minute, why do I have to understand it to be able to debate someone on it? And he said to me, basically, the idea is the fact that before evolution, no, sorry, he said before when you get into your debate, you're going to be talking about evolution, you're going to be talking about Big Bang. And I said to him, so are you saying that the so-called existence of a creator debate revolves around the fact that my argument is that evolution and what's it called? Evolution and Big Bang is what I'm going to be debating an atheist about. He said, yeah. I said, have you not studied any?
He is kind of right.
No.
To reject it, you don't need to know any of that. If something, if there's not a compelling argument, you don't have to accept anything. So if a theist is telling you this is whatever, to debate them on it, or to a better way of saying it is to debunk some of their theories, it would be better to have a null hypothesis or an alternative theory. I personally, it doesn't necessarily have to be Big Bang. You could argue as an African spiritualist against theism, but you'd have to have an understanding of African spiritualism.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it doesn't have to, because the person who's asking the questions of your creator, who doesn't have the burden of proof. The person who has the burden of proof always has to show you why they believe that the creator exists.
That's not just what a debate is. Like, so a debate would be, you're going to have a portion of time to talk, and they're going to have a portion of time to cross-examine your ideas.
Yeah.
So if you're going to debate someone, so if someone came to you and said, why don't you believe in God, Aki? And you just wanted to argue with them, you don't need to know shit. And you could make them look stupid if they were asking all the questions.
Okay, James.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. If you're asking all the questions, as in, why do I need to believe what you believe? Why is this? Where's a winged horse? Where's a whatever? How did Moses part the seas? All of this stuff, right? But if it's a debate, like a an organized debate in which you've got a presentation, you have to give reasons, not only why their thing is bad, but why there's something else is more rational.
Now let's go into it. Cool. The debate topic is, does the creator of the Quran exist, or does the creator at all exist? Yeah. Where do we have to bring evolution to talk about this idea of creator, or we have to bring the Big Bang to talk about this idea of creator when the topic is about the creator?
No, Raf, the reason is because when they give explanations for things such as human beings, for reality, for the universe, for everything we experience around us, then their explanation is God did it, God did it, God did it at various stages. That's why we need to come in and say, well, no, actually, there's far better, more detailed, more exhaustive explanations which don't have any God aspect to them whatsoever. That's where it comes in.
So, oh, wait, hear you guys' argument there. Are you saying that even without a creator, okay, not even without a creator. Let me phrase it.
Can I do this really quickly for you? Can I just so I want to maintain my honesty because I've done this live on panel, so I have to be honest with you. I jumped on to challenge more the other day because I was like, "You're saying that you don't believe in evolution, no problem. What's the alternative theory that you have then? You're rejecting clear evidence that's put in front of you, no problem. What do you think happened?"
Of course, it's from the Quran, bro.
And he no. He refused, and this is what we're talking about: intellectual honesty. He refused to be drawn on it because he's embarrassed about looking like he what he's going to say probably doesn't make sense. He was embarrassed.
No, because he has to say Adam and Eve, innit? That's why. Because he's got no option. If he believes in Allah, he has to say Adam and Eve, and that is fucking pathetic compared to evolution.
Yeah, my point.
Do you see why Raf is it's important to have an alternative theory if you're going to rubbish somebody else's theory. You can't just be like, you can say you don't believe in Allah, fine, but how can you win a debate if this is providing good reason why they believe in Allah?
Okay, this is why I'm coming to the conclusion. Do you know what deism is?
Of course I'm not. Yeah, sorry, yes.
What's deism?
Deism is a creator of the universe exists, but he has no interaction with his creation.
So can someone be a deist, accept evolution, and accept the Big Bang?
Yeah.
So then why would we need to debate evolution and Big Bang when we know that the deist, the deist understanding of a creator is irrational?
Is irrational, you saying?
Yes.
Irrational.
No, but it's true that actually with a deist, we would have to do the kind of argument, the kind of style of dealing with it is what Raf is saying is then there's no point bringing up things like the Big Bang or evolution because they could just easily say, yeah, that's fine, we accept that, and that's how creators set the rules.
No, but it's not about bringing it up. It's not about bringing it up. It's about saying, how am I going to rubbish your idea?
Yes.
And I don't have an idea.
But it doesn't. No, but that's the thing is that when now they accept everything. See, a deist typically will accept everything, every scientifically demonstrable fact about reality. So there's no point using the Big Bang or evolution as a way of detracting from the reason of their belief.
So how do you do with a Mohammedan, as everyone keeps saying?
Yeah, but then he changed it now, innit? He said that in the case of dealing with a deist, then you would have to go to that line of argumentation where you throw the onus on them.
No, but then you would need philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. But then you might not necessarily be giving them an alternative.
But you don't even.
No, but what I'm saying is,
I guess so. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, Raf, don't look at it like he's, because I know what MA's doing. What MA's doing is saying, I asked you about the Big Bang and you couldn't answer me the other day. Therefore, you're not fit to debate. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no,
you're more than a decade younger than him. Like, it's okay that there's something that you're still researching now. But his point is correct. I think his point, in my opinion,
is wrong. Let me tell you why. Because I've been like, believe it or not, cool. I started off this journey of getting to this point, listening to people like what's his name, Matt Dillahunty, and whatnot. And when you talk about arguments that they give fierce for the creator, they talk about the Kalam, they talk about the ontology, teleology, all these arguments, divine hiddenness, arguments. None of these arguments you have to go into Big Bang or evolution to disprove. It's always.
You're missing my point. I'm saying I'm a champion of this. You can't lose to a theist. If you let them do most of the talking, you can't lose. If you don't do what Rob does, which is you do all the talking, and then you can, let them put you in a corner. If you ask them the questions, they're always gonna unravel. It's always going to unravel because it's not really logical. It's irrational, isn't it? You can always win that. If you're in a debate setting, who's making the best argument or the best case, I think you would need to. An example of that is someone like Christopher Hitchens, who's not a scientist by any means, but has a clear, firm understanding of cosmology, biology, and physics. He clearly and uses he always touches on it in debates, which just what's the word, like it accents or it delivers the message far more like yeah, I don't know.
Accentuate. That's the word. Yes.
But my point still remains. Yeah, when you talk of even with Christopher Hitchens, yeah, he wasn't always the best person at arguing the points, innit? Like as long as a lot of people want to revere him on the fact that he was doing the good job for.
So wait, hold on. Who have you seen that's argued successfully in any one of these debates that has no scientific understanding?
No one. Not everyone is accurate in it. Obviously, to what
No, who have you seen though? Who have you seen in your opinion?
I haven't seen anyone personally. I haven't seen anyone personally who's made two good arguments. Even Matt Dillahunty from time to time would.
He knows science. That fat guy, that fat bald guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard him speak about nothing and quantum nothing and stuff. He knows it.
Yeah, but you know what though? Yeah, Matt Dillahunty is the king when it comes to dealing with people about the philosophical arguments. He's so sharp and straight to the point. He's such a fucking expert. I have to admit.
Yeah,
he's the guy that hangs up on people all the time.
Yeah. He's wicked like that.
When he had these arguments, yeah, he didn't need to bring evolution. He didn't need to bring all these arguments. When you're focusing on a specific topic of the fierce claim of a creator, you don't need to bring any of those arguments to disprove it. It is
hold on. I've been an atheist for almost 15 years coming up, yeah. But it's only in the past year that I've realized that I was an atheist. Before I just used to like, when people used to talk about God, I used to roll my eyes and laugh or giggle or say stupid things to make it. If you asked me about evolution or what I actually believed about where the origins of the universe and species, I would have told you I don't fucking know. And that's
that's the point. There are theists that the argument itself is it's very easy to understand that the argument they're claiming is that there's a creator in it. You can say you don't know anything else, yeah, but the idea of your creator is silly because of this and this. Do you understand?
But for 14 and a half of those years, I wasn't a suitable candidate to debate a theist. I might if I had actually entered into a real life debate on world views, I might have ended up being fucking converted. I'm not prepared to challenge anybody else's worldview. I'm only prepared to mock, right? And now, and I know fuck all, I know nothing about nothing. But even now, a lot of the questions, a lot of the reasons I believe that they're misguided and they're wrong, I can point to actual evidence and research and things that are demonstrable that makes me believe it's true. So now I'm actually being real honest. I tell someone, you're chatting shit.
But hold on, there's fierce that will argue that evolution and the Big Bang doesn't contradict anything that they believe in.
And no problem. That's absolutely no problem. What I'm saying is I'm firmer in my belief. So what I think, or my lack thereof belief, I'm firmer in it because I know more than I did before. Whereas before I just didn't really think about it. Therefore, I don't say I was part of anybody's group. And now I'm definitely not part of your group. You know, chatting shit.
I hear that, but my point is very simple. Is the idea that a particular claim is being made, and people want to say, "Oh, the claim that you're making, provide another alternative." You don't have to provide another alternative. That is, you're attacking that claim. You're breaking it down. You're making it sound. You're doing all this. You're bringing the A, B, C, D to break down the claim. Yeah, it doesn't focus on whether or not what the atheist or what the non-theist believes in. So
no, but even a claim, but like that's interesting. But even a claim like, as Rob played me a podcast the other day, and I think it's like probably the most compelling argument for any of that Kalam bullshit, yeah. Or infinite regression, any of that nonsense, which is using any simple sort of philosophical device or formal philosophy or logic, yeah. What makes more sense? The universe on its own being infinite and a brute fact, or the universe plus God? So what we observe, we all agree that we live within the universe, this being the infinite brute fact thing, or the universe plus some infinite brute fact thing called God outside of the universe?
Well, obviously it makes sense that it's infinite, but
I'm saying, but the simple answer to that would be
It's
just the
Occam's
universe
razor.
on its own.
Yeah.
How could someone make that philosophical argument if they don't know whether or not it's possible that the universe could be infinite, or they don't know what we regard as the universe, or they have absolutely no understanding of cosmology, and therefore what is the universe could be multiple moving parts to them anyway, and then you wouldn't be able to describe it as succinctly as universe on its own, universe plus God, and it would make perfect sense to them. So that philosophical argument, while it's pure philosophy, requires some knowledge, like some understanding of what the parts we're talking about are, and probably many other, like, it's long to go into, but there's probably many other philosophical arguments that having some kind of cosmological understanding would color it in, or having some kind of scientific understanding would color it in, or having some kind of formal logical understanding would color your argument in, and it make it so much brighter to you in your mind, and would just make you sharper. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not, you're right, it's not like you don't have, if you don't know science, you shouldn't be believing in God. But like at the same time, it's like he is right in the sense that I wouldn't want to listen to someone who was having a debate that had no understanding of science and philosophy. Like, that'd be a bullshit debate to listen to.
But that's the thing, they can't, don't worry, man.
No, I'm not trying to argue. You get what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't want to listen to someone that had no. I love hearing people that smash people with science or smash people with logic. I love hearing that, and because it's my position.
I need to smash a man's belief with science. That's the problem. That's my point anyway. But yeah,
You don't have to. No, I'm agreeing with you in that. You don't. It's not imperative.
yeah.
At the same time, if I was going to advise you, if you said I'm going to be a great atheist debater, those are two things I'll definitely tell you to invest your time into.
Of course, but
educating yourself.
Like he, if you've watched Matt Dillahunty's videos, he will tell you the same thing. He'll tell you that you don't even need to know anything about what the person believes in. All you're doing is asking questions, innit? And if the questions don't make sense, you can pull them up on it. That's how you're finding out, because everyone's
that's more like the Socratic way of dealing with it.
Yeah,
where he just listens and then asks relevant questions, and then soon enough he makes the person contradict themselves, and the idea is that they should realize that they just contradicted themselves.
Yeah, because not every theist is the same. You know, you get me. You could go to a mosque, throw in the idea of meat, and all the Muslims there will be arguing over meat. That's what I was told anyway. Yeah,
Do you know what debate I feel like I've been robbed of? Yeah, because you said it was off camera, scientific. You and that Sabor guy. Because credit to him, he is a good actual debater, because I've seen him drowning and it looks like he's the shark. Like, he's a good debater still. Ordinarily him versus Skydive Phil would have been a slaughtering, but he made it look competitive.
Yeah, well, that's
not really though. Not really though. If you watch the debate with him and Skydive Phil, yeah, his point for about 45 minutes about the assumption of homology, is so fucking dumb. Yeah, it's the same type of shit that Witness is coming up with. You know?
I know, but listen, mate, I am fully 1,000,000%. He got slaughtered, but it appeared that he had a fight.
How it looked, bro. If you actually, like, for example, like probably 100% of the not 100, 99% of the Muslims watching that video. That's dread. I said 100. 99% of the Muslim people watching that video probably had zero idea about the technicalities of what they're talking about. I know this because I personally struggled to keep up with it, and there was half of it that I still don't understand. Yeah, like the technical details, what they were talking about. That's the fact of it. But what I do know about the general terms they were using, like homology, it's a fucking stupid argument, bro. Sabur has been basically trying to say that a problem with evolution is that the experts have somehow missed this fact, that when two creatures have similar, say, like, similar features in their bodies, body plans. So he's saying that all the experts in the world have jumped to the assumption that they must have had a common ancestor because, for example, this is how stupid it gets, James. That would be what he's trying to make it sound like is that the world's fucking experts in biology have all made this mistake. That when a fucking dragonfly who's 0.5 centimeter big has got wings, and a fucking bald eagle that's 2 meter wingspan, 3 meter wingspan, have wings. He's saying that the biologists of the whole world and whole history have made the assumptions that they must have a common ancestor because of that. That's so fucking stupid. We know that they have things like wings have evolved in so many different places with so many different lineages at different points because of the environmental conditions. So it's a really stupid criticism in the first place.
But brother, it was more embarrassing because he was talking about Darwin, he was talking about human-chimp common ancestry, and he was talking about homology and saying that the genetic evidence is like corollary evidence. The initial hypothesis was based on homology, and Skydive Phil was like, irrespective of whether it was or was not.
The genetics cleans up. The genetics has cleaned up the show, and now we know
exactly. And he couldn't. And literally Skydive Phil, he brought up and literally everything I know about what I brought up to more is from Skydive Phil. Or peace be upon him.
So what was that thing he said about the predictive thing that was found out?
The amino acid. Are you talking about the amino acid sequence?
I think so. But he was saying that because that idea predicted that they would eventually find something in. Oh no, in
human chromosome.
Yeah, that's it. The chromosome. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that was a clincher. I mean, at the end of the day, genetically speaking, that's a clincher of an argument that demonstrates. Because there's something. Yeah, but it's like it plays by the rules of science, and it's a champion because it made a prediction at a given state of understanding about things that they were further on going to find out many years later. And obviously, something that makes a prediction that can be tested and does get tested eventually and does match it, that carries weight, isn't it? And then if it happens more and more and more, which obviously it has done, it carries more weight. And so
he got brutalized because I can't remember when there was like the second point where Skydive Phil, okay, now let's get into that. I've noticed this thing with Fierce. It's like it's always a pre-debate before debate. It's never like, bro, let's just get to the meat and the bones now. Like people like I feel like even me and Moore was trying to do this other day. It's like, hold on, wait a minute, Rich, check it out. It's like, bro, fuck all of that nonsense. Yeah, the preamble. You know what? I know you don't believe this. This is why you should believe it. Here, tell me now. And that's what Skydive Phil was trying to do. And my man was like, no, we can't. We can't look past the homology. Is that, bro? Literally, that was the first back and forth that was sorted out. That was completely.
So did you see the debate go into the assumptions of naturalism? Was it methodological naturalism? And did it go into that? Did that debate go into the assumptions?
I don't think it left homology.
Because he does that thing as well. He does that thing about the assumptions of naturalism in the scientific method.
I know his thing is philosophy of science, not science. That's his thing, isn't it?
No, but philosophy of science, obviously, what it's based on. But the fact is that these people, like he studied evolution for the last 4 years, at least 4 or 5 years. Yeah. The fact that you've studied something for 4 or 5 years and you haven't realized that it's basically one of the most robust understandings that human beings have ever come across, with as much scientific and practical and everyday evidence that it matches, say, the theory of gravity, in the sense that the reason that the theory of gravity is the champion in physics is because everything anybody's ever been able to demonstrate about the universe adheres to it. Yeah, let's just say that. Now, the reason why evolution is the champion theory of biology is because anything anybody has ever found out about any living creature that's ever existed supports the theory of evolution. And for someone to have started off with the assumption that I believe in God, therefore evolution is not true, and then studied it for 5 years to a very, very detailed extent. This motherfucker has been arguing with actual, professionals in the field, and you still haven't worked out that it's actually fucking true. Like,
no, he doesn't agree with human chimp. I mean, from my understanding, that's how their debate started. Skydive Phil come with an iPad and was like, bro, do you disagree with evolution? He said no. And Skydive Phil kind of got lost. He was like, what? He's like, oh, okay. So you agree with human chimp common ancestry? He's like, no. It was like, okay. Alright, like, it was funny. I think it's you that told me that, yeah. Like, and I know now there's a lot of people that I've thought were dickheads in the park, and then I've spoken to them online. And I'm like, actually, you know what, man, you're cool, man. Like, so Sabor's probably one of them. I bet he's probably a cool person in real life, but he comes across like a proper arsehole.
Have you not seen on Thingy's channel? They're doing live shows and debating Paperboy and whatnot.
Who?
Hijab, Hashim.
Whose channel is that?
SC Dawa.
All right.
They had Paperboy on it the other day, and they were trying to slaughter him or whatnot. Yeah, they were basically slaughtering him anyway because Paperboy's argument was just out there. But obviously Paperboy's chilled out, so they're gonna shout over him in it. But Sabor was there, Hashim was there, Adnan. Who else? All of them pretty much.
To be honest, the only people that I see debating atheists for real are because Shamsi don't fuck with atheists. The Adnan guy don't fuck with atheists.
Hijab has been rinsed by so many atheists. Yeah, I don't know what his problem is. He gets humiliated by atheists regularly. At the park, he has done. I could think of 4 people that have made him look so fucking stupid on
That's
camera.
why Shamsi's a G. That's why Shamsi's. I don't care. I rate Shamsi, man. He's a G.
Yeah, but you know what? Shamsi's style, yeah, it's just as bad in terms of.
No, but he stays the fuck away from atheists. He knows.
Oh
like,
yeah. Yeah, but his style with any debate that he has with someone is that he comes along, says his piece, and then before they get their piece out, he walks off and then then he does a telltale video about it afterwards. So both times it's only him speaking. Yeah, it's like fucking what the fuck, bro?
Gangster. You know, this guy because he goes, hey, bring the camera. He's a G, I've always liked Shamsi, yeah, because I bet if I fucking debated him, I bet I'd want to strangle him. But it like watching him, he makes you laugh, innit? Because you're like, you know he's gonna win.
I'll tell you something about Shamsi. Yeah, I bumped into him in Shepherd's Bush once, yeah. Like recently, not even that long, a couple of months ago and that. And he's cool, man. He's a nice guy. Like he approached me really well and shook my hand and asked me about how things were going. Even though me and him never really got not really had much to do with each other, never really debated each other. Just said hello and that at the park a few times. But like he recognized me and he come over to me, so like he had a lot of positive vibe with that. Do you know what I mean? So
Right.
he was showing a bit of love, so I appreciate that. And before even that, yeah, I'll tell you another thing about him. Yeah, out of all the people in the park, yeah, I rate him as a G, you know, a proper real G. Because one day I was there with Callum, yeah, and we were just standing around chatting. Callum had his camera off, yeah, and who was it? The guy with the tea cozy on his head, Abdul Hamid, and Muhammad Tawheed, yeah. These two come over to Shamsi in a proper Aggie way, like trying to be proper masculine and intimidating, yeah. And I was me and Callum happened to overhear what it was about. So what they come over to him and said oh Shamsi, as a Muslim brother, yeah, you suck up to the atheists and the people who talk about science and the white people. And when you refer to us Muslim brothers, you call us Jahil and this and Jahil that, yeah. And like this must have been a time when he'd just done that or something, yeah. So me and Callum just listening in the background, hearing this going on, yeah. And them two come over and try to physically get in his face and intimidate and chest out and everything. And all I'm saying is this, yeah. I fucking rate Shamsi, yeah, because he's not that big a guy. He looks like he's in shape, but he's not a big guy. He fucking didn't have it, bro. He blatantly told them to their face without losing his temper. He said, bro, you can go fuck yourself, yeah, because I don't care who you think you are, but I'll say what I want about you or anyone else. And it's none of your fucking business. He said something along those lines, yeah. And his body language and the way he done it, I have to say, bro, this guy's a fucking G. You can't fuck with him. Yeah, you lot tried your shit. This ain't happening. And them two were huffing and puffing and blowing and this and that, yeah, but they never done shit. Yeah, they never done shit.
Yeah,
and they got pulled away in.
Them two are the opposite of that, and what you just described. That from my end, I don't know them personally, so that's the caveat. Yeah, I don't know them, but from what I can see from their body language and that, they're the opposite. Like they don't give me that vibe at all. They give me the opposite vibe.
Bro, you know what? That same day, yeah, where after Shamsi badded them up here, about 10 minutes later, 10 minutes later, yeah, Muhammad told bro, I remember this, yeah, and Callum was right there as well, yeah. 10 minutes later, them two were still aggy and huffing and puffing, and you know the two groups of Muslims, like their supporters and mutual supporters, had separated them, yeah. And Shamsi done his thing, so he's a gangster. He done it. I rate him. Them two were now left in a position where they just made a dick out of themselves, innit? And so they were still huffing and puffing and looking for a way to release that tension and energy now. I know this shit, bro, because I'm an old man, I'm 40 years old, I see this shit so many times, I know what's going on. So them two now looking for a way to redeem themselves and to get rid of this energy that they've created. So they come over to Callum, yeah, and they didn't say nothing to me. They come over to Callum and they say, "You fucking snake, you was recording while us, my brothers, were having an internal argument and that, yeah." And Callum looked at his camera and goes, "Bro, I haven't turned my camera on for like an hour or 2 hours, yeah. Like I don't know what you're talking about." And his camera went on. And them two were like, "No, you had it on 10 minutes ago, you were recorded and this and that." And you know, Callum's calm and peaceful, he never said nothing, yeah. But I was standing with him and I said, like, "Bro, do you know what? You two need to just shut up because he ain't done nothing. We just been watching, like, and the same as everyone else around here has that have got cameras out. You didn't say nothing to no one who actually were recording. Other people were recording. You didn't say nothing to none of them, and you've come over to Callum and accused him of doing it when he's not." I said, "You know what? You two just need to go and sort yourselves out. That's it." And Mohammed Tawheed, yeah, he come right in my face, bro, like he's some gangster, yeah. And you know what? I'm not a big guy, yeah. He's much bigger than me, but he come right in my face, like acting all big, yeah. And he goes to me, you, and his face went into that like scrunched up anger, yeah. And he was like, you, yeah. And he said something like, "Oh, you scrawny little, I hate you," or something, yeah. And I'll fuck you up or something. And I looked at him and I done the same thing what Shamsi done. I said, "Bro, no, you're not. You're not gonna do nothing because you're a big pussy," yeah. And I said that right in his face, like literally not even a foot away from me, yeah. And he was like, he didn't know what to do. Like his hands started like doing all weird movements, and then he backed off and went to his friends. And he knew that at the end of the day, if he was gonna do something, that was the time, innit? There's no other time now, yeah.
Mm.
But he wasn't prepared to do anything, so he just kept like mumbling and backing off, and he went to his friend. And I swear, bro, for the next 20 minutes, yeah, him and his friend kept whispering to each other and looking at me, like trying to imply that they're making a plan to get me or follow me or do something. Every time I looked at him, bro, yeah, I just shook my head and put my head on my hand on my head, and as if to say that, bro, you people are just pathetic, like, do you know what I mean? And the fact is, yeah, I could do that to him, yeah. There's certain other people there that I might not have been so brave to say that to, because I know, you know, I get the feeling that they're about certain shit, you know what I mean?
Mm.
But I have to be honest though. I didn't get that feeling from Mohammed Tawheed. I didn't get that feeling from Abdul Hamid. Maybe if Shamsi had like lost his temper with me, I would think more seriously about it, because he in my opinion, he's more of a serious guy. Abdul Hamid and Mohammed Tawheed, they're just big bullies. That's it.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I've always liked Shamsi still.
But yeah, Callum was with me that day, yeah, so he was right there for all of this. So if anybody wants to ask, you can ask him.
But I need to go on mute quickly. But DC Brad, Scientific, what you guys got to say to each other?
Oh, Brad, man. Oh, fucking so glad Brad's here, man. How you doing, bro?
I'm chilling, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all good, man. Nice to have an intelligent, well-educated brother on the panel.
Oh man, I swear to God, bro, I really enjoy this so much. I'm not gonna fake. Man, I'll never forget that comment. That was the funniest thing I've ever read. You know, you know when the panel's dumb as shit when Brad. That is the best one. That's the best one. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, it don't really happen too much.
Y'all have a holiday tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so.
Right, back holiday. Sorry.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay. No, we have holiday for Memorial Day for our veterans.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yo,
Guess
man.
what? Oh,
You
man.
keep barking him out like a homeless guy, man. You gotta allow that. Allow the box,
My
man.
bad.
Trust me, you won't get a wife.
So this dude can't say shit to my face, but you go to the chat and
Sorry, bruv, that was a typo. So,
Oh, this is a typo. Oh my god, I hate this dude. Like he'll be nice and cordial, and then like get on the chat. Yo, Brad's a fucking pussy. I hate him.
Man just said loads, man. You know, they might in the chat about fuck Brad though.
Oh man. Still though, one of my favorite atheists next to the ultras and agnostic. Never mind.
So what, if I'm trying to ask the random, yeah, what sort of scientific videos do we need to have around here? Or do we need covered?
Oh man.
DNA, Venny, you know what?
DNA.
Venny, let me give you a couple, yeah, because this is the type of stuff that I have watched with my kids and that I've shared with a lot of people that have asked me about getting into interested in science. Yeah, there's a few channels. Yeah, if you might want to remember these. Yeah, one of them is called Life Noggin. Yeah, just Life Noggin, Noggin. Have you seen that one before? Yeah, it's got loads of good videos, short ones, 5 minutes. There's another one. Yeah, it's called Kyrgyzsagt or Kyrgyzsagt or something. It's like a
Yeah. I see it's like some Russian writing or something.
Yeah, it's like German or Russian or something.
Oh, yeah,
but it's in English. It's in English or something. But it's like KURGESAGT or something. But that one's got like some really good short ones as well. Then there's this other video, yeah, which is just one video, yeah. It's like 20 minutes long, but the amount of information that is packed into this video is fucking amazing. I mean, like, I personally watch it like once in a while just because I think, you know what, it's just so much information in there. It's fucking amazing, and it's in a really clever and funny way. It's called The History of the World by Bill Wurtz, WURTZ. It's about 20 minutes, but the amount it goes through, like say basically from the beginning of the universe, it spends about a minute or two dealing with the original early things. Huh?
Belly, are you writing it down?
No, I got the first two.
Okay.
Hey, I think we should do a video about DNA though.
But what it was, yeah. No, but what I was trying to ask you, yeah, not other people's channels. I was trying to ask you topics in science that people sort of want.
Brad said
videos made of.
Smith said
So we can.
I want to propose a few of them. I feel GMO and carbon and understanding how dating works as well. So you see in geology when you look into things like dating rocks and all this stuff, yeah, that is something I've watched about a video on Steady Clearly about stuff like that. So I think like that's a good thing to talk about with dating, because people always think it's carbon dating, but carbon dating is the only type of dating.
But I say the big one is because like
DNA, yeah.
DNA is huge because like we're always gonna have that one random Israelite, that one random Torah, and I feel like as long as we have a conversation about DNA, you know.
You better know, yeah. I love so snitched on you, man. You get me? That you're coming for camera, innit? So, he's got his guard up now. He's got his guard up now.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean he snitched on me?
Yeah, remember we were using the batch after one G block. We done a show.
Oh, okay.
After.
Oh no, it's cool. Me and he always like has shit to say about me, so it's no surprise. He should not be surprised. It's cool.
Yeah, you shouldn't be surprised too. That's what I said. You shouldn't be surprised.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not surprised at all. When it comes to him, I know. Like I could save 1,000 black kids, and he'd be like, "Well, you didn't save 1 million, so you know it doesn't matter."
Yes,
you always have
that. So, the first time that I feel like you fixed him, was the language group, the DNA, EMB1A, all that.
Oh, and also going over his material too. We went over the material he sent into that message. Yeah, he was done there. So yeah, because now he's trying to make me look like I look down on black people. That's his whole image now. So yeah, it's cool. DNA would be good.
Yeah, DNA,
yeah.
Dating
and not carbon dating, but just dating methods.
Yeah, well, there was a video.
stated clearly. I don't know if it's a YouTube channel. It's quite good. They talk about dating. They go from how dating dinosaur bones, tortoise, but because I remember I had a video, I had a debate with Jedi, and Jedi in the video, it's on COA's channel. He out of nowhere goes, "Oh, I saw them carbon dating a tortoise, and it was 137 years old." And I was looking at them like, "What?" And then I said to him, "What?" But I was like to Jedi, because the camera cut off then. I was like to him, "You do know that carbon dating is not how you date animals that are less than 100 years old." But he just like obviously he still doesn't even understand. And even I went on further later on to explain it to him, but he didn't open mind. So at least people now know that carbon dating can only date animal things between the ages of 100 to 70,000 years old. After that, they use other forms of dating, which you have uranium. I think you have I've forgotten. Uranium is quite a common one for dating a very old structure, very old materials or words or minerals. So yeah. I've also said GMO. A massive fear of GMO. I watched.
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm saying GMOs. How they're made will base off their quality, because the original intent for GMOs weren't to like poison people, but was a way to deal with world hunger in a scientific way without having to.
I still argue it's not to poison people, but people, because they hear about the idea of chemicals. By the way, chemicals.
Alex Jones. Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, yes. Alex Jones, one of the culprits. But chemicals is everywhere, people. So get used to it. You understand? So,
like I would never say the GMO meat. Like, don't trust that. But like the vegetable stuff, they just really just load it with like the goal is to take like various vitamins and nutrients and then like make it into like a gelatin and then But I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Raffle, do you eat GMO meat?
Huh?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, genetically modified organism.
You eat meat grown in a lab and that, yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'd be a little bit skeptical.
The GMO thing has got you. That's why if you watch
I need a beef eater for that one still. You get me?
You what?
No, lab grown meat. Lab grown meat's already done. Like a lot of people have tasted it and given their reviews.
Yeah, some of it's in tech. I've seen some of it in Texas. I've never had a piece of it, but it cooks weird. Like it's like meat usually produces its own grease, especially like a beef. It will produce its own grease, and this doesn't produce its own grease, and that scares me.
So just add some grease then, innit? Americans are like thick, bro. Seriously. No, not you, Brad. Not you, Brad. I'm just saying everyone else.
No. It's like no. In the natural sense of things, it's weird, bro. It's just that you just don't like and the way it digests.
Well, this
the way
is what
people say. Yeah, it just doesn't go right.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying in it, because obviously the reason why I said this is because I understand a little bit of what is GMO actually about in it. So I remember doing a coursework on something to do with artificial selection, and when I got into looking into the topic, I started learning more about selective breeding and artificial selection being an example of GMO. So when I went in further to watch a video on, Answer recommended Kurzgate. I don't know if you said that you heard of Kurzgate, innit? They do a video on GMO.
Already.
If anyone has any time, watch the video on GMO.
Something about wormholes.
Huh?
Yeah. It's got.
Yeah.
That's a good one as well.
If you want to learn about wormholes as well, another person to learn from is
I've got a video of wormholes coming up as well.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson has his own YouTube channel, Star Talk. So he talks.
That's good.
Yeah, he talks. It's big as well, so he does a lot of talks as well there. So you can go and learn stuff from there as well on it. But
I
yeah,
like how he doesn't know everything, but then like he will always bring the expert in. Like you will never see him claim to know what he's talking about. He always brings the expert in. That's what I love about him.
yeah, because that's what being intellectually honest is.
Yeah.
You don't know everything. But yeah, those topics are. Have you noted those topics down? You can always go back and look at this point anyway. It's 11:20, 11 hour, 20 minutes and 45 seconds right now. Yeah. Did you hear that, Betty? I think it's away from the camera.
Also, listen to some. You ever heard of Home Team?
What's that?
It is a guy who does various West and Central African video histories. Home Team history.
I think I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like a Dudawa looking or statue or the.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it's a woman. I forget her name. I think it's Nana. But yeah, he has this. I went to school with him, so I can like see if I can ask his permission to play the videos on the stream. He always he does a great job. Like they have illustrations and everything. And he does like a 3-part video about the Hebrew Israelites too, which is really good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The so-called the ones that can't even be found in history.
Bro, like I don't know if you saw last night's debate, bro.
What happened last night?
On Sinetta, man, it was so funny, bro. It was Black Jesus Minister versus a dude called the Apostle. And the question is, are the Hebrew Israelites Shem or Ham? And like then a guy named Garfield Reed gets on and he says, we're talking about
I know Garfield. Everyone knows Garfield.
We're having a historical conversation. We're having a philosophical conversation trying to put a historical narrative to it. And then all shit hit the fan at that point. What do you mean philosophical? This is history. This is our history. What you mean Black Jesus? Our Jesus ain't black. You don't know nothing about my Jesus. My Jesus is black. And then they said that one dude was like, how you, and then, so the next thing you know, like there's like a war between the Hebrews because like one dude was like, how you gonna call Jesus? His name is Yeshua Amashua. How you gonna call him some white man? Jesus means Caesar Borgia. You need to know your history. All right, the white man don't want you to know your history. And he was like, so he took a definition. So he said, Ham, the regions of Sudan, Egypt, and Libya, not the Negro. See, that's proof that we Hebrews. It's like, wait a minute. Time out. How does proving that you're not Ham because it says not the Negro when literally African Americans were called Negroes and referred to themselves as Negroes for the longest time? How is it now we're not? Oh my goodness, I'm so done. I was so done with this. It's funny though. I'm not lying. They are the funniest group of people because it's bullshit. Like they know it's bullshit, but it's like in their mind they believe it's so real, and they defend it. Then one dude just pulled up a map and said that Abraham came from the land of Ur, and there were tons of black people in Ur. That's why Ur stand for you really dark. Oh my god, son! I can't anymore, bro. Like it's to the point now where it's like there's some black people I'm just like, listen, stay here in America and live your best life, cuz live your absolute best.
Yeah.
Cause you failed on so many levels, man. It's over, bro. Oh god.
That was too funny.
Oh god. And then Sinetta be killing me when he be like, ooh, there's some knowledge right here. It's like, no, it's not. You lying piece of shit. Like, how dare you lie into the people and tell them that they're dropping knowledge right now? They're not. They literally were making up stuff to suit their narrative. And he just like kept going with it. It was so funny, man.
Yeah, but I think Sarnett is trolling.
Oh god. Yeah, he kept calling Black Jesus Minister the champion, better than polite. I don't know who it was. I think it was King Gold that said it. That polite really is a bullshitter, bro. He don't really know what he's talking about half the time.
Yeah.
Because I really like like when you hear Polite have a conversation, it's like, bro, are you making this shit up? I think he's actually making this shit because he literally he's putting shit together and he knows how to form it. I mean, the way he puts it, I mean, like, Jesus, you would think he went to school for this shit. You know,
100%.
because he made a point. He was like, why do adults have to go to university but we can homeschool kids? Huh?
Wait,
So he was, I think, because he's self-taught, like he was in prison, but then apparently, like that part of his past may be a little bit lying because some guy named, you ever heard of Rob Bourne?
Yes, Rob Owen, yeah.
Rob Bourne's a historian. I don't care what anyone says, but Rob Bourne like asked him a question. He was like, I think you have to know the area to understand the context, but he was like, you were a Crip in Staten Island. Now Staten Island is mainly loaded with old white people and Italians.
Oh,
so,
wow.
So it's like, how are you a Crip on Staten Island? Like, you've heard of a guy called Pete Davis?
No, I haven't heard of him, no.
Okay, well, he's on Saturday Night Live. He's a guy that was like from Staten Island. Pete Davis. Pete Davidson.
No, I haven't heard of him, no.
Yeah, but he's like one of those. He's just like one of the whitest parts of like New York City, and he was just sitting there, and he was trying to claim that he was a Crip on that island. Yo, but yeah, man, it's last night, man. That debate was so funny. It was 4 hours too, bro. And then they had to shut it. So like, there's a 20-minute video. Look at the 20-minute video. They're trying to fix Black Jesus Minister's because you know how Veli's Veli's screen the way it is right now.
Mm.
All right, so like if you have like a whiteboard behind you, you can like make it like your backdrop. So he didn't know how to fix it. So he just like you just see Black Jesus Minister's teeth have his avatar.
Oh my gosh.
Like, oh man. It's the most entertaining thing.
Well, that's the thing with these type of people, fam. Like,
yeah,
they just Sana just continues to entertain their pseudo.
and the thing is, he calls them like the thing I don't like about Sinetta. This is where I have to agree with his having no integrity. Is that you 1 minute want to say the Hebrews are full of shit, we African, but then you still say these brothers are giving powerful information. How? If you just agree that their information is pseudo, and they deceiving the people.
Sana is looking for money, fam.
Yeah, maybe I need something because you know what I think it is because he was like a security guard in New York for Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So I keep thinking that like some of that shit, I have to keep thinking that some of that shit's gonna rub off on him, you know. And he's gonna be able to achieve some of that greatness.
Renegade. You know, Brad's favorite civil rights activist was J. Edgar Hoover.
But he wasn't a civil rights activist. Come on, you have to get that. If you're going to insult me on a historical narrative, you're going to have to do it correctly now. Come on, James. Mute up, James. Mute up. Mute up. Mute up and mute again. Because he was not a civil rights leader, though. So that's
listen to that one more time. I said Brad's favorite civil rights activist was J. Edgar Hoover.
But he wasn't a civil rights activist. He was head of the FBI. He was literally against the civil rights movement. So you have to start again. James, start over. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you, James. I really.
Can anyone else help him with that one?
You said a civil rights activist. J. Edgar Hoover was not an activist.
Yeah, but he's saying that your position is so far that you would even consider him an activist.
No, I'm only correcting it. Like, if he's going to use it that way, you have to make sure you know.
Right. If J. Edgar Hoover is the most racist homosexual in the history of the United States, and I'm pretending that you believe he is a civil rights activist.
And James, you have to understand, I am a little bit smarter than you when it comes to disrespect. So I can literally tell you that I'm just devaluing your joke by being too semantic with it. So you're good. God. Fuck it.
I guess I lost then. I don't know.
You did. You did. That's what I'm saying. I know how to undervalue it. Like one time, Scientific Method was trying to make a point about me getting beat up, and he asked me, "Have you ever been beat up before?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've lost some and I won some." Joke failed. Come on now, gentlemen.
I'm gonna give you credit because I didn't see this one coming. So yeah.
No, No, James, I understand. James, trust me, I hate ruining these moments for you because I understand. Like, workout, these are the moments. These are your like moments where you get to like look yourself in the mirror and it's like I achieved something today.
Yes.
So I'm sorry. Okay. I
Wow.
apologize for that.
I didn't. You know what? Like, if you had told me 40 seconds ago, I would have lost this badly. I would have thought it was impossible. Like, when I thought of the joke, I was like, I'm definitely gonna win here. Yeah, no, I mean this is bad. Yeah,
you underestimated Brad, bro. He
I
hustled you.
yeah, bro.
He's acted like a dumb. He's come here for about 3 months, acting like such a dumb dipshit, and we've been falling for it. And he's actually not. He's actually not.
And how good Scientific double bluffed us all. He sucked all the energy that you stole from me and used it to kill you. So I'm the biggest loser, you're second loser, and Scientific just won. That's sick.
Yeah, that's good.
As long as we all know our place, I'm happy.
No, he's the king of the backhanded compliment, though. I'll give that to Scientific. You know,
even though it was me, it was my clever, witty joke that should have just been the clear victor. I've ended up the last place. That's actually so deep, bro. That's life, isn't it?
Because your intentions were bad, bruv. You came on to attack an innocent, decent person, and because you did that, yeah. The universe has a way of flipping things around and karmaing on your face. So
I wish I had a whole team of hecklers to laugh at Brad. Because if I had a team, of people laughing that Brad may or may not have got the joke, I would have won. That his defense protocol wouldn't have worked with me.
No, because because if all I had to do, because notice I didn't get emotional. So like once you don't get emotional on any kind of insult or anything like that, the other person is already lost at that point. Because if you examine the joke, like for example with Samarone, like when Samarone makes jokes, what I think pisses him off the most about me is that like I don't usually like, oh, I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. No, it's just like, wait a minute, time out. When you called me a fake ass nigga, yes, I'm pretending to be a nigga, so therefore you're right. I'm fake. I'm a fake ass nigga.
Brad. I don't think that was a joke. I think that's how he really felt.
Oh no, but that's what made him more mad was the fact that I like try to examine I try to like analyze his joke down to the letter. You know, that's what makes
you do that to diffuse its power. Like obviously, if someone tells a joke and you have to explain it or you have to say it again or whatever. The longer this goes on, the weaker the joke.
That's exactly all you have to do. And if it's this is genuinely funny, like,
but bro, this is the type of shit that really rich posh private school bankers learn in psychology class. Yeah, so it's not.
Wait, there was something I forgot. There was one Scientific Method did something I could not like. I had no choice but to laugh. I think I got a word wrong or something like that. I forgot like a certain statement. He was like, "Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, $46,000 private school education."
I read that out. I remember that.
Oh, that was so funny.
No, but if we're honest, Brad, the thing that motivates me to insult you a lot is jealousy. I will be honest with you.
Why you be jealous? We're literally the same age. Anything I can do, you can achieve as well.
Bro,
there's no point in being jealous.
Shut the fuck up with your cinema room. I hate with all this fake humble modesty when you literally you did an MTV Cribs on Vellies, and had a cinema room. Get out of here. Even to be honest, where I live in London, in my area, a cinema room.
Well, you live in London. Move out to Aurora area, you find the space for it. I don't live in the city. I live in the metropolitan, so it's more of the suburban area.
You got 5 bedrooms. Just shut up and let him say what he's gonna say.
You know what's sad as well? You know he's living one man there, isn't it, Scientific?
Yeah. Well, he says that, but
no, really. Oh, that's good. That was a good one.
Yeah. I'm wrong with Scientific. So you live with your mom and dad. Stop doing shit, bro.
I guess that's good.
He lives in such a big house. He could have 12 servants, 3 fucking mistresses, and they'd all be in different rooms, and we'd never hear about it because he'd just be one of the. They'd probably take them an hour to find him if they start looking for it.
My house is not that big. It's not that big. I don't even want them that big. That's gaudy for me. I can't say.
But but for real though, James, you got nothing to be envious about this guy. Yeah, for fuck's sake, bro. For fuck's sake, bro. So, listen, let me tell you how it is from my point of view, yeah? This piece of shit, yeah. No, all right, no. This is no, I'm joking. This guy Brad, yeah. This guy Brad, yeah. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and that's obviously why.
Actually, that's the misconception. That's the one thing. My father didn't become successful until after 9/11.
All right, this guy's family set up 9/11.
That was about 11
and made billions out of it. Yeah.
No. We had like a 2-floor. He had 2 floors.
Yeah,
within,
I'm sure it was.
he had
Yeah,
2
where
floors
was it
within the
exactly?
Twin Towers. He had 2 floors within the Twin
Yeah,
Towers, and when they fell, he was able to get the insurance money, and that's what made his business.
Do you know what? Can I just to go from being light to serious? Do you know what's interesting though, scientific? Yeah? Because I know someone who is that you, bro?
You know, go on, carry on. I'll come in.
Yeah, no. As in, I know when someone like Schiffer or someone would say something about 9/11 conspiracy, you would just absolutely write them off, yeah. But furthermore, let me ask you about this: Do you believe the official sort of story of 9/11?
Do I believe it? I don't believe it 100%. I believe that like the basic structure of the physical events. I guess that I think that things did pretty much happen like that. But I don't know. I wouldn't make any judgment about the people and who they knew and who they were associated with and who they were working for. I wouldn't make any judgments like that. I would just say that two planes crashed into New York. I'm pretty sure about that. That's about it. That's about it, really.
Wait. You wait. From the UK's perspective, how many attacks occurred on 9/11?
Apparently there was 3.
The 3. Okay, good. Never mind. No, there was 2. There was 2 guaranteed.
No, there was the two that went into the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
And
okay, good. Because I want everybody to make sure to understand that there's actually a news report. There was a CNN reporter that actually said there is no plane. So in DC, like there's a lot of questions.
Yeah, but I mean, look, something like that. Look, in the US, yeah, at the time, on the day that this was happening, there's a possibility that out of the thousands of stations that are recording locally and some of them globally and putting out news or information, some of them can get misinformation. Like there's people that are thousands of miles away who are hearing stories from a second or a third hand translation or whatever. So it's possible that people could make mistakes and say things that were wrong.
James said, "I love my mom."
Yo, hey, you lot. So you see earlier today.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say was that for real, you don't need to be envious.
Can you hear? No.
No, I can't hear. Well.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna. All right, jump.
How if you don't?
Yeah. So I was thinking.
I'm saying if people on their phone, how can they be on for so long without their phones turning into a ball of fire?
I usually have my phone like checks off.
Yeah, you gotta have it on charge.
Checks off. Like you hear it, just go off. Yeah, it just goes off.
My phone turns into a fucking toaster, bro, and that's it. So like,
what do you have?
iPhone.
What number?
Bro.
That's one, man.
I've got an iPhone 7. Bro. What does that mean? Tell me about that.
He's got an iPhone 1
in 2020, bro.
I know.
You'll probably save money on the weights and just get a Pro. But go ahead.
They're all the fucking same. I've got iPhone 11.
Does the job though, man.
Yeah,
but bro, the battery life on those things are and then on top of that, Apple's just got sued for like literally slowing them down just so people can buy the newer ones.
Yeah,
you should at least get like a 10.
Shut up, bro. Just shut up. Stop talking that shit.
And I'm just saying, if you want to be scientific,
Bro, stop that.
Hey, Brad, be an atheist, man. He's much nicer to atheists, man.
Okay.
After Brad is an atheist, now I'm really gonna fucking get it.
No, I can't be an atheist. I can't do that. I get pussy, so I'm good.
Okay, say so.
Bruv, you got 5 empty bedrooms in your house. How are you talking about pussy?
I was planning on filling them with children, but I'm so glad. I'm so glad you take. I'm so glad you take pride in my downfall. But go ahead, Brown man. Continue.
No, it's
Who's
just
brown?
like racial.
Who's he calling brown? I'm white.
Yo, oh man. yo.
That's what he says.
You was talking earlier, about I read one paper about the discovery of consciousness, and then I was asked questions about the tests that could be carried out to discover this, So I've put like 2 different papers of 2 different people, the proposed tests that they will be carrying out or have carried out to discover consciousness and the origins of consciousness or whatever, how it works and what you know what I'm saying, like so.
Bro, I tell you what,
Yeah,
if
man.
you've read those papers, can I suggest what I think they're gonna be like? They're gonna be extremely fucking complicated.
Allah.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't
That's
understand half the
what
shit,
we
man.
think.
But like I was saying, it's like people, but the point was being made that there's no, these people ain't doing no tests, and there's no this, and there's no that, and so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, obviously that's going to be the next one. Well, can you
Well,
explain?
you know what?
it to me?
Where have you got them? Put the link up in the private chat.
So there's 3 of them. There's 3 because I'm reading one called "The Measurement of Consciousness: A Framework for the Scientific Study of Consciousness." There's more than that.
Wait, that should be some scientific method should blow out the water, man. He literally went to one of the greatest universities in the world.
Oh,
Hey, bruv, don't fuck with me about this shit here. My university is the 8th best in the west of London.
London. Oh, shit.
What one you reading?
It's the 8th best in the UK, you bitch. Shut up.
The Measurement of Consciousness. Is that one you're reading?
No, I was reading. Sorry, because it was long. It's a deep article. One second. Bro, this is long, you know. Fucking hell. The measurement.
James, read some out so we can grade your reading skills.
Wait,
The
James.
measurement
God damn it, James. Don't mean to act needy or anything, but
Yeah. That's the one, man.
Yeah, that's the long ass one, and then there's another one is a new method to measure consciousness discovered. Which one's newer? They're both in 2014.
But Scientific American is actually very reliable as far as I can tell. If I look for search for something and I see an article by Scientific American, I definitely read it because in my experience it's always been very useful.
Yeah, both.
Quite often.
The Scientific American one is it seems like is an actual like article. The Frontiers one is a study. Like it's all got graphs and charts and shit. It's deep still. Whoa, that's long. What are you done? Like at least if it was in pages, it'd be at least like 5-6 pages. Yeah.
Bro, that's not that long. That's like 4 minutes reading.
5 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're mad.
No, but you know what is with this kind of reading? People like me need to go over each line about 4 times. So it's not like a novel.
No, you're right. No, you're right actually, because I'm just having a look at it. It's pretty.
And also the diagrams when you're going on it, it don't blow up big enough for you to read the scale.
But I tell you what, though, if you had someone read it to you that was either a really good reader or that was an expert in this field, they would read it slow and with correct emphasis on the right words, and it will help you to understand it a lot better. Because I was going to read this book that Rob recommended to me, the Big Picture by Sean Carroll. He's one of my favorite scientists. So it's quite a long book, but I started listening to the audiobook on YouTube, and because it's read by him himself and he really understands his own book, and so he the way he reads it is so important in the way that he manages to convey the important information.
Sean Carroll reminds me of an actor. I can't remember who it is, but like he's like a dweeb or like a
Yeah, oh, bruv, I swear, I've seen this guy, yeah, in movies, yeah.
I don't know who it is though, because it's not like a main act. It's not like a big part actor. But when I first saw the William Lane Craig debate, I was like, I know this nigga, I know this guy, bro. He's been in a comedy before, but yeah, I like Sean Carroll. He's got
Something
real,
from the 90s. It's something from the 90s, I'm thinking.
Sean Carroll's got a real is it unimposing?
Wait, what movies was he in? Was he in the American movies, UK movies?
No, it's American. He's American. He's American physicist.
American geezer.
Yeah.
No, I was saying the actor. He looks like I was gonna.
Yeah, that's an American actor as well. Yeah.
Do you know this Bernardo Castro guy? Scientific method.
No.
Oh.
What's that?
Nothing, man. He's like a super technical. He was a computer scientist. He worked on the Hadron Collider, and now he's a self-styled. Well, I say self-styled. He's a philosopher, an idealist who basically argues from the idealist perspective of the hard problem of consciousness. You
know what? I was going to ask you this as well because I heard you talking about it. I think yesterday or the other day. What's this hard problem of consciousness? What's the hard problem?
Well, I mean, it's like an ontological.
I've heard Rob talk about it before as well, and from what I remember when I looked into it, I personally didn't consider it a hard problem.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, innit? Like that's what I was trying to say to them, like that. Some people will just outright dismiss it.
Yeah, you did say that. I remember.
It's basically like phenomena and noumena, and like basically the like things run into like category errors, like hold on, let me pull it up.
This is headache. Yeah, but this is headache, bro. But I mean, you make it really complicated. The Wikipedia page is actually really detailed and long, so I guess you obviously know a lot more about it. But I don't know, like so. Let me just assume, that you know a lot more about this than me because I think that is the case, yeah. So if I go back to my more basic understanding, which is if I type into Google the hard problem of consciousness, you get the Wikipedia page, which is very detailed. But before that, you get kind of like a short kind of explanation. And it says, the hard problem of consciousness is the problem of explaining why and how sentient organisms have qualia, or phenomenal experiences. How and why it is that some internal states are subjective, felt states, such as heat or pain, rather than merely non-subjective unfelt states, as in a thermostat or a toaster. Now, if you'll bear with me, but from my understanding of the hard problem of consciousness is, why do human beings or living creatures feel pain and heat and balance and movement and light and wind and touch? Why do human beings feel all of these things in the way that they feel them? Do you understand? It's talking about the subjective nature of experience, but again, it's only subjective in a technical sense. The fact is that we can make the sense of, say, heat and our response and reaction and that phenomenal feeling in our brains. We can make that objective by both experience, by two people standing and doing the same thing involving heat, and then talking about it and talking and describing their experience of it. And to a large extent, we found that we are able to find an objective basis, a foundation to talk about these things. That's why people's senses are reliable in terms of checking and testing data and claims and evidence.
Yeah, I think so basically, this is a really crude analogy, and it's not mine, but a way that someone oversimplified it is you can get a computer program, and they was kind of the context was specifically artificial intelligence, but you can get a computer program to completely replicate the function. You can get your computer to completely replicate the functions of a kidney, but you can't get it to piss on your desk, for example. And it's basically that there will always be category errors that what's the word, like you won't be able to overcome with a one size fits all description of consciousness. So like a thought is categorically different to a taste, and yet So when you like what it's basically saying is like if you manage to replicate some consciousness, you may know what somebody's thinking at this present moment, but that won't compute into how a fucking apple tastes, or you may know what hue of red they see. Also, you may know if they're looking at red or yellow, but you don't know what that hue of red may. You know what I mean? It's like it's so deep where it's like it is a philosophical argument. Like anyone that's truly invested in art, like discovering consciousness scientifically and artificial intelligence, wouldn't really pay it too much mind because it would just be a hindrance. It's basically like a never-ending circular sort of, you know what I mean? It's like the hard problem is basically like is saying that there's
the man concentrates on that in that paper, that paper. The last paper.
I haven't read it yet.
The man concentrates on some parts of that. I've not read the whole thing still, but I was reading that about the zombies and different colors and
that zombie shit is fucking retarded. That zombie thing is so dumb, man. That is like, if someone like Scientific read that, he would go nuts. Because, let me if I can find that for you.
Sorry, read what?
I'm gonna try to find it for you. You're gonna laugh.
What is it again?
No, so the guy who suggested this is the
because you know there's people that claim I'll see ghosts, I'll see so and so. So it's like obviously for him to disprove it, he has to include it in what he's testing for as well. So,
yeah, but I don't get the why it's called the hard problem as if to imply that there's something specifically hard about this thing that we don't understand any more than any other thing we don't understand. For me, looking at it the way I do,
I think more the uniqueness of each person's consciousness.
Yeah, but the thing is, look, this is how it is. Yeah, if you made a meal or there was a big pie or a big fruit and 100 people or 1,000 people all came and ate a bit of it, yeah, say a pizza or something, and 1,000 cooked exactly the same, and 1,000 people came and ate it, they would all maybe have some differences in opinion about its taste based on their own palate and their own upbringing.
Can you listen to this quickly? Yeah, sorry, quickly. What you making this? It was around this time that David Chalmers, the guy who suggested the hard problem, it was around this time that David Chalmers started talking about zombies. As a child, Chalmers was short-sighted in one eye, and he vividly recalls the day he was first fitted with glasses to rectify the problem. Suddenly, I had proper binocular vision, he said, and the world just popped out. It was three-dimensional to me in a way that it hadn't been. He thought about the moment frequently as he grew older. Of course, you could tell a simple mechanical story about what was going on in the lens of his glasses, his eyeball, his retina, and his brain, but how does that explain the way the world just pops out like that? To a physicalist, the glasses, eyeball, retina story is only a story, but to a thinker of Chalmers's persuasion, it was clear that it wasn't enough. It told you what the machinery of the eye was doing, but it didn't begin to explain that sudden, breathtaking experience of depth and clarity. Chalmers's zombie, in quotations, thought experiment is his attempt to show why the mechanical account is not enough, why the mystery of conscious awareness goes deeper than purely material science can explain. Look, I'm not a zombie, and I pray that you're not a zombie, Chalmers said one Sunday before Christmas. But the point is that evolution could have produced zombies instead of conscious creatures, and it didn't. We were drinking espressos in his faculty. Chalmers, now 48, recently cut his hair in a concession to academic respectability, and he wears less denim, but his ideas remain as heavy metal as ever. The zombie scenario goes as follows. Imagine that you have a doppelganger. This person physically resembles you in every respect and behaves identically to you. He or she holds conversations, eats and sleeps, looks happy or anxious precisely as you do. The sole difference is that the doppelganger has no consciousness. This, as opposed to a groaning, blood-splattered walking corpse from a movie, is what philosophers mean by a zombie. Did you understand that?
What the fuck is this shit?
What was I saying? Just to be clear, the zombie scenario goes, because I may have repeated it poorly. The zombie scenario goes as follows. Imagine that you have a doppelganger. This person physically resembles you in every respect and behaves identically to you. He or she holds conversations, eats and sleeps, looks happy or anxious precisely as you do. The sole difference